that rotate back to the A site, but look at how far Devi has pushed up on Halls here. He's the first Vanguard for the moment, holding, whiffing. He's gonna go down, but he's got that information for the rest of Paper X.
Yeah, it was good.
Hello, what's up, guys?
They know that that player's coming from Bridge, coming from Halls, and that just confirms a lot of it.
मेरे को eye drop दो ना पापा की side पे.
Texture's very aggressive into this, as well as uber confident, but of course, Paper X just going to be playing that post plan, something coming around the corner, repositions, has to help out his team, right at the precipice of the smoke, the push from Texture. In a second, he can. Dashes right in, finds another one, and he picks up the 4K.
No way. First round already picks up the 4th. You see how he has that trigger discipline. I mean, normally we talk about trigger discipline. You're, hiding, waiting for the opportune moment. He's just waiting to track as the movement slows down. And that is unbelievable skill.
Man, the punish from that one too. You'd think that smoke would actually help out Paper Rex, but did absolutely nothing for them as Texture basically got a lot of these
Hello guys.
1v1 fights in the span of just a couple of seconds, ultimately turning the hand for Gen.G.
And now they've picked up the Bulldogs. You got an Outlaw on Texture. He's looking to pick up the Bladestorm early on.
Oh, he wants to go for this insta peek on A main. Paper Rex, they give him the satisfaction. He's getting closer. His teammates breaking and giving as much support as possible, and one gets down already.
I mean, that's the other thing, right? Because it's an Outlaw, it's just so powerful. Anything on an eco round, it just chews right through. So these guys, Paper X, they got to be so careful.
You can already see one spotting the tripwire outside of B main. Still, it's not going to stop Paper X from starting to move their forces all the way here. Looks like they're just okay with that. Devi still hasn't gotten any contact with the Sheriffs that he's bought in the past 2 rounds. That's looking a little bit iffy. With the stars being committed here as well, and Texture actually pushing all the way up onto mid. This could be very bad for Paper X as the spike drops.
Spike down mid.
Reloads, they know he's here. They don't really want to challenge him. It's way too risky. So they're running out of options. You can't go back into Elbow. You're pretty much stuck inside of B main. Texture, well,
सही डाला है ना आप सब? हाँ?
maybe got
आज सारे matches का सही डाला है ना thumbnail में guys?
Something's gonna just try to make something happen.
Hello, what's up, guys?
Make some contacts here. Does have his great crash.
Hi, Ronnie. Hi, Akshat. Hi, Aishi. Hello, Gaurav. Hi, Rohit. Hi, Shehbaz. Hi. Hi, Admi. Hi, Lutera. Hi, Prishu. Hi, Gurmukh. Hello, Aryan. Hello, Nitesh. Welcome to the stream, guys. How you guys doing?
Wow, that's just a big boost of confidence for Texture, starting things off.
I look like a mango. Lol, dude. मेरे बाल सूख रहे हैं, guys. मेरे बाल पूरे गीले. आज मैं थोड़ा 2 मिनट लेट आया गाइस. पहला राउंड जस्ट चालू हुआ और मैं लाइव आई. I know.
Paper X, they had sheriffs. They're just trying to maybe go for some picks or the spike plan. Couldn't really.
But आज मैंने डिसाइड किया हुआ था कि आज तो मैं बाल धो के अच्छे से आऊंगी. तो मेरे बाल अभी भी गीले क्योंकि मैं जस्ट शावर से निकली हूँ. और मेरा पोस्ट शावर आई ड्रॉप इज डन. Oh no, pants are new, yeah.
Showcase his duelist, but here comes the dueling potential for something as he pushes up onto Orange. Any tricky business?
Hi Shrey, क्या reply? वो तो मेरी खुद की tweet. मैंने किसी को add किया.
Still challenges something's got to make something happen here, and he does get it. Follow up by Monyan, but Karon's holding on. 3 versus 3, spike planted down.
You got the cascade up as well, so there's a lot more room for Forsaken trying to play around this, pushing Gen.G back. They want to burn down the timer and they want to stay alive as long as possible.
Yeah, Munchkin's coming around the corner here on double doors. They're just waiting for him to drop down already. Forsaken's right here for the first contact, but gets punished by Meteor. He's going to be alone by himself. 1 versus 1 though. Devi, unknowing of where his opponent might be, not spotting Meteor, getting closer and closer. He might not even know about this. There it is. No more utilities for Meteor, so it's a straight up start of the defuse. Devi playing and will be winning the
2-1. They won their buy round. Now let's see.
Might as well just hang back and
Hi Mrityunjay, hello.
And at the same time, I mean, you gotta love the
Happy birthday, Gurmukh. Happy birthday. I hope you enjoy your day.
3 controllers. You got
Thank you, Akshat. Thank you so much. I appreciate all of your support, guys.
But no, it still very much is. The dimensional drift gives them so much space. Monyet is already there, kind of like what Will said on the desk. That secondary duelist, instantly trading back and forth for the entire team. And with that, spike down, it's tough for Gen.G to retake in such situations.
True, but
wow, finally देख रहे हैं इनका मैच. बहुत मजा आ रहा है.
Already on this operator. There's not really much utility that can really punish him, but okay, gravity will activate it, stuns as well, and that's going to be as the dust settles, 2 kills down against Gen.G. Paper X have somewhat of an advantage here. Oh, still pushing through the smoke.
Ooh, what shots, dude. Oh ho. अच्छा लगता है ऐसे shots देख के.
I can't believe that he reacted to that so quickly. I thought the Cascade would at least mask Paper X's intentions for just a second, but he reacts just as quick.
Guarding spike आगे सारे लोकेशन अच्छी बात है जंप भी करके देख रहे हो उसने देख लिया कि ब्रिज से आ रहे हैं सारे repositioning nice shot.
They've been wanting to get this A main control for the longest time, but the smokes, man, the peek outs and the flashes, just even though they have the triple controller, it doesn't seem like it's, you know, it's giving them any leeway.
Yeah, not yet. That's the thing. I mean, the smokes are still just smokes, and without the flashes, dude.
Hello, Ankkita. Good morning, guys. Hello.
This guy has
Good
6
morning.
kills already as a controller.
Hi, Sandeep. Welcome to the stream. Hi, Harsh.
Yes, this is what I was
Hi, Remo D'Souza.
hoping about.
Dance करके दिखाओ.
Paper X still wanting to get that quick contact, feeding all the orbs for something. This is a
Do you mean bruh scout?
If he does keep getting,
हाँ, do you mean bruh? Not the real scout, guys. अगर कोई clip करे.
it does give them
I think he means bruh, but he wrote it like bruh.
with this close
You know,
contact that lock
समझ रहे हो?
is
It's okay.
set
Not everyone means
Yeah,
that stuff.
Positioning that Gen G has, that classic 2-on-2 split.
सबका मतलब same नहीं होता लक्ष्मण.
1-1-3 split. 3 stacked up. And it's just a little bit tougher for Paper X to break through. You got the stars as well, and those are really, really annoying. So maybe trying to bait around it, trying to, you know, bait Karen into a peek. But then you also got to worry about texture in this op.
This is the problem about having a flash initiator. You just can't really flush out these set angles that they just break that. People break that themselves. Anyways, hold on. There's going to be two on the side itself. It's Karen and Texture on that contact.
Nice.
Forsaken pushes out, but Texture, he doesn't respect this wall. He just goes and swims through with the high
Ooh.
tide, giving him a high time. And now it's
He
only
has
Mindfreak
spike. Now he
behind
knows
to
there's
remain.
one
The pinch coming in from
coming
the
from
door
that
doesn't secure
door.
anything, so
30
that
seconds
has to be
left.
Divide just putting up the toxic screen,
Oh.
hoping that Mindfreak could deal with Texture. It's not going to happen. He only has the Sheriff in hand. 3 versus 1, 20 seconds. He's going to have to start pushing in, but because of how much out in the open he is, he's going to be exposed to Meteor, and that's going to be the 4-1 for Gen G.
Dude, and Gen G are feeling fired up, having won those rounds against Paper X. They're like, oh,
What? They playing triple controller?
Wait till you see what we've got.
And Yoru Sova? Wait, I just saw the agents. I had not seen this.
They are able to play these anti-flash positions on the
Yeah?
A side.
Ye
No matter
kya?
what Paper X throws
Was
at
this
them.
their lineup?
Idea of going in for an execute like that off
No,
of,
this was not their
you know,
comp
something
before.
on the Yoru, you've got Monyet on the Paranoia with the Omen. It's just not quite landing as it needs to.
You know, I usually talk about win conditions and ideally what your team would want to, you know, use in these situations to actually make it effective. We're already seeing what was lacking, and it feels like they need that bit of information on who's in the back of the site. The problem is the dart's not going to be good enough. Something's not going to always be at the back of the site unless, again, he has the invulnerability and the scouting power of that dimensional drift. So what's going to be the adjustment here for Paper X? What happens when they don't have those tools?
Okay,
available
good
for them?
timeout, good
But again, like you're
timeout.
mentioning, they're only really relying on the triple smoke to kind of blot out these certain positions. That's not really making Texture afraid of holding the spots and just, you know, using that.
मेरी तशरीफ कर रही थी
Yeah,
ट्रिपल
precisely.
कंट्रोलर
I mean, that's the other
देख
thing. It's just having those 3 smokes, 3 controllers.
हाँ
Surely it can.
कितना टाइम सोएंगे ताजी एग्जैक्टली 8 घंटे सोई हूँ मैं आई थिंक इट्स अ गुड थिंग टू स्लीप 8 आवर्स गाइस यहाँ से मैं जाती हूँ सोती हूँ उठती हूँ यहाँ आती हूँ कल रात को मैं थोड़ा खेल रही थी आई एम नॉट श्योर अगर तुम लोग में से किसी ने देखा
So whatever
Oh, I
it
was
is,
supposed to
you know,
let Kickoff in the title.
That's kind of what the desk was talking about. Alex loves to call these timeouts. He knows when to pause the breaks.
I can only copy
And,
paste
right now,
because I don't have a
shall
keyboard.
see what kind of effect it has.
Isn't that weird?
Reckoning and Dimensional Drift is available for 2. Oh, I love this push from Texture, and he almost finds something. And something doesn't waste any time, though. He does use his ultimate to start clearing things up. Reckoning coming in from double doors, and he already finds one. Caron could be in a world of hurt. The flash is out,
Meteor,
but he's
though.
out of harm's way. Back to the side is going to be Meteor, using the cyber cages to give him a bit of positioning here to roll
Now
around.
it's fine. Now is the
Something
title
that
okay? It
deals
says
with him, but
Kickoff
Caron
also.
finds Forsaken.
Did somebody see my game yesterday? Did you guys know I ranked
I
up?
don't even expect it.
Planted.
He gate crashed backwards. I feel like Lakia might have heard it. So now everyone's kind of split up. Device still up towards mid. It's a good bit of vision.
Okay,
but
मिड से
it's
कोई नहीं आ रहा है
too
एक
much
पीछे से आ रहा है मुझको पता है सोवा मेन की तरफ देख रहा है क्योंकि वाइपर उसको क्रॉसिंग देख लेगा
I mean, there's even the smoke coming into double doors. They have really segmented the two
Egg down.
players of Paper X. But the buy
No.
is hoping to be the savior here. Mindfreak's been given up out in the open texture. He's got everything, but Divide takes everything away from him, and that's going to give Paper X a round.
Nice.
Making use of Mindfreak's position, keeping Divide hidden. They were able to pick them off apart, you know, getting information as to where texture was.
Hi Vanshika, what happened to your keyboard? Oh, I just did not connect it. Nothing happened.
And that's
कुछ हुआ नहीं, बस disconnect कर दिया
The
keyboard.
crucial thing in that round was how something used that dimensional
हुआ
drift
कुछ नहीं है guys.
pushed off
Keyboard
all the
सही
way,
है.
towards orange, towards bridge side, and from that point he was able to find that back flank on towards Meteor. So that broke apart that A line of defense for Gen.G.
That, and if I can add, you know, they spotted texture on mid, so the threat of the operator is way far if they
कद्दू लग रहे हो.
hunkering their way onto the A
ठीक है,
side,
orange
which
पहना है इसलिए
ultimately, as
ठीक है भाई.
mentioned, you know, with what you said, works in the favor of Paper X on that push.
ब्राइट लग रहा है क्या रूम मेरा? सारी लाइट ऑन कर दी है मैंने. ऑफ करूँ क्या एक दो लाइट? लाइट ऑफ करके भी देखते हैं, ठीक है? ट्यूबलाइट ऑफ करके देखते हैं. ऑरेंज एंड ब्लू फुल झगमग पे.
Paper X is trying to approach here.
He's already preparing himself. Ooh, where did that shot come from?
अब तो और भी चमक रही है, ऐसे लग रहा है उससे एटलीस्ट बैलेंस आउट लग रहा है. संतरा लग रहा है. थैंक यू यार, मतलब मैं सेहत के लिए अच्छी हूँ.
Might get a little bit tricky, but something just slowly walks up. That's all you need, you know. Just keep it simple, keep it safe.
And that's the thing about New Breeze as well. This backside, back walls, you are able to sneak up on front like that. So now that the spike has gone down, Gen.G are sensing that they don't quite have the timing on this retake. Divide.
Yeah, he's going to be the first contact on this 3 waterfall down mid. He's already been spotted. Oh, Forsaken's not hitting any shots. Finally does able to do so. And the pinch works out, leaving Texture by himself.
1v3, time for a save. Time for a save. Texture come back.
He might have to save up, and Mindfreak through the smoke or through the toxic screen blasts away something. Want to pick it up?
You are the orange of my eye. Wow. पंपकिन लाटे लग रहे हो. थैंक यू थैंक यू थैंक यू. अब बढ़िया लग रहा है. अब थोड़ा नॉर्मल लग रहा है ना, मतलब अभी मैं चमक ही रही हूँ बट अब थोड़ा नॉर्मल चमक रही हूँ. मैं क्या बोलती हूँ गाइस कि इन लोग ने जैसे इधर स्टेज पे सेटअप किया हुआ है ना, प्लेयर्स के राइट और लेफ्ट में लाइट्स है. मैं भी अपनी लाइट सामने से हटा के मैं ऐसा राइट और लेफ्ट रख देती तो ऐसे लाइट आएगी, मस्त लगेगा. क्या बोलते हो गाइस? Gen.G की तरफ से टाइम आउट. या
Yeah, they just again they're starting to lose grip. From a 4-1 it already turns into a 4-3 very quickly to turn around for Paper X.
क्या हाल चाल? कुछ नहीं.
Quake in their boots, and this is where I think it makes a lot of sense to again just take a step back first, because they were putting a lot of emphasis on using texture as that big contact, but when he really can't find a contact, it feels like there's not a lot of options here.
Something my boyfriend love you more than me. Oh!
Try to do something else on that defense. Sure, you get the offhand kill from time to time as they start to creep up onto a certain position, but Paper X,
So
the composition that
cute.
they've had, they're so flexible at just getting those kills, even when it's a 4 versus 5 as they push up into a site. I mean, even if it could be like a 3 versus 5 because of how many.
My boyfriend love you more than me. ये बढ़िया था, बहुत cute था ना ये. मजा आ गया. ये होता है sign. Hi Ashi.
I love how they're using this third controller, Divide as the Viper, as more of a sentinel, as more of a.
Hello Ashi, how are you?
As soon as he deploys his toxic screen,
Guys देखो अपने हफ्ते का शुरुआत अच्छे से करो वॉच पार्टी के साथ, ठीक है? पूरा हफ्ता अच्छा जाएगा if you start your Monday morning like this.
He is that top fragger for Paper X.
And additionally, I mean, if anybody pushes through that, you know, vulnerability as well as the decay makes challenges or fights for him quite easy. Anyways, Paper X now looking to go for that B site. They do have the shock darts, so they are breaking as much utility as they can. And of course, yep, I love this. When you use the decoy, it activates the trip, so at least you'll know where not to push. Meteor is doing his damnedest to just, again, dodge everything, but it's not working. It's a lot of kills already positioned here for the favor of Paper X. Lost at the back of the side. Texture does make a bit of wave at the back of things, but it's not going to work out, and Divide finishes it off, and we are tied 4-4.
It is an anti-eco round after all, but what a bit of an execute. Paper X, you got the fake out, you got the smokes, and they knew exactly how to work against Meteor's setup. And that's the main thing. They want to counter that Cypher pick. They want to figure out a way to go through, and they've done it.
Chalo
Monyet
guys.
can always shrouded step over it. He is that secondary duelist. Something as the Yoru just cuts in space, he can
Time to put on my
break those
earphones.
trips
जब तक
and
मेरे
create a
ears
flashes
थोड़े wet
for his
थे, I
team.
think.
And it just does so
Because मैं
much.
just नहा के
Sometimes
निकली थी.
Genji doesn't quite know
But
how
I
to
think now
react, so
it's fine, and now I
there
can watch it with
definitely is
even
some
more
changes in
energy.
terms of that
Guys, crowd में
defensive
मुझे
setup.
तो
Texture is
cheer सुनाई नहीं
still
दिया, तो हम cheer करेंगे, ठीक है?
committing on this operator of his. Something one away from the dimensional. Imagine just like as Texture
It's like, oh,
seeing that out of the open, right? Anyways, he's already committed to Tailwind, so might as well over push just in case he can get that, again, that one-off kill if ever. Seems like because they spotted, again, Texture on B, or
I'll
A,
handle
they're just
this.
gonna bring the whole enchilada on that B side.
yeah, why
Okay, एक
not?
wiper इधर है
We can avoid
spotted.
that off. We can just roll
एक
straight for
wall
Meteor.
पे
We can go
दोनों
straight
पीछे की
for
तरफ
Munchkin,
आए हैं.
take out those two, and then we have the site. Seekers were deployed by Lakia though, and he's already here to reinforce.
Oh.
Something's trying to get that through.
Yeah. Two on the interior.
Okay, he took down two. He took down two. There you go. Shot. Okay.
Inside of smokes, and it is so confusing
एक
to
wall
be
पे
in all of that
Ooh.
positioning. Somehow, it is Genji getting on top of things. Monyet, no ultimate for him, so he's stuck here until Divide comes in. So he is waiting for his teammate to give him that assistance. 40 seconds on the clock, and this is a pretty smart move from Paper X now that they still have that toxic screen to block away that control at the back of the site. Where you already see
main से आ रहा है वो.
closer. He might not be spotted, as well as Texture coming in from B main.
Oh no, but
that's
ult
the
आ
main thing.
गया.
They gotta watch all
Okay.
exits, all
Good
entrances
timing.
of this Viper's Pit. Texture could be the linchpin for Genji.
As a shot denied, Shorty's good. And look at this!
Oh.
Picks up the 4K, able to
Nice.
isolate, able to feed off of the play. The Texture is giving him the opportunity to retake the site and secure the round once again for Genji.
Again, right? I mean, this guy, Karen, picked off this, I don't want to say streets, but the rookie coming out from like almost nowhere, but proving himself again and again. You talk about firepower, and Paper X has a lot of it, but Genji in this new form has picked up some new guns, some new shooters, and they are definitely bringing the challenge.
Absolutely, and again, just not having any form of extra information there for
Looking
Paper X.
hot.
They were just
Thank you.
going
लेकिन I'm feeling very
blind,
cold.
calls
Looking
they
cute.
wanted
Hi
to do.
Siddhant.
They even saved the
Cam गया?
opportunity for
कहाँ गया
Texture, so he's
Cam?
got a chance to
कहाँ
get
गया
points.
Cam? Oh God, just
Not a player,
liars.
you know, the opportunity to get. I'm gonna have to find another other than something to do this. Anyways, Paranoia is activated. Texture's blinded here. He's looking for a TP, but Lakia is making some waves at the front of the site on Brick,
Ooh.
and fortunately, Texture's not gonna find the Paper X Yoru. That's gonna be a secure plant on the spike. Everyone else here for Genji looking for the lurk all the way through A main.
Oh, nice shot, Way. That was a nice shot.
Somehow Karen getting a tap onto something. That brings things back to a 3-on-3.
दो backstab आ रहे हैं. सोआ को देख ले. सोआ देख लेगा. वो देख लेगा. Ooh.
Another one. Meteor gives himself a bit of space. Push left or right. What it's going to be? It's going to be the right who wins, but he's down to
5 HP.
Oh, this is going to be so
Oh.
bad, difficult even for him.
Yeah, 5
It's
HP
gonna
is just
be
too much.
Divine bringing it back. Very, very confusing fight there for Genji. You just saw everybody look everywhere to look
Shubham?
at any players
That's the
of
main
Paper
thing,
X.
right?
ऐसे
Because that's how
chat
Paper
में
X
active रहा
executes.
करो यार.
Grandpappy Achilles will be smiling.
मतलब
right
तुम
now.
बात
He's
नहीं
like,
करते इतने टाइम से.
Yeah, I remember there's Paper X back in the day. This is what they used to do. They orchestrate chaos. And that's exactly what they do. You got something, gate crashing in. He's got the fake outs. And it's so confusing for Genji as they try to defend.
Hi,
You're watching
Pinky.
for
Top
many
so
pieces of his
cute.
agility,
Oh.
Not to mention Monyet, who kind of comes in with a shorty inside the smokes. And that's what he was known for back on Global Esports last year.
Having Lakia choosing whether he has to go for the gunfight or flash for
चलो 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 मैच देखो
makes it even additionally difficult. Munchkin, he backs away. Look at how close something has already got on the top mid. TP's
Ooh,
out.
अटक
Like
गई.
the use of the coach
Oh.
just to break the
Ah.
tripwire, but at what cost? Forsaken. He's already decayed down to 20. My goodness,
Yeah.
this man is walking on thin ice.
It got a little bit risky because Genji are trying to get a good read for the game right now. They've got these four
Oh,
players that come
shot.
up
A
close
से
to
push
through.
आ रहा है. Oh,
With the
oh,
space,
oh,
Lakia
no.
pushed up halls, but not quite able to capitalize.
Look at how they just
Oh,
put
नहीं, तो नहीं
pieces
कहो.
of the Paper Rex players all around the map sprinkled just to get those lurk kills, and it is actually working for them, especially that Genji is
Sweatpants
on this
so
weekly
cute.
bye.
Thanks. They are
Feels like
bright
Genji is just
blue.
pressured to try to get
एकदम
control
bright bright
elsewhere.
colors पहन के आई है ना मैं. Bright.
It's a lure into their trap, man. They're just saying, sure, thank you very much. Texture, though, This is the perfect chance for him to get
He
some
got one.
kind of information, some kind of
एक पीछे
impact.
से आ रहा
You wanted
है.
to say something, didn't you?
I stopped myself mid-sentence already, all right? You didn't have to point it out.
I feel yes, right? I feel no. I mean, it's just the name.
I can already feel the chat, you know. How is this caster like this? No vocabulary? Use a thesaurus. Sorry, guys.
Sorry, it's not easy. You think you
Sorry.
can do our job?
Julia Miller from Scooby-Doo.
I
Wow.
mean, he's going to probably just wait till this event horizon engulfs him. Oh, wow. He even finds Monyet.
Oh my god. That would be great if you could get even more or pick up a rifle at the very least. Look at how he's so careful jump peeking out, but up against Forsaken, of course. It's going to be the tap that finishes him off. I mean,
मैंने सोचा था एक बार पिंकी because Velma cosplay is the easiest. It's just like a top and a skirt. Like there's not much effort into
thanks
it.
to the utility of something Zioru. I mean, gate crashing back and forth. They can rotate so easily. Sometimes Genji has to catch up to it.
Good as quick catch from something in the rest of the team.
But मेरे Velma के साथ एक shaggy भी आ जाता तो.
Genji.
I can do Velma. I thought of Velma 2 years ago, but I never got I never bought the outfit. It's just an orange top and skirt, right? And some stockings. That's it. It's got very low effort. Oh, he got him though, yeah. Main. Ayo. Oh, the Odin.
And he brings it right back. 3 versus 3.
Ooh.
Plenty of walls. Can they calm themselves down to plant the spike even? Not going to happen just yet. Monyet has control of the back of the site here. Ultimate activated right now by Mindfreak. Big flags coming in from Munchkin. So the time for Monyet to make something happen is very minuscule here. 2 versus 1. Charon now backing himself away. Gonna double up with his teammate. And this is the perfect time
Is it a
for him to try to
6-6? Oh, he got the...
What is this TP? He's trying to pick up a spike? No, he's just trying to reposition for the fight. Very aggressive from Monyet, but it's not going to work out.
Nice try, but Munchkin just turns around and says, dude, you thought you could pull
Bye.
How many flags did we see in that round? I mean, first of all, we had, Mindfreak holding the angle with the Odin from window.
अब देता easiest सोचना क्या है कर लो.
Same spot that Texture and Lakia approach from.
अभी अभी सो के उठा था आपको देख के ब्राइट ऑरेंज में आँख खुल गए. वेरी नाइस सिद्धांत. इसलिए मैं ब्राइट पहन के आई ताकि मंडे मॉर्निंग सुबह सबकी आंखें खुल जाए.
Truly, which is just either going for executes off of Monyet and something, or create a bit of noise, bait out
समझे?
and then rotate over thanks to their gate crash. Leave Divine on that lurk. It doesn't always work out. If Genji just goes in for, a bit of a flank, a bit of a retake. And that's the thing that you don't really have without like a proper-ish Sentinel. Yes, you got Viper, that's great, but no traps, no info.
Yeah, and again, it takes them a lot of time to just fiddle with their abilities, right? To throw it into a site. You already see how quickly, and you were mentioning this, again, Texture is just...
Oh, she has those hair roll, that color in her head. देखा पिंकी सबसे आगे?
To see the limits or see the chinks in the armor of the Paper Rex setup, but now as we are flipping the sides here...
Did you see she had that color in her head?
What is Paper Rex
She's like, bye, बहुत सुबह बुलाए तुम लोग ने.
अरे
उधर 3:30 बज रहे ना?
When they didn't have the Sentinel, where they were just charging out because they can't really anchor the site, or as you were talking about, are they gonna fall back with the Vi, who's actually doing a heck of a good job on that Viper of his?
That's the craziest thing. I mean, it's the W Gaming squad. We expect them
The
to
W
push out.
Gaming
Now they've got 3
squad.
and Devi's the one doing all the fragging. So very curious to see how this will play out. I mean, you don't want to die too early on as a Viper either, right? Because then you can't really use your abilities. So Paper X has to be a little bit careful, a little bit mindful.
Pinky triple controller Aswen.
That is their game plan.
Speaking of pushing out, there's like 3 players of Paper X.
Time नहीं मिला hair style करने का. She's like, भाई बहुत सुबह मैं आ रही हूँ ऐसे ही.
Smoke quickly placed.
मैं भी ऐसे गीले बाल के साथ आई पिंकी. अभी फैन लगा है, ड्राई हो जाएगी.
Shock darts from Mindfreak.
मैं सीधा नहा के कपड़े पहन के आ गई. लिपस्टिक लगा के टाइम था लेकिन मेरे पास.
Shots through the smoke, able to get Lakia. The push out from Texture.
Oh! What shot? Did you see that?
But this lethality is still very much felt. Thus settling.
Insane shots.
Favoring Genji, Monyet as well as Devi. Devi's already coming in for the flank here, and Texture He's very much unaware of it.
मैं तो ओमन में हूँ. हाँ, you do ओमन, I'll do वाइपर. एक को बोल दे के भाई हार्बर ले ले. Let's go. Triple controller met A.
By himself does have the paranoia. I'm not sure if he actually spotted the other one. Texture. Oh, that door closes. The opportunity for Devi is not even possible. Dude had the so close yet so far away situation.
He opened the door again.
Okay, so his positioning is already given. He's pushing out, jumping through the smoke smartly to try to get a coax out of everybody. And this is the thing. Every single opponent of Devi right now is low. So his Sheriff has a lot of lethality on it.
एक bullet. एक bullet bus.
He's so unaware. And you can see that with how he's moving up here, that he wants to get close against Charon, but he's so afraid of where Texture actually might be.
देखना midway तक देखने गया है.
I mean, he's got a bit of time, but Texture is the main one to look out for right now.
Did they just barely miss each other?
Timing.
I think he heard the drop down too. Texture's about to just peek out. The Devi can he
bullet. Oh!
In for the round win. Cool, calm, collected. My man is patient as can be.
But Texture के वो shots बहुत अच्छे थे. जो दो मारे ना उसने 20 HP पे जाके अच्छा था.
It's got the word danger written all over it, and he just clutches it out for the team. I mean, apart from being, keeping his composure.
Insane shoot going global.
I have no idea where Texture is. As long as I keep my sights right up around door, I should be okay. But the main thing is also.
सिद्धांत ये मैं तुम सबको दूंगी.
He is able to flick back and forth, now catching up to Texture in terms of kills.
नहीं यार लाइट के साथ अच्छा लग रहा है. ये सब अच्छा लग रहा है. Just fan. एक लाइट तो हम भी डिजर्व करते हैं guys. Let there be.
But I mean,
इतना लाइट तो हम भी डिजर्व करते हैं.
I used the term yesterday, I think. Zen. Very zen with how he approaches these fights. He's not impatient, like you mentioned. He has a lot of time to make use of. Anyways, big contact coming in from this one. Couple of marshals activated. What a risk from Manya just to peek that out. Forsaken, though, dipping his toes as well into the swing game outside of A main. Oh, it's Manya, I love this.
Oh, what a shot!
But Forsaken drops. This could be bad. If he re-challenges this once again, he's the only one holding the site for the moment here. And he has to back away, wait for the reinforcements as Mind Freak and Devi are...
Marshall पीछे तक लेके आया वो, बोला दूंगा नहीं.
Trades the outlaw for Bulldog too, just wants additional firepower. We've got a little bit of support from Mind Freak coming through halls just to check. But he's got to be so careful. I mean, Gen G are bunched up together. It's a full squad of classics and marshals. He hears the jump. Gets the first shot.
He gets away too. So no trade here for
Yeah,
Meteor.
no trade.
Throws out the recon dart for a bit of that safety. And he's home safe. Wait, no. Okay, now he's home safe.
Gen G really just wants to wait for more picks and maybe try to soften up defenses, try to sneak through. But at this point, only 30 seconds left. They have to hightail it to B, and as long as Meteor can do the same thing that he's doing right now, Gen G might have a better time in this round.
Oh my goodness, Mind Freak couldn't really do anything. And the rest of Gen G gonna be walking up to B.
10 seconds.
जहाँ पे something में रुका है. Oh, what a shot!
Okay, good at the first.
What a shot! What a shot! I know he's gonna get this. No, he did not.
And HP and bullets and everything. And it's down once again to Monyet. Oh, was that a tag? It was. Look at how just low both of these players are. I mean, even if Meteor drops down,
ऊपर गया,
you can
ऊपर
already see
गया.
Charon waiting.
7 HP, bro. Nice.
Trying to reposition, and Gen
Guardian
G
Lilies.
somehow makes the thrifty round work.
I'll tell you somehow, it was Meteor. All it took was a Marshal, and this guy's still as lethal as he was last year. Maybe not on the Jet anymore, but as soon as he pushes up halls, look at these picks that he's getting. It might not always be
Shresht.
but just because he plays around the space that way, plays around the obstacles, he keeps himself tucked away, and he's always able to chip away at Paper X.
थोड़ा टाइम लगा यश को, कोई बात नहीं यार. लोगों को एक अपॉर्चुनिटी दो, एक सेकंड चांस दिया करो, ठीक है? सीधा सीधा झगड़ा नहीं करते.
Absolutely. I mean, it just also felt like Paper X was agreeing to the aim duel, and Gen G was
मेरे ट्रोल पर बिल्कुल ट्रोल कर दिया. ट्रोल खेल लो तुम लोग चैट में.
lesser risk for Gen G to do that because it was they were just on.
Karen, peek it, Karen, peek it.
Even committing to purchase this and Forsaken, what was that?
Texture गेला क्लासिक से.
Through the defense, the line of sight, doesn't even have to trigger the trap here, and does get a 1-to-1 trade. I mean, I don't know how impactful that is going to be, but Still goes to show how both
मैं क्यों नहीं
teams
खेली
very
ऋषिकेश?
much
इस बार
willing to
मैंने
take
पार्टिसिपेट नहीं
those
किया, अगली बार
off-angle
करूँगी.
risks to try to get something.
Both of them are in the fight very much so. 7-7 right now, and that's the main thing. You definitely can't underestimate PaperX too much, and I think that's why Gen G are taking things really slow right now. You know, maybe trying to suss out information, but we don't have that much in terms of gathering, right? You got to think about Lakia's guiding light usage. So maybe just executing onto A right now, and it depends on how well PaperX can hold their
वो
ground.
देख बैठा हुआ है
Far
इधर.
smoke from
Oh!
Money too.
ओहो!
White Freak's gonna be gifted himself a Bulldog, and no one's there to trade it for Gen G. So they get themselves some control, but Caron and Munchkin making quick work of that A site. Gen G find themselves the advantage.
1 point in the lead.
I
Was
wish you
pistols,
could. Oh,
but
Aditya,
gotta
thank you
admire
so much.
how
So
they,
cute.
went in silently.
पोल डाल दो.
Made
अरे मैंने
sure that
पोल
they
नहीं डाला.
were, going to pre-fire some of these corners. They checked some of it. Although Meteor did die, it was a bit of information that they could use to go up against, Mind Freak up around halls. And a relatively clean round for Gen G, and that's what you would have wanted for PaperX in the previous. So, on to the next. Now, Tex just got enough for the Blade Storm. Doesn't need to buy up. Gen G's economy starting to flow, Asarai.
Oh, मैंने ग्रैबर सही लिखा है guys.
They even have themselves Caron's Cosmic Divide.
Oh.
Okay, they got.
Push on A main. This is what they want. They want to stop
Oh!
these multiple
Spam
angles
कर
of
दी उसको.
attack, go for a little
Oh!
bit of coverage, and the flash
Oh!
is so
Oh.
good that Gen G
They're
just have to
ready.
rub their
They were
eyes and
ready
wait
for
the
this mid to
blindness
A.
to dissipate, and as it does, Munchkin's by himself. Forsaken devours, and that's going to be a flawless round for PaperX.
Wow, I mean, that's another one of those things again, because when you think about PaperX, every
Ankkita.
single one of these guys have the potential to frag out. And
मुरान गया क्या? मुरान चिल कर रहा होगा अभी. सुबह सुबह ऑफिस में होगा यार. Hi आशीष, how are you? आज क्या व्लॉग बनाया?
And it's just that much more difficult for Gen G to really pull off.
और जरूर जिसको दिखा रहा है सबको चाटे पड़ रहे हैं.
So they have to really rethink.
मतलब अच्छा ऑब्जर्वर है ना, दिखा रहा है अच्छा फाइट अपने को. हाँ. Arman, thank you for the membership. You're a baby. कितने अरमान मान
Feels like they have a better
मान.
grasp of what is happening right now. Again, it just goes to
जागे
show how
तेरे
even it is that 8-8, how
वास्ते.
close something is on this mid control, how risky it is too. A stray pop shot, that smoke going, and there's the pop shot. He's actually getting down.
अयो
He might
क्या?
want to get away right now,
Movement though.
but he did give away his teleport on. He does have the dimensional drift, so he can get away from this without having to use that gate crash, or
कैसे बैठा है इधर ऊपर आके?
angle, and he's that Yoru, he can just do whatever he wants.
Yeah, he's gonna gate crash out now. Definitely doing what he wants. I mean, just getting enough information, or maybe pulling the attention away from Gen G as they start to go back towards mid. Now the high tide.
I want that white
A
flower.
little bit awkward though with the curve. So Texture has actually made it onto the other side.
अगर मैं ये कट कर दूंगी तो फिर मैं तेरे टॉप वापस कैसे पहनूंगी? खराब हो जाएगा ना?
You know, shame on me, and then shame on him if he does that again.
Jason.
The wall's dropping down.
Ooh.
Forsaken. How he used
मुझे लगा कि
his
ये
teammate
टेक्सचर को
as
इसका
the
बैरल
big
दिखेगा
teammates.
गन का
They thought they wouldn't double
उधर से
up,
आते
but
हुए.
he did.
I
He
thought
does
that he
get
would
so
get him.
value. 30 seconds left and
हाय रॉकी, गुड मॉर्निंग. कैसे चल रहा है मंडे?
push, but
आज के हिसाब से रॉकी करने वाला है कुछ. मुझे पता है आज रॉकी का क्या डे है. ये
Now we know Davai is alone and cold on the B site. Maybe we could harpoon him, but we've got 13 seconds left.
Oh, he's just gonna hold by himself.
Wow.
Again, boy's patient, man. He just has to wait for him to peek into his
Just
crosshair.
what are
And
these
Davai
shots,
single-handedly
bro?
holding this. Can he beat down Meteor? No. But because of the recon dart, he's given away.
So he's
his
seen one,
position.
he's seen the other, he's seen
Meteor's
both.
just having to hold so many angles. The shot dart, Mind Freak, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Are you a freak? Well, he could definitely be. Paranoia misses Meteor, but know exactly where he
Oh
is.
my
2
God.
bullets, he's ready for the
3
fight.
bullets in a dream. And is this dream gonna turn into reality?
Oh, no,
As
it's not.
Pontiac denies.
Bye,
Comes
Mon.
up, man, swings and does not miss.
He knows he's low. All he's got to do is to go in for that burst. So very confident, cool enough. He might be the youngest player, but still has enough experience. And that's one of the things that people don't really know. Might have been a global esports last year, but he has been playing throughout Indonesian Valorant for quite a while. And he's always been this talented. And apart from that, also just Davai. We were talking about fishing a little bit. Remember, Mika and Victoria were telling us about this as well. Davai fishes in real life. He is patient. And he knows he turns that situation into a 2-on-1 for his team.
Yeah. He knows that sometimes all he has to do is
Yes, Rocky, yes.
not do anything. That's already a lot because the stress on Gen G makes them try to peek out, makes them want to get as much information.
I don't think 2-0 होएगा, honestly guys. ये vote करो poll में तुम लोगों को क्या लग रहा है कौन जीतेगा?
Above here on Halls, and I really
Who are you
like this because
supporting?
he gets so much information, so much value. His gate crash is about to expire, but shouldn't matter at the moment as Gen G coming out of elbow.
Yeah, he can always just
Medicine क्या?
other means.
Hi Bottle, how are you?
Oof, well, he can, especially because of those flashes. But the punishes from the Reckoning as well as the Hunter's Fury does get the value something, just jumping in and out.
Bro.
With the shorty, numbers still favoring Gen G. All of them now on the site. What's the damage?
Oh, he got the spike barrier. Okay, now they know where he is.
Havoc outside of Arch, but he's alone. They haven't picked up the spike.
Yeah, they can't pick up the spike. They need to go together.
Step, paranoia, and there's smoke. Gen G realizes wants to actually double up. They want to use the numbers in their
Yeah,
Monyet.
right.
Did he hit all of them? He did!
Ooh.
He repositions! My god, Monyet!
He's
Down
out of
to
ammo,
one
though.
bullet. He has to change. Either reload or change, which he does. And Monyet
Oh, nice shot.
almost gets it, but Munchkin perseveres and wins.
बच गया Munchkin, अगर वो spray में आ जाता ना तो
I mean, just a bit of nerves on stage. Unfortunately, he ran out of ammo in his magazine right after right, but still, it comes down to it. Munchkin actually lands the flick above Monyet, so...
मोरन तूने अक्षत को थप्पड़ मारा 50,000
really thin margins and it comes out
भाई
on
उसने
top.
आके शॉट ही मारा बस
Sometimes
उसको
numbers advantage will
guys
still
तुम लोग एक दूसरे को
prevail
चैट में
against
थप्पड़ मार
Monyet.
सकते हो if you guys are ever
It
done
gets
with each
so
other
dicey when you're going for these shorty kills. The Reckoning, the Hunter's Fury was awesome, but not the cleanest, fight back against it. You're starting to run low on rounds, right? It's 9-9. Alex calls a timeout, and that's something that we often forget. It's like it's not just a battle of the teams and the players; it's also a battle of the coaches. And Alex was talking about it. Solo back in the days, he looks up to him. And
क्या चल रहा है आशीष बस वॉच पार्टी चल रही है वोल्टू चल रहा है रूम में आया है वोल्टू मैच देखने तो मेरा कपड़ा खाया ना छोड़ भी नहीं मैं इसको
Again, it's resulted in more of these riskier plays that might not pan out as much for Paper X. Something like, again, something that plays with an operator, just gets close in with a shorty, can't really threaten, can't really reposition anymore, gets traded out, you were talking about this, and then that leaves them into these kind of clutch situations, which Paper X, from the looks of things, don't really want to always put themselves on.
हाय प्रथम गुड मॉर्निंग वोटिंग में कंफ्यूज हूँ थोड़ा टाइम लेके वोट कर लो कोई बात नहीं
I mean,
I don't hate
there's
it.
like 3 players of Gen G that have shield right now, so
I don't hate it.
yeah. And plus, till FYI for people, if you only shoot one bullet at the outlaw and reload it, it's faster than the full reload. So
I don't hate it, but I'm nervous, Astray. Oh boy.
Oh, he saw him, he missed both shots. No worries.
That's not even him backing away. That's a trade by Meteor, punished by Meteor.
Yeah.
Straight into the neural theft, and Peekaboo, I see you. Whole map exposed.
देख रहे हैं लोग ने पीछे की तरफ दोनों खेल रहे हैं यहाँ पे हम लोग जा सकते हैं we can get the plant in wall up अभी फिर जाओ yes लगा इसको
Those ultimates bait out those pieces of utility. That's gonna be this one.
Ooh, shot.
One yet. Got the Marshall in hand, shooting through the smoke
Oh.
blindly. Wow. Meteor comes in for the pinch. He will get diced. Mind Freak looking a little bit too far away. That's gonna leave Ilya by himself. I was about to say Divide, but then he's just by himself right now. Oh, he does not get the shot onto Meteor as well, and he's position exposed. Gets the heal. This might actually be
Ace.
have to be a save from him.
Ace ने जाना.
Wait.
I want to see an ace. I want to see an
He
ace.
has a gate crash all the way at the end of halls. Is he willing? No, probably not.
I think it ran out. He's probably opting for the save instead at this point, but still, I mean.
Go for it, dude.
Trying to get an idea.
Actually, उसका गन गिरेगा तो उसके बाद next round के लिए
what Gen G's
problem हो जाएगा.
plan is, right? At least in the first.
But my inner,
they're up around elbow.
I just want to see ace.
Feel that A presence, and Just not too sure how PaperX can really disrupt that. You know, we were talking about it before. That's why you have the Yoru, right? You always want to push up front. You always want to scout and then gate crash back.
Boo boo.
But it's still,
Who's
you
your
know,
cutie
sometimes
sitting on the
it's just a little
bed?
bit
Cutie
risky.
boo boo.
I guess the problem for that is because you only have technically the one duelist that we can
Excuse me, what kind of a question is that?
argue that Monyet can also do it as the Omen here. There's not really a
Nice.
lot of options for PaperX to really get out of harm's way without getting punished, even with the smokes, right? So we're kind of seeing the other way of that, which is getting punished by Genji and ultimately giving rounds to Genji. Okay.
Whoa.
Seeker's been activated. Forsaken's just charging right in. Divide?
What?
Divide? No, he doesn't even have to look at his opponents.
He got texture with this.
Cool guys, don't look at snake bite kills. It's not even an explosion, guys. It's a slow burn, a slow, painful poison burn. Cosmic Divide used on this A side itself. Cove making Genji just a tad bit afraid. As it drops, now they know. And they even have, yep, the Viper's Pit to make things a little bit easier as they transition, into this post plant.
And that's it, an uphill battle for PaperX, right? They might be able to surround this Viper's Pit. There is a trip on the other side.
But
Meteor can make use of it. And then you still got to watch out for those players up inside A main. How do you break this?
Monyet, though, he's vertical, dude.
Oh.
He's got the high ground advantage, and he is using that to actually get the one-up. Viper's Pit, use the snake bite to get a little bit of damage.
Oh! He can actually.
Through the smoke. Oh, this is going horribly wrong for PaperX. Someone's going to have to start defusing it. Someone's going to have to hold him.
Oh!
Absolutely everything, as he actually has bought enough time.
Nice round, big. क्या
That's going to be Genji.
बचा है उसने round. बचा है उसने round.
To maybe
कौन है गुड्डू?
already in this game.
वापस आ गए इधर बुबू दरवाजा खोल
The
के.
combination of, first of all, the Cosmic Divide to give them that much more space, that much more security, and then the Viper's Pit, and how Munchkin is playing off of it. This is what
Look at it,
Genji
like he
can
got
do
the round.
off of a post plant, and it's just that much more difficult. PaperX, although we had Monyet, kind of like you mentioned, Asarai, with the vertical play, trying to break through that Viper's Pit, trying to break through Meteor, it worked out for just a second, and that's why it's just so much that PaperX has to work off, and now it's a 2-round differential. How do you climb up against that? And they have to make it happen. If they are
ये नाम मैं याद रखूंगी. मैं बताऊंगी ये शरद को.
To have the weaponry to make something happen, I will honestly try to find a different word.
अपना nickname क्या है? अंकी अंकू ओंकी पोंकी कुछ भी बुला लो भाई मेरे को फर्क नहीं पड़ता है.
The man himself, Ilya, is there on elbow, nursing himself the operator once again. He is just holding that ankle for the absolute longest time. He is hoping.
उदित नारायण जी बता. अच्छा उदित अग्रवाल है. चल रहने दो फिर. फिर मेरा जोक काम नहीं करेगा.
They have their eyes set up here on that A site, and it could actually be good. Monyet's cold in.
Hello Funited, how are you?
Actually drops in and turns into a regular smoke that has a very big partial.
दो स्ट्रीमिंग रूम नहीं. मेरा यही है बेडरूम, स्ट्रीमिंग रूम, बाथरूम, स्लीपिंग रूम, खाना इधर, सोना इधर, काम इधर, कपड़े चेंज इधर, क्लोजेट रूम सब इधर ही है.
Oh, this is not looking too good for PaperX. Forsaken doing the same thing. No flashes. And he absorbs his opponent right in front of him, gets full flash, but the trades from PaperX are actually working.
दोबारा माइंड फ्रीक.
Oh, something gets it. He even.
By Mind Freak 2 shock dart kills.
And all of this because of the shock darts coming in from Mind Freak. Lakia will plant the spike. Monyet does not chase for.
Left से आया उसको पता नहीं अब तक. ओ पता है अभी.
From the both of them, something coming in from the white swing, and he's had enough.
Something getting the final kill. Mind Freak, you know, there's something getting kills. We've seen that before. Mind Freak with 2 shock dart kills. Not something you see every day, but a welcome sight nonetheless. I mean, just getting the information off of Divide, trying to play around.
एक और रूम था ना जहाँ बेडरेस बगल में था. वो पहले था चिडोरी. वो रूम अभी एक्सचेंज कर दिया मैंने. ओ भाई 2 शॉक डार्ट किल एक और मारा.
The tire traps, you got those caltrops, the shock darts.
उधर अभी बड़ा बेड है. वो छोटा बेड मैं ये इधर लेके आ गई. इधर भी देखो ना बेड है बाजू में. पिंक कलर का रूम ना. हाँ. मैंने मेरी बहन के साथ रूम एक्सचेंज कर लिया.
That was the cherry on top in this round.
They gotta go for
क्योंकि इसकी शादी हो गई.
because Genji is so good at just I don't know if I'm correct with these made-up stats, but they feel like they have the first bloods, you know, very much locked and loaded in this first match. Something at least pads the stacks.
तीन जन देख रहे थे इसको ये हेडशॉट देख के.
with that peak. And that slows
Thank you,
down
Aditya.
Gen G by a big margin. Not having the flashes anymore from Lakia really hurts the chances here for Texture to get more of these quick contacts into the site.
Definitely slows down Gen G. They're always going to be thinking about what's next. But now, Dimensional Drift just to gain...
देखो दो इधर है, ये देखो.
1 minute left on the clock, and Gen G actually going back off of a bit of a...
Spike इधर है.
themselves across the entire map.
Bro.
Just saw the spike.
All right. Mr. Risky here. You know, not even...
Dude, they are living dangerously.
Yeah.
Bro, legit.
One Blade Storm at a time.
What is that laugh, bro? तुम लोगों ने कल मेरा laugh सुना? भाई मैं तुम लोग को देखा होगी clip.
Risky way. Most of them have already bypassed it, so something going to reposition. But what I'm curious about is Karen actually lurking up around mid.
That also, and well, there you go. He finds the one pick onto something here. There's the quick charge out. Tailwind was actually saved up by Texture, so he has capabilities to enter the site.
Oh,
Forsaken's not gonna know about Karen here, or does he?
Yeah, वो ult में दिखा वो चमकता हुआ. उसको पता है ना? And he gets him. And Texture got mind freak.
It's all down to Forsaken for now as he waits for Divide the back.
Oh, what shot!
What Texture! What a reposition!
What a shot!
Challenge and what aim!
Yeah, insane.
Top fragging Korean brought to the Gen G roster.
Texture, what a monster. Dude, yesterday, I mean 2 days ago, he already had such an incredible stat line up against his opponent's RRQ. Having those first kills that you mentioned before him, he has 16 throughout the entire series. I feel like this one, he got even more. But not just that, the Blade Storm, the aim off of it, the way that he cut down Divide at his knees, really blocks out Paper X, and now they've earned that match point. And remember, they are still sitting on one timeout.
Bro can see like 2 seconds into the future, man. And in a very quick and fast game like Valorant, that all you really need. That cascade was supposed to give some sort of safety, an access point for Paper X to get through on halls, but it turns into a signal for Lakia to, you know, it's kind of obvious. I'm just gonna pop shots.
और United, United को कोई थप्पड़ मारो चैट में.
Kill for almost everything here. There is.
अब मैंने गेम चालू किया तो तुम लोग एक दूसरे को थप्पड़ मार सकते हो. One more. Oh no, he didn't get him.
Have to go big, which he does. Oh, this drone.
I thought something would get him.
Blows up right in his face, dude. It's all down to the buy. He's got a Vandal, but he's so far from the situation.
ये मैप ही नहीं है ORX के लिए. ORX ठीक है. OP हाँ बाजू में कोई बात नहीं. It happens.
I would have thought that maybe at least something would have been able to get a trade at least, but wow. Decision making just a little bit off, but then at the same time for Gen G to pick up these frags that quickly. They are looking in new form today. William is definitely chuckling at the desk. And now they are just 1 kill away from pushing us
from the first map, yeah. What will he do?
Definitely patting himself on the back with his Gen G inspired outfit. 3 versus 1. Oh my god.
Can he do it?
He smokes to supplement himself. He just has the weapon in the corners, and that spike is just dwindling down ever so closely to exploding. He does find Texture, but I mean, Karen's just gonna activate gravity well. Whoops, whoop. That's about it.
They know they got it.
He's got no time, man. That's gonna be it. And Gen G got themselves map 1 in this series up against Paper X.
I mean, what an unbelievable performance. Texture on a new form. Carrying through that momentum from just a couple of days ago.
बहुत अच्छा खेले. This is a good match to watch.
Huge. And Meteor, of course, you know, not much left to be said.
नहीं, अब कैसे कुछ नहीं है. I mean, एक अगर उसका ये टीम के साथ अच्छा चल रहा है तो it's not like वो अकेले ही खेल रहा है, right? It's a team game, and if he's doing better with a certain team, then good for him.
Able to defend against this.
And again, it's because of the
at the end players को मिलजुल के खेलना है. ऐसा नहीं है कि कोई बंदा दूसरी टीम में जाके मारेगा तुम्हारी टीम में नहीं मारेगा. ऐसा नहीं होता है. It's just
Oh, yeah,
like
but you know
maybe
what?
he's
Our
just more
analysts are gonna break
comfortable.
all of this down because we got
Maybe
a
they
very
have
interesting
better
composition to talk about.
coordination. I don't know.
Are you guys okay? That was just map 1, by the way. That was the first game of the day, and
मेरे को किसी ने 30 थप्पड़ मारा. मारो भाई श्रीकंठपुरी को.
And Gen G William takes it. Congratulations on the prediction.
Well,
for
the match isn't over
It's
yet.
one map.
It is one
Let's
map.
call
Next map 33 जीतेगी. PRX लिख लो.
Even as someone who predicted Gen G, I thought they absolutely needed to win this breeze if they wanted to get a win, no matter if it's a 2-0 or a 2-1, because this was the best shot. They had some tape on how Paperix likes to play this. They've got great long-range duelers, and they know that at the end of the day, Paperix is going to want to go for the speed on any map that they go to. And the part I was most impressed about was even Karon was now aware of the fact that when you see one member of Paperix, there's most likely multiple behind him.
Yeah, I mean, this is so well done, and it's something that I haven't experienced in a very long time, which is having some faith in Gen G to be able to actually be this team that can contend for the top spots. Not since the beginning of Pacific have I felt this way. But this, it just feels like they are, in fact, the real deal. Texture, continuing to play up these numbers, it shows that
अक्षत समझाना क्या लगा तुझे?
being a lesser team or anything like that. It's just the texture is him. Good God, the performance.
Hi, good. How are you? Hello, Ganesh.
Globally in VCT, he picks that one up. It's just phenomenal performances top to bottom, and Karon.
You guys thought.
Way better than what we saw from him versus RQ.
Not to mention, he's having fun. You know, every time the camera cuts to him, he's just laughing, you know, he's grooving. You know, this is him in his element right now. He's so confident, and at the same time, again, his ACS has not dropped anywhere below 315 this entire kickoff. So I guess Gen G, it is insane.
It's across 4 maps now.
Yeah, it's a crazy stat. I mean, Achilles and I were talking about it as well, especially for texture. We've been following him for his entire career in Korea, and while he's always looked like one of the best duelists, these are actually the best games.
भाई 3 controller खेले भाई इन लोग. I did not expect that, honestly.
Above all of that, and he's here to prove it with this new
Ooh,
squad.
28-17. भाई क्या मारा है.
You know, when he started off the game, even just a couple years ago, it's already so different. And the fact that he's still having these kinds of performances, putting up these kinds of numbers, is just so damn impressive, and it just tells you.
Guys, तुम लोग एक दूसरे को थप्पड़ मार सकते हो, मुझे नहीं. Please understand this statement. इसके बाद है ना भावुक मेरे थंबनेल में देखो.
Bring home that victory in the last round of the half, and then he's climbing all the way back up as the IGL, going for the calls as well as the frags to help support the team. That gives a confidence for someone like Karon as well to continue fragging.
130 हाँ इसके बाद ना फिर उसके बाद 3.5 को तीसरा. That's how it works.
Oh my!
Is Lakia FNS?
Is Lakia FNS? I don't know about that.
It could be. Hey, this is something that we're going to see develop all throughout Pacific, right?
I was just talking about the scoreline.
I know.
But I absolutely love
FNS.
how close this map was, you know? It came down to the micro plays. It was just that, you know, somebody swung just a second earlier.
तुम लोग जो भी कर रहे हैं ना chat में.
Just a little bit wider, right?
Yeah, because honestly, the rounds Paperix were winning were very impressive too. I mean, we got all the highlights that we're used to getting from Paperix. It's just that Gen G had a couple more, and that's the crazy part. If Paperix had looked just lost during this map, we would have chalked it up to, okay, they're still experimenting. This is classic Paperix kind of going back and forth onto things. But they had the same shots. They had some good trades. It seemed like the movement around the map, the speed was all there, but Gen G was staying just one step ahead in most of these rounds.
Yeah, I thought maybe we would see a bit more of what we had from them on that breeze. I thought maybe they were going to iterate on the composition that we saw from them versus Sentinels, but a change up, not going for the double duelist, going for the triple controller. I mean, Paperix really cooking up.
Oh, my
I
own
don't think
face.
triple controller is what necessarily cost them here. I think that a lot of the times they were just getting completely outdone and also not necessarily checking.
मेरे को क्यों 10 extra तेरे पास कम है ना.
On the flanks by Gen G here.
And this is what you get for not having a jet or a raise, right? You have to find different ways to check those angles because you're not able to just have someone dash in while they're getting you vision, while they're getting you info. Both the Euro and the Omen aren't able to do that as easily. You got to find other ways, and that's the part they were missing a little bit. The frags were there, and once they found their targets, it was very good. The clutch factor was there as well.
but it was a little shaky when they had to go for these executes. It just didn't look as clean.
It's also because, like, you know, they didn't have Sentinel. They had that, you know, they didn't
True.
have that much information to work with. Whereas Genji on the other side, you know, you did have Meteor with these amazing plays, and suddenly, you know, he had all the information to feed to his team and everything. So I feel like, you know, Paper Rex here, perhaps they were still experimental. Perhaps they were still trying something a little bit here, but given the reaction that we saw from Alex on stage a while ago, maybe not.
I mean, honestly, if this was any other team, I think it could be very different, right? I think this is where we say credit to
ले रख ले
because, again, yeah, Paper X, their comp didn't look to its maximum potential, but they were still fragging out. I mean, they were still clutching up. They had some great
ये
rounds.
क्या हो रहा है
They had some
प्रचम
good
कुछ नहीं
execution.
अभी इन लोग ये
Ultimates as
स्टैट्स
well,
दिखा
things
रहे
like the dimensional drift still finding good value. I mean, we saw that one round on defense where something just pushes all the way out, finds even the spike and gets out. Things like that. Those are the styles of Paper X, but Gen G was ready for it, and that's what impresses me is that, sure, you got 4 veterans, but when you have Care on there individually and also synced with the rest of the team to say, I'm also ready for this style of W gaming, that's a very good sign.
Yeah, an incredibly good one here from the side of Gen G. And I mean, if that kind of performance is going to continue, then maybe they can just take this
वाओ
one
फ्रंटेड
very
वाओ
swiftly.
अच्छा चैट क्या पूछ रहा है कुछ नहीं लॉयल्टी पॉइंट से एंजॉय कर रहे हैं
Kind of lean, you know, back over towards Paper X's way, just given their proficiency for that map in the past. But we do also have to remember, we don't
वाह
have
श्री
any
गणपुरी ऐसा करने से तुम्हारे पास आ नहीं जाएगा
How much did he teach to whoever the hell is going to be playing Raze on this squad before his departure? We'll have to just wait and see.
And also looking at the stats as well, of course, comparing something in texture. The other funny
He
thing
goes
is,
bad, where are your
fans always
points?
very upset about something because he always performs even better last year when he was facing against Korean teams, right? He's just top ranking, creating highlight reel after highlight reel, and texture's here to say, no, the buck stops here, we're back, the Korean duelists are here to stay, and right now, he is absolutely performing above everybody else.
Very true. I mean, on the topic of Korean duelist, you know, Governor, we claim him. He's he's fully assimilated.
Yeah, he can't fake us out that he's from North America.
You can't deny what's in your blood.
Yeah, you know, that movement, you know, those headshots.
और क्यों करते हो भाई एक तो रखा करो अपने लिए वापस से कर खेलने के हो
And, you know, Paper Rex, we did say that, like, you know, okay, the probably weren't prepared enough against Gen G.
अच्छा चलो आ जाओ मेरे पास आ जाओ
Players like Divide, for example.
Yeah, but it's just like that clip we just saw, right?
Yeah.
When they're pushing out of that pit, it's things that they used to get away with against other teams that
मेरे को
weren't ready
join
for
कर
the
लो
pace. But once this team is able to aim and get ready for it, that's pretty haphazard. You're just hoping that you're going to get the first kill.
Yeah, and it just continued to happen. There were so many of those pushes that were coming through when it seems like, okay, you know,
आया क्यों नहीं अब
they're
तक
gonna get this, they're going to be able to flush them out because Paper X.
एक मिनट वो कमांड नहीं आया अब तक
It doesn't happen, but then they just continue
क्यों
to try it. And it just was not working out. But now we do have the agent comps ready to go here for Lotus.
आया क्यों नहीं ये कमांड अब तक
To our second map, and it's going to be Lotus, and this is going to be Paper Rex's pick. So I wonder if they are going to step into more of a comfort zone here, Will, especially since Gen G earlier.
या अभी ज्वाइन करो
What do they have planned?
एक्सक्लेमेशन सेम डाल के हाँ देखो इसने बताया चालू करो आ जाओ guys सब
It wasn't the same pace as Jing, but the comms were there. The
Now you guys can join.
alongside the Sky were there, so I have full faith that Paper X is going to come back. My big question though for Forsaken is, does he change his setups a lot now with some of those minor map changes on some of the sites like B and C, because he used to really lock down that.
Hi Nipun, how are
Well, we're
you?
going to find out indeed if Gen G can manage to do their homework exactly against Paper X, even on their map pick. So let's toss it on over to our casters, Quack and Asarai.
That's the sound of something being tossed and us catching it.
Okay, that's right.
Let's go second map.
And this is what you're saying? Come on. All right, let's bring things back to this because, you know, they were talking about it. Definitely, we're wondering about Forsaken and how...
Lotus
effective he will be.
Potas.
I think he should have studied enough because that is what he's known to do. He can flex on so many agents, but apart from that, who is going to be the one, you know, supplementing Jing? Of course, it's going to be Monyet on that raise.
True.
Right,
And again, feels like something
right.
might be back in his element now. Now that he has that jet back in his hands, it seems like when he was on the Yoru, he was just following set guidelines.
Yeah. Okay, everybody join. कब complete होगा? Okay, so now that you guys have joined, अभी थोड़ा time वो खुद ही खेलेगा, हमको लेके जाएगा treasure hunt पे, and then 1-2 मिनट बाद उसका result आएगा कि क्या हुआ treasure hunt पे.
A bit of rotation from Paper Rex, which has worked, but if obviously Gen G doesn't know that, but they're still gonna hit the other side on B.
I mean, that's the other thing. It's just that...
There's only a camera here.
This is a
Oh!
map that, you know, Paper X can study game tape off of because Gen G did play this, you know, against RRQ. So having an idea, you definitely have that something that is feeling a little bit more swift, a little bit more fluid.
Did something get in? Oh, I thought he got into the door. Okay, he opened it himself. Here's the fight. They're gonna try to go for the pitch very quickly. And Paper X, this B side, there is no solid ground here. It is all quicksand. You gotta move, or else you're just gonna fall into the depths of the bullets. Meteor's by himself. That spike's already getting defused. And Paper X, solid start on the pistol.
Alright, excuse me. Actually, it wasn't Gen G playing Lotus. I think it was T1. But the composition, the ideas are rather similar, except for a few agents. And that's the main thing. Again, still, just with the fights going the way of Paper X, it's a little bit tougher for Gen G to break through.
Guys,
And I do like how
जब ट्रेजर हंट ज्वाइन करो तो एक अमाउंट भी लिखा करो 1 2 एटलीस्ट समझ रहे हो अगर अमाउंट नहीं लिखोगे तो वो मल्टीप्लाई किससे होगा यू नो लाइक तुम्हारा पॉइंट्स डबल होके आएगा ट्रिपल होके आएगा ट्रेजर हंट में जीरो के मल्टीपल तो लेकिन सारे जीरो ही होते हैं ना
So them realizing that, you know, just gives them more opportunities to keep Gen G pinched into the B side, which allows them to flank around much faster.
Again, that's something that Paper X uses very well on the defense. Mind Freak just making a bit of noise.
रुको थोड़ा कूल डाउन होने दो अपने आपने भी नहीं लिखा मेरे को क्या जरूरत है
I mean, that's one thing that a lot of teams have adapted.
मैं तो तुम लोग के 0 पॉइंट्स बढ़ाने के लिए कर रही थी
that they would push out a lot on this defensive side. So they are playing so far back right now, and now that the first minute comes down, now they walk on up to B.
They're about to open that door. Yeah.
Lay.
Activated already. Forsaken's ready.
Ooh, no.
There's too many numbers here. They've committed the fight. They've lost the weapons. And they're losing numbers right now. Monyet's going to have to hold this by himself. He is down to a very dangerous amount of HP. And something all down to him. Thankfully, not the
1v3 बुलडॉग भी था बुलडॉग नहीं उठाया अब तक इन गन्स नहीं लिए एक्सपेक्टर लिए बस एचपी नहीं ये तीनों पे फुल 50 एचपी लाइक 1 बुलेट he can do this okay he saw one
digestible for something.
he saw one
Indeed in his hands. He's already activated Tailwind, but Genji's not biting. They know they have the numbers advantage. They know the spike is planted already. So something's going to be put into such a decrepit state. He might actually just be forced to save.
yeah he's gonna save it
Yeah, if he got one kill, maybe he would have gone for even more. But without that kill, it's just way too risky. He never knows if someone is fully on angle, a bit of a crossfire against him. So doesn't want to get swung upon contact either. And it's just unfortunate. I mean, well played by Gen G because they played it safe. They had those haunts and bits of setups just to draw out some of these Paper X players, right? They heard the door. They kind of had an idea. Dude, this might be Mind Freak. He might be around the corner. Let's check. And with so many players up around the corners, it's just Paper X kind of putting themselves in awkward
hello
positions.
hi guys
Not quite
thank you
landing
for
their
the
shots too.
subscribe
That surprises me the most because it feels almost as if there's like that.
चालू नहीं हुआ इसका cooldown हो 5 minutes का I'm not sure
I'm going on to a different point here. You know how
check करती हूँ मैं cooldown क्या है इसका
they love to break that mid link to go to A.
हेल्प उन लोग का भी प्रैक्टिस चल रहा है ना उन लोग नहीं आ पाएंगे
Put a lot more motion in the ocean with how they rotate. Gen G is doing the exact same thing, and it seems, at least for now, in these couple of rounds, it hasn't really paid dividends. What timing for something there? He's actually going to chase for the kill here. Thankfully enough, there's a lot of utility for Meteor to give himself that space.
Oh!
Yeah, 140 damage to the body. Atlas is insane, man.
Peter's not even going for the headshot there. And that's just unfortunate. Again, I mean, half armor, you want to get a kill, at least something. Create a bit more space for the team, but can't find all too much. And something going
He's going to save this Vandal. He's going to try.
Again, not a feels good moment, but for Gen G, I mean, right now, we were talking about it from the previous round. You're talking about
अभी स्टार्ट नहीं हुई हाँ शायद 5 मिनट कूल डाउन है मेरे को चेक करना पड़ेगा मैं स्ट्रीम के बाद चेक कर लूंगी अभी के लिए तुम लोग ऐसे एंजॉय कर लो कोई बात नहीं
They always have players watching their backs. They always have players watching out for those pushes from Paper X.
13-3 ना
And having Meteor playing as that Killjoy makes it so easy on Lotus. All you have to really do
they let him save
to survive that. All you really have to do is place your your alarm bot on C long or A main, depending on which site you're actually committing to, you put it on the elsewhere, and then that one turret on B, or yeah, is just enough to check out all the flanks. Also,
Precisely.
yes, yes.
I like this gun.
Also, just Meteor being.
I like
he
this
was
gun.
a guy who always bought marshals in round 2 last year when he was the primary duelist.
एक
for
minute, why
Gen G.
can't I give?
Now onto the Sentinel. I was saying because I saw a double Odin.
I thought you were gonna point out the
What are the
double
rules for
showstopper
giving?
for both the duelists very quickly here.
That too.
Let's go buy round for them. Odin out. Odin आ चुकी है guys.
It makes you very.
Ferrari ने कहा guess था कि 13-3 जीतेगी.
Oh,
ओ भाई.
Texture does get Monyet first. Thus settles 3 versus 3. I mean, what was I supposed to do? What was I supposed to say when you see 2 raises just coming out into the open with showstoppers? You really just have to have your hands up in the air and wave it like you just don't care. Anyways, again, Gen G able to go into the C site, gonna be able to plant that spike in, and the quick rotation, the quick huddle around Rubble works in their
क्या बात कर रहे हैं? मेरे पास बहुत points है.
Utilities that Paper X is kind of sprinkled around the map has been subverted for the most part, except for
Yeah, see, I have enough.
really weird off cam from Forsaken that's been spotted.
Surprised that he caught it. Although it was a bit of information for Forsaken.
Oranges are
nonetheless.
healthy. Yeah, Santra is good for your eyes also. Ooh.
Mind Freak available, and they're trying to work their
there
way
you go.
in. Getting those heads-up duels will be advantages.
There's the NT, not nice try, but the neural theft activated. Meteor still holding on, man.
Oh, Meteor निकाल लेगा? Nah.
But Mind Freak comes up.
There's no time. No, there's no time. There's
Going
time?
to be enough to defuse that
Yeah,
spike.
there is time.
But man, oh
Just
man,
enough time.
Forsaken didn't pop off there. I shudder to think what would have happened for Paper X.
And just before I go into the analysis, can you do that again for me,
No,
Asrai?
no.
Really? Oh.
No. We will do it again when we have the same exact situation happen.
Okay, I'm gonna hold you to that.
We don't want to overdo it. We
That
don't want
was-
to overstimulate our audiences.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, sick.
Asrai's voice stimulating and titillating. It was really fun. It was really fun. But I mean, again, the main thing is after the exchange, right? The both showstoppers. The
Prasham.
release came through. Gen G reads it. And
दो
then the retake
दो
comes.
पहले.
You've got this Odin, but Forsaken getting the heads-up duel, and just Meteor holding the angle off. It's beautiful Valorant on both sides, but Mind Freak clutching out on top of it was the main factor.
Now, seems like we're back, you know, down to even. Door's been opened up, but no one wants to charge in on tree. I guess that makes a lot of sense. They know that Odin is available already for device, so they don't want to get, you know, peppered, wall banged to oblivion on tree there. They just want to make them think. Device already pushed up here, so now he knows no one's actually inside this position. So there is a lot of merit that they might actually break through that link, go to B, or rotate around. Meteor, his timing is going to be very crucial. Forsaken chase a little bit too hard, and he has the lockdown. He can activate it right now, let the rest of his team come in, or use it as bait, force the rotation away from Paper X, and go
इधर
elsewhere.
main पे है.
And that's the best thing that Gen G has going for them right now. The number of options that they have thanks to Meteor getting that first kill. But now, committing over to B side, paint shells in, it buys Paper X a little bit of time
Ooh, spike
for
ladies.
something to come up with the judge.
He knows someone's right behind him.
No, there's
But
no one behind
since
him.
they haven't picked up that spike, he can just be as patient as possible, hold for the rest of his team. That's all he really needs to do. Texture stayed, not going to do much damage, but he does pick it up. Something's got a cloud burst. He can get closer and closer here, create that tempo if need be. But the one that's going to have to hold the
Odin
most
बोलते.
is Meteor right on
Oh,
top
never mind.
of that B site, which he does, leaving Mind Freak in a 2 versus
16 and 79 HP, ठीक है.
Double up onto the corner here.
they stack.
They got a shot at step. He's got a shot at step. But he's waiting patiently, but you mentioned it already, man. They're stacking up, and he can't do the high-low. Too slow, and that's going to be Gen G with a round advantage.
That is such a difficult shot to land.
Hmm.
I mean, the only time I've ever seen anyone pull off something like that was like maybe Sentinels a few years ago, but still.
Wow, what memory you have, sir?
I don't know, I'm thinking of like Dapper or something. But still, I mean, back into this one, it's just so darn good from Gen G, the way that they're playing this. You know, I think something kind of jumped around and fired off his judge, thinking that maybe he would be able to buy the attention away, but Gen G doesn't.
भावुक ना होए, United है ना, वो देगा.
Up on stairs, B stairs.
3 is all they get. देख 3 is all they get बोला तूने अभी देख इको APRX का.
They wouldn't be able to push out.
Yeah, and again, it's because they don't really have to chase him. Again, they can rotate.
इसके बाद का बाय राउंड हारे तो एक टाइम आउट लेंगे. ओयो, नाइस शॉट रे.
Something's got the blaze. They're pushing out very aggressively here. Forsaken wants to create more tempo.
Something got one. Okay, 3v3. 3v3 एक पे गन एक पे अल्ट है. ओमन के पास भी गन आ गई.
Smokes from Monyet, or excuse me, from Mind Freak to provide some coverage here. Paranoia to delay them just a tad bit further. One satchel.
One way है, पहले दिखेगा वो. One way है, one down.
Top of the spike. Numbers of Paper X dwindling down.
Oh yo, he lost it. Nice.
That right click, very shallow, and that's just gonna be.
3 is all they get, 4 is all they get हो गया for United. 1 round extra for good handwriting. Okay, good handwriting. Okay.
That's the words I was using. Because Genji's too fast, dude. I can't react in time.
मेरे को लग रहा है Genji 2-0 PRX. Okay, okay.
Just really trying to find as much as they could, get some kills in. Something getting the Blade Storm going was, you know, a glimmer of hope, but just a bit of hope at best, because it was just way too difficult. Genji saw the flank coming out. They knew, all right, let's just go into C instead. So something's not going right for Paper X right now. Alex calls in the timeout.
There's a bit of a breather again here. Usually when that happens, Paper X do get their second wind. And they definitely need that. Especially for all of us that have predicted that Paper X should win the series. No, I'm kidding.
I mean, I'm really curious about the interview, if we do get to talk to Paper X later. Like, something's definitely off about, you know, the forum or the mood in the team right now. It's not always so often that you always, you know, when they don't perform well, it's usually when you start to see these patterns, like Forsaken or something start to go chasing and hunting. They don't feel good, and they want to shoot themselves back in the game. And that's something that just doesn't work out so well, especially against the Genji that's feeling this.
Hello, mommy.
Like, all right, you want to
Hello, mother.
Come at us.
Mother, lunch scenes, what happenings?
Trying to uphold their performance from last year. You know,
क्या है?
that high that they got. And it might
No
be
rice is fine.
I don't know if it's the real cause.
Yeah.
But there definitely is some. There definitely is a change up here from something. There you go. I changed my words already. Anyways, Monyet still hasn't really shown what he's got on this raise. I don't think he's gotten too many big of highlights. You know, it's just a crossing of the streams of those showstoppers that we saw, but that's about it. Still pretty early into this game, though.
Not really feeling all that much yet, but at the very least, trying to get a read for Gen G's game plan right now. We've seen a lot of that A to mid link play, like you mentioned before, Asarai, and Paper X are trying to adapt around it. They know that Nightfall is available as well, so just trying to
Okay, they're playing retake now. They know. Let's go.
Up for something, maybe to at least toss paint shells to deny spike plant. But look at how Texture is hunting.
Oh my God!
Nope, missed it.
He barely dodges that. Gets out of harm's way. But that's the power that they've got. Big kill onto Munchkin there, though. But Meteor
is that a minima phantom?
He can hold on to this position.
Yeah, that's a minima phantom. Look at this.
Long angle right now, but not available anymore. Texture throws the nade from up above on Heaven, so they know that somebody's at least up there as he tries to.
देख लिया था उसने. Oh, something
floating, stinging like a bee. That nade is gonna be so strong. Lakia.
What? He still got one. He's like no HP. Where is the HP?
It's all in his wheelhouse, baby. Smoke does dissipate, so Devi very quickly will be able to get.
He got him 2 HP. Smoke में से बाहर आते हुए.
Strikes back.
Yeah, classic Paper X protocols coming in for those trades. Something with the shorty floating into the dark cover. That was always, you know, that's
Mrs. Ankkita, Siddharth, excuse me.
I think you were trying to
Mrs.
Ankkita? More space, but the paint
I married myself.
and,
Look, he's 5 HP now. The nade comes. He's 2 HP and he still gets on. What a flick, dude.
Comes in, once Forsaken starts to get going, they can go in for those trades. Then we see the Paper X fold. The Paper X that we're all familiar with. We need more of that, though. I mean, you can't just.
Charizard बन के क्यों आए हो?
Round was won thanks to Alex's timeout. That was thanks to, you know, the read that they had, knowing that Lakio would go in for that Nightfall.
Yeah, and again, as I mentioned already, losing both the players holding rubble, the long angle, was such a huge discrepancy for Gen G because they can always have someone hit the re-lurk outside of A main. Anyways, moving into this round, there's only one player holding that A side, and it's Mindfreak. He's put himself the one-way smoke on Tree here to give him some form of anchoring spot. But thankfully enough, no one's gotten very close into challenging him just yet, but now they do. Prowler's been used. Wow. He's just going to get pushed back, and Monyet just making sure that Link is unoccupied by the rest of Gen G.
Yeah, Forsaken too. At least getting the frag onto Meteor, but now the hit comes through.
Devi holding the backside, anchoring it for the moment. Waiting again for Monyet to double up with him and try to do something as of now. Dog is available. Monyet,
देख लिया उससे देख लिया. He's gonna dog.
Lock is trying to run away. He opens the door quickly, backs up.
But पीछे something. Okay.
Doesn't have to challenge him just yet. Munchkin has the wall, drops right down, and he has so many angles to deal with. The crossfires too numerous for Paper X, and we.
Hello जी कैसे आप? बढ़िया हूँ मैं यार. Ragnar, how are you? अर्चना अभी के लिए कोई plans नहीं है इसके. Bro अब second weapon पे लेते हैं. Primary में short ही रखा. Hey. Hi Shrikant. I'm good. Yeah, how are you?
Set up that one way. You know, you got hold your space, make sure you gain map control, and he got Devi just kind of getting information off of stairs, jump peeking a little bit. Once they confirm that the hit's coming through, they have an idea of where Meteor could lurk in from, and that's what they want. That's how Forsaken picks up that first frag. That's how, you know, Mindfreak does a little bit more.
Speaking of Mindfreak here, he held for a very long time that tree position.
Yeah.
Loving how he does it. I mean, yeah, sure, he doesn't get any kills, but the threat of him of getting that kills and forcing Gen G to put that into the factors of how they push up into a site is pretty huge. I will say, though, I don't think I've seen Forsaken be successful, in holding a site. He's been good at getting the lurks because he's Forsaken, but the setups that he's done on C really hasn't resulted in Gen G you know, being thwarted. Meteor has gone there and gotten those flanks, so I don't know how far he can go into this. Pop Shots does put Munchkin down to 56.
It always makes you think twice about wanting to lurk or at least call some rotations over. They know that there is a bit of paper.
सब बढ़िया. ये समर तुम बताओ सब बढ़िया. ये थप्पड़ का क्या सीन है? समर तुमको याद नहीं थप्पड़ हुए करते थे चैनल पे पहले?
So Gen G
I just brought them back.
Along with this tempo,
There's just one button. Off on करना था बस.
Look at the clock, Asarai.
Look at this though. Gen G can actually go for that link, and if something is too slow into this one, even if he escapes this, he's gonna get pinched in. Unfortunately for Paper.
United feeling happy with 30 others. Ooh, KJ down.
In here with a showstopper, and the rocket goes boom boom. That's gonna be Monyet get the finalizing kill. And even though something falls, Paper X were very quick to adapt and to respond to the offense of Gen G.
I will take that budget, that bootleg, boom boom.
36 से 82. अरे उसके total points में 36 add होके 82 हो गया है, समझ रहे हो?
You'll get it when there is a well-deserving.
Pink chair, orange top. हाँ ये देख.
I mean, I would have thought at least he would be able to
Bright sky blue pants also.
Right, but the rest of the team reacting that quickly, Monyet knowing to go for the showstopper that soon.
Bright sky blue pants also, guys.
That's why you got to have this setup from Paper X. That's why they're not pushing out all that much. It might not be, you know, full-blown W gaming, but this is also what Victoria was talking about before, that lateral shift. You're not always that same Paper X. You've got Monyet now, and it's just that much more control. Of course, though, Gen G now starting to feel the pressure. They call themselves a timeout.
Yeah, and if I could just add, I've had the pleasure of also being able to cover the Indonesian scene because, you know, Southeast Asia and everything. Monyet's been there for a good chunk of time before he joined Global, right? And a lot of the characteristics, I think, of the Indonesian scene is how well they can adapt in these very tight-knit, very crunched up situations. And you see that be translated into his play with Paper X very quickly. I think there was an interview where he said that he needed a bit more time to adjust, but because he's been in that situation for such a long time in his local scene, you see that translate into Pacific League 2024 with Paper X much quicker. And,
that's right.
I mean, look at this, 9 kills for the man.
Back when he was an Onyx, you know, APAC, LCQ, he was doing things such as neon plays. Kid is talented, But I mean, apart from
Can't
that,
believe he's like 10 years younger.
Shikar, thank you for the 2 Canadian dollars. Hi, Ankkita, कैसे हो? Shikar, मैं बढ़िया हूँ. How are you?
anyway, I mean, this is a round where PaperX has some guns. Gen.G, on the other hand, it's more of a half-ish, force-ish, not half buy. Yeah, and you're always thinking about, like, you know, they called in that timeout. They want to suss out information and get a feel for how PaperX is defending this time. But something's not going to make it that easy.
Oh, that's way too many people close up in the face of Monyet there. Something's going to back away, retreat. Danger, alert.
We have successfully cleared a job individually. Congratulations, Rohit. Congratulations.
Damage. But as that door keeps
We get a good package job. Congratulations. I hope you enjoy your job.
Players have already exited.
इसने जेई दिया था इसे मैं तो नहीं रे बाबा. Okay, फिर क्या बोल रहा था? ऑप नहीं बनी है something के लिए. Okay, yeah. I won't say anything.
And that's Meteor. He can call back his teammates if he wants to.
And he's got an ult. There you go.
Meteor opens up the A side by pure sheer power.
I got to see the replay on that.
आ गया सीधा प्लांट पे.
Interesting and off-putting how Gen.G is approaching the map.
No,
It was a half buy. You just had this squad of
He heard him
stickers.
run to him.
But guess what? Here comes
Oh,
Forsaken.
bhai,
Spike
this-
goes down.
Yo. This man might not be the Guardians of the Galaxy, but he is the Guardian of Lotus. 4 kills for Meteor.
ऊपर मारा उसने गार्डियंस से वन टैप पीक करके and then ये शॉट क्या
Is tapping heads left and right.
Yeah, first of all, we had the space from Gen.G, like I was mentioning before. I mean, it's a little bit weird to open the door and then just hide inside a tree. But then PaperX coming in to investigate, and then off of that space, Meteor is the one that, you know, they
Char
weren't really
bullet,
expecting
baby,
him to be there.
char bullet.
Because of his sharpshooting, he's able to pick off their heads just like that.
You get
Something
points
wasn't
by being
quite
active in
able to
chat.
do
So like if you chat and all, you know, you get
I want
points.
to see something with his op, really, you know, really pop it off, but he's not doing it so far.
Like if you stay on stream and all, like
All
you
of
get
the
points.
abilities that can really flush you out as you know, a jet with an operator. It's very hard for him to do that. Yes, there's no big flashes from Gen.G here, but
What
Prowler,
shots, yeah.
Bot, Smokes, Paranoia. There's a whole slurry of non-flash abilities that can really irk you if you're something. So Gen.G's been using that to a very good extent.
Now going up against him as well. However, he holds his ground, picks up the first one. And
देखना
backs
default
away.
use कर रहे हैं लोग.
So this gives PaperX a little bit more information and inkling as to where Gen.G wants to approach from. Something re-peeks and holds the angle. Defy comes in for an information play, but doesn't find all too much.
Ready for that.
But here comes something.
He's got a tailwind again.
He's gonna
so he
peek
can get
again.
out of harm's way if
Ooh!
need be, but
No.
over peaks. That's gonna be the death of him. Monyet's now trapped here on drop. That Haunt supposedly giving away position, but somehow Forsaken manages to squeeze his way through the back of the side, leaving Charon by himself and Mindfreak for the pinch. That is going to be PaperX holding off one more round, and as this announcer
Also, if you say good things about me, I can give points. Yeah. Or
6-5. I mean, still a really close score, and it doesn't put PaperX out of harm's way.
we can do this.
Thinking about it, I mean, something maybe didn't quite get the kills, but at least bought enough time, did enough damage for his team to arrive on scene. And that's another thing. It just
I minima
Forsaken playing
phantom,
this
bro.
role, you know, unless they're walking into his traps, unless they're going into him, we won't often see.
Wait, hold on. ऐसे मत डालो. रुको. पहले उसको मैसेज डालने दो कि मैं चालू कर रही हूँ treasure hunt. रुको, guys. ये डाल क्यों नहीं रहा है? Ooh. He's just as a judge.
He's got himself a judge. I mean, long range, he got the sheriff. If he can close the distance somewhat, maybe there's a world where he can use that Viper pit.
लेकिन ये कर क्यों नहीं रहा है? कितना cooldown है?
Are just holding that angle right up in his face.
Yeah, look at the cones of vision on the minimap too.
Yeah. But they're getting closer. Hold on.
Oh.
Wait.
Oh,
my
no.
God. Oh, the heart attack, man. Just
उसे
think about it. But
जंप करके नहीं आया होता ना तो ये सब साथ में पीक लिए होते हैं then इसके लिए easy हो जाता वाइपर के लिए
7-5 is not too bad for PaperX.
और उसके
Obviously not
उसका
the,
aim ऐसा
score that you would envision for a team of this caliber, but still good nonetheless. 2 rounds ahead. If they can pick up the pistol, that would be even better. But of course, Gen.G has been showing us such a dominant performance today. I mean, these guys aren't buckled by anything that PaperX.
हाँ मेरे को पता नहीं उसका कमांड क्या है अक्षत लिस्ट ऑफ कमांड्स में देखना पड़ेगा बहुत ज्यादा है 3+2 इज ऑल दे गेट आप यूनाइटेड ये कर ले
I can't really say any names right now of Gen.G players on Lotus that's making any plays because it's the whole team. You know, it's how well they're able to play off of. I feel like, you know, the setups that the Fate does, right? So, and then they just kind of feed off of that.
But I will say, I mean, like, if not for that, you know, previous map we might have seen Texture popping off like crazy. This one, I will say, Meteor was someone who kept showing up. He was the one who won them that one round where they had nothing but a half buy, just using nothing but a Guardian. Meteor has been holding things down. Meteor has been dueling out against Forsaken.
That, and the one, actually, thank you for saying that as well. There's that one point where he was lurking on C, gets Forsaken, single-handedly holds that site and allows Gen.G options. They could even keep pushing that A site or rotate to C where Meteor was, so absolutely right. I will agree with that, and boy oh boy, he's 13-9-3 here coming into this second half.
Texture still has the kill leader too. So PaperX kind of does have to watch out, but of course now that Forsaken, you know, gets to stretch his legs on this attacking side, hoping that we can see a little bit more from the team.
Why is it not doing this?
Won us VCT Pacific finals last year, and then of course going to champions as well.
वैसे यूनाइटेड कोई मुझे आके बताएगा कुछ चीजें मुझे प्रॉब्लम नहीं होगी.
Because the thing about Lotus, at least in the pro scene that we've seen for the most part, is people will just, do basically this. Commit the rumble plays, and Gen.G, those things are very, very deadly. My god, Texture, where'd that flick come from? Mind Freak, he's alone. He's got dark cover to work for days, but his opponent, you know, they can last for months, so just see how more that is. 4 versus 1. He's repositioning around the corner.
Hey, you can join. You can join.
I wonder if there's a world where Meteor tries to stab Mind Freak here if he over pushes.
We can join now, guys.
No.
Play it safe.
Current teams, no. No knife.
Beauty cool लग रही हो. Thank you, Mom Stealer.
But I mean, it's just how they play, you know. Very
Hi, Vansh. How are
They
you?
know the setups, and I do kind of have a feeling that this is something that
Hi, Destroyer.
prepared. Studying game tape from PaperX before.
अंकिता जी आप इनसे अच्छा वालो खेलते हो. Just saying, Shigar, thank you for the $2 मैं अपने लॉबी में खेल लेती हूँ. समझ रहे हो? इनका लॉबी अलग है. ये अपने लॉबी में अच्छा खेल रहे हैं. मैं अपने लॉबी में अच्छा खेल. मेरे लेवल थोड़ा कैजुअल है.
Can I add as well? Munchkin's toxic screen was pretty huge for them.
आपको जॉइन नहीं हो. अच्छा मतलब मैं नहीं कर सकती. तुम लोग कर लो. ठीक है कोई बात नहीं.
No, it's the danger for Rumble for you if you're trying to push that. Speaking of pushing though, it's the C. Zoom in past the again. Whoa, I love this. The double jumping PRX.
Yo, but they still got the shot, man. Whew. So although Manya makes it through, has a bulldog, can't go up against Munchkin now. What?
All right, down to something with a Marshall. 3 versus 1.
Bro.
Makes it a quick 2v1. Okay. That spike is very much out in the open for him. He's got a dash. He actually repositions. But wait, does that angle actually work for him? It's very risk, so he has to try to do something here. Oh my god.
Oh, से क्लिक कर दिया होता ना, हो गया होता इसका.
The head near the body space of Lakia. Something overdoing it, going back into
Actually, body shot ही लगता था. बच्ची का.
It was for the information, but he kind of overheated in that situation too.
Really close. I mean, at least had the right idea to tailwind out of that hairy situation and to play for time a little bit, trying to distract Munchkin. But, I mean, Lakia. As soon as Lakia goes in, though, just knowing to crouch and you know, to keep his head tucked under.
Oh, wow, guys. Congratulations.
Fragger, but in some situations knows exactly what to do, has enough experience.
Yeah. He's got a good head on his shoulders for sure.
इनकी टीम का सिनर्जी आपके और दीदी से ज़्यादा अच्छा है. Very realistic. कोई तो आई थी ना लड़की वो बोर्ड लेके कि something my boyfriend loves you more than he loves me.
We casted Lakia last year, right, on Ascension Pacific.
Yeah.
Where he was on.
Thank you, Vansh. Thank you so much.
Did not really
तो
get an
वंशिका ने
opportunity
उतना
to
ही
really
किया था
showcase
ना.
what he's got there, but Gen.G here.
Happy. Ting 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 ting. Happy.
Gen.G
Come on.
not having the best guns. You know, you got a Ghost on Texture, Charon on the... well, It's Karon still. PaperX buying up, trying to do what they can.
Excuse me, Rohit.
But Gen G just respects all of this space and plays for numbers instead. They kind of relinquish A, which means it's going to be a tough retake for them.
Fair enough. Especially with the rest of PaperX holding both stairs and A heaven. They've got everything locked and loaded. They don't really need to stay inside of the site. They can be proactive as much as they would want to.
Oh,
Karon does get that angle against something, but damage is already done here, Quack. Gen G, I feel like it's only going to be exits and a bit of economic damage that they can really do in this round.
Makes me wonder if it was like the barrel peeking out. But
Probably
that,
is.
Again, yeah, it's just Karon still.
And you know, it's that nerd talk about line of sight. You get closer to a corner. You can see your opponent faster than they do. We're not going to get deep into that.
34 degrees here in the corner of the wall.
हाँ रोहित कोई नहीं ट्राई करो क्योंकि मुझे एक्चुअली सारे कमांड्स पता नहीं है तो अगर वो हुआ एक कमांड तो अपने को पता चलेगा lol.
The farther you are from a wall when you peek a corner, the better he is for you.
Hi mom, how are you doing?
Tissues में डाल दे कप में. Around picked up by PaperX still. As they move forward. But Gen G has
Adwan.
out that pistol in the subsequent round after that.
But मैं यूज कर रही
buying back up. I mean, we saw how Gen G, you know,
ऐसा रखा और टिश्यू को ये पैक के लिए भी निकाला
still
मैंने
a
भी.
lot of damage, but apart from that, you're just thinking about how else PaperX can come in because here the game really starts to rev
Good
up.
boy, tell him to play some IRL games.
And it's still so neck and neck, Quack. I mean, did we come into this day thinking that it would be this close between PaperX and a revamped Gen G? I mean, yeah, sure.
How many of us voted for, predicted PaperX would win?
All of us except for William.
Except for William.
Ganji Chudail cosplay, wow.
He is the Will I am. Will he? Or will he not? We have 20 seconds, so I'm just buying time, you know, for this timeout to pass us by and get back into the action.
But I mean, still just thinking about it, right? We haven't seen too much from Gen G on their defensive side. We know that they have the potential to push out, especially with a player like Texture at their hands.
Yeah.
PaperX has to, you know, be on guard.
True, and again, they have to be very aware of how strong the rumble control can be for Gen G here. Again, it was only a glimpse of what it could be on that pistol, but it can translate into these gun rounds a whole lot more. Now looking quickly into the ultimate cache of both of our teams, PaperX has got a little bit more of the strong suit with the blades and the showstopper available here, but Gen G not lagging too far behind. If Texture can get that one kill, he will have access to that showstopper of his.
Which is why PaperX is trying to get a read for that off of Gen G's timeout. We've seen a bit of their C.
Nice outfit, Adwan.
Haven't seen all too much else for now.
मम्मी वो पीसी का बटन ऑफ करता है.
PaperX with Monyet now, just executing the C side. Kind of bypassed Munchkin's judge. Oh, but look at that door play.
माँ मेरा stream चालू है.
Again, the door opens so quickly that you can't really sometimes react to the punish that could follow defenders, and you see that activate.
आपसे नहीं निकलेगी.
Something now just going to be holding. When the judge
Meow.
shows, I do like this because again, you don't want to play
Meow.
that close and hope for accuracy. You just want to go for the balance first of this shotgun. Munch is going to be first on the pedestal.
आपको क्या लग रहा है वो नहीं आएगा?
Who's going to get this one? He will go drop down by something.
अरे मैं निकाल के देती हूँ जाओ.
Using that showstopper of his to delay even further. Here's getting closer. Lakia as well. They need to make something happen here. It's all down to Lakia. Good for the first.
भाग गया.
So many just hiding angle position from PaperX that he
आदवन आया था बिल्ली चुराने.
enough to deal with. And that's going to be the 9-7 for PaperX here.
Yeah, great solve on the C site. You know, you got something, you have a bit of utility, Divide with a guiding light as well, and just pushes Munchkin away enough for something to get into position to do things like this. I mean, he was really a lot more calm in this moment. And then picking up that Phantom and tailwinding away. Coming down to it as soon as they picked up those numbers, as soon as they figured out where Gen G was going to approach from, much more easy for PaperX to defend post-plant.
Yeah, but again, Gen G showing the same thing that they brought up here from that Breeze map, which is that they can't punish the in-transit of Paper Rex, and they do it once again here in this round. Look at that. Something's been dropped down as well as Forsaken. Monyet frantically trying to get control here of C. Doesn't matter if he is alone or with teammate. What a dodge from Mind Freak! Oh my goodness! They're trying to rally behind that showstopper of Texture. Great flash from Charon, and it's all Monyet alone. The new blood from Paper Rex set down by Gen G. What a thrifty round from the Koreans.
I mean, all that utility, all those shots starting things off. We had the share,
Thrifty.
and all they really did was kind of just wait for that contact from Paper X. Once that green light was lit, Gen G knew exactly how to get going, and it just definitely is a Paper X that, once again, starting to get in their own heads a little bit. You know, you got the previous round, things are starting to go. You know that Gen G is on an eco, and you're like, all right, I can take them. You start to walk out, and it just hurts, man.
Yeah, no, I feel you. And again, it boils down to, I don't want to assume, but it feels like they don't want to challenge A for the moment because again, they're afraid
Time
that
out.
Robo Control
Bye, get Thrifty
they
Rana.
saw the Texture was nearing his showstopper, so they wanted to try to go for BRC. Again, the adaptability of that is very quick. You can rotate either way because you have control of the door, but they somehow get pinched in transition of that, and we see Gen G utilize that for the past 2 rounds. Now Paper Rex feeling that pressure, gotta call for that timeout. It's not Gen G getting that huge advantage, but every single time that you thought that Paper Rex was gonna break away, Gen G, they're bringing it right back, baby.
That's just incredible from Gen G. There's a lot to, you know, go into with how they are feeling and thinking about this game, but of course, Paper X getting to buy up onto the next now. You've got to note it back on Forsaken. Something on that op again, but on the attacking side.
Okay. Oh, the Haunt actually gave away the position there of something as well as Mind Freak. Nade did stop Paper Rex for just a few seconds here, Quack, but not really the biggest of hindrances for now.
Just letting them gain control over this spot, but look at the positioning that they have. Texture is still up around, he could go up the ropes if he needed, and then you've got Munchkin just ready to welcome them with open arms on the other side of Link.
Texture's trying to delay as much as he can at the back of the site, hoping that he can stop the Monyets, but he will not. Lakia coming in to pinch, at least stopping some of this massive map control that Paper X has gotten on that A. Spike will get planted. It's all about the retake here for Gen G. Okay, Divide does find Munchkin here, making it a more palatable situation for Paper Rex.
But did you failed?
The Forsaken finds him with an Odin. Meteor's gonna just have to.
Hi, Shlok, thank you.
Or just stay in the site, whichever. They're already pretty rich, so they can just buy up to the next round anyways. So he can make this into an expensive endeavor for Paper Rex.
A little bit expensive, Monyet dying. But yeah, that's always funny when you got you open the door. Hello, say hello, my little
Somebody
friend.
count the number of shorty kills something has today.
Sorry, I just wanted to say that's why a lot of teams on Lotus have now.
Guys, eat your lunch. It's past 1.
Brand new
Lunch करो guys. खा के आओ वरना देखते देखते खाओ कुछ करो लेकिन खाओ.
For days, that specific angle, whether you're attack or defending, and it is such a huge. Look at this. It's such a huge power play for you to be able to do that.
On the attacking side too, especially if you're behind rubble, you can spray through and try to catch someone as they try to approach. And that's what
मैंने खा लिया. Good.
Just to give Paper X a
Rice खा रहा rice के साथ.
Okay,
120 marks. Thank you for renewing.
For sure, as Mind Freak and Texture have been just
Deck list done.
away. Speaking of which, Monyet.
He was walking back.
The showstopper comes to truly stop that show. 4 versus 3. We have a bit of calm here as Paper Rex do get access onto that A site, but the rest of Gen G already right now the back of things. Meteor finding one, lockdown activated, but it is a little bit shallow. There still is position that you can play inside of tree as well as outside right there of stairs. Something holding the blades as well as the operator. This makes the long range fights a little bit more palatable here for Paper Rex. Haunt does give away his position. They use that Haunt to actually get closer, but Forsaken holds for something. Something now against Meteor, 2 versus 1. That box not really giving too many angles for him to have safety on. And if he gets peeked, it's going to be 1 in the front, 1 in the back. That's going to be Paper X 11-8.
So although they picked up quite a bit, making use of the Killjoy lock,
Raj Bachawal.
got a bit of space, but the setup from Paper X was still just that good, and that's always the thing.
मैंने भी थप्पड़ खा लिया मैं तो गाली खा कर ही उठा था तो सेक्शन ऑलरेडी फुल है
Just again.
I don't care.
They're having fun. And when Paper X are having fun, you know it's a dangerous time for you. And I'm having fun, because that means that we're going to get a game 3.
You need someone to keep those spirits up. You know, if not, something or Ilya will get really in their heads.
What is this? Okay, just, you know, open the door, get tripped up, see what happens. Wall has been called in a little bit closer into the A main position, and that actually works in the favor here of Gen G. As you saw, Forsaken get blasted very quickly. They're very close into the opposition right now, but Devi realizes that he has to come pinch in for his teammates. Oh my god! Again, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee for something, loving to use that floaty. Both snipers actually missing as they try to reposition quickly. But now they know. Meteor's position exposed.
Man, dude.
He's only got a Marshall in his hand here, Quack, and it truly is danger time for him. If he loses this, Paper X will be on map point. Wow, okay.
Bro,
Meteor.
what shots?
That's the same Meteor that we saw from Gen G last year, doing things with the Marshall. But still, I mean, when you think about it, Paper X definitely had this round in the books. Very close to it, though. 2 kills with that Marshall. I mean, Gen G's whole game plan was to really try to find a way, pull off something unorthodox, right? Make use of that toxic screen to surprise that 3 players on the other side of it. That said, though, Monyet on the other side, Paper X having game plans. A plan B, really.
He's screaming, bro.
Alive, and Devi is having fun.
I'm just going to stay quiet here and let us just enjoy the laughs of Devi. Make that your soundtrack, ladies and gentlemen. But as I was spewing some nonsense words, we've already seen some great impact actions here from Gen G as something's been taken away from the board. Gen G still threatening a lot of that control on Rubble. This means that it's only down to really Monyet to entry into the site. Devi activates, but Meteor is here to just again anchor things. Denies access into that C site, and Paper X. What happened? We tried to push in and actually fall on our heads. This Meteor repositions for this right angle. They might not know about this, and they will never do, as the smoke really just makes it difficult for them to gain any
way too
point
much.
of control.
There's so much delaying that the rest of the Paper X members on the other side, if they go into this, it's not a favorable numbers duel. Something kind of losing to Karon on the other side of the map as well. It just doesn't quite work out for them. So Gen G gets to extend their lives in this map.
Aye. Yikes, that haunt. Truly going to be the nightmare there for Paper Rex, and you say it already, man. It's gonna extend the lifeline here for Gen G. Texter's now gonna have himself the sniper in hand. What happened here at this point? Ah, yes, there it is. Karon getting that quick Rubble control. Paper X couldn't push up because of all the delay tactics that we saw from Gen G, and then C-Site, it was the same thing, but then Meteor was the one holding.
Yeah, it's all these tiny, slight bits of utility. You know, Meteor has the Nanostorm. It kind of slows down the rest of the team. They can't quite.
करो सिद्धांत join करो भावुक कर रहा है.
And keep in mind, Paper X has spent both timeouts at this point. They're on an eco. It's a bit of a half buy, but it's starting to bite them in the back.
Ooh, Karon, where did he come from? Picks up the 2K. There's the quick flash from Devi. Okay, oh, hold on. Devi gets 2.
भाई क्या shots मारते हैं लोग.
I'll bite my tongue there. 12 to 10. Gen G really having solid control on
13-10, you think so? 13-10 Siddharth? Okay. पुरानी तरह 13-3 तो बहुत गलत था भाई.
I mean, that's another thing with the Paper X structure. You know, all of them are giving ideas as to how they want to approach the map or figure out ways to deal with Gen G. But yeah, they've spent those timeouts, and this means, you know, unless there's a clear answer, we might actually have an overtime in our hands.
paperX are running out of credits to actually fall back on for the moment too. This camera,
Texture and an off.
yeah,
So
there
I'm-
you go. Does give away the position too of his opponent right in front of him. It's only Forsaken really just holding A main. He wants to be able to anchor this by himself from the looks of things. That will allow paperX to, again, make do with elsewhere. But they're so far back from both sides, man. They haven't really
Very
had this
realistic
kind of
footed.
approach at all in this map.
There's not that much control. One-way smokes are all being spent up around this one spot. And then, of course, you still
OT
got
लग रहा है तुम लोग को?
available with that toxic screen. A is a very difficult spot to hit right now, but trying to make something happen off of the Odin suppressive fire.
Okay, they open the doorway into tree. Oof, texture, here you go. Inside the smoke is going to be Charon. And paperX are pushing blind into the site. They gotta just go for that big contact.
What a shot,
Something.
Trumping.
Finding Munchkin.
30 seconds left.
Showstopper activated. Does that stop the plant on the spike? Yes, it will be. But it's trade for trade here, Quack. It's not the end of the world. Something repositions. Almost gets hang by the rope side. Lakia pushed out. Something exploding at this point. There's the plant on the spike, 2 versus 1 for Meteor, but
10
Meteor
seconds left.
has truly been
Spike planted.
a miracle worker at this point. They're backing up into the corner and something finds
Third
them.
map, let's go
4K,
Sunset.
And we are going to map number 3.
सब बड़े बड़े मैप खेले ब्रीज
That
लोटस
last
सनसेट
round, you could feel
सब बड़े मैप
almost that tension, that the rage that something had seething behind him. Having had enough from those previous rounds, he pushes up. He picks them off one by one. It was a great setup that Gen G had. A brilliant idea, you know, playing off of Charon and Texture. Charon playing a bit of a distraction to try to step away. Texture holding the off angle with the operator.
Hi Alien, how are you?
Not much of an escape route, and something is able to take them down that way.
And now we're just going to pass it on to our panel to discuss things a whole lot better.
Yes.
The score is now 1-1, and it seems like paperX here, they are being challenged by Gen G. We did see in the coach's interview that Gen G did prepare specifically for paperX, and it looks like they are showing they did their research very well.
No, they very much did, but this was a much better effort from the side of paperX. I mean, you can see 14 first kills there for the side of Gen G, only able to get those 10-round wins. It's another 13-10 scoreline, and now we go to map number 3. So we're going to get a nice little zoom in here on Gen G's Sunset to see how they are prepared for that map and whether or not they're actually going to be able to close this one out. But this was still similar to, you know, it's one of those series that, one of these maps that just doesn't really tell the whole picture by looking at the score lines here, because it was so much closer, and 13-10 already points to a close match.
Yeah, I mean, any of these, there was many that went down to kind of 1v1s, 1v2s, things like that, and many good chances for those clutches to happen. Obviously, none of them really coming through on the scoreboard. But the other thing is paperX, I mean, they got to brush up on the pistols, right? And the anti-ecos, because they are losing either the pistol or the anti-eco consistently throughout the series. If it wasn't for that, this would actually be a much wider score gap.
Yeah, very true. I think that's a weakness that absolutely needs to be shored up. I'm sure Alex has written many a page worth of notes in regards to that one, because, I mean, we did see the force buy at one point as well from Gen G that also caught them off guard. So they need to be better prepared for things like that. But still, getting back into form, Monyet as well with a little bit of a rough start on this map, ends up completely soaring when it comes down to the Rays. But there's so many moments where they are very reliant on the likes of, you know, Divide to really bail them out still.
Sure, but I think one thing that still hasn't changed for paperX is how they use that Odin on this map, right? It's not just to get the kills through the walls, but it's actually to constantly spam it so they can keep creeping up. So it's not just the double controllers, but it's the fact that they are not only clearing angles, but making so much noise that you have to respect the Odin. You just keep backing up, and a couple of those rounds, they basically took over all the way right up to A site simply through Odin spams.
You know what, I think that, like, okay, paperX did win this map, but it wasn't a very convincing win, you know? There were a lot of times wherein they could have won rounds like a lot. This could have been a lot faster. This could have been a lot easier for them. But we saw so many times where they were like, there's hesitation. There was a little bit of, you know, missing.
और United तीसरा मैप का क्या कहते हैं अभी सनसेट के?
Characteristic for paperX from like a few months ago.
Yeah, it's not. And I think that this is still the hive mind assimilating for them. Right now, we're not seeing that just consistent ebb and flow between all 5 players in the lobby at the moment. And we knew that this was going to take some time to
Hey,
develop.
Anmol Matiku.
A core that sticks together for a very long time. If you change one of those pieces, it's going to take a while for that adjustment to come through. But still, fantastic performances across the board between both of these squads. I mean, Meteor having a hell of a time, but Karon, I mean, good God.
39?
Feel like he went
Gen G jeetegi? Okay.
just a net neutral when it
Okay,
comes to
that's your prediction for next map. Okay.
he was the one that was saving them. That 4K that he had just a couple rounds.
हाँ बे Meteor तो बाप खेला इस बार.
Putting up significant numbers. That continues here with this trend from Gen G. So going into Sunset,
Expected agents.
I need to see what Gen G is going to be bringing to the table on that map, and I need to see if Paper X has been able to improve what we saw from them at AVL.
There is a worrying trend here for Texture, is that he's losing the maps that he's
I think there's gonna be geckos.
and I know this sounds like a joke, but this has
At
always been
least.
the trend for his career as well. If he's not top ranking out of his mind on previous rosters he's been on in Challengers Korea, or I guess Valorant Challenge way back when, before VCT started, that was also the trouble he had. If he wasn't fragging and carrying the team, it was very tough for them to...
अच्छा दिव्यांशु बोल रहा है
Yes,
Paper X जीतेगी सिद्धार्थ बोल रहा है 39 Gen G जीतेगी ठीक है.
very well, but Texture, what I'm worried about is, does that get to Texture's head of like, man, do I really have to carry this team again? Because that would concern me a little bit.
So it's kind of like he's at 100% or none at all.
Well, yes. In terms of results. Yes,
Yeah.
in terms of results, absolutely. But both times, I mean, even last time when they lost split against RQ, it was Meteor who was still trying to keep them in the game alongside Texture. So hopefully that gives him a little bit of comfort of knowing, okay, it's not just my individual
Cypher Jet,
squad
Omen,
that's
Sky, Gecko.
making or breaking the game. It is about the teamwork. and
Sky,
how
you think so?
playing around their map picks as well.
Yeah, I think that Meteor here was definitely
I'm not expecting a Sky from anyone,
so many
actually.
times where it was just him versus like 3 or 4 even from Paper Rex, right? And somehow you still doubt, oh, surely he doesn't win this, but somehow he does.
You put any gun in this guy's hands, and he's going to be able to deliver the results. The Marshal especially, something...
I'm expecting double controller.
When he is wielding that weapon, and he has put it, proven it time and time again. Something, though, with some great moments throughout this, just kind of getting back into the groove. The Euro in the first map, it definitely had its hitches.
Yes.
But here, back to maximum comfort, you can see he was going for those ankle, those wrist break plays, where he just goes dashing over top of somebody's head with that shorty in hand, and just helping take him down.
And I like that you're seeing that, because the peaks that we're seeing from something continue to remind us of what we saw last year when he got that MVP in VCT Pacific. But again, it's not as consistent as we're used to seeing throughout the 2023 season.
That's the thing, you see the adjustment come in because they do have Monyet there, right? Taking over the reins of the Rays, so to say, over on Lotus. And you do see how sometimes, the coordination isn't quite there, but towards the end, towards the later half of that map, I do feel like, okay, they were in sync, and the entries that Monyet was getting was definitely something like, oh, reminiscent from like way back when.
Yeah, it very much was. And I think a lot of that does also have to do with just going back to a composition that's a lot more comfortable,
Yes.
a map that's a lot more comfortable, because obviously, yes, they will have been practicing that Yoru setup, that triple controller setup on Breeze, but bringing it onto the stage for the first time is something very different compared to running something behind the scenes.
So now, obviously, we go to Sunset, and that's the big question, is that when they played it at AVL, it was Jin coming in to play that Raze, right? And they were swapping out Mind Freak a couple of times here and there, and they were really swapping up the roles. So now, I mean, first of all, is it going to be the something Gecko? But then also, does that leave Monyet to be the Raze to try to break open sites and go for those retakes? Because then we're going to have to start questioning, okay, is
Yoru bhi aa sakta hai, you never know. I'm not expecting any like typical.
Is Monyet's confidence going to be enough to actually carry
Aisa.
him into the win?
I think with the performance that he just had there on Lotus, he should be feeling pretty confident in his race performance. I think that he'll be fine to continue onward with that one going in towards Sunset.
I'm not expecting that typical.
There, as you just mentioned, the
Like, I feel like there's going to be a double controller.
Played here for the side of Paper X, or have they decided, okay, you know what, we showed this during the tournament, this is what they'll likely expect us to run.
There should be a Gecko.
Double duelist, something like that. We'll have something just continue on the jet, or do they even have something else up their sleeves?
Yeah, and that's what's scary with Paper Rex, because again, we're dealing with a team that is very, very flexible, right? And what they showed during the off-season tournaments may not be exactly...
Sage nahi. Sage, I'm not expecting a Sage on any
As for
team.
Gen G, I do believe that there's no information on their Sunset just
Breach,
yet.
Breach.
A very, very good thing for them, especially since, as we saw in the...
I feel like it'll be Yoru or
each
Raze
other
for
quite a
Euless.
long
I feel
while.
like it's gonna be
And I do
Yoru or
think
Raze
that,
for some reason.
For Gen G, they're riding on a lot of momentum right now. Yes, they did lose that previous map, but it didn't feel like...
हाँ, double controller. Omen and Harbor I'm expecting actually.
For both maps so far.
Yes, so I think the biggest thing for Gen G is obviously, it's not necessarily that you're getting like run over through firepower.
Yeah.
They've been having a lot of pride about...
I'm expecting
we know
Omen
that we're
and,
very strong mechanically,
like,
we know we can
Harbor.
fight back individually. Okay, they've proven that time and time again so far in both matches, and especially if you are keeping up with Paper X here in Pacific in that regard, that is very good news. Now, when it comes to Sunset, sure,
Okay.
there's not much to go off of, but they did show what they prepared coming into Kickoff now, and I
हाँ,
can't
हो गया
imagine
मेरा
that's gonna
almost.
change too drastically. So the question is Gen G, do they have some more in the bank, or is Paper X just going to be able to read right through it?
Yeah, and looking at these map highlights that we have, right? You know, you see these rounds come down to very individual performances here, and you know, I do have to single out Caron, who was just so amazing. And Achilles, we were pointing out how, like, you know, this kid, he's definitely making his mark. He's so consistent as well.
Yeah, he really is, and it's been so very impressive because, again, you know, a little bit of a slow start in the RQ series, but then just ramps up. This time he started at an 11 when he came into today, and that was a big reason why they were able to take away Breeze, and that continued going in towards Lotus as well. His timings and just decision-making as well as his aim have all been very much on point here, and having a solid controller, I mean, we know how important that is. It's one of the most important roles that you could have, you know, a star player in for any team. That's why Mako is so reveled and has been for many, many years. So I think that this is such a bright start there for Caron, but we'll see if that's going to be maintained as we go into Sunset.
Yes, and speaking of that Sunset, speaking of Caron, when they played it against RQ in that map 3, that's when Caron was still adjusting.
Let's see the map picks. Okay, double controller. Not Harbor, but there's a Viper, Omen, Viper. Wow, there is a Sage. I did not expect any Sage. But there is double initiator, yet double controller. No duelist from Paper X.
I thought maybe they're going to try a single controller for this map.
No, there's no duelist. There's a KO Gecko, Viper Omen, and a Sage.
Alongside the race, but they are completely going
Yeah, but there's a Cypher for the Sentinel, Viper Omen, Sky, and Raze. I did not expect the Sky at all. Yeah, I did not expect the Sky at all.
Those slow orbs have a lot more value.
How do you W without a duelist? We're about to find out as we head into map number 3 between Paper Rex and Gen G. Quack and Asarai, over to you guys.
Thanks for that.
That's insane.
Amazing desk. And yeah, I was actually just wanting to add as well, you know, in terms of the questions they were throwing away at us, in a map such as Sunset, where I feel like Cypher has such a high tiering here, how
That's
do
insane.
Paper X actually deal with the tripwires when they don't have, let's say, a Sova, you know, to break it easy?
Right? Yeah, you're just going to have to rely on, like, I don't know, your bullets or
Hello,
maybe
Siam.
Forsaken's fragment, but then that's not really what
Well
you want to
said.
use that for.
Yeah.
That's insane. I did not expect that.
A bit of a
He's taken all util
head
classic.
scratcher. This entirely duelist-less composition is not something that we see all too often. Actually, I don't think we ever see it.
Yeah.
But, you know, it is Paper X after all.
Say that 10 times fast, right? But I will say on Sunset, the Sage Walls are
क्या lineup है Viper का देखा?
you can get into some good elevations that the smokes of Gen G might not be able to blot out completely. That being this one as well, as we can see here on Market. But Gen G's very aware of this, and Devio is almost taken down. But the separation, though, does allow them to get the pickup onto Munchkin. Now, the rest of Paper X is going to be holding back the site, and they're just going down to work. Gen G not in a comfortable spot, and they're just going to have to try to wiggle their way out of this as we turn into the 2 versus 1. But this could be a quick transition if Meteor can find some good timings on this. But he gave away that location of his because he threw out the camera.
Just a little bit known and obvious, but at the same time, Paper X holding things back. I mean, this is what we want to see from them on the attack, from the defending side. You've got that Sage Wall, which is actually really interesting because it blocks off Market, and now it allows for the rest of them just to, you know, be free in a target-rich environment.
नहीं section भी हिंदी वाला नहीं है.
Just hold our ground and start picking them off bit by bit. Mind Freak with that ghost shot, picking up the double kill, and that's the Paper X that we see.
At least for these next couple of rounds, before Gen G gets those rifles, the Sage Wall is going to be somewhat harder to break down, so there should be a lot more safer position for Paper X to drop it in. Don't worry about that angle for a good chunk of the round and just be safe. Anyways, Forsaken, Outlaw, Contact, success. Actually, very successful. 3 kills for the price of 2 bullets. very, very good start here for Forsaken.
That's what, 300% success rate? No, that's terrible math. In any
How
case,
could you? We are, you know, we're supposed to be good at math.
why?
Because we have phones that have calculators and you can check it.
Good save, good save.
Why Booster? Why are we supposed to be good at math? Yeah, like why? For what
Show
reason?
the credit score being, calculated for us. Forsaken.
Either
getting a
one
lot of
wale
those
no
frags,
updates yet.
Immediately putting a door stopper to anything that Gen.G throws at them. Not to mention might freak out the lurk, and also towards the last kill on towards Karen. They kind of knew that this would be where Gen.G was approaching from, and it's just a good check from Forsaken nonetheless. So interestingly enough, we're swapping around roles so much from the Cypher now to the KO. Oh, and a Sage Wall that boosts them up. That's what the Outlaw and the Sage is for.
A lot of the elevation, man. I told you, there is going to be so many cheeky positions that you can utilize this with. And of course, the byproduct of just blocking off a certain pathway that Gen.G will have to break or wait for it to break. Which, as you can see, forces Gen.G to be a whole lot more respectful of just, you know, pushing up into these certain positions. Ooh, Meteor, boot spotted.
Yeah, they don't want to lose their full buy run all that quick, right? They don't want to give the bonus over to Paper Rex, and so
भाई सक्षम कौन सी दुनिया में रह रहे हो?
cut noise and then the execution through. Texture getting this first frag actually does so much for them because now they have more options. Not to
कौन सी दुनिया में रह रहे हो?
Munchkin making use of tiles to walk up front on mid.
Did they close the door on market though? That's still open, isn't it not? Okay, there you go. It's still closed up, so Forsaken doesn't have to worry about that for the moment. No aggressive push out here for Gen.G just yet, Quack. Maybe waiting for, or just letting Paper Rex cook for the moment, but
140 लगा उसको भी वो देख.
players have to go for the half shields. That Outlaw, absolutely terrifying. Texture's already here in the front lines, and the
5
damage,
HP,
the
bro.
aim, the lethality.
Hi, but you can't beat
absolutely
this.
felt. Forsaken pushing in, picks up so many weapons. This man is an absolute inspector gadget. Charon.
Can't reload.
Oh, man. He's waiting for his teammate, though. He's waiting for something. Who has the wingman?
Eh? No.
Oh, no, the stun. The way he actually loses is he does not carry.
What?
2 headshots. Holds it
What?
through the pressure of utility chasing him down.
What?
To the earth.
You could definitely see a slight bit of miscom, a bit of a mishap towards the end of that round.
Bro, that was
Forsaken
not
starts
nice.
things off incredibly well. Of course, Gen.G tempers with that, just trying to play carefully around mid as well. You know, gathering up towards A and then executing in. But then, just at the end of it, although Forsaken picks up the frag, you know, like you mentioned,
वक्त बदल दिया, जज्बात बदल दिए, चेंज हो गया भाई.
pick up another rifle and just, you know, wasn't quite there to support. Forsaken on characters whiffing. So Charon just pops off, and now back to it. Paper Rex does not want to let up.
Yeah. Again, that's talking about it, man. This Charon newcomer for Gen.G already showing why he's, you know, in that spot. This time, though, it will get punished. Devi holding a very high angle here. Not going to get spotted, so he will get some damage in, but Meteor somehow manages to get that backside control already. Opens it up. Will not have the North up for the moment at least. Does he activate it? Paranoia, huge. Is he really going to thrash for the overkill? I love this! And Lakia, welcome! Okay, I was about to welcome him. You know,
Knife होने वाला था भाई, something बोला नहीं.
Tondo Gaming, even though it is Paper Rex.
Hey, we're not in Tondo.
कर रहा था वो knife.
True, we are in Sunset. You know, it's located in LA. Thank you.
But you gotta admire the movement, the way that something plays
काट
off.
काट रहा था वो.
Securing the round. My kill, yeah.
My kill
He's off
बोला
for
था.
that 4th quad, right? And also one more point after having spent the Thrasher.
Yeah.
But it's mainly, you know, playing off of that Dizzy. They managed to pick up those kills as Gen.G tried to make a play through mid. So Paper Rex definitely adapting around it, getting a lot of good information because of their utility.
And again, you know, just to get in a different point, it felt that this is the comeback for something in this specific
Bro, somebody take his outlaw away, bro. This is too good.
He's been putting the hours in that outlaw, man. I mean, he doesn't even have to deal with the headshot. It's all body shots for him.
It's an answer back to whatever Meteor and Texture did to them on that map 1.
Fair enough. Mind Freak now repositioning. Smoke doesn't allow him to push outside of market cleanly, but yikes. Is he gonna get thrashed in here? Actually into the pit with Texture and teammate. Doesn't matter though, as they chase
outlaw another one he got
into the
from
back
the
of the site.
outlaw.
Impressive Paper X was there to trade him off.
Not afraid, right? To throw his body in so that his teammates can kind of use him for information. And that's kind of how Paper X reacts so quickly. As soon as they can confirm that the hit was headed towards the site, you have
I can't join.
rotating over and just to kind of set up around it. Forsaken getting those 2 kills just pretty much confirms that the hit was headed towards B.
Okay, I was waiting.
हाँ, एक बंदा चालू करता है, then बाकी सब join करते हैं.
So
Time out time.
change of graphic is means
Bro.
that we are calling the timeout possibly from Gen G. I don't think Paper X will, you know, with how much aggression and success they've had in these rounds, be the one. And because you're absolutely right, right? Outlaw, it's getting so much impact as of the moment. And it seems like, again, Gen G can't really find that answer against it because they've just been slow creeping up into positions where Forsaken is readied for them. And another, a double up to this is he's not the only one playing. It's him. Right behind him has been something, right? So if he misses, something immediately throws out the Dizzy at a high enough
ये वंशी को सिद्धांत जीते इसमें हम सब हार गए.
allows Forsaken or something to reset the fight and put themselves in a position where they're more ready to go for the second encounter.
That's actually such like the interesting thing about this composition, because the initiators kind of double up as duelists. They don't have the same mobility, but with the flashes that they've got, it's almost like a Phoenix but better.
Yeah.
And it just really, you know, kind of allows them to make such plays, but it works out on the defense. On the attack, we'll have to wait to see. Right now, Gen G has caught the timeout, so they've definitely switched something up, going for the full commit into A instead.
They have
Showstopper, man.
very much committed a lot of utility just to get into A main. They haven't even pushed yet on Link. They haven't committed to push yet on Elbow.
I'm scared about this elbow.
Truly. But look at how many players are already here on tiles. Does Munchkin hear the footsteps, though?
I don't...
He tucks himself in the corner. They might not be able to clear him out, and he might get the best sandwich position of his life. He needs to do something right here and now, which he does. Divide does go for a trade. No walls just yet. He actually boosts himself up. What a chat moment here from Divide. Texture left on an island. He's got the showstopper. Divide, say your prayers, and that's going to be that Gen G.
I fucked up, guys.
Pressed by Paper X, but they got themselves out of a tight situation courtesy of the man, the myth, the Texture.
पानी पीते हुए कोई इंसान पानी गिरा कैसे सकता है यार, मुझे समझ में नहीं आता.
What a way to bail out the team, just committing the showstopper
Standing.
and truly just blowing things up to secure one more round for Gen G.
Ooh.
That said, though, I mean, Paper X, what a good way to push down tiles.
The reaction, sorry, that he just did was a quick sigh into a ha-ha. All right, same play here for Texture. No contact just yet, though. Just no, they're really pressing up into this. They're not slowing down compared to last round here, Quack. So it is a full commitment right now for Gen G. They want to get a quick start onto this post plan from the looks of things. They want to position for that.
Planted.
सबके साथ होता है ना, तो मतलब मैं अकेली नहीं हूँ ना, noob.
Post plan and save up as much utility for when Paper X tries to come into the site.
मेरे earphones पे गिर गया. Earphones पे चलता है ना, क्योंकि केबल का तो मतलब ये covered है सब.
Something investing into this operator as well. So unless they can get clear vision, it's going to be so difficult for them to break through. But that's a great way to start.
Absolutely. Meteor into the corner here. Loving to use of the wingman to actually clear corners rather than defuse the spike. If he gets a target, that's an immediate concuss for you. And Texture's just so far. Even if he can win some of the fights here, he's just way far from stopping something from defusing that spike.
Unbelievable. I mean, maybe it was Gen G overextending a little bit outside of the smoke. They wanted just to check for information, but punished just as quick by Paper X. I mean, the Outlaw being fired off, but then everyone else just coming in just as quick. And you're talking about Texture, but
मैं तो खुद खाना हूँ. तो तू कैसे गिर सकता है?
Maybe just a little bit more comfortable on this this Omen.
Yeah, there's also that point where Lakia wanted to push out of his flash, but he flashed nobody. And then he just didn't know how many players of Paper X deal with as he was holding that specific angle on A.
So off of that round now, it's another.
Channel points, Mom Stealer.
Try to play things slow and careful. They don't have all too much. You've got texture on the Guardian, so you want to make the most of what you have. Back towards A, and you can see that Paper X are changing things up again. You've got control over B shops, B main, and you don't see anything. So you have an idea of what's about to happen. That is why Devi as well as Monyet are playing that far back on A site.
And again, if this is a full commitment of like majority of the players of Gen G, if they push out through elbow like this, the slower from Device is gonna stop them dead in their tracks. With the paranoia, that is a death sentence here for Gen G if they're not careful. Thankfully enough, because of the smoke that they've had, it allows them to get access to the site, but it's a complete and utter disaster.
4 second ko de do.
Comes out to reclaim what was theirs.
That's just a pretty lovely spray transfer. I mean, you're absolutely right, that's right. It's just a bit of a death sentence for Gen G. You know, they see that they don't really have any options, might as well just commit to something. But what they did not expect was such a setup. First of all, Monyet in an elevated position, and then like you mentioned, right, Devi, he could have thrown out the slow orbs, but he was also just in position to gun down anyone that tries to step through.
पहली बार दिखा है ना watch party match में, you know map में.
Coming out from Gen G, but you know they're not really the ones that you want to initiate fights. Gen G needs a catalyst.
Speaking of Gen G, they're still going for A. Sanity is doing the same thing over and over again.
Thresh push down mid,
Expecting for different results. And the different result is, you're absolutely right. Paper X, they've committed for this mid control. They thought that Gen G would actually mix things up and try to go for that mid play. And it isn't. It doesn't. It's gonna be Gen G once again holding for A, but Meteor is lurking. Maybe that's the difference.
It does buy a little bit of manpower away from the rest of Gen G, so Meteor stays towards the back. The rest of them come back towards the front of A. And maybe we just retake from Link.
Thrash activated for the second time. Devi cuts off the corner. Plant denied, actually. Texture somehow manages to pick up a kill with the paint shells. No safe space just yet. G. They have to start holding some crossfire angles while they start defusing the spike, and he's using his teammate as some sort of third POV info gatherer. Not gonna allow them to push up just yet because of that toxic screen. And here comes the contact, and Texture is coming out on top of this, and it's somehow working somewhat favorably for Gen G for a moment right now. But again, no plan on the spike just yet. Numbers still favoring the Korean side.
Spike carrier kill.
The operator dwindles the numbers a little bit. The TP comes in around the corner. How close does he know?
Wow.
Bro, I want to count the number. Oh, nice shot, Meteor. I want to count the number of shorty kills something has in this game. Can somebody count all 3 maps मिला के उसने कितने shorty kills किए हैं? Somebody in their team production. Hello.
Yeah, not quite enough.
गीला हो गया बेटा.
I thought things were starting to get really dicey, especially up around Link. I mean, if you look at what Gen G was about to do, yes, they wanted to get that spike down, but they couldn't quite do it because of the Thrasher that came in, because of this looming threat that was Paper Rex. However, Texture was just held on the other side. And if you look at the layout of the map, there's so much more space around alley, around elbow, and that's what Gen G did. But as soon as that op sounded off, man, things started to go wrong. They had the pressure of the time against them.
And playing on the side itself, unless you're getting pushed in, you don't really have great line of sight.
कोई नहीं Mom Stealer. अरे channel points है, channel points बस. लोग खेल रहे हैं बस. Enjoy करने दो. तुम बात करो मेरे से.
Now they're mixing up. For how many rounds was it? Like 4 or 5 rounds straight. They just kept going A, and now they're gonna try to go.
But he's watching.
Way on to
Look
B.
at the setup.
He's watching.
B.
He's watching.
Something with an op too. Oh wow, they might actually get collided here if they're not careful. Into the corner is also Mind Freak. They've come into the trap, man, of Paper Rex here. Come into the spider's web, as they said. They're gonna have to try to pick up this spike if they can. Something's just denying it every single time. Meteor is here. Devi knows about it. And Paper Rex.
क्या देता है guys? 8-4 के 9-3 के 10-2.
Here, Quack.
Very much more comfortable.
8-4, 9-3, 10-2. Put your guesses in chat.
I still want to see how this comes
मेरा join नहीं आ रहा, खेलो तुम लोग.
side. But that said, I mean, this is such an incredible performance. You're talking about it.
I think मैं ये map के 3 round बोल रहा था. Oh, when you said in the previous game you meant this map. Oh.
Looks a little bit lost, although they possibly have studied how PaperX played this before, watching AVL. But that was when Jing was still in. That was when they had a raise. This is very different. They're not pushing out all that much, and whenever Gen.G just hangs back and waits, PaperX has a little bit more time to creep up. If they have control over B main every round just like that, with something on the off to vibe with the off angle on a Vandal, it is so darn difficult for Gen.G to fight back and wrangle for map control.
Absolutely. It just stems to how much more control they have on that defending side, right? You were talking about it. Honestly, I was actually thinking, you know, we were conversing before the game started that it could actually be Monyet that picks up the raise, because it fits well, right? Jing on AVL was on that raise. Monyet plays the raise. You put two and two together, but no, PaperX, they do a curveball. PaperX things.
PaperX things.
Yeah, you can already see a bit of stress for the coach here of Gen.G as they are huddling, hoping to get themselves these 2 rounds as we are almost coming into a close for the first half.
Tell you what though, Asterai, we've got 4 ultimates on the side of Gen.G. Texture on this showstopper, I think, is the one shining light that they were looking for. They could really use that to break apart PaperX. So I wonder if Alex can anticipate this. But looking at
Nice, सब लोग जीते. Congratulations. The entire crew is escaped. Wow.
They don't even know if device boosted here. They are aware of it. Oh my god!
Ooh!
Device
Woo! What cover, dude! What a backup!
It's the PaperX security system, dude. And
PaperX security system.
Up, the buy gets
What a backup!
pushing in, and in just the blink of an eye, Quack, 2 drop down from Gen.G.
the whole game plan has just been thrown in for a loop. How do you recover now?
क्या backup ना?
You've lost Meteor, both star fraggers. Maybe Charon, but I don't know how much this Paranoia can really do. Look at the sight lines that PaperX has covered. Something, in case someone pushes out mid, you're gonna get fragged. If you go through market, maybe, but it's a full 5-on-3 retake. Uh-oh.
Oh, that's the worst possible opponent they wanted to give the kill
Ooh.
for. But, again, there's nothing
10-2, 10-2 side switch, guys. What do you think?
Other than go for that close contact. I was thinking they wanted to actually get someone so that they can get into a site. They had the Viper's pit, but the one person that they didn't want to give a kill when they have a pit is something because of the Thrash. So many things that was working against the favor here of Gen.G.
Just so interesting how this composition is actually so good against Gen.G right now. Apart from that, also just how Devi was holding off a main. Man, the celebration's going off. I mean, that wall actually, you know, throws off Texture a little bit. If it wasn't there, he might have just felt a lot more free to dive right in with that rocket, but not now. Back off to this, though. Last round of the first half, let's just rush into B. Why not?
Imagine if you actually didn't pick up the rifle there. That would have been very, very bad. Anyways, everybody's blind up until this point, but they're just coming into this. We'll call this the PaperX grinder. Pushes it up. There it is. 2 remaining players on Gen.G. Now down to Lakia. He is lighting Christmas tree.
मेरे को लगा ये भी जाएगा.
But it's all for naught as he loses the bullets, and there's still 2 remaining.
10-2 side switch.
Oh, good attempt, but still, yeah, this PaperX branded grinder sold to you for $19.95. Chew up pepper grinds and everything else along with it. And along with it, some Gen.G members. Unfortunate, but you know, it's just that last round. They didn't have all that much left in the bank.
My boyfriend love you more than me.
And you know, they just want to try whatever they could throw.
What did it say? I wasn't reading it.
My BF loves you more than me.
Oh. It's okay. At least, you know where the extra love comes from, or goes to.
We've got enough love for every single one of these players out there. They're all trying their darndest to give us a good show.
Absolutely.
But it's definitely not easy right now for Gen.G to fight off against PaperX. 10-2 at the end of the first half, Asterai. Although I am wondering about how PaperX's composition will work on the attacking side. It also bears saying that now that they've got so many round wins under their belts, all they need is 3 more, and that's not all that much. If Gen.G can't even pick up a pistol, it's going to be trouble. But that is something that our desk was talking about. PaperX needing to get more pistol rounds, needing to
Lol, dude.
secure those.
सबको पता होना चाहिए भाई ना क्या you.
And this could be the make or break for Gen G, because when you're in this position and you lose the pistol round as Gen G, you're forced to force buy. You do not want to play,
बस कर भाई.
let's say 12-2.
नहीं यार कल और परसों 2 दिन मेरे को इतना लेट हुआ था ना, कल मैं नहा के नहीं आई थी, आज मैं नहा के आई हूँ, इसलिए मैं ज्यादा फ्रेश लग रही हूँ.
So yeah,
समझ रहे हो? Like look at how fresh I look.
Straight up just force buy, try to scrounge something up together.
Absolutely.
And that's why there's a little bit more pressure onto these Gen G players' shoulders right now. They have been showing us a lot.
तुम लोग बता रही थे टाइम से मेरा कैमरा ज्यादा ऊपर था.
Meteor as well. Let's see if they can keep it up.
I also wanted to add as well, Devai, he's been the utility boss
Excuse me.
on this stage. You know, no safety for himself. He just full blasts, get everything. No shields, all utility. Man is giving his
Jump scare बोला बे.
effort. He's giving his life for Paper Rex at this point. There's the wall. Cross it up. No tripwires to be afraid of.
Wow.
Planting the spike very
Can take his bacha back.
Wingman here.
Won't be taking it back.
Away safely, only
I would
leaving
take my child back.
3 players
Take him
very
back.
nearby, willing to fight.
Take him back.
Near the smoke.
Crazy. Dizzy out as well.
Oh, okay, they're gonna keep fighting this one. But look at how cleanly Paper X are just breaking them down. This wall is separating fights from Gen G. They can't even create these crossfires anymore. And now here's the number.
Oh, what?
But Gen G
एक सेकंड में गेम बदल दिया, वक्त बदल दिया, जज्बात बदल दिए ब्रो. मार्क करो गाइस मेरे लिए. नहीं, never mind.
And that is a resounding no. Gen G
10-3 for United. You said 3 is all they get.
Pushed it and they counter. They strike back.
This might be a dated reference, but that's a no for me, dog. Dude, I mean, they look so good on that execute. You got Gecko, you got Wingman, little homie, getting the plant in for you. Nobody was there to really do anything because of Devai's wall, right? Blocking off market that way, but Gen G just kind of holds back. I'm feeling a little bit iffy about a full 5-on-5 retake. But as soon as the firefight started to break out around pillar, Paper X started to push past the pillar, and there was that little bit of a crossfire that Gen G made use of. Karen getting those frags out now. Devai just couldn't have a good time. So, Gen G moving forward.
Great start, you know, for the second half.
Yeah.
We're talking about how it's not yet over just yet. Okay, Monyet finds it. Quick trivia, by the way. If you're gonna be a Cypher, you know, playing outside of B, you want the tripwire on the floor because it's harder for the opponents to break it. But obviously they can jump over it, but you know, just quick FYI. Anyways, going back into this for Paper X. They're coming into market. Munchkin hasn't even cleared this out just yet, and he is full blinded. Can he even find something with the judge now that Dizzy has offloaded himself on him? Absolutely not. Texture does force back everything, and then you can see Paper X trying to find a different angle at this point, coming up the top mid, but Caron denies with that Spectre.
So there's a little chance Forsaken with the judge. I don't know how useful it's going to be. Lakia coming up from behind is the one that you want to watch out for.
One enemy remaining.
There he is. Doesn't want to overreach his lead too. Right? They still know that any player of Paper X with any upgraded weapon is pretty much scary to deal with at this point, so they can always just do that. Yep. Put him in a spot that is most advantageous here for Gen G. A solid second round in that second half.
Yeah, let's bring back some Gen G rounds. But of course, it's a good bit of damage coming out from Paper X as well, so a couple of these players, Karen, Munchkin, not quite being able to afford the bigger guns. That could be a problem as Paper X seeks that match point round.
This is a nice spot. Come on, little homie.
So of course it's a little bit important for them to really play off of this.
Yeah.
Either bait your teammates or hang back because they are the controllers.
Yeah. Like how the Blade actually clears more of B main. Since, you know, on bonus round, some players will just play on the back of that board. Thrash activated quickly. Not sure if it heard where the tripwire was, but Monyet is very much controlling this back angle for now. Devai also leading in.
Got his back.
Defending the gap. So it's a pretty clean take here.
पीछे धूप आगे blind भाई brother is just
solely in their favor.
fighting for his life,
Solo
right?
that fight across the pillars.
Ooh,
This device stays back.
Can he get his ace?
Oh!
Yeah, he can. There it is.
Hey!
He was the
Nice.
sword, he was the shield, he was the healer. Man's the Vi, the Swiss Army knife of Paper Rex. What you need him to be, he will become.
The boulder and the mountain.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a bit of a round against a half buy, but you know, you were talking about the tripwires, you were talking about the executes coming through. All of that is actually just straight up negated because of Davai's barrier orb. Put up, Meteor can't really do anything against it. He might have that tiny gap, and even if a trip does go off, it just gets blocked.
And that's
Ooh.
a big problem because they want to get that punish, right? Onion is so far in front of this. That pop flash is gonna blow up in his face. Lakia does get the trade. Does signal the Paper X to start moving their way quickly into A main. Devi, because of that ace, also now has his res up. So they're looking for a trade here where they can either bait their teammate for a res or just res them to res them. If that makes sense. Oh, Lakia finds one. Tripwire. Meteor holding at the corner of this site. Look at how Gen G has just got all control in A main.
Yeah,
This
अभी देखो
leaves
सारे
Paper
PRX वाले
Rex
corner में
in
अटके हुए
such a
तीनों.
tight bind. If they realize this, they might be able to push at the back of the site. But at this point,
Okay,
Bungie
yeah,
and
this is
Aaron
round.
just
Gen G ka round.
grinding their gears and cleaning up the rest of Paper Rex, trapped again on elbow.
Yeah, a bit of that inverse where Paper X wanted to retake from the earlier half. This time, Gen G just making sure that their feet are planted firmly on A site, gaining control over, you know, the site, over Link, Ali, and then Munchkin coming up from the back of the elbow. Paper X were the ones stuck in that choke point. So it's a little bit awkward, especially when Monyet dies that early on in the round. But again, keep in mind, only 2 rounds away from closing this out. Alex calling the timeout now.
Okay, sorry, I was getting into the vibe of the timeout here, but you know what? Gen G, they're getting their second win. It looks like they have a lot more understanding of how to play when they're the ones on that defending arc, right? And it is working a lot more for them. The thing is, I also wanted to add, you know, we were talking a lot about how the barrier orb is negating the tripwires and everything, but if you look at it, they are committing a lot of utility just to go through into the site, which doesn't leave a lot of post-plant abilities here for Paper X, so it feels like it's just going to be raw aim.
Yeah.
But then at that point, Gen G can match them up, which, again, works in favor of Gen G.
Happened on the pistol.
Exactly.
I don't think Paper X does that too often, though, unless especially they have the Thrasher and they really want to make that play work.
Fair enough.
What we haven't really seen too much of is a play from mid. I think Monyet tried to explore that option earlier, but didn't quite work out too well. So it's back to another A. Question is, how do we break through elbow? How do we break through this main push? Lakia is holding such a tight angle. And of course, you've also got Karen, who's possibly going to position himself in an elevated angle up towards either site or Link.
Wow, look at how both
You
teams
know,
actually
B
scramble
करेंगे.
from A main. Imagine if Paper X
Oh,
just
wait.
pushed that.
I could see, yeah, a timing push, though. If they throw that Dizzy past the bells, might be good. Maybe they're just waiting for that smoke to go off. There it is.
Caron's already out there, though. Even if he gets like double blinded for the paranoia and the dizzy, he's already out. That's why they actually left it, because Meteor has this camera marking up all the way on elbow, spots out something, so that means that this could be a straight-up push. Where are the tripwires for Meteor here? That's going to be the important part right now, as Caron is going to try to feed off of it. Paranoia into the corner. This is going to be a very tricky time for Paper Rex. And they're going to have to
Yes,
try to
oh
do
no,
a
he got
lot just to
what?
get into that site.
What?
Wow.
Res for Lakia, or rather for
मर भी
Mercedes,
गया
but
वो.
immediately gets refragged by Lakia. Thankfully enough, Monyet was there to punish. Dust settles, and there is the site taken. The numbers advantage for Paper X, as well as the
दो जो नारे backstab
long
देखने left
rotation
and
here
right
from the
पे
rest of
किया,
the
they
GG
are not
players.
wrong.
Trade's
And
good
next
enough,
CT की
protects
तरफ
on
से
the
जा रहा है. What a timing! Look at that map पे. Just मुड़ाता Viper. He's got him. Nice, 12-5.
I was looking at
They each got
hoping
their one.
that maybe Texture could have gotten something, but you're absolutely right. Pop shot for pop shot, 12-5 in Paper Rex. They only need one more.
We're just reading the game really well. Although, yeah,
मेरे को क्यों नहीं join करने दे रहे? मैंने कभी got
gives
it.
them enough space. And once they had that
Oh, he
space,
got him and then he got
they
his
were
res
able to
also.
execute into the site.
I
You know,
joined
just
it.
making use of the flashes again or going past it.
I joined it. Finally, let me join.
Come in and trade out for each other. That's Paper X style.
पता नहीं
Every single
सिद्धांत.
one of them capable of fracking. And also, Monyet having a good time, the young gun on the stage.
No. Sorry, I was letting you finish off what you were saying because it seems like Gen.G was trying to just get that heavy contact on B main, hoping that Paper X was huddled up. Not gonna happen this time. Paper X immediately activate that null command. And as this kills, steps into the direction of kills, wins rather for Paper X in this series. Meteor gonna have to run away for dear life.
Ult भी आ गई भाई, पकड़े
Once
उसको.
again here by something. Divide
Oh
holding
no.
So at least they have to deal with the
कोई
possible
नहीं plant हो गया. They have to come.
but control of the site and timer started to tick down here for Paper X as that spike has been planted down.
देखा उसने साइड से उधर फ्लैश फेंका.
They're using this to bounce texture off with the showstopper. Flash out for Forsaken. Oh my god, how did they actually get these punishes? But still, Charon lights up the entire house. 2 versus 1. Vanya coming into
Mark
the
करो
corner
मेरे लिए,
right
mark
now.
करो.
And it's all up to him. Can he get it? First one. Very low in
Oh,
HP, but Locky.
almost he has 5 HP.
G, hold on.
मैं 20 की थी, मतलब मेरे पास सिर्फ 10 था अब तक.
Close. But thanks to a bit of body blocking from Charon and just Mind Freak having to do extra work, a little bit more difficult, Gen.G stays in the game. I mean, the way the entire site hit breaks out, Gen.G just couldn't quite hold off. And like you mentioned in that retake, Texture Showstopper, you know, not quite being able to do what they wanted because Paper X knows exactly.
I
how
don't
to
think
respond.
of it. Push. Thank you for the 40. Your first super chat on my stream. I only have 20. That's why I wasn't able to participate in any of these. जहाँ मैं 1500 डाल रही थी. Lol.
Rolling for him.
I don't think of it, Kush.
Down on this wall though. Texture's playing very close into this. This could be an opening for both.
Boy, what a shot, dude.
Something doesn't miss. They can up this wall once again. Munchkin has to get close. He needs, or he wants to just stop them from picking up anything right now. He is preparing his snake bite for it. There it is.
Doesn't negate the wingman though.
Definitely does not, but has a whole lot of commitments of walls.
Backstab आ रहा है, दवाई देख रहा. Oh, देख ली. Oh. It's gonna be a bit of a problem. It's a bit of a problem.
Comes down to gunplay.
Oh, Paper X realizes though, so they have to force
ये
fight.
Gen.G round लेके जा रहा है ये.
Can Forsaken hold on? Let his teammate
ये लेके जा रहा है round
fight
Gen.G.
for him. Cannot. And as the dust settles, it's Monyet 3 versus 1. And he's not even planted for him. He's trying to get closer and closer, but that spike is just diffusing in front of his eyes, and he can't do nothing for it.
Good stutter step from Lotus.
Minor बस ऐसे chat में active रहने और ये सब से बढ़ते रहता है.
You know, we've seen this execute already with the barrier orb, the gecko.
बहुत पहले था तो लोग जिनके पास अभी पॉइंट्स है वो तभी थे जब पहले थप्पड़ थे, इसलिए उनके पास पुराना मतलब कैरी फॉरवर्ड होके है. एंड ऑफ कोर्स यू कैन यू नो ये सब जैसे अर्नव ने किया है ये सब कर सकते हो तुम. किसी के साथ ड्यूल कर सकते हो, कोई तुमको दे सकता है. यू कैन नो डू ऑल ऑफ दैट. 13-7 बोला था ना मैं. 13-7. Is this gonna be 13-7? Are they finishing it?
Yeah, fair enough. You know, better firepower here for
Divide Phantom, no shield.
make do with. One-way smoke always planted there in A main, but without the dog, Paper X a lot more confident to actually push through this. But here's the thing. That Sky has not given away his position. So if he can play close enough, a guy like could actually be a punishing play here. But the bait and switch for Paper X, they immediately knew what was up. Meteor though, yeah,
Traded him out.
quick to go for the trade, but Monyet unstoppable at this point. Just
What a
keeps
shot,
going in,
Karen.
and it's trade for trade, but Paper X, as these dust settles, as these fights come to a conclusion, is looking to get a little bit of the advantage, and that is just enough for them to work with. Texture coming into the corner right now, finds one.
टेक्सचर की पोजी पता है अभी उनको, वाइपर का नहीं पता. दे एक्सपेक्टिंग द बैकस्टैब. देखो दो जन पीछे की तरफ खेल रहे
It's
हैं.
gonna be big for him. He needs to find
Ayo.
something right now with this flank
wants a gun.
because Texture is about to get sandwiched in. He's found himself that Phantom as you were talking about. But something's just
13-7, let's
he's just
go.
too good, and he's just too fast, and that's going to be that for this series. Paper X claim it.
Nice little setup towards the end there from Gen G, but of course Paper X dismantles it with gunplay and just moving up front bit by bit. I mean, throughout this entire map, we've been seeing so much and such an interesting composition. Gen G being able to extend their life by so much longer. 5 rounds.
Hello Shazad, how are
But
you?
still, 10-2 in the first half. Paper X does it all, and I think something and Forsaken on these roles. Devi on the Sage also has quite a bit to say.
And again, Paper X, they got a lot of time to cook new things up. We were expecting the same composition that they've had in the previous tournament.
फास्ट लंच करके आए ओके लंच करो अभी तो इसका इंटरव्यू होगा ना मैं सुसु करके आती हूँ गाइस इसका ये चालू होने तक
No, he's his own man. He's his own person.
But they
He's
played
got
really well.
A whole new slew of things that
Gen
they
G.
can bring out and utilize, and you saw that. You saw it. You see it here.
Yeah.
They go to the
Front
washroom and come.
steps inside of his smokes. I mean,
तब
it's
तक
the
तुम
same
लोग
stuff
देखो.
that he did on Global, just on a different team and enabling them in a different way. The paranoias at times also helping out the team so much. I mean, Monyet has been putting up good numbers so far today. The entire team has been doing great, but of course, at the same time, Gen G, I mean, what a way to start off the map. What a way to start off the match. Still, though, towards the end of it, I think the bigger thing to focus on is just this duelistless composition working out so well. It just shows that whatever role you play, as long as you're that good of a player, you can still make it work, because I'm seeing a big number on the First Blood stats under Forsaken and Something's name.
Loving that, man. And again, it's a celebratory picture here for Paper X. I feel like a lot of fans were, a bit scared of what happened on that first game, but Paper X, they brought back the status quo.
I know I was.
Yeah, because our predictions was in danger. Anyways, we're going to pass it on to the interview, so there you go.
VCT Pacific Kickoff Day 3's first win goes to PRX. Congratulations! Woo! The fans, I can hear the fans shouting. They're so excited for today's win. Something. I mean, tell me about it. Your team was the champions last year, so there must have been a pressure for your team. So winning for the first match, how does it feel?
Feels great after off season for 6 months. It feels so good to play on one tournament with my friends. Yeah.
네, 작년에 이어서 이번에도 또 우승을 이어갈까 많은 팬분들이 궁금해하고 있는데 이렇게 멋지게 승리로 시작을 했습니다. 그래서 소감이 어떤지 물어보니까요. 작년에 이제 6개월간의 여정도 굉장히 재밌었는데 이번 시작도 굉장히 좋다고 좋아하는 모습을 보였습니다. 다음 질문도 이어가 보도록 할게요. 되게 맵 1과 맵 2에서 되게 정말 어려운 그런 상황에 많이 닥쳤어요.
He's looking so nice.
도전을 통해서 승리를 이끌어갔는데 새로운 젠지 팀에 대해서 어떻게 생각하는지 또 물어보겠습니다. It was a neck and neck match on map 1 and map 2, but at the end it was a
I like her dress. She's looking so nice today.
Paper X obviously, but how do you think about the new Gen G? How was it handling them?
Actually, Gen G plays so great, especially Meteor and Texture. Yeah, the Texture so good this guy.
사실 젠지가 정말 좋은 플레이를 오늘 보여줬다고 메테오와 그리고 텍스 선수가 좀 굉장했다고 역시 칭찬을 하는 모습을
Entire crew won, guys. Congratulations.
할게요. 맵3 선셋에서 좀 신기한 조합을 보였어요. 타격대 없이 또 세이지를 기용하는 모습을 보였는데 또 머니엣의 아주 훌륭한 에임도 있었죠. 이거에 대해서 썸띵 선수에게 물어보겠습니다. So at map 3 Sunset, it was unusual calm to see no duelist, Sage, and also Manya's crazy aim. So can you tell me about the behind stories of this?
In off season, when Sunset came out, we was cooking so hard. We never take a break, even one day. So I guess it's hard work on Sunset, and it's meaning we can play without duelist in Valorant.
Okay. So you were like really prepared for
Yep.
this. 네, 저희가 오프 시즌에서도 이 선셋이 맵이 나오자마자 굉장히 열심히 연습했고 그 열심히 연습한 결과 그 노력이 오늘 보이지 않았나 싶다고 아주 겸손한 모습을 또다시 보여줬습니다. So now we have a little present to give to the fans here. Do you know what it is?
Yeah, I saw it.
네, 이제 인형을 또 팬분들께 전달할 순서인데요. You can write your signature on the back or wherever you want.
कितने क्यूट है यार इनके और इतने शाय हो जाते हैं लोग.
손ting 선수의 행운의 기운이 깃든 사인이 이 인형에 들어갑니다. Who's the lucky one to get this doll? You can go up to the audience and toss it to them. Huh? No, you can go like, yeah. Please throw it nicely. Someone can catch it. Yes, at the front row, the lucky fan got it. Woo! Thank you, something. It was a nice time talking to you, and good luck to your next game. 지금까지 something 선수와 인터뷰 해봤습니다. This was something.
एक लिस्ट आई मुझे 69 लुकिंग डैम क्यूट फेस कैम बड़ा कर दो. जब ब्रेक टाइम आएगा तभी करती हूँ. अभी आई गेस ब्रेक टाइम है ना. और चैट बताओ क्या सीन. एंकर का नाम क्या है. होस्ट का नाम देखना पड़ेगा मेरे को गाइस. अभी उसका आएगा ना वापस से जब उसकी एंट्री होगी तो उसका नाम लिख के आता है वहाँ पे. तो वहाँ पे तुम लोग रिवाइंड भी कर सकते हो. मैं तो वॉशरूम गई थी जब वो आई. बट उसका नाम आना चाहिए जब उसका एंट्री हुआ था. मेरे बोर्ड्स है परसों. पढ़ाई करो भाई, अच्छे से पढ़ाई करो. लुकिंग क्यूटी पेटीरी. थैंक यू कृतेश. हेलो आई एम न्यू मेंबर. हेलो कुश. कभी ज्वाइन किए. मैं वॉशरूम में थी तभी ज्वाइन किए तुम. आया क्यों नहीं तुम्हारा उधर वो. थैंक यू मेंबरशिप कुश. कल परसों तरसों नरसों 4 दिन में बोर्ड से तेरे. अच्छी बात है भाई, पढ़ाई करो फिर 4 दिन. हाय वेंकट, हाउ आर यू. सबने को दिखा गया वो. अभी ब्रेक चल रहा है. हो गई पढ़ाई. अच्छा तो फिर एंजॉय करो. आई विल मेमोरी ऐप वेटिंग. ये कौन सा सॉन्ग है आर्या. ऑरेंज ऑरेंज पहन के. हाँ भाई बहुत स्पार्कली स्पार्कली पहन के आई. ये देखो स्टैट्स.
In time to come out on top.
It's almost like Devi was using the sage walls as like a jet smoke, right? Almost like
actually.
wall up and then re-angle right away, right? That's how quick he was. But it did feel like Gen G, just because of the amount of utility at Kilios that Paper Rex was throwing at them, they lost steam. And how could you not when you have like mollies left and right and the snake bite here and so all here?
Just look at this composition. There are so many layers to what you can do for those kinds of setups.
भाई लेकिन 4 सेकंड ने जो आउटलॉ चलाई है ना, मजा आ गया.
You've got a molly on the KO. You've got a molly on that gecko.
गेंदा फुल लग रही हूँ. ठीक है भाई.
So they don't know what direction they're running in, and you have snake bites as well to flush people out, as well as for post plant.
रात को स्ट्रीम करोगे वेंकट. आई एम नॉट श्योर ये कितने बजे तक चलने वाला है.
Or if it was Alex that thought of like, hey, why don't we try this? Whoever it was, they're a madman. They need to be detained.
I mean, it's a very brilliant composition, and in some ways, kind of unlike what you would expect from Paper X, but then they also add their own style to it, so, which makes it so deadly. And that's why they were the champions last year. That's why they're going to be that first team that moves on into the playoffs in Phase 3 as well.
Well, we did ask, right, how do you W gaming without the duelist? Well, basically, you just throw all your utilities, those W for you. And now you have Paper Rex, the first team advancing into our Phase 3, into our playoffs. Who is going to join them? That's going to be the big question, especially since you have now Gen G and RQ have to duke it out to be able to get into the play-in.
This is why you shouldn't have gone for Gen G. If you wanted to pred for Gen G, you could have preded them again in this lower bracket. But these two teams were fated to match each other
They
once
are
more.
meant to be together.
Listen, the only other thing though is I want to point out, I think this was the best chance anyone had to take down Paper X, because they often have trouble kind of gathering themselves in that first match of a season or a tournament. Now that they've come back online, they've showed off some new stuff. I don't know who's there to stop it. I mean, yeah, teams like T1 look good, Talon looks good, TRX looks revitalized as well, but Paper X looks like they've never lost a beat.
Well, we can't tell that. Now they have one of the cards in their hands revealed, right? They now
वाह दर्शिल वाह इतने points है भी तेरे पास.
crazy up their sleeves. Of course,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Paper X has a lot in their playbook still, but I mean the teams, it gives them a hint at least.
Yeah, it gives them a bit of.
Like Miss Spivey CV streaming start कर streaming कर start आज मेरे इजाजत. Oh कुछ फर्क के लिए congratulations. थोड़ा टाइम लगा मुझे थोड़ा से वर्ड्स लेफ्ट राइट लिखे हैं तुमने बट मैं समझ गया व्हाट यू मीन कुछ कांग्रेचुलेशंस फॉर योर न्यू चैनल एंड आई होप यू एंजॉय स्ट्रीमिंग
Not only do you get to watch the other groups, then you're obviously watching the play-ins alongside those who made it to phase 3. That's a lot of tape that you can prep. And yeah, like you said, they showed one hand, but it was only one match. Only 3 maps here on this patch in VCT Pacific. They're still
I don't have points anymore.
Right? Of course they would have that. It's like, okay, sure, we can review.
I can't join because I don't have points
We
anymore.
have the rest of the year to go through, right? But we also have the rest of the day to go through
No.
as well. And when we come back, we're going into series.
Cancel, I don't want to
It's
join
gonna be
it.
Bleed versus Global Esports when we return.
You're gonna make me give 0 points. Okay, next match के पहले अब time है, so we can chill now. Thank you for the membership. You are a baby. Hello, thank you so much. अभी guys chilling चल रहा है. ब्रेक है अभी दूसरा मैच चालू होने से पहले तो ब्रेक में क्या बोलते हो क्या बात की जाए ठीक है कितना नंबर आता है उस पर डिपेंडेंट है अर्जुन वेंकट वो जो सिद्धांत बच्चन ने जैसा कमांड लिखा है ना वैसे तुम कर सकते हो कोई भी नंबर डाल सकते हो ओ हाफ द ग्रुप में मैं नहीं थी भाई मैं जीत गई थैंक यू Nice meme content. I just heard the way you said it. क्या? What did I say? हाँ अक्षर डांस करेगा तुम लोग स्ट्रीम लाइक करोगे तो स्ट्रीम लाइक करो भाई मुझे भी ऐसे स्टाइल सेंस फैशन सेंस चाहिए मुझे ऐसा वाओ Sam, thank you for the 40. Hi. Okay, 404 अच्छे से पढ़ाई करो मुझे अब चुप तो नहीं बोलोगी ए तुमने मेंबरशिप ली तुम्हारा आइकॉन क्यों नहीं आया व्हाई इज द आइकॉन नॉट है ये क्या ग्लिच है नहीं यार सक्षम इतना अच्छा लेयर्ड क्लोथिंग पहना था उसने होमलेस थोड़ी बोलता है ऐसा फैशन को अच्छा ही था इतने पॉइंट्स भी है तेरे पास ओह मुझे चेयर गिफ्ट करो गाइस पिंक में थैंक यू
Red Bull gives you wings.
Woo! एड्रेस मैं भी भिजवाता हूँ.
After 1 year of hard working, finally we made that. The only team won the Ascension and then be in the Pacific League.
It was a little bit surreal because you have this one chance to make it, otherwise you would have to wait for another year.
Honestly, we have gathered a pretty good roster together now and like very solid individual players.
It really shocked me, especially even like mechanically, like how good people are like on the team and even in like this region.
Singapore.
IGL ที่ผมคิดว่าเก่งระดับท็อปของ Southeast Asia แล้วนะครับ
I have started playing Valorant like since the game came out. Whenever I see players like attend all the tournament, I really want to play. Finally, I have a chance. I really excited to show myself.
He controls the team well. He has good reads, good mid-rounding, and overall really insane player.
So would you say he's a crazy player? Sam, thank you for the 29 super sticker unicorn.
ได้มาเล่นด้วยตัวเองกับเดยอนก็เห็นว่าเขาเป็นคนที่มีศักยภาพในการเล่นค่อนข้างสูงเป็นคนมีความสามารถถ้าเขาได้เก็บประสบการณ์มากขึ้นกว่านี้
Hello Vrishabh यार मैं तो बहुत बढ़िया हूँ तुम बताओ.
เก่งมากๆครับ
I feel like he's one of the best entry fraggers in the game. My main role is like sentinel where I watch the flanks and like hold down the side alone. I guess you could expect a lot of looking and clutching from me.
Ego is a very eager player. He always shows up and wants to learn new things.
แต่ในเกมก็จะมีแบบว่าจังหวะที่ตื่นเต้นบ้างแต่รวมๆแล้วก็เป็นคนที่เล่นเก่งครับแล้วก็ยังแกปให้สามารถพัฒนาขึ้นได้อีกเยอะครับ
He has really sharp like mechanics. Like he sits people down like when they enter his site.
I wanted somebody with hunger and somebody with experience, and obviously, yeah, he's bringing the experience. He knows how to win tournaments. He's played on the biggest stages.
I mean, to be honest with you, it really sucked. Because like you go from such a high and then it's like very large like downward trend. You know, I've been keeping an eye out on Bleed. They've looked really strong lately. When they reached out with the offer, I thought it would probably be my best chance of winning.
Every time I watch him play, his aim is so smooth, he will like rarely miss any of the kills that he will get.
His thinking is like a 9 out of 10. I've never seen like a player with so much like mix in everything. I think he'll be spotlight in Pacific for sure. Everyone knows Scary, he wins us the most unwinnable situations. He wins us the most amount of clutches.
Even if it's like one.
And thank you for another super sticker.
ถ้าใครยังสงสัยว่าปีที่แล้วเป็นการตัดสินใจที่ถูกต้องไหมของผมนะครับก็การชนะ Ascension ก็ผมคิดว่ามันเป็นคำตอบที่ชัดเจนที่สุดแล้วครับความท้าทายที่ใหญ่ที่สุดในปีนี้คิดว่าน่าจะเป็นการที่เอาชนะตัวเองซะมากกว่า
Things might start out slow, but it won't matter because I think we'll eventually bounce back. And of course, our final goal will be to make it to champions.
This year will be the chance for us to prove like we deserve to be in the
You
Pacific.
तो ध्यान से देखती हूँ ना मैं ये सब like I'm really invested in this. Wait, what did he say? अरे express I can't rewind. What did he say in the end, guys? वो मुड़ के ऐसे क्या बोला वो? हंगर वाले चाहिए इनको अंकिता आप जाते इसकी तो Excuse me, that behavior is unacceptable. यार मंकी प्लेस यार मेरे से पूछने आया यार तुम लोग मेरा कल ना बतुरा की स्ट्रीम पे मैं खेल रही थी This thank you for the 80 super sticker. It's time बोला ओ dude कल मैं बतुरा के साथ खेल रही थी हम लोग सब 5 स्टार खेल रहे थे Do you guys know I'm Ascendant 3? I clutched so many rounds. I had such insane plays, insane aim in an immortal lobby. Do you guys know that I've ranked up and I'm much better? And सबने मेरी इतनी तारीफ की वेनका ने तारीफ की टेक्नो ने तारीफ की शार्कनिक ने तारीफ की बतुरा ने तारीफ की बतुरा के 2 दोस्तों ने तारीफ की Like I have genuinely improved when I play properly. उसकी देख लेना भाई वहां जाके क्लिप्स dude I'm insane. I'm insane. Oh मस्त वीडियो ये
if that first series wasn't enough of a banger for you.
Q Descendant 3. Hi, Chagnik. I can duo with 80% of IGC K esports players now.
Definitely gonna feel different because it's gonna be our first elimination match, Achilles.
Yes, it is. One of these teams is going to be staying home and not going over to Madrid, not going to have that chance to go into the playoffs even. So this is a do or die for both of these squads. Otherwise, you got that long 1 month break.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, we just heard something talk about it too. Already a long offseason where they've been prepping, coming up with new rosters, and then to have to kind of put a full stop to it again only after 2 matches, that's not going to feel good. So you got to imagine.
Thank you, Siddhant.
Come out on stage, they're going to give it everything they got, even though it's just the start of the year, it's just kickoff.
The question is, who's it going to be? Is it going to be the IGL Super Supreme team, or is it going to be our Ascension alumnus, right? But I'd say that, you know, Bleed, they did have quite a powerful debut, right? I mean, like, sure, they were up against T1. There were some conditions that were out of everybody's control at that time, but I would say it was very memorable.
Yay!
As the series went on,
एक हफ्ते जॉर्डन के साथ खिलाना पड़ेगा वापस ओल्ड रैंक आ जाएगी. I have another ID for that.
Like you said, I think it's very apparent what they need to fix. I think the strong suits that we were all looking forward to, right? Scary with the clutch factor, Scary making plays. Yay, when he's on a duelist, can he still be that aggressive aimer? Yes, we've seen those moments. But then some of these other role switches, Darion becoming that primary duelist on other maps, and then having to go for that coordination. Ego is trying to be...
There's no way we drop out already. Pacific first time versus full revamped team.
We'll see if they can improve on that.
Yeah, I'm curious if Bleed is going to keep to kind of the same trend of putting Ye on things that we're not used to seeing him on coming into this match as well, or if it's going to be like, okay, you know what, it's do or die time, we need to stay in this tournament, let's go back to something that we have seen you on multiple times and we know what we can expect from you. So there's a lot riding here for both of these squads. And for the opposite side, Global Esports, are they going to continue to try to lean into these solo controller setups that we've been seeing from them in both of their maps that they played just, what, yesterday or 2 days ago at this point? Because it just didn't quite hit the mark, trying to go into something like behind running just that Viper.
And like we see at the graphic right now, Global Esports is a fully revamped team, right? Yes, we do have 3-4 IGLs on the roster, and it's interesting, but when you compare of how powerful a punch Bleed can pull, I'm not sure what the brains on Global Esports can do to stop that.
Well, and the other thing is, like Akira's mentioned, I mean, with these members who are either primary IGLs or very known for supporting the calling and the communication on their previous teams, I mean, if you're going to change up the comp away from the meta, you gotta show us something new. And quite frankly, we just didn't see that execution trying to force the double initiators onto these maps.
Yeah, I mean, we just had, you know, two
What a
very
shot.
good examples from Paper X as far as like trying to force something new. The triple controller for Breeze, as well as the no duelists there on Sunset, and it managed to get them results at least at the very end. But we saw what they wanted to do there on Breeze, but we never really got that picture here from Global.
Yes. Now on the flip side, Ye has been trying to play a lot more with the team. Now is that good, you know, better or worse? That awaits to be seen. But it is good to see that he's willing to say, you know what, I don't care about my past records, etc. I'm here to work on a new team to build this together to try to carry Bleed Esports forward as a 5-man squad. So if they're on that path and they are able to clean up those comms a little bit, I think I might favor Bleed just a bit.
Speaking of past records, by the way, I like how this match is showcasing sort of like the classic APAC talents. You know, you have Blaze King, you have Benkai, and you have Crazy Guy for Bleed, all the IGLs that have been facing off against each other for years in the Southeast Asian scene, and they'll know each other very well, right? Even Egoist, who was formerly from X10 and SMG, but most especially for Blaze King, because this defeat versus this Bleed roster, if you remember, this was the semifinals of VCT Ascension, so
right.
I think that must be very fresh in his head still.
Oh, I mean, I'm sure it is, and I'm sure that that vengeance would taste mighty sweet if he can find it here today. But
Let's go.
It's going to be a bit of a nail biter, I think. I mean, we saw kind
Other,
of
I'm using 10 in this PC.
for Global Esports, but there was nothing colored in. There was nothing built up around it for what they saw.
Ayushi, PRX जीते.
In here today and be able to show us what the game plan actually is. Another thing that I'm going to have my eyes on as
No, we are not enough. Please don't compare. I don't like it.
Is going to be him versus Polvi, because Polvi still did look very, very strong. Even if the game plan wasn't fully there for Global Esports, we still did see strong individual performances from him.
Yes, but you know, I hate to harp on this too.
Hi Lucy, how are you?
Trying to double down on this and say, no, firepower is not the problem. We have it in spades throughout the roster, not just in our duelists, which is why they trust Polvi to just entry. But the kills weren't quite there. Now, the same could be said for Bleed Esports. It's quite one-sided.
Sure.
And I would say this isn't just the number of kills, but the manner in which Scary gets them. So many clutch moments that comes out from him, whether it's him alone or just 2 members left on Bleed Esports.
Hi Monkey, hello vibes. The vibes, the vibe.
match win, if they want to get the 2 wins.
Hi insane shoot. एग्जाम देख के आ गया, कैसे गया एग्जाम? क्या वहाँ पे आपने insane आंसर लिखा? हम अपने पॉइंट्स में से स्टार्ट नहीं कर सकते क्या? अपने पॉइंट्स में से स्टार्ट होता है रोहित. You can always start. तुम्हारे पास कितने पॉइंट्स है उस हिसाब से एक्सक्लेमेशन डाल के चालू करो. Poll? Ah, yes, I need to update the poll.
They're going to go up against Polvi, and Lightning Fast is here. We can see him pulling his weight as well.
Yeah, I mean, and this was a good showing because, you know, ahead of going into that matchup with Global versus ZETA, we were saying, okay, Lightning Fast, this is the guy that they believed in the most. He was the only one being held over from the previous roster where he was a substitute, and he, alongside Polvi, was able to put up strong performances. But it was...
I need to update my title, hold on.
Known factors for the squad in Blaze King, Russ, and Benkai that have had performances at international levels before.
Excuse me, God bless me.
You know, really being there alongside the rest of them.
Yeah, especially Blaze King, right? He was, in fact, almost the reason that old Boom Esports squad could nearly take down Bleed in the semifinals of Ascension late last year. So curious to see if he's able to carry that form back together. But Lightning Fast, good showing from him. A lot of people question, is he going to be the weakest link? Obviously, not as much experience on the bigger stages, but he comes in and says, this is why I was hungry for that starting spot on this roster of Global Esports. He is definitely carrying his weight. And now if they can come together as one, I mean, overall, the spread, you can see they are working as a team.
That's the big question for Global Esports, especially since, you know, you have these different personalities from all over. And it seems like, in theory, sure, it would be nice to exchange information to build a super roster that has, you know, influences from all over. But is it working? We're seeing not quite yet, Achilles.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, given the losses with the power rankings for both these players, they're not going to be...
Let's go, guys.
There was still some decent moments from Ye when he was bringing out that Neon for the very first time, but as we shifted over into the second map, Lotus, we were hoping and you know, anticipating maybe he's going to go back to the chamber where we saw from Execurate, maybe it's going to be that heads up, but we actually got the...
Get your votes in. Done with classes. Hi, Roopsika, how are you? अच्छा क्या exam? Very good. अच्छा रहेगा बाकी का exam भी. Exclusively blessed you. Thank you, Saksham. Hi, Kohli, how are you?
Differences in how they're contributing to the team, right? Ye clearly still known for that aim, still just being good for that first kill, that one kill when he goes into that duel. Whereas Polvi, he's putting a lot of damage into the rounds. He's getting the first kills, and he's trying to open and create space for the team. Whether that translates to his KDA overall or not, he said in the interview himself he doesn't care as long as it leads to a round win.
Yeah, and I feel like for Global Esports, it's like, sure, again, in theory, it should work, but I guess as up against Bleed Esports, I'm not that confident that they should be thinking that way.
Well, especially when there's someone like Scary on the other side.
When there's something like Scary on the other side, you know, and there's somebody like Egoist on the other side as well. You know, the roles I feel like are a bit more clear-cut on the side of Bleed. They're far more comfortable working as a team, whereas Global Esports, they still have quite the journey to go through.
Yeah, they very much do. So this is going to be, you know, again, a bit of a nail-biter for both of the teams. I do...
अरे आपको पता चला मेरे को 24 आवर्स बैन वाला वालों में वो वाह अब एक पूरा दिन फ्राइडे को मेरी स्ट्रीम देखनी पड़ेगी ये
played all different maps in those best of threes that they played. Both of them ended in those 0-2. So I wonder if they kind of target those weaknesses or if they're still going to stick to their own ban pick system.
Well, it would be great if we could hear from somebody from inside the team. So it's perfect that we are going to.
नहीं सिद्धांत पॉइंट्स ट्रांसफर नहीं होते स्ट्रीम्स के बीच में वो तुमको हर स्ट्रीम में जाके कमाना पड़ेगा.
VCT Pacific Kickoff. 탈락을 눈앞에 둔 두 팀이 만났습니다. VCT Pacific Kickoff. We have two teams fighting for the elimination match. So Pacific first-timer Bleed and GE with the roster rejam are standing at the edge. 퍼시픽에 처음 도전하는 블리드 e스포츠 그리고 리빌딩으로 도약을 시도한 글로벌 e스포츠가 그 주인공인데요. 각 팀의 감독들 만나보겠습니다. Hello. Okay, for Bleed coach, I'll ask you the question. You had a match against T1, so what do you think about your first Pacific match? 이제 첫 매치로 T1을 만났는데요. 어떤 게임으로 인상이 남았는지 묻겠습니다.
Obviously, we are not satisfied that we lost, and I think that we had better chances. It was a very tiring day, long day with many difficulties. Yeah. Unfortunate, but it happens. It's the same circumstances for them. I think if we would have won Breeze and closed it out earlier, I think the game would have had a different outcome. But yeah, it's okay. You learn from losing.
조금 안타까운 결과였습니다. 좀 오랜 시간 기다리느라 지치기도 했고 많이 아쉬운 마음이지만 특히 맵 브리즈에서 조금 더 그런 면이 컸는데 그때 좀 더 잘했으면 어땠을까 하는 마음이 있는데요. 오늘은 좀 남다른 각오로 임해보겠다고 합니다. So about
Thank you,
that,
Amit. Thank you. Thank you.
with G and ZETA's fight.
Yeah, I've watched the game, obviously. I think it was a nice game. Maybe the scoreline was different that it should have been, I think. GE lost a few unfortunate rounds, in my opinion. But, yeah, I think ZETA is overall maybe the individually stronger team, whereas GE, I think, have maybe more experience, so it could have gone both ways.
조금 정말 모두 다 열정적으로 임한 게임이었고 당연히 봤다고 답했는데요. 제타 모두가 모든 선수들이 탄탄한 팀이었고 GE도 정말 잘하는 선수들이었기 때문에 어떤 결과가 나왔어도 이상하지 않았다고 답을 해줬습니다. 이제 그러면 스핀 감독에게도 질문을 해보도록 할게요. So Coach Spin, how was your first Pacific match?
Terrible.
Yeah, okay.
It sucks to lose on the stage. First big game for the boys, no one wants to lose. But today, we'll be better.
Yeah, nice. 첫 번째 무대에서는 져서 너무 정말 속상하다고 말하는데요. 또 이제 사기다 꺾이기도 하는 마음에 많이 속상함을 토로했지만 오늘은 좀 다를 거다라는 각오를 전했습니다. So the next question is, Bleed has Ye, so can you pinpoint one player from GE? 블린에서는 예이 선수가 두각을 나타내고 있는데 GE에서
I drops डाला इसलिए आग बंद किए 2 मिनट रुको.
I'm sticking with my man Polvi.
Oh yeah,
Young
agree.
Finnish god. I trust, I believe. Today's the day.
저는 폴비 선수를 믿는다고 말했는데요. 여전히 그를 신으로 생각하고 있고 오늘 그 활약을 나타낼 거라고 확신한다는 말을 전했습니다. 그리고 이제 두 팀 중 한 팀은 이제 킥오프에서 탈락을 앞두고 있습니다. 어떤 마음을 지금 갖고 있는지 두 코치님들에게 물어보겠습니다. So, how are you feeling before heading into like what could be an elimination game?
I mean, not much changes really. You want to win every game, you will go with the same mindset in every game. So yeah, we will just focus on ourselves. We are very confident in ourselves.
आप सो रहे हो नहीं मैंने आई ड्रॉप्स डाले इसलिए मैं बैठी हूँ.
Very good for us also. We expected the maps kind of, so yeah, we are very confident. We will just play our game and see what the outcome is.
네, 자신감이 있기 때문에 이 상황에 상관없이 끝까지 이겨나가겠고 그 자신감으로 오늘 좋은 결과를 이끌어내겠다고 아주 좋은 모습으로 답을 해주었습니다. 또 똑같이 스핀 감독님에게 물어볼게요. So same question goes to you. You Spin, how do you feel about it?
Honestly, not really a lot to add. I think Legia has answered it perfectly. It's the same as any other game. There's a lot of pressure, of course, but it doesn't really change how we're going to approach the match.
레기와 감독과 마찬가지로 같은 마음가짐을 갖고 있다고 말했고요. 지금 이 상황이 우리 경기력을 변화시키지 않을 것이고 우리도 같은 마음으로 끝까지 경기에 임할 것이라고 아주 멋있는 답변을 해줬습니다. Yes, I will be looking forward to the match soon. And this is the final question. There are so many questions, right? This is the last one. I'll ask if they have any things to remind to the players from you.
Sorry, say again?
For your players, do you have anything to say before the match?
Oh, everything should have said already before the game, so everybody knows what they have to do. I believe in them. It's not their first tournament that they're playing, so yeah.
네, 지금 선수들한테 앞에 말했던 것까지 똑같이 정말 믿고 있기 때문에 잘 해낼 것이라는 아주 굳은 마음 전했습니다. And for Spin, to your players.
We've discussed, we know what we have to do, so it's just to go out and do
अरे कुछ let's go my team. You can do this.
소통을 하고 있고 잘 해낼 것이기 때문에 앞선 답변들과 같다는 답변을 해줬습니다. Thank you both, Legia and Spin. Best of luck for both of you. Thank you for the interview. 네, 지금까지 양 팀의 감독들과 함께 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다. 그럼 데스크로 돌아가실게요. Bye. Back to the desk.
Well, the coaches did not mince words at all. You heard it. Neither were satisfied with their earlier performances. Legia mentioned that, Bleed can do a lot better, and Spin just mentioned it was outright terrible, Achilles.
I mean, I think that's a perfectly fine way to approach that answer, because doing anything else would probably just be completely and utterly disingenuous. So I think, obviously no one is going to be happy about how things went for either of those series, but it seems like both coaches very confident in the teams. They're saying, you know what, we know what we did wrong. We know what the assignment is. The players know what they need to do. It's all going to come down
Hello, Ranjai, Sarjan.
We can take from those answers, especially, is the fact that regardless of who they played against, both coaches are recognizing that what they showed on stage was not what they've been looking at during practice. So hopefully today, with both of them coming in with that determination, we're at least able to see the colors that they've been preparing all throughout off-season, because that's what you want to, whether you win or lose, you want to leave that impression of this is what 2024 is going to look like for this team. And if you go out without being able to showcase your playbook, that's when it really hurts.
Speaking of going out, this is our first elimination match, so there is that additional pressure, as the coaches mentioned themselves, and I feel like, you know, right now, well, I think the whole talent pool right now favors Bleed in a certain way, so I think that, you know, there's no reason to, I mean, obviously.
Yeah, goodbye, India.
Wow!
We're gonna go high now. I can see the comments right now. Oh,
Look, we like I said, we had a framework from Global as far as what they wanted to do, but they weren't able to execute on it. They had to play yesterday. This is a really short turnaround period.
Entire desk is Bleed. And my entire chat 81% G. Vote करो guys. तुम लोग क्या लग रहा है?
So Coach Spin was saying that it felt terrible. I think that's why it was more outspoken, because the way in which GE lost to ZETA, you could tell that they just couldn't showcase anything that they had really planned. Whereas Bleed, we saw some rounds and some methods where they could even take some of the mass. I mean, look, Ian talked about it. If they had taken the breeze before it went into overtime, maybe they're able to carry that momentum forward. And they feel like maybe they lost a little bit because of that first set, and they're like, okay, now we've lost steam. So, I mean, you look at all of that, you look at the individual performances as well, and then you count just this wild card factor, like Scary, like Ye, these players who have throughout their entire careers been known to flip an entire match on its head. You have to remember, Scary's that guy that even Paper Rex back in the day was like, if he's the last one alive, do not push, he will clutch against us all.
That's absolutely right. You know, he's scary for a reason, right?
Yes.
And like I don't know, I feel like for Bleed there is that extra attention on them because they were that Ascension team, right? They are the guinea pig for all of this, you know, happening and being new in Pacific. So there is that, you know, aside from having Ye as well, there is that extra pressure on them to be able to succeed. For Global Esports, I feel like this was not at all what they wanted to show, as you mentioned, Will, but like I feel like it's just too early for them at this point in time, perhaps later on during Pacific.
We'll have to wait and see, but I mean, it's multifaceted pressure, you know, for both of these teams. For Bleed, it is because they're that Ascension squad. They dropped their opening series. They have these hype signings in the offseason and whatnot that everyone expects to just be dominant from the outset. And then for the other side, it's Global. You've been in this league. You have players that are veterans that have been over at international competition. Do you want to lose to the new kid on the block, you know, and then have them be the ones that send you out? Absolutely not. But I think for Global, what they really need to do is they need to have a nice, fast-paced start to this series. They need to come out swinging. They need to rack up some opening rounds and just sow that seed of doubt in the heads of Bleed. Because as we're talking about, with elimination, if you start falling behind, those thoughts are going to start cycling around your head, and it's so difficult to flush them out. So if you can make them just constantly be thinking about, like, oh, God, are we about to get eliminated? Are we about to have this break? Are we not going to be able to go to the playoffs? That can spiral out of control for the enemy team. So Global can get that set up nice and early against Bleed. Maybe they can close this out.
Yeah, and, I mean, they've mentioned it during the interviews as well, but Global...
हाँ, Brighty, पता लगा कि आना क्या-क्या चल रहा है.
In and around Tier 1 as well. Now, all the members of Bleed Esports have
और मेरे को Insta पे DM करना.
Most of them in much smaller sub-regions, right? Not playing against the best of the best around the world. Obviously, Ye not counted in that discussion. But then we also saw that during the offseason. Global Esports, their mentality has definitely improved a lot because of the veterancy that they have, making the comeback that they had at Convergence, things like that. So if you're able to push the pressure first and put that doubt into Bleed's mind, then you have a little bit more wiggle room, even if a couple rounds go bad, because you can regroup. We've seen that. We've heard their comms throughout their own videos as well. They're able to push through to the end and close it out.
And I do believe that. I do believe in experience pulling through. I do believe in, like, you know, the veteranship of everybody that's on Global Esports. But if we're talking about veteranship, on the side of Bleed, you do have Crazy Guy, who has been playing for quite a long while. The Beast from the East, as he was, you know, once known and is now here. I do believe that, like, you know, everybody on Bleed has been saying that, like, he's a cracked IGL. We all follow him. And, you know, even Ye, for example, that says something about the potential of this roster. This is only kickoff, so their journey here in Pacific holds a lot more to be discovered for this team.
Yeah, it really does. And I mean, just, you know, the speculation on investment alone as far as this roster is concerned, it's astronomical. It's what people are reporting. And you want, when you're going to be putting down money, you want to be able to get that ROI. And for Bleed, if they can come back out here, they can take down Global Esports, keep themselves in this tournament, you know, maybe get a crack at a rematch, whatever, depending on how the other matchup goes later today, then I think that they'd be in a very strong position to just already be in a playoffs in their first split.
Yeah, I think, everything that we've talked about, it all comes down to the fact that for GE, they just need to show something new. They need to show us why they've collected these veteran players, that they're able to kind of change their game plan on the fly and showcase something new every round so that you have to keep guessing. Because that's the type of thing that's going to shake up a new kid on the block, like Bleach. Sure, individually they have experience, but of course, while they have 3 as a core, you've got these 2 new members who might not be used to the way that you're playing. Obviously, Ye coming from a completely different region, and for the longest time playing under a very unique style of Valorant back when he was an Optic as well. So GE, that's the game plan. For Bleed, I think the reason they feel confident is if they're just firing well, I think they feel that they should be able to stay just 1 step ahead for the most part.
Not to mention, Likia did mention as well that the map vetoes tend to favor them. So I feel like, that confidence is already like, oh, okay, all right, Global, let's see what you got, because I think this is ours.
Yeah, and that's the other thing, is that should mean to me, because we don't have that much tape on Global Esports' roster either, that should mean that he's going off of these maps that are very default heavy, very set play execute heavy, and he probably expected GE to favor those. So whether he's prepared for that or ban those out, who knows, we'll have to wait and see. But whatever maps we have, GE has to say, no, we have different styles. Like you said, we can push up the pace whenever we want.
Well, right now we have a little question for our audience, right? Teammate with an operator, but no shield. What are you thinking?
I don't know what the choices are, but get me out of here.
We lost this one or do
We lost this one.
Whoa, okay, all right. It's like, do it for me. Go for it. I mean, you already gave that big investment, right? You might as well go all the way.
I mean, if it's an overtime, then,
Okay, if it's an overtime, but honestly, given my experiences in ranked games, people haven't given me that trust when I play operator with no shield, so
because
I don't believe the 60.
For me, we lost this one.
You play mostly like Viper and Yoru when I'm with you, so not necessarily agents that are known for their operating prowess.
Fair. I will yield to that because I cannot deny my
I kind of see where the audience is coming from, though. It's like, you invested so much, you go big or you go home, right? So it's like, you might as well have, just like saved. Okay, sure, if it's a rifle, if it's a Phantom, sure, safe.
Yeah.
But if it's an operator, you go all in.
I think this just basically means that the majority of the audience, if they're playing with somebody like that, they have faith in them. And I don't have that much faith when I'm playing online, especially, like, even if it's with my friends, I don't have that much
I mean, we don't have trust in each other when this happens. So.
It's very true. But, yeah, if it's with randoms, then I'm on the we lost this one side of that one.
1 minute, ये क्या डाला इसने?
A bit more context
You make it
here,
40%
right?
and 60%.
Right? Who are you playing with in this teammate? But I don't know. It seems like fun. I do believe in that. If you got an operator, just go for it. But I think that if you're going to pose this question to like Bleed or to Global, for example.
Well, okay. If it's Bleed, absolutely, because it's most likely picking that up.
I say do it for me. Like would say do it.
I think any time it's at the top level, it's perfectly fine and usually acceptable. Obviously you could just get out traded because the other person on the other side of the lobby is also just as cracked as you are. But I mean, we have some fantastic offers out here, so I'd say it's pretty safe if you're going to be going at the pro level.
Yeah, and obviously at the pro level, you're usually all in sync as well. You're communicating, hopefully, I would assume, very well in a pro match. But yeah, I mean, listen, if they already bought it, full send it. Why not put your faith in them? Okay, I'm now converted onto that field.
I mean, it's like my teammate is Ye, so it's like, yeah, sure.
We should let the viewers, let the viewers at home know in case they don't, like, you can refund weapons. You can, you can backpedal off of your poor decisions.
There is that option, yes. It's a video game. You have second chances.
Yeah.
You have ways to remedy your mistakes.
Can't say like, oh, well, I already have it, so.
You have second chances, but it's like, oh, it's getting late. This is supposed to be my last game of Valorant.
But what if they tried to drop it because it's a skin, and they try to give it to their teammate? Now it can't be refunded.
That's true. And,
gotta watch out for those skins.
If you are one of those people who asks for skins and refuse to play around without it, I hate you.
Yeah, well,
stop doing that. Your behavior is so incorrect.
I can tell you right now, one of them is on the casting desk.
Oh, I see.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, one of them is on the casting desk.
All right.
He's like, please give me skin. Oh, can I borrow yours?
Oh, okay. Well, I am glad I have strictly been playing on the Korean server, so I'll separate myself from that. But yeah, nonetheless, I mean, listen, obviously the skins are great as well, so I get it, but it's like you only have 30 seconds to prepare for the round. And
they do the same thing. It's a cosmetic. It doesn't make the gun shoot better. It doesn't make your aim better.
It does.
It has no impact on it whatsoever.
The sound helps me, okay?
Yeah, I'm on the audio pack as well. It's not the visuals. It's just sometimes, just like the way my own gun shoots seems to give me the supernatural power where it makes the bullets magnetic, I'm just saying.
Faker doesn't need skins. You don't need skins.
Yeah, I was talking to my mom.
He doesn't need his skin. Then no one.
I was talking to my mom.
Hey, he might have skills in Valorant. That's the thing. He
Just
might
don't
have
ask
skills
your
in
teammates
Valorant.
for it.
Oh man, yeah. The other thing is like you said, I usually play
Hi, Bazak. Hi, guys. Welcome to the stream.
Vipers, Cyphers, and Euros. So please don't ask me for skins because I just don't have time for that. I have to run from one side to the other.
Exactly.
Why 2K is why not अंकिता है मतलब हम लोग के फैमिली में सबका ऐसा नाम है वृषभ
Okay, I'm upset.
तेरे इसमें 2 SQ है
Swamp grenades, upsetting my turret. Please leave me alone, okay? But of course, you know, we have the elimination match. Once again, putting my head back into it before I think about my ranked games and everything that is disastrous. We are going to be seeing Bleed and Global Esports. And I think that here, you know, for example, we're looking at very individual plays here. We're looking at Ye, we're looking at Polvi, we're looking at Scary, for example, to pull a lot of clutches for this round, especially since, again, that additional pressure for this first elimination match of the year.
Yeah, but that's not. We are looking at those things, but that's not what I want to be looking at, especially when it comes down to global. I want to be looking at that team collectively. I want to see them operating as a unit, because that's something that was lacking, frankly, from both teams in that matchup. ZETA, ZETA, it wasn't like they had amazing teamwork either. They just had some really good clutches and got themselves bailed out. It was better overall. So I want to see global be coming into here and having a nice, concise, synergized game plan. Because if they don't have that, then even if they win this match, they're not going to stick around for much longer.
Yeah, and of course, in that matchup against ZETA, it's also because ZETA has that storyline of these rookies coming in, right? And they performed well, so that was kind of exciting to watch from a roster reshuffle. But Global Esports, they're mostly all veterans. I mean, even Polvi, he's been playing in that Challengers League for some time, so they need to come up and say, we've had the experience way back when, we're now here to prove that.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they will be proving as we step into the second series of the day, right? Bleed Esports versus Global Esports. Can that veteranship on the side of Global Esports stand up next to this Ascension alumni over here? And especially since Bleed Esports, as we know, they do have a lot of hype on them.
Lunch ho gaya? Yes, I had lunch.
Global Esports, though, steady and stable.
Two teams facing off for another chance. This is the first elimination match. Which team will continue the journey towards Masters Madrid? They have proven that they belong. El Diablo has been resurrected. Bleed Esports!
cheer करो guys थोड़ा सा cheer करो यार guys.
It's been just a taste of the Pacific. They have fought and they will keep on fighting. Global Esports!
Where's the cheers? मुझे चैट पे तुम लोग cheer करते हुए नहीं दिख रहे guys. मुझे चैट पे तुम लोग cheer करते हुए नहीं दिख रहे. cheer करो chat cheer करो ये let's go let's go let's go time to cheer अरे हर्ष थोड़ा गलत टीम हेलो
in the map video for today's second match. We will be conducting a coin toss to determine.
Yeah.
Coming in right now for Bleed and Global, and right now I feel like Bleed. They mentioned that you know, they were confident with their map vetoes, and but I feel like, you know, Global, you know, they're trying to be quiet and they're like they're keeping their secrets to themselves for the moment.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, anything you said in the interview could still be kind of relayed over in those last couple huddles. Now, both teams
पहला ban किया उन लोग Lotus.
Global Esports are going to continue to ban
Bleed ने ban किया Ascent. Okay, they picked Sunset. Okay.
Because Sunset so far has widely been delayed.
They're gonna pick the second map. Second map. What's the second map? What are you gonna get to see? Second map.
Are going to be selecting this one right off the rip with Bleed starting on
Icebox. Okay, we're gonna get to see an icebox today.
Down PaperX's homework fast enough to maybe run a Sage comp on it, or if it's going to be a little bit different, but Bleed themselves opting to go for Icebox.
I like that we're seeing these kinds of maps. I like that we're seeing a lot of Breeze, a lot of Sunsets, and a lot of Iceboxes here.
Yeah, and then the big question on Icebox, of course, once again, is that another map where Chamber can continue to see a lot of usage. Curious to see if Bleed's going to pull that one out. I mean, surely we saw the weaknesses from Global Esports' composition in that last match.
Okay, Breeze is banned. No Breeze, no Breeze.
Only got Excurate on the Chamber, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Split and bind में से क्या? Okay, split देखने वाले हम लोग. We're gonna get to see a split today. Yes, 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 yes.
It's hard to say without seeing a little bit more. I mean, for the they have to.
श्रीखंडपुरी खुद का join करने की कोशिश कर रहा है treasure and bite ठीक है भाई.
That Icebox performance that Global had versus ZETA wasn't the strongest, and that they can continue to really outdo them on that map. So I think that's probably why we're seeing that opted for as that map too.
Yeah, and the other thing is with that Sunset, I mean, obviously Global Esports, they left it open last time too. Now they selected to attack first if it had come to that. Bleed's still going to take the defense, but I was going to say they probably still expect the Gecko. They played it during the offseason. Global Esports was playing the Gecko on Bind as well, so there is definitely a bit of a read here from Bleed.
Ooh, and we have Ye over on the Viper this time around. So it seems as though like he is flexing. He's probably saving that Chamber pick for maybe a little later.
Yeah, I mean maybe, but the other thing is it's a very defensive composition. You've got the Cypher and the Viper and the Omen.
Yeah, I mean very defensive on the side of Global. They are bringing that Gecko into the fold, so it's not going to be the KO here for Russ, which I think actually this would have been the one map that they're playing where the KO could have had the most value. But they also don't have that settle. They don't have that Cypher to really try and disrupt the potential flanks that can be coming through. So it's again Global straying away from something that's a little bit more common, but this time can they execute on it?
Yeah, I feel like if they're gonna play it this way, then they have to do something similar to Paper Rex where they just go in full force, right? Never mind the backline. If you just keep on going forward, you don't have a backline to worry about. But this doesn't seem like the composition to do it.
Yeah, not the composition nor the players to do it as well. And I gotta imagine they're gonna go similar to how they played it at Convergence, where they're going to take space by space and then go for an execute. But now you've got all this defense set up plus Crazy Guy with those timed recons that could really ruin the execute.
Well, we're gonna find out indeed who pulls through. It's gonna be Bleed Esports versus Global Esports as we step into Sunset. We're gonna toss it on over to your casters, Quack and Aserai.
Thank you so much for that one, Desk, and we are here. Elimination.
Let's go. It's starting. Let's go.
Bleed. Both
Let's go, guys.
Struggled in the previous series that they have played, and there's still the talk of Polvi being amazing here for Global. He really needs to step up for Bleed as well. Durian and Ye, who really is going to be the front man.
Let's go, guys.
We'll have to see as this series is about to start.
I mean, it's going to be a tough one to say the least.
हर्ष तुमको क्या पॉइंट्स के साथ कर रहे हो वो डालना पड़ेगा वरना जीरो ही होएगा. जीरो का मल्टीप्लिकेशन में से जीरो ही होता है. समझ रहे हो? मैथ्स आती है मेरे को, तुमको भी आनी चाहिए.
Because he has shown that he can perform. His fundamentals are just that strong. Meanwhile, for Global Esports, Polvi just starts things off.
Yeah, that door closes, but the opportunity for Polvi does not. It's going to give a lot of control right now for Global as they can choose whether they want to keep pressing their
Double controllers,
all the way back.
double initiator or duelist, it's sentinel initiator duelist.
All the traps for Egoist is positioned there.
This glitch pop frenzy is just different too.
Advantage as well as of course Russ with the wingman to trigger a couple of those and allow them to clear things up even easier.
Yeah, you can definitely feel the loss of Scary right now. You've got those traps, sure, Crazy Guy might be able to rotate over it, but they need more reinforcements, and right now, just without the information towards B, it's always a little bit scary, and that's why they're leaving Darian still around Market. But as Global starts to move closer, Elbow, they might just be able to break things open.
Egoist has that camera open 24/7 here. Nade's being thrown out already. There's the wingman for the easy plants. Not even going to be a cancel, deny, or anything. Blaze King does get the kill onto Crazy Guy as well. This is a great
3v5 retake.
for Global
सारे
Esports.
पांचों elbow में लेकिन पांचों elbow है.
Stuck at the back of that A site. That spike is planted right at the precipice of those traps, and Global don't even have to commit into the site itself. They can just stay all day long here on elbow as the rest of Bleed now start to move right in.
They chillin'. Bleed has to go in for that defuse, and as soon as they stick, the spray comes in, and it's just post-plant delays for days.
Oh.
Lots of efforts here for both Egoist and
1v2. Wait, he has a nade now. He can nade them.
His friend. It shall be his enemy, and it shall be his team's demise. This first round, it's taken by Global.
Not to what we expected at all. I mean, everyone kind of thought Bleed would have a stronger start, but Global definitely shows that they have surprises in store for us.
Yeah.
He is an incredible duelist, and he just walks right up the door. Able to take that duel against Scary, and then the rotation.
Best बार मैं खुद घूम लूँगी नेपाल.
After losing Scary, Bleed instantly just, shrunk down a little bit. None of them were able to defend the site, and we watched the whole thing play out. It was just Wingman doing everything.
Yeah, especially the part where they lost so much mid control and Bleed never really recontacted it, so they couldn't really figure out where Global was planning to push. It was more of a wait for the stimuli and then react, and that doesn't work when you're up against a team like Global that really likes to take the advantage, especially with a composition that has no sentinels, so you really know that they're going to be banking on the pushes every time they actually make for that contact.
Precisely. So of course, well, this is just a bit of a save round for Bleed. How much can they really pull off?
What a shot.
I mean, this is the reason why they still mix up, right, between Ye and Durian, because when Ye joined Bleed, you still know that Durian has that star power. And one of those shots shows us a glimpse of it.
He definitely carries that zombie pride with him, but
the what?
Zombie. That's what Ye was playing under this weird new name when they were trying to keep it under wraps. But anyway, it's definitely something that you want to respect, because Darian is not someone that you want to underestimate.
True.
But that said, it's just one pick, and while they are moving forward into the A site, it's trampling, it's a lot of noises. Bleed are, well, not quite able to fight back.
Nice, nice.
Again, it's just
उनको पता है वो उधर है.
Global Esports turning into this balled fist that will just punch their way into the site. Egoist, he's got a lot of utility to work with here, even the safety to pick up that Spectre as well. 2 versus 1. He's unaware that the
कि वहाँ पे कोई नहीं है. हाँ, दोनों elbow में बैठे हुए.
on elbow, as we can see, so he'll just take his sweet time. I don't know if him cooking like this is going to allow him to win the round, but maybe make it expensive is the way to go. Fortunately, Blaze King, a bit too quick, a bit too, a step forward, step earlier. That's going to be 2 rounds right now for Global.
It does feel like a little bit expensive enough.
You didn't get this Spectre.
As Russ and Pulvy might have to go for, slightly smaller weapons for this round, small arms. But Bleed, on the other hand, are starting to get a good idea for this Global Esports playstyle, right? I mean, they've tried to make a bit of noise towards B or mid, and then just, when they have more space, rush over towards A. That's why in this round, we've seen that Viper's toxic screen from Ye being relegated towards A instead.
Pulvy's in trouble. Can he get out of harm's way, though? He's alone on an island. He's already brought out his classic because he was just losing so much ammunition as well as HP as he pushes through. He wanted to get that pinch so that his teammates could push up to B main, and when that fails, Global Esports now left scratching their heads, hoping that maybe their other lurker, Benkai, is going to find some contact and success here on top mid.
Oh, right into his face.
That's a little bit wishful thinking,
Just shots up over the stairs.
Oh!
He survives. He didn't. I mean, no shot connected from Russ, but that mosh pit was enough.
And he's got Thrasher available now, but, still a lot of players to work through.
They can jump over this, but Scary's prepared to hear the shot. They're here to jump and punish the transition. There it is.
Last player standing.
And there it is.
again, it's just Bleed adapting to these changes. I mean, the calling on this side from Crazy Guy, as soon as they feel a bit of pressure towards A, they start to change things up. Global hasn't quite, you know, put one step ahead of that. So they instantly knew how to feel ready for however Polvi might push, and that's what we saw exactly towards Market.
Again, leaving Polvi to push by himself, I kind of get is what he does best, right? But in Sunset, where there's so many angles, there's so many
देख लिया ना
traps that
उसने?
really thwart that kind of approach, he needs some backup from his teammates, right? Anyways, Russ, IGL,
NT.
down in the dumps for the moment. That's going to be Bleed with a point on the board.
They won their first buy round. Okay, let's go.
Right now, the adaptation's coming in.
कोई बात नहीं, हमारे भी buy है ना अभी.
Wondering how Global Esports might change things up. Like you mentioned before, you know, leaving Polvi to push on his own, that might be what he's good at, but at the same time, what works well against, you know, a team like Bleed is strength in numbers, because Bleed, you know, often plays with such strong teamwork, having that coaching and that leadership from Legia. This is what they are known to do.
Yeah. 100% agree. It feels like Bleed, you know, is so fluid with how they move that it feels like they're never really stopped at one point, right? Like when you pick up one player from them, they always have this backup plan that they start unraveling. In any case, Global Esports, they mix things up though. They
दोनों
put
traps
Polvi
destroy
by
कर दिए
himself on
इसके.
B main, while the rest of his teammates start moving up onto mid here, which could actually be pretty good because there's no traps right now. Durion might be a few seconds late. He's now here to receive some contact, but that smoke separates the rest of the Polvi. Spots out Crazy Guy. Cannot finalize the kill though. So that might be an opportunity missed to actually get the numbers in the favor of Global.
Yeah.
तीन जन है लेकिन अभी भी A पे.
Bit of attention away, but unfortunately at this moment not quite enough. 50 seconds left, so they still have some options. But the Thrasher being spent now is just a bit of info. If anything, a bit of a tell for Bleed to actually reinforce the A site. Darian is here with a showstopper available.
30 seconds. He's getting mighty close to first contact right now, and he's not going to be unaware of Blaze King. That might be a big mishap in Bleed's decision-making. And immediately, Global Esports, you see them opening up the site. That's what they were looking
Nice
for.
execute.
All down to Egoist. Global's calls pretty damn solid here, Quack.
Hmm.
Again, like I mentioned, Egoist just forced to save the weapon for the moment.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Legia starts to call timeout pretty soon. For now, Global Esports
I think एक और
throwing things into plans
round.
for Bleed, knowing how to
अभी टाइम आउट नहीं बुलाएंगे उन लोग. I think एक और round जाएगा.
have Polvi to come up on a flank if
Maybe if it turns to a 4-1, they'll call for timeout.
Just the pushes coming out from Russ, Benkai lightning fast. They have
3-1
shown
penny.
that they are
That's what I
capable.
feel.
And with the way that they're taking this A site again and again, Bleed struggling to adapt. Egoist, he hasn't really, you know, felt all too much currently.
Yeah. I guess this is the polar opposite of what you can do in Sunset, right? Rather than relying on your duelist to enter the site for you, you can slow push it because of the corners, because the corners are made to be able to be pushed slowly like this. Granted, of course, there are some over pushes that we've seen here for Bleed, but Global Esports, they've been pretty, what's the word here? They've been pretty slow and methodical at being able to slowly get control of the sites that they're taking. You know, they're not just rambunctiously pushing up into A and haphazardly taking it. They're making sure that every single corner is scrubbed clean and easy for their take.
Yeah, for real, that's exactly what Bleed does. Both teams really taking things slow and steady for now. In contrast to the game that we just saw on the same map. But that's also because this is an elimination match. The tension, the stress is felt. Nightfall executes coming through.
If Durian doesn't get any HP deduction from that Nightfall, yeah, they can't push. Because they already know he's there. He has a double satchel and the showstopper. So unless they wait for this, unless they want to push into the side with a smoke that blots out their vision, this is going to be a big risk for Global here. But they have time right now.
Yeah, it's interesting. Just a Nightfall. Put Polvi up in this position. Meanwhile, Russ calls for the rotations back over onto A site. They did this in the previous round. Let's see if Bleed can get a good read on it. You've got Ye, who's kind of defending A with his life. You got Scary watching mid and able to rotate back, pivot towards A link. Whether or not it's going to be enough, it's the other thing.
Oh,
it might just be a retake game for Bleed at this point.
There's a tripwire there as well in Link. If anybody pushes that, should be an easy kill here for Scary. Ye is by himself. He's already activated both of his snake bites right now, so he can't really push up without any smoke coverage, so he has to back away and just wait for his teammate to go with him. Now, it's going to be a straight-up firefight here at the back of the site, and it hasn't really panned out well for Bleed, excuse me. Now, Global is going to be left.
ये हार गए तो एक टाइमर तो आएगा ही.
With Scary and Egoist. Scary is already at the site, but can't really push. Egoist now, are they just... It looks like they want to fight for this. They're not going to save at all. They don't want to risk any more of the rounds. Paranoia activated here. Maybe try to brute force their way against a team that
Now he's going to go save.
Is the definite
And they're going to call for a timeout.
Force. And that's going to be Global with 4 rounds in this first game.
Yeah, not quite able to do all too much. You could see that that was clearly Bleed's game plan. You know, you mentioned that tripwire, Asarai. Scary did get the 1 frag onto Polvi, but that was it. They wanted to make use of that numbers advantage to come in with the retakes with Trades and also Darian's showstopper. But as soon as they planted their foot onto A alley, you got this firefight from Global Esports, who knew exactly how to block them off to prevent that retake from even happening. Very nice anticipated play from Global Esports.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I thought there would be one.
I did mention how very free-flowing they are and how quickly it seems like they have layers upon layers of plants, but it's definitely not now. We're not feeling Scary anymore as that Clutch King. Oh, that...
Oh, क्या haunt है अबे?
Phenomenal from Blaze King. Exposes the entirety of that A site, makes it easy for Polvi to find the first pick. His teammates gets another, and you already know it's a secured A site. Firepower is definitely in the hands of Global here. The only thing I'm looking at that could give a chance for Bleed is if Global oversteps their bounds, but even then, they have so much firepower to work with here.
Global Esports very much in the driver's seat right now. Almost makes you question if Bleed looks really uncomfortable on Sunset. I mean, clearly they have the composition for it, and in this round, at the very least, it is, you know,
nice shots.
Eco. But Global are decisively...
अब टाइमर तो आएगा ही.
At the end too.
Through the wall as well. No windows, only the wall.
Very impressive stuff. Now Polvi has the showstopper too.
मेरे को रोज दोपहर को ये टाइम पे नींद आती है ना guys. मेरा clock ही ऐसा है, like afternoon I need a nap.
First map, you're talking about how it looks like Bleed just looks absolutely out of their element, and it goes to show.
Still no timeout.
Any kind of timeouts here from Legia. I think this has been an issue with the Bleed in the past when they start to lose, you know, contact or any kind of info on the map. Start doing this, but anyways, Polvi rips one out. Is he gonna find Egoist? That's gonna be huge. If he does, Egoist survives. No way, it clips the stairs here, Quack. And that allows him to break through the traps right there. Like fast can't get in quick enough, and this leaves Russ, the IGL, once again by himself in a position where he might as well just fall down, which he does. And Global Esports gets obliterated here by Bleed.
Might have been a bit of a, I don't know, man, a misplay from the Rocket, or just unlucky, but whatever it is, it favors Egoist so darn much. I mean, this guy who, you know, used to play on SMG, now back onto this team, showing exactly what he's capable of. This is why they put him on that Sentinel role, because he can anchor.
He creates those tempo plays by himself. And one mistake from an opponent definitely unravels the rest of that offense. This is a given thing here for Bleed because it gives enough for Duryan to also
I
pick
shot.
up the operator, which is tremendous. No one
This
else was
smooth
pushing
feel
that
होती है ना
B main, so
river
it's a
off.
free pick for Duryan, and he can just choose to get back. And because of that, as he spots no one as well, that coaxed the rest of Bleed to start getting some information here on mid. Crazy Guy activates the drone, spots out Polvi. Now they're aware Global is coming here on top mid.
And they're very much so ready to receive it too.
He spotted lightning fast. He did spot only.
It's an op versus op.
Ooh!
But Darion's got the other angle, takes down lightning fast.
Left गया ये ऊपर गया पोल भी गया
Comes back in around just to check.
Yikes. Polvi's on an operator, so you can't
Okay.
really deal with so many angles, slow pushing.
Currently he's in a 1v5.
No one is checking your 6.
Op.
One at the corner
दो op
here.
ले लिए लोग.
Crazy Guy actually picks himself out the operator.
दोनों op.
They will get punished gloriously by Benkai. If he finds some opening here, maybe somehow, some way, there was a world where he can get into A and activate that ultimate. And
दोनों ऑपर मार दे बे.
2v1
Nice shots.
manageable situation. Not gonna happen this time. And Bleed, no need to call for those
बेंकू
timeouts.
भाई
Just
ठीक है भाई.
to fly here, and what looked like to have been a strong start for Global, Bleed starting to build things back up.
Very curious as to how it happens too, though. I mean, getting the information, just starting things off a little bit slow, but having an idea, at least a bit of a road.
Oh, nap what? Yeah, I'm an afternoon nap person.
Operates on this map.
I'm an afternoon nap person. Are you guys not afternoon nap people? Like, I really always need to have like an afternoon nap.
Just a good little bit of slicing the pie for Benkai. Now coming back into it, the off. A bit of early aggression, but then punish right back. Crazy Guy with the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, making sure that his teammate is going to be safe. What's the true damage?
देख लिया उसने.
Kai snuck himself all the way up to A. Scary.
And now he's gonna call them back.
Egoist. Does he dare push A main right about now? Because Benkai might not leave his ultimate. If Egoist can time this perfectly, nobody from League
Nope,
is gonna
he's
be
checking
aware of
it.
Oh, never mind. That Thrash is just diabolical.
With that, the punish from Benkai onto Egoist. It's going to be Darien with the showstopper to try to bring things back for his team. It starts things off with the option.
Here comes the party.
Just by a bit.
Only left it.
Slowly coming into mid. Ooh,
Okay, 3v3.
a bit of more than he can chew. This man's got molars for days. Duryan, does he risk himself to push here with the showstopper? Nah, it's the ROI isn't good enough.
Save.
Yeah.
Spam मत करो guys, please.
But I mean, still, thinking about how the round plays out, it's a lot of weird, like, individual fights. Darien with a nice attempt to try to deter them away from B at the very least, but then towards the end, like you mentioned, it was really just Benkai sneaking in. I think part of it is also how the map is laid out and Lead not really able to watch everything. Right, you've got this double controller setup, you've got Egoist on the Cypher, but it's just not quite enough to cover all the bases. There are always these tiny gaps that Benkai, for example, can use to sneak up past
देख अगर अगले 1 मिनट में पुराने ने टाइम आउट दिया तो ये टाइम आउट खाएगा. मैं दूंगी तो बैन दूंगी. ठीक है, तो अभी फुराइडर के हाथ में. He has 60 seconds to either give you a timeout or I'm going to ban you. स्पैम मत करो. ये तुम्हारे घर का व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप नहीं है. यहाँ पे सिर्फ तुम्हारे मम्मी पापा नहीं हो. यहाँ पे बहुत सारे अलग अलग लोग हैं, अलग अलग बातें कर रहे हैं. You cannot just spam your stuff here. Okay. Okay. We have 60 seconds. मैं पापा हूँ. अबे इसके.
Oh! He hides and strikes when the iron is hot.
Well, his iron is definitely scalding here, Quack.
मैं तो पापा हूँ. हेलेफ की गर्लफ्रेंड पापा है. जा. आ गया बैन. Bye.
From a couple of from yesterday's matches, they're so controlled. They're so precise. These guys have truly woken up, and I don't know if they can continue this rampart. GE fighting truly will turn into a GE.
हेलेफ की गर्लफ्रेंड पापा कैसे हो सकती है?
Very, very careful. And look at how they're still maneuvering across. Still Benkai on the lurk. Carefully checking corners.
Navi, why are you calling her chicken? What?
Execute in, but Scary does not let that happen.
What do you mean, bro?
Lightning
What do you
Fast
mean?
already down.
आई दोनों दिख गए.
Yay and Egoist.
दोनों दिख गए. Shut
Look
that.
at this backside control. Lightning Fast
He's
cannot
stuck.
get out.
No, no.
Ay, catched up by Yay. 3 kills.
मैं तो किसी और की मम्मी बनना चाह रही थी.
Esports all turned on their heads with a huge paranoia from Scary.
लेकिन तुम किसी के पापा बन गई.
Scary. He's the guy who puts up that roadblock. Up around B, I mean, he just has that one paranoia, and it just nicely covers the entirety of B main as they push out. He gets away with that one.
Identifies as
then the rest of
him.
the team comes in at the same time, just to prevent them from going into sight easily. There's always that little opening around market, and the timing of the dark cover was a little bit.
Your laugh is hilarious. भाई कल मैं तुम लोगों को बताऊंगी यार एक क्लिप मेरे मैं बकरा के इससे क्लिप करूंगी. I need to clip that. It was in split. I need to clip that. Volt को adopt कर लूंगी. फिर पापा बन जाओगे वाह.
Kind of timeouts where it's not really to recuperate his team. It's more to try building what's already slowly built by the team with these rounds. So with that being said, it's like he's just again trying to maneuver, probably figure out how to deal with Benkai's lurks. Because I think has been one of the biggest issues that they've been trying to figure out against Global here. Is just how much map control Benkai really brings to the table to his new team.
Yeah, we've seen those looks getting a little bit pesky for Bleed Esports now, but at the same time, I'm wondering what they are going to do. You got this operator, you got the showstopper too. Maybe a bit of early round aggression just to bring the momentum back under their control. We are nearing the end of the first half. And
Guys, कभी भी किसी को एक दूसरे पे चैट में गुस्सा आ रहा है झगड़ा मत करो. थप्पड़ है एक्सक्लेमेशन गेट थप्पड़ और उसे थप्पड़ मार दो चैट में. आईएलएल नहीं चैट में. कमांड है, फ्री है, नॉन हर्टिंग है, लेकिन तुम्हारी फीलिंग्स दूसरे वाले तक पहुंच जाएगी. समझ रहे हो? ठीक है, जैसे भी देखो फोनाइटेड जब तेरा काम था कहाँ गया था? हाँ?
On elbow here, they're much more okay with fighting A main or A link, excuse me, than elbow without any of those utilities. Where's the cages though? Does he have no money for the cages?
देखो फोनाइटेड ने अक्षत से 10 थप्पड़ खा लिए. It's easy when you are.
He knows that this is a spot that Global has approached many times before and wants to counter it.
Oh, that's a huge haunt. Who's got the here's the party? That is going to be Dorian dunking it in the face of Benkai. And this is a bloody for Bleed. Somehow manages to get in. Dorian throws out the nade. Can he find one? Lightning Fast with the late lurk and the counter late lurk from Yay. It's 1-1.
The late lurk to the late lurk.
Retake will have to be done here by
The latest lurk.
Global Esports. They've doubled up. They got a solid positioning right now. And Dorian still holding this operator. Will have to wait for Yay to double up with him, but Yay just runs into the side and
Collat. No.
The embracing hands of Polvi and teammate. Happens twice now with Durian and GE really commanding the rounds here when they go when they get those setups.
Especially when they get those setups. 1 second and you spot out like a foot and an arm.
देखा guys.
Okay, there's more than one person here. I could have fired off a shot, but it's definitely not going to be enough to win out the round. So it's a little bit odd for Ye to swing out like that. I don't know if it's like a little bit of miscommunication, but at the very least, it can say with absolute certainty, Global Esports are fighting.
I love how you just said that. GE fighting. As of course the fans have been clamoring every single time. We've seen it on social media.
कोई नहीं रोहित, try get करो.
Always giving.
शायद तुम्हारे पास होगे नहीं इतने.
Polvi's the one right now with the show.
Oh, what? How does that not? I have the same question. How does that not connect? Wasn't it like right there?
On a tear here. Global Esports want to make a statement to end this first half if they can.
B is fully open.
Have to be very careful as they know that Bleed still has working pieces. They've only found Ye. They haven't got Durian yet, who has been such a thorn with this operator. They're making a lot of noise here on mid side right now, Quack, but they're coming back to A where Durian seems.
He's waiting with an op. He's waiting.
Yeah, I don't
know. He's waiting. Oh, Collat! मेरे को लगा तीसरा भी जाएगा Collat.
He only needs to thrive, and he gets the collateral. Polvi does.
Oh ho.
Has to pick up the spike. 30 seconds. His teammate.
Go for it, Polvi. Go for it.
Clearance. so that there is a lot more opportunity for Polvi to push up onto the A site more securely. The big problem is, can he? Also, just going to put it out there, does Crazy Guy have some nasty little lineup for a default plant because he's got 2 shock darts? I don't know where, I don't know how.
I kind of expect him to be able to do that. If not, at the very least, he's got the recon for his team to come in at the retake. They've got the numbers for it, but Polvi has paint shells too. I don't know if he wants to push out even further though. That's
बता फोराइटेड नाइटबॉट ने पूछा है कुछ तेरे से.
basically gonna be the round for Bleed now.
You know, I was thinking that he wants to use all of those utilities of his, but he doesn't really need to. You know why? They're not expecting him to be on the site.
Yeah.
So him just being silent and deadly is already it, you know?
But that said,
7-5 side switch.
I don't know if it's like Polvi overheating a little bit, but peeking out over the box.
Half-time, side switch.
Crazy Guy to be on the other side. Yeah. So we do end the first half, not with a 6-6, but a 5-7, which again still isn't the worst thing in the world. That say, we shall see if this iteration of Bleed can bring them back with a pistol round. This is Global Esports' map pick after all.
समझी नहीं मैं फरहान ने क्या लिखा है समझाओ कोई.
True, and this is the first time we're also seeing Global play this Sunset map.
कुछ नहीं पूछा नाइटबॉट, मुझे तो क्वेश्चन दिख रहा है नाइटबॉट का. अभी डिलीट मार दिया फरहान नाइटबॉट का क्वेश्चन. कपड़ों लाड़ी अच्छा है, thanks.
Another one of those things is you will not really have any Sentinel, I believe, coming into that second half. So
the Viper.
I mean, we're talking about how the Viper could play as a Sentinel, but doesn't truly play as a Sentinel, right? So they have to learn how to play with that and how they will.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? We were talking about it. You don't have quite the traps to really watch your backs or control the map. So
यहीं पे थी भाई पूरी वीकेंड. क्या बात कर रहे हो? मेरे से पूछो, मेरे वीकेंड के साथ यहीं पे थी तुम लोगों के साथ.
Could be, just enough. At the same time, because you're playing on defense, you just need to delay, really. And as long as Benkai stays hidden well enough, you throw out those utilities, the snake bites, hold off for as much as possible, anchor down the sides, he should be good to go. But then again, comes down to map control and Bleed, the way that they move together on this.
हर रोज कैसे बोल सकती है 58th day of the year? आज है 58th day of the year.
Committing all of his money for utility. What a total team player.
My eyes are dull.
Okay, so it goes on mid. He wants to check if anybody pushes up on triple with that recon dart, but doesn't find.
अच्छा, उस दिन पे वो बताती है भाई इतना भाव मिल रहा है, चुपचाप एंजॉय करना. फरहान, कोई दूसरा लड़का दिख रहा है कंप्लेन करते हैं क्योंकि लड़की उसको रोज मैसेज कर रही है रात को. चैट बताओ, तुम लोगों को कोई लड़की रोज मैसेज करेगी तो तुम लोग तो खुशी खुशी हाँ करो मैसेज. तो गुड थिंग दो.
Trapped on A main, if Polvi decides to actually push the tempo right now, and Bleed, they're taking fights that they can't win. We're not done just yet.
हमारे अंकिता थोड़ी सी स्लो है.
Around the corner here, spotted out by Durion, so maybe this is the fight that Bleed.
क्या बोलना चाहता है वो बताओ मुझे.
There is still so much to unravel from Global Esports. So Bleed decides otherwise to go around.
लड़के ही रोज रोज लड़कियों को मैसेज करते हैं. हाँ तो थोड़ा एफर्ट तो डालो यार. अच्छी बात है एफर्ट डालना.
Somewhere there on top of A link, so they're not going to find anything. But if they go to B,
लेकिन क्या मतलब स्लो है, मतलब क्या मतलब वो क्या कहना चाहता था बताओ फिर.
Waiting, checking, and then in a couple of seconds they have to rush.
Either way, Global Esports holds the advantage, right? And that's the most interesting thing, at least for this round.
They have HP, they have guns, those
squad. They carry on the same
4 people
from last year in VCT Pacific, having one of the most highest number of pistol round wins.
Nice shot, Blaze King blind होके मारा है एक.
Down with a ghost.
That's a huge upset there for Global. 5-8. Bleed also known to make those aggressive force buys, so we're going to see that for Bleed here. And of course, the best weapon against that, which I think Polvi might pick up. There it is. Outlaw.
Just a bit of a weird thing.
यार फरहान, तुमको रोज मिडनाइट को मैसेज आ रहा है तो मेरे को भी स्ट्रीम के पहले मैसेज कर दिया करो. मतलब रोज कौन सा दिन चल रहा है, समझ रहे हो? अगर मैं IRL कर रही हूँ और मेरे को याद नहीं कौन सा दिन चल रहा है तो मैं तुम्हारे मैसेज देख के कॉपी कर लूंगी.
Blaze King, Polvi on the other side. The slight micro timings with the way that they peek out all of a sudden, sometimes Bleed just doesn't quite expect it. So it's a bit of revenge for Blaze King as well, right? Because this, you know, was him playing on Boom Esports versus Bleed at Ascension last year. Now finding his win with a new team, new roster on Global Esports.
You're absolutely right. It means, and here's the thing, Bleed also coming off of that high with the pickup on Ye, but it feels like Ye is so out of his element here, whether it's because he's on a new team or he's on a role that he's not really truly familiar with. You can see him struggling. We were showing that scoreboard. He's at the bottom for Bleed as of this point. So you do see the struggles that Bleed are having to face in Global. They're just eating that up. Oh, this wall. If it drops, Lightning Fast got a chance. Blaze King first on contact, has a seize, locks them up into the prison. If he pushes out, well, he doesn't need to because Lightning Fast is right there.
5-9.
It's going to be a quick cleanup here for Global, and they are terrifying on this control. It's not fast.
अच्छा खेल रहे बे.
Slow burn here, and it is scorching Bleed.
अभी इनका बोनस है उनका फुल बाय राउंड है. अभी देखते हैं.
I don't know what Bleed needs, but they've got to kind of like cauterize the wound or something, right? Right now,
दूसरी टीम में है वो अभी.
Starting to lose out in terms of rounds. They get the buy back up in full this time, but the momentum definitely on the side of Global Esports. They're toying with them so much, controlling around the map. And again, you got Polvi on this Outlaw, and the amount of damage that they could potentially put out is deadly. However, in this round, it is a Bleed with full armor, full utility. Let's see what they can do.
And again, it's one of those games where it doesn't feel like there's anything explosive that's happening, but it is by design. Global Esports are playing at such a pace that I feel like Bleed can't really read them in this situation, even if Bleed has that capability to be able to do so.
Yeah, I know it's kind of like feels really slow at times, but then there are these tiny little moments where Global Esports just accelerates just by a little bit.
Yeah.
And right now, towards market, you've got a little bit of vision from Russ as well. They might have heard something towards B main, but that's about it. So the rotation's coming over. They don't see anything.
He spot him.
Might be Lightning Fast, yeah, getting the call over. The toxic screen at the very least is a tell. So now rotation's coming over. As long as Lightning Fast can do his job, you know, he still has that paranoia available. Blaze King as well with a haunt for info.
Yeah. I was actually just about to point that out. How much statistic do we have on how effective Blaze King's haunts have been? Because it's been giving away so much positioning right now. Look at Durian just dodging into the site itself. Like Fast's not going to be able to escape that time. Explosion from Bleed is here. Oh, that is a huge mosh pit. That blinds everybody. Yay, just frantically spraying it down. Polvi picks himself up. A Spectre pushes up, but Scary's on top.
But good bonus, good bonus.
6-9.
6-9.
Very messy fight, but Bleed comes out on top at least for now.
Yeah, not being able to buy back up in full might hurt them a little. But you can see it's a slightly better take, a slightly better approach towards the site. You know, being able to pull the attention back and forth. Despite Global Esports having a good read on things, the way that Bleed comes in, you've got Darion and then Scary to find the trades. They make sure that they can control the site safe enough. But again, that's just how Bleed operates. Everything so far in this entire map has been safe for both sides.
Polvi though.
Oh,
very far forward into the front of his opponents. His teammate giving him some leeway to pick up that orb and back away into A main. If he decides to push up, maybe he can find something, but it seems like Polvi might have overheated a little bit here, jiggling a little bit too much, and Crazy Guy capitalizing. And it's as easy as that. Now, the rest of Global pushing up on mid could put a pinch on the late lurking Ye, but B-side should be theirs. Never mind, Ye turns it back, and now he's got that late lurk, that
Oh, but the lurker got out lurked.
Yeah, it's fine. We're charging in. Bad guy's huge. He gets another one. will get shut down by Egoist. As dust settles, who's getting the advantage right now? Feels like it's Bleed, should be. They are pushing lightning fast, but the punishes and the quick trades for esports.
6-10 double digit आ गए.
As Blaze King approaches from behind, yeah, it's just too much going on in the round.
Hello.
Although Ye got some good picks early on.
Do you have any questions related to astronomy? No, I don't. उसके पास नहीं है अभी उसका personal number. क्या? That's an अच्छा round था ये. अच्छा retake था.
Unless Gary can really block things off with his smokes, it sometimes just doesn't really work out all too well. And they need a little bit more fragging power right now. You got Crazy Guy who's always there to support. You got Darian who tries to rush in, but then apart from that, no one else is really there to help Darian follow up. So the site kind of falls apart as soon as they make their way in. 6-10 now will be the score, and it's going to be a Bleed that has to save. So I don't know about you, Asteroid, but this map is starting to look like it's almost over.
I feel like I was about to say, you know, never say never, as is, of course, by my favorite movie, Karate Kid with Justin Bieber and Jaden Smith. Anyways.
And Justin Bieber.
And Justin Bieber again.
A short, bro.
Durian, though. 6 shot on mid here, but the thing is with global esports, right, is if you strike us, cut one head down, 2 will take its place. They are so quick at just reacting to the stimuli that Bleed.
Do girls get jealous if their male best friends talk to other girls? I mean, अभी अपना best friend बंदी girlfriend बना रहे तो कोई problem नहीं है. I mean, unless she has feelings for you. I shot. Oh, what shots!
As soon as I say that, Ye does something like this, and this makes it somewhat doable. You're absolutely right. El Diablo heating things up, right? Can they exercise him out of the sight? As the Nightfall used very haphazardly. No follow-up just to scare them, but the pin making it very difficult to them to push over. What is happening here? Egoist, he just pops a couple of shots. He can't find nobody, and lightning fast finds Ye left in a 2 versus 1.
6-11 भाई strong है इनका ये.
A little bit awkward.
बस close out कर दे 2 और round चाहिए.
Coming out of the Viper's pit, I mean, you can see the idea that he had.
एक time out लेंगे ना अभी लोग bleed वाले. ले लिए के 2 time out नहीं ना, एक ही time out लिया था.
So he tried to do what he could, but just without the firepower, I guess. Kind of whiffing some shots, and Ye at the same time separated away from him. I mean, Ye needed to stay in the pit to keep it up, right? So global esports just knowing how to make it work, having that much more confidence to go in for some of these duels. They were decisive, they took things apart, and yeah, although it was a bit of glimmer of hope from star power of Ye, it's still not quite enough to bring Bleed to a decisive win.
Speaking of not going to be enough, oh, hold on. Olby's in trouble here. He decides to go on the...
He did not check, right?
It might have been incorrect for him. Russ has pocketed himself onto the corner.
Got two.
Not falling behind.
Oh, what a shot landing fast.
From lightning fast and Russ. Egoist now alone. Polvi might not have gotten any kills, but his teammates sure made use of the push outside of mid that he has just done. Neural Theft activated. That's going to expose the positioning. Spike not in the hands of Egoist here though, and he is looking for a kill rather than pick up the spike first because he doesn't, even though he's exposed his opponents, he does not have the map control to really take advantage of that.
I have retrieved.
Well, let's think about this, right? You got 50 seconds left, you got full armor, got a rifle. It's not entirely impossible. So he could go in for the spike plant first, but then where do you go after that? You know the full force and might of global esports. At least the last 3 players are definitely going to come after you. Russ has the Thrasher. So you need to stay in a spot that's, you know, well concealed enough that Russ can't find you.
Bago, retake, chalo.
Maybe you sneak back.
Bago.
Come back in with That is an idea, but Bankai is watching the back.
Oh! God! What an ult, bro! He actually got him.
He found him, showing what it means. Yeah, there it is. I mean, whether it's by sheer intuition or because the meter for Thrash was running out, he found him, dude. He found him.
No way, kya ult डाला है, bro?
Like he was preparing himself for
खत्म हो गया था और वो उसमें पकड़ा है.
Having a good day. I mean, the whip from earlier on, and then now getting hit by the Thrasher like this, Ego is just does not feel good. But on the other side, for global esports, the way that they're
Time out, abhi aaya time out. Hi, Shagnik, look what Golu is doing.
well timed, the way that they're
Golu bolte.
working together. You've got Benkai watching the back. Every base is covered. This is the global esports that, you know, knows exactly how to operate, how to move.
This is what
G is what? G is feeling it. Yeah, Shagnik, you wanna come Discord? I'm here.
match as well with this brandishing new roster, right? And there we go.
I think like the most impressive thing right now, or at least in that round, you know, Polvi always like kind of wild sometimes. This Finnish duelist rushes out, dies on his own, he gets information. Apart from that, Russ and Lightning Fast getting those sprays, that was something else. That truly brought the round back for them.
And this is what I've been telling the desk as well, when I was with him as you know, a day ago or so. Is
Shagnik, Devanshu is dueling you. Do exclamation accept. Shagnik.
And now
Yes.
Devanshu is dueling you in chat. Do exclamation accept. You can duel him. He wants to 1v1 you.
into spots where
No?
he can actually try to do something else.
डर गया है देवांशु है left.
I send United go fight for me.
Okay, देवांशु United से 1v1 कर पहले cancel करके.
And some nice cleanups as well.
Are you watching this? Oh you नहीं थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो गया हाँ. Oh we said the same thing twinning.
क्या बोला तुमने?
मैंने बोला ज़्यादा हो गया.
I mean, everybody from Bleed
Come on, Guru.
was
Get a 3K. At least.
Heading fast though.
Guru got
inside
ace.
his own smoke. That's about to dissipate
Oh,
pretty
yeah.
soon here as he pushes
Guru
out
got none.
and covers the entirety of the Bleed conspiracy on B main.
Oh, shot.
Oh yo.
Man is clean.
Bleed is now.
Yeah. ये सर इनको नहीं जाना चाहिए था उधर. ज़्यादा aggression हो गया.
तब
ठीक है वो लोग का सेट प्ले है तो.
Push into overtime, but of course, GE always fighting.
How was your practice? Did you eat food?
No, I ordered lunch.
Started from a timeout.
Every day ordering. I will
Check
complain to your
Made such a push and have
company.
players positioned right outside B main enabled them to go for such a fight. A little bit odd for global esports.
Yeah,
in
you
the
check.
last final rounds to really go in for a play such as that, but whatever it is, it puts Bleed out on top.
And resets their economy too. Durian
ओ भाई को डाउन पे इतना सारा अल्ट्स मार दिया.
committing their ultimates here, Quack. Very much so everything. I mean, sure. You know, if you can secure the rounds, might as well. Polvi, is he gonna stab him? No, like, oh, okay, he still gets it. I am losing my mind, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so sorry. I thought crazy guy just at the nick of time, right? And then Polvi just panics a little bit, brings out the classic, hits the alternate fire, tap burst. Sure, let's go with that. What is happening? The timings have been so wacky this round, but somehow, some way, Bleed clears it up.
Yeah, very wacky all across the board. But again, it starts off with Darian and that commit with a showstopper into elbow. It kind of throws things in for a bit of a loop, and then maybe, you know, some positioning coming through with Polvi trying to sneak up behind. But nonetheless, once Bleed gains control over sight, you know, I mean, once they know exactly what's about to happen, they're able to kind of come in and put themselves in a position to shoot things down and, you know, maybe kind of keeping spirits up. Still got 4 more rounds to go, but you're very much in the game. You got Polvi on an op now, though, and I want to see what the idea is behind this.
It is to get kills with the sniper. That is the idea. But the idea will not be turned into a reality, as it's been pretty much snuffed out by Crazy Guy here. Benkai's hoping that they might push a bit forward here. Heroics from the
Wait.
Anyways, Bleed.
Bruh, 8-12 तक आ गए हैं. I think it's time for these guys to take. Shaggy, do you think they're gonna take a pause?
And the rest here of global esports
Oui.
trying to brute force their way. It might work, but
I think they're gonna take a pause now, Shagnik, because they really need to close out this map.
Global Esports back again to the drawing board. They're starting to lose control here. 3 rounds a while ago might have seemed impossible, but with how they've been approaching their WAC, it looks pretty doable from the NYSG team.
Yeah, I mean, the reads are starting to feel a little bit off from both sides. Bleed starting things out not too great.
About
but
Joe
then
gym
now
power,
starting
man.
to Get an idea for how Global Esports wants to play. I mean, going for that aggressive peek up on.
Yeah, I missed it. Chagnik was sending me something.
Bleed knew exactly how to
See, I
counter
told
that,
you they
right?
would
That's
take a
why they kind
timeout
of
because they
played
just need
around
to
a little
finish
bit
one
more
round.
slowly. So
Close out this map,
back
buddies.
into the game once they get control of the site.
इधर ही हो,
That's
पर बात नहीं
the
करता.
name of the game.
Okay.
Esports calls the timeout. And again, they are sitting at map point as long as they kind of
I'm not pushed to talking. Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo, wee woo.
perhaps going for a bit of a retake. All it
Disturbing Chagnik. Wee woo, wee woo. देखो ठीक है रिवाइंड करके देखेंगे हम लोग याद रखना मैप खत्म होने के बाद ठीक है
Max loss bonus for global, right? Give them a lot more money to utilize. Their composition is damn expensive, especially with how they've been buying the operator for Polvi. That's going to reset their economy somewhat here. In any case, though, I mean, just one wrong step for Bleed, and that's it.
Remind me, okay?
Polvi, is he going to double satchel once again? I want to see what he does on mid, though. Oh, okay, timer's still going. I thought it was like a tech pause. My brain's just slow. No, they're actually just slow pushing on top mid. No sound done, so Bleed doesn't know this. There could be a huge flank coming in, but all of the members of Bleed are just stacked outside B. If there's any kind of noise that they do on mid, or Bleed just decides to go B, there will be no resistance whatsoever here from GE.
This is what I meant, right? You got the timeout. All you need is one round. As soon as they, play along with
All you need is one round.
They can come in for a big flank, a big retake. Bleed might not be able to hold off against it. So now Polvi back into where Smart.
Nice shot, Penkai.
Benkai's gotten the first kill. Step in the right direction right now for Global Esports. Oh no.
सारे भाई कितनी यूटिल तो भाई को इसने सारे यूटिल तो
Global Esports coming back.
Are they closing out this map? Yes, yes they are. Yes, they're closing out the map. Time to close out a map. Let's go.
No one's still defusing it right
Why is no one defusing it?
Okay, there we go. They just try to spray through the Viper's pit, but it's gonna get deep.
Nice, GG's. What's the second map? Icebox. Icebox, na? How can I forget? I was just watching it. Video to मैंने देखा है.
I mean, what a great start from Global Esports. They won both pistols. They showed us that Benkai is back in form, lurking all over the map, but at the same time, what the rest of them can all do. I mean, you got Blaze King who's just finding frags on top of frags. You've got Russ and Lightning Fast coming back into trade, and also just Polvi doing Polvi things. It's a little bit odd for Bleed to come in this slow, but at the same time, Global Esports, that final round off of the timeout, they knew exactly what they were doing.
अंकिता
देख
मैं एक पिक्चर भेजा मेरे को स्टिकर्स मिले थे माउस के साथ
मेरे लिए भेजे
Sunset belongs to Global Esports, and I feel like,
मेरे को दो ना
we did mention that
क्या
Bleed was
चाहिए
feeling confident with the map vetoes, but we did hear that Global was actually feeling very
दो ना
confident.
हाँ
Yes, yes, they absolutely were.
जब मिलेगे तब देना
They showed what?
खोल के दिखाओ ना अंदर क्या है
Very, very clean from
खा
the
रहा हूँ
Bleed.
मैं
Looking
रुक
like they're
जाओ
going to have a bit of a run back there at the very end after that final timeout coming through, but it's so difficult. I mean, Global already...
Okay. Now we need to see 8-11. Okay, give me a second, Shagna, because I missed the 8-11 round apparently. So I'm just gonna check that real quick on YouTube. Rewind karke. Buddy, where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you?
It's so difficult. I mean...
Six 12 है. Do you guys mean 8-12? Do you guys mean 8-12? Do you guys mean 8-12?
Keeping spirits up. Still got 4 more rounds to go, but you are very much in the game. You got Polvi on an op now, though, and I want to see what the idea is behind this.
It is to get kills with the sniper. That is the idea. But the idea will not be turned into their reality, as it's been pretty much snuffed out by Crazy Guy here. Benkai's hoping that they might push a bit forward here. Heroics from the sub-IGL, as I probably would call it. Anyways, Bleed.
ऐसे मैंने पीक लिया था और ऐसे सबको ऐसे झुंड बना के देखती हूँ, जा रहे ऐसे बोलती मैं, जा रहे मत जाओ, जा रहे What did I miss in this round? इसके पिछला, हाँ ये round तो ऐसा. What are you saying? Okay, 7-12 देखना है. ये तो मैंने देखा था क्योंकि round 8-12 वाला.
And resets their economy too. Durian, they're committing their ultimates here, Quack. Very much so everything. I mean, sure, you know, if you can secure the rounds, might as well. Polvi, is he gonna stab him? With
Oh! Oh, बच गया. उसका face देखो. Look at his face.
I'm losing my mind, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so sorry. I thought Crazy Guy just at the nick of time, right? And then Polvi just panics a little bit, brings out the classic, hits the alternate fire, tap burst. Sure, let's go with that. What is happening? The timings have been so wacky this round, but somehow, some way, Bleed clears it up.
Yeah, very wacky all across the board.
It
starts off with Darian and that
almost messed it up.
The type of player that we expect him to be, and that matters a lot because now that allows Polvi to really just be the entry, creating space. Whether he's always getting the kill or not, he still puts up quite a few to his name, but now he has that confidence to say, I know someone's got my back. I know someone who can trade.
हाँ 8-11 कभी हुआ नहीं, वही तो मैं बोल रही हूँ. 8-11 कैसे हो सकता है जब 6-12 हो गया था.
Blaze King says, Ascension wasn't that long ago. I still remember everything you guys are doing. And even with Ye on their side, you know, right now as controller, I do have to say, he did look exactly as comfortable as I thought I would see him. And especially when you have Scary already locking that role, I'm not sure if, you know, you want to push something like Ye into that role.
Just pure mechanics itself, we're seeing the same style that he had in terms of how he holds his angles and how he's aiming. And it's still seems pretty crispy, but not quite, like you said, in those situations that he's used to, right? It's very different than when you're playing aggressively as a duelist or you're holding as a sentinel. You have to be a little bit more flexible and in some ways a little bit more crafty when you're playing these controllers, and we're not seeing that 100% yet for Ye.
No, we're not, and I think it's just, you know, one of the cases where he needs more time on this, so you can't just really jump into this role that is fairly different from what you're used to playing. Yes, you know, lingering around, lurking.
You Akshat won. Akshat एक थप्पड़ गया इसके लिए.
The util and what your capabilities are with that agent. So I think it's going to take some more time, but unfortunately, time is not something that Bleed have a lot of.
Well, I mean, they could soon.
Well, they could have plenty of time.
क्या सारे मैचेस 3-3 मैप तक जाएंगे गाइस. या क्या जी सेकंड मैप जीत के.
You want to be able to extend it while you're on the stage, and Blaze King is here to say no, that's not going to happen this time. I will be the one to try to eliminate you, and he's only one map away from doing so.
That's right, but we are now going to head into Icebox, and that's going to be the pick.
नहीं दे पाया सक्षम, कोई बात नहीं, वापस ट्राई करना कभी.
We might be seeing Ye on the roll in the playstyle that we actually want to see him.
We're still waiting.
We're still waiting. I know, exactly. We're still waiting, and I feel like, you know, a lot of fans are like, oh, we shouldn't have to wait this long for that. But maybe it's a card that they want to keep close to them at the moment. But right now, for Kickoff, it's either they show that, it's either they play that, they go hard, or they go home.
Yeah, and then on the other side, my eyes continue to be on Blaze King going on to that Icebox as well, because his showing in their last match was not good. I mean, the comfort level on that Silva did not seem to be there. The timings alongside.
हाँ सक्षम खाया अक्षत से.
हाँ. He is definitely looking to exploit.
Yeah, it absolutely is. But maybe they have something a little bit different getting ready to come out here. Icebox, fairly different. We can see different iteration. We can see different info gatherers coming out on this one. So, I mean,
What are you eating for lunch?
KO, I think on this map would find a lot more advantages, a lot more more information compared
Hi,
to what we
jaldi
saw
aao.
in the beginning. So if they do run that, I think that it's going to be better placed. But even then, I'm happy to see something a bit different. But for Bleed, I think it might be time. I think it might be time for Ye to play Jet.
Bring it out.
I'm ready to see him play Jet again. I think that would be good. If you're gonna go out, at least give the fans what they want to see, you know?
Absolutely. I'm for it. I'm like, whoa, we shouldn't be waiting this long for this moment, right? Especially since, you know, Ye, of course, is one of the biggest pieces of news, roster changes that come out of Pacific. And I feel like right now, you know, they're still hiding that. But I feel like on the side of global esports, it's slowly coming into shape. We're seeing right now a lot of it is on the back of Blaze King's aggression. But we're seeing some of that strategy come in, some of that coordination come in, which I'm very happy to see. I'm very happy to be proven wrong, of course.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's where we're always at, really. It's like, you know, we have our expectations, but if they are going to be subverted, then that's never really a bad thing. It just means that the team is playing better than we had anticipated. And the higher the ceiling is out here in Pacific, the better the games are for the viewers, for us as commentators, and just Valorant enjoyers in general. So if we're going to be surprised, that's always a positive.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, things like how you chain that utility.
मेरे को भी 10-15 हजार थप्पड़ फेंक के मार दो कोई वाह भाई 10-15 हजार
When you saw that roster, that's what it was built for. To show us these neat little tricks and
डबल दिया सक्षम वापस वाओ
so I'd love to see that upgrade and change here on Icebox.
Going back into
फेल्ड है पकड़ा गया अक्षत
mentioned the chain of utility from
पकड़ा गया
but I do have to say, you know, on the side of Bleed, you did have those stellar moments from Darion. Yes, the duelist looks a little bit rusty compared to, you know, his heyday all the way back in, you know, APAC or like C challengers and everything. But right now, we are seeing shades of it come back. We are seeing why he was picked for this roster and why he is put on this role.
Yeah, I'm glad that you mentioned it has been a while, right? So while I did point out it looks a little rusty, the point is it's rusty.
कहाँ पे रोहित?
He should be very well known as that primary duelist on some of the older rosters that he played on, including back in the earlier days of Bleed Esports. So obviously they've had
इधर छकीर मारा वो ओ क्या उधर पिक किया था
as
उसने
long as he's continuing to get used to it, we
ये
should
तो
see him
कैसे
come back alive. Of course, a pretty notable moment right there as well.
It always feels so bad. I mean, even with some of the tames we had earlier, we didn't have the knives coming through. There was enough respect. You know, when Mako had his big oopsie just yesterday on Lotus, they went, we'll just shoot you. But no, not today. They know who they're playing up against. They know that they want to send a statement. Again, getting that fear of elimination in your opponent's heads, that can be driven in with a knife as well.
It looks like we are heading into Icebox
Okay.
right
Ye's on
now.
Jet.
Ye on Jet!
We finally get it. We
Duelist Ye
and he will be up against Colby on a Jet. We're finally seeing that dogfight happening, right?
And this comp, I mean, first of all, obviously very common comp on the side of Bleed Esports. Global sticking with what they showed last time as well, but it also works very well for Bleed style and their roles.
Yes, it does.
Yeah. It's going to be so exciting indeed to see this. I cannot wait. Let's get right into it. Map number 2, Icebox, over to Quack and to Aserai.
Ye's got his moment, you know, moments, a couple that one game ago. But when you put him on that duelist, his signature role here, Quack, can this turn the tide for Bleed?
He's got to do what he's got to do. If he doesn't, then, you know, bye-bye Bleed. Hello, India. So, I mean, I can't wait to see what happens, right? We've been talking about this. Desk was hyping it up before the match started.
याद रखना डेस्क पे सबने उनके तरफ से bleed ही बोला है. No sage on Icebox, yeah, that's outdated now. Nobody takes sage on us.
Yeah, it put us on a
It
loop
is, but
where it felt like there was just such a different pacing that we're not really
चेंज हो गया अभी.
tempo.
सब लोग मतलब वो typical इधर sage wall करके plant करना नहीं करते हैं.
Also felt that as to how they just couldn't really outmaneuver Global Esports. That's not taking away Global Esports that had a phenomenal first game. Anyways, as the pistol starts to go here, contact will be at A site. Very low. Dart coming in from Blaze.
हाँ घमंड नहीं है श्रीकंठपुरी तुमको अच्छी बात है अच्छी बात है. Hello insane shoot.
Was being hoped for here by Global Esports.
Spike carrier kill.
Starting to march their way up into the push here. Benkai gets immediately spotted, not yet gutted, but he's getting pushed out, and his teammate is not gone. Lightning Fast is holding on.
2v3, Benkai no HP.
Spike plant, not yet done. I thought they were pushing for that A site, but with all this happening, they could rotate to B.
I think that's their option. They don't really want to stay. They're no longer welcome on the A side, and especially Benkai down that low. Just a bit of question marks in the minds of Bleed players. Have they rotated? I mean, clearly now that you've pushed up Belt and cleared out the corners, you're anticipating that. They know they've got numbers advantage. They've got the shock dart, they've got the high tide, the cove.
Backstab aa gaye.
Oh, the alarm bot is the
He got that. Oh, he got the timing. He got the timing.
Durion's too quick, and now Benkai, 27 HP. Man,
He doesn't know that there's another backstab.
another one at the flank. That's going to be Egoist. His turret is up, so if he gets some breathing space, maybe he can actually close the distance and utilize it, but he just decides to go for those gunfights, which makes a lot of sense since Crazy Guy was already in the site itself. Not going to work out, and Bleed claimed their first victory, or first round.
With that, carrying forward through. Just trying to keep themselves warmed up in this chilly ice box. I mean,
Chat miss जवाब तो दिया मैंने.
It's just a better setup.
क्या बात कर रहे हो? मिस थोड़ी उसी का तो रिप्लाई किया. मैं तो आयन लॉबी में इंस्टा लॉक करता है. करो. सेज इंस्टा लॉक करो. क्यूटी है.
They were set up around elbow. They had the get-go. This time, not so much.
Wait, Global Esports, they've gone for the force
buy.
I mean, it was an expensive round on both sides, and they got the extra money from the plant. But, all right, I want to see Outlaw Country, baby, because this Outlaw can really make some damage on either side. Push up already from Russ here, getting closer and closer. He hasn't gotten the most value off of his KO, as was being pointed out a day ago by the desk. Scary finds one. Durion still holding the mid lurk just in case. But it's the full blown push of Global Esports here on that A site. Blazescape. It's not gonna work. Fortunately, plant will commence.
Russ को कितना लो किया.
I mean, they've already got the numbers advantage, dwindling Global Esports as they try to push in. So despite this being a forced buy, it's not going to be an easy one. Good shot from Polvi, though.
Oh, it's a big flash. There you go. That's what they were looking for. Blazescape throwing the utility inside the smoke. Gets himself an advantage here, repositions. They don't know where he is. And you're absolutely right. Polvi's Outlaw is something to be
got one.
about. As Global Esports dismantling the defense and making this force buy work out in their favor.
Oh, wait.
What a way to
Nice.
Global Esports just coming in. First of all, you have the Outlaw. Second of all, like the flashback that you just mentioned, Asarai.
Nice.
Bleed doesn't really know how to play against this. I mean, we did see Global Esports playing this, just a few days ago. But I don't know. It feels almost as if it's not enough game tape for Gia to set it up just yet. I mean, this retake completely throwing Bleed Esports for a bit of a loop.
You know what? It makes a lot of sense too for some force buys to contain or to have the Outlaw. Because if you think about it, it works on both ways. Even if you win the pistol round, right? You're usually going to have half shield Bulldog, maybe half shield Spectre, because you don't want to commit the full buy and, quote unquote waste money. But if your opponent realizes this and you buy the Outlaw and you're good enough to hit a couple of those shots, you're in for a very strong round where your weapons should be able to one-shot the team that just beat you a round ago.
That's precisely why this weapon is a deadly force. This is why they picked it up. And on the other side for Global, continuing to push forward now. They can't just stop the spike plant happening.
It's so messy. Look at this, Polvi. Not only something that's got his elevation working in his favor, Ye and Ego is stuck at the back of the site. They were able to pick up a couple of weapons.
चलो खत्म कर दिया.
Working out so well for the
Hi. Nap is done.
That's going to be a complete shut.
Wow.
Global Esports get themselves another round, and the weird pacing that we were feeling from that last game feels like it's gone here. Global Esports are running rampant in the Icebox map.
Oh, look at Russ off of the zipline too.
Didn't even see that one.
On to the next round, though. I don't know if they can keep this up because keep in mind, Bleed Esports are going to buy up in full. Definitely some adaptations coming in. However, if Global Esports changes things up, play for some long-range duels with Polvi's Outlaw, try to pick off some of these Bleed players, just might be able to keep their lead.
And don't forget, there's no healer here. So if Polvi can just even get those body taps, theoretically or situationally, if he can, it still works in the favor of Global here. Anyways, you're absolutely right. They do have the strength in numbers now. Great firepower as well as the full buys, yada yada.
Tagnik?
Yeah, this is why Global Esports is tapping the brakes for this this round at the very least.
Still eating.
But at the same time, Global Esports isn't giving up too much.
Tagnik?
They're committing the high tide, blocking off all of this vision.
Still eating.
It's been obfuscated.
Hello.
Can't see anything. The tide goes down, but here comes
I have
the,
question.
information gap.
No.
Can't see it.
Yeah, maybe no.
Still muted. पूछती हूँ मैं monkey please.
Polvi and Ye.
Here.
They're just barely missing each other here. Ye's holding a different angle. It's just one thin piece of metal. There's Ye, but he unloads, unleashes the entirety of this. Durion's been exposed at the back of the site.
30 seconds.
Might not be long for his world, but because they haven't commit the push fully, he can still reposition. And he is using that wall. He is using the smoke. It still just gets thrown up in the air. That's going to be another great global contact and scary force.
बोलो क्या बोल रही थी?
Yeah, I was asking, do left-hand players and right-hand players have any difference in checking angles?
Exactly. So apart from
No.
that, I mean,
No, no difference, guys.
guns, the way that they're pushing in,
Right पे mostly
being so patient, playing around
कुछ
with
games
these
right hand के लिए
setups.
बने होते.
I don't know about you, Asra, but I feel like I need a timeout.
और Valo?
Because Global Esports are reading them and know
फोटो भेजो मेरे को.
how to come
क्या
in
खोला?
with the side push.
रुक जाओ.
और वो स्टिकर तो मेरे ही है, समझे ना? कहीं चिपका मत देना. अपने फोन पे चिपकाओगे नहीं.
Here.
Is Global Esports isn't leaving Polvi to push by himself to create that.
Oh, have you guys seen the 4K dongle? Must be.
Excuse me.
It gets its most value when you threaten it coupled with your teammates. And I think Global have been realizing this a lot more.
हर चीज का फोटो चाहिए. हाँ, मुझे हर चीज का फोटो चाहिए.
That ideology come in.
क्या है फोटो? क्या कर रहे फोटो? क्या पहना है फोटो? किसके साथ फोटो? क्या खेल रहे फोटो? क्या बात कर रहे फोटो?
Next weapon. I'm pretty sure he just picked it up from someone else.
Because photos are nice. I like photos.
And so on and so forth. That's going to be a call in the
Time out.
Did not expect this to happen, but it makes a lot of sense because Bleed, they're starting to get in trouble.
Yeah.
I just need these two, right?
Yeah, you just need these
Just
two.
these two I need.
You only need one.
Timeout
Or that small dongle for
timeout
this?
being called, and it's going to be Bleed to figure things out, just like I mentioned.
This is for mouse, right?
I mean, we haven't, we're hyping up this pick on Jet for Ye, but we are not seeing too much
How
just
do I do
yet.
it?
In the pistol rounds,
You
he
know,
hasn't
right?
really been
Oh, one
able
second.
to
I'll just put it inside.
come in and do what he does. Maybe back then on the chamber he does a little bit more, but this time still, the whole team, the whole map, they haven't really been put in
Orange candy बोला मुझे.
right? You're always playing catch up, you're always defending, being so passive, hiding back sight. And then that just gives Global that much more space to execute.
There's so many, I feel like, reasons as well as why he can't do that. We
True.
saw Bleed try to push out on A main, but because of the drone, the walls, he got to be pushed back. Now he doesn't want to pick a fight without his tailwind, so he plays a lot farther back into the side. But because of how close Global can get in without needing to
ना भी कल से मेरे को भतूरी क्यों बुला रहे भाई? एक ही दिन खेला भी चल भतूरे के साथ ऐसे कर रहे मेरे को.
can't really get that first pick and then back away. So it's been just so many obstacles that Bleed have to try to deal with on this defense that hasn't again addressed by them in these couple of rounds.
Yeah, I guess now that he's got a Marshall, maybe you're trying to find some kind of a sneaky pick. Then again, Polvi trying to do the same thing with the Blade Storm. But right now, Bleed just trying to make sure that Global doesn't get to execute on A as many times as they've done before. But that's it. I mean, all of these utilities, even with Scary's Toxic Screen, it doesn't block off enough.
They got closer.
Oh, yeah.
A couple of body tags.
Yeah.
Ye is in trouble. He's pulling out a couple of those smokes, the cloud bursts, but it doesn't stop the barrage of bullets being thrown apart here by Global Esports. It gave the weapon to Colby that he's used up every single blade that he's gotten. The rest of Global now pushing all the way onto B, where no lick.
You've got Egoist though,
KJ
so he
utilities
might be able to
Dude, he's really
prepare what's
far.
going on, so he calls the rotations over. But again, without the guns, without the vision, they really can't do all too much in this retake. Global is just controlling things.
एक Vandal, दो Marshall, एक Classic. Let's see.
The whole team spraying him down. And now numbers advantage. They're just sitting pretty. They've got the null command. Not really necessary either. Just waiting for Bleed to peek into them.
Povi's just been put in a pedestal where Povi do go things. The things that he does, so scary up against Bleed.
Oh.
He might have overextended his welcome a little bit with that peek of his. And this coaxes the push with the
What is this? What?
with the double kill already. The huge use on that dart. And in the matter of a split second, it's just all been turned up in their heads. Bankai gets the double spray down. And he almost stops the defuse. 0.2 seconds.
Bhai.
Almost held my breath there. Absolutely turned over its head. Bleed.
So close.
Miracle of a play.
I forgot
That was
about the
insane.
1-star factor. I mean, first of all, yes, you might have Scary getting a kill, but at the same time, Darian's Reckoning, this is such a useful ultimate. It throws them off. Global Esports wanting to reposition themselves. Ego is making use of that timing to push up front with the Classic. And as soon as they picked up the guns, yes, Bankai, try as he might, can't stop the incoming onslaught.
It was because of the Cove too. It absorbed enough of the damage that they were able to defuse it.
Great decision making by Darian then.
And a huge mishap on Polvi. He swung out to like 3 people from Bleed checking him out.
क्या मारा है Blaze के वहाँ पर तो?
It was a big no-no. Polvi though, he just got through.
उसको पता ही नहीं है इसके नीचे बंदे खड़े.
Right on top, but Russ immediately gets the refrag.
उसके लेफ्ट नीचे बॉटम से आके मार गया वो सीटी तक. वो नीचे नहीं दिख रहा था ना exact.
Man has been the clutch meister when Bleed was playing in Central Pacific. But a Pacific League, at least for this particular game, hasn't had the chance to do so.
He was clutching quite a bit against T1 as well, but man, right now, it's 4 targets on a map like Icebox with the spike planted. I don't know how you can clutch this round out. And apart from that, again, it's the same problem. This A site, Global Esports, first of all, you got Russ with the suppressive knife from KO, and it just blocks off or gives him enough information. Ye has not been having a good day whatsoever, and that just softens up the site so much. As soon as Ye falls, the rest of Global Esports just decides that they can rush in. Takes Crazy Guy to be perched up on top of screens to get a couple of frags, but that's about it. So, you know, even Crazy Guy, who we've seen before in the past, he's got these counter recon darts that allow him to spray down as soon as the opponents try to go in for spike plants. He's not able to do it right now because he's the only one left on site. So Bleed Esports, I don't know what the timeout was about from before, but we're not really feeling it just yet.
I think with all of what we've mentioned, the one biggest takeaway for me has got to be Russ. He was, I think, very shaky, with that match that they've had against ZETA, but this time, it's all very
क्या shot मारा है इसने?
Crazy Guy, you were talking about how he's got some nasty setups, and there it is. Null Command is available here for Russ to utilize to make himself into a very strong force. Even though he's down to 30 HP, shouldn't matter as much as long as they can use him to batter the ram into that A site. But it's a cut of no
Investment बोल रहा है.
Here, the Viper Pit was activated elsewhere, so maybe a strong inkling that it is B, so no need to push there anymore. And Durian, what a risk that he's taking right now. They are just right underneath each other. Spotted. Does he know about the belt person?
No, he does not. Oh, but that was a good shot.
He does get the 1 kill, but it
Only
is
one.
all for naught here, Quack, as Bankai gets the trade. That lockdown is still up and running. Doesn't get any detains, but it clears out the rest of this site. So we do have a clean 3v2 in this post.
Russ is
2v3 retake Darius Shagnik. Nice.
Egoist has the lockdown, might be able to use it to push Global Esports back. But then at that point, it comes down to gunplay. How can Scary and Egoist break up the site well enough to sneak a plant? They've managed to shoot out some nano swarms, but at the same time, Toxic can only stay up for that long.
Shagnik, keep everything nicely. Don't lose anything, okay? Keep in box.
And well, at this point, you've run out of time. The lockdown invested, but no returns. Asteroid, this hurts for Bleed.
Yep, very much so. It feels like they have that really good setup, And then there's just that one mishap that changes everything, right? That one thing, and then it all just gets unraveled by Global Esports. And man, this is the performance that GE truly was hoping to showcase, right? It's these strong individual pieces that have their spot. Russ's IGLing, Benkai's ability to create those tempo plays, pull these star power from the finish scene. It's all coming together here in this elimination match, and it looks like they're the team to eliminate the Ascended team from Ascension.
What a story. I mean, again, you know, everyone's talking about Ye. We keep interviewing him and whatnot, but still not quite feeling it. And as we go back in, we're back into the same A play. You've got Benkai and Lightning Fast up towards mid. But even then, you know, talk about a plan gone wrong from before. Darian didn't really know how to respond either when he pushed up.
Ooh,
now it's
Polvi. What a positioning there. And again,
Nice shots, Russ.
for that wall to drop down before they start exploding into the side.
Yay with the ult 1v3 retake.
Changed up a little bit, but still the A site is where GE find their home. Sure, they've rotated a couple times to B, but here on A, Bleed have no true answers. They will get the 1 kill, GE gets 2. They'll get 2 kills, GE gets 3. What is the answer right now? Ye's on his blades, and there's really no reason for him not to go for this.
National champion bola khud ko.
These 2 players from Bleed, and that spike positioning not really to his favor. Man is in a tight spot, to say at the least. And yeah, I mean, what could you expect? That was a 3v1, and nobody from Global was showing themselves up until that very last encounter.
El Diablo or El Hermano? I don't really know what Hermano means, but
oh, okay. All right.
Still,
as a Filipino, I can't tell you.
It's just Global Esports in this A hit. It's so darn good with the way that they've got 3 players covering each and every lane.
Akshar बोलता है yeah, you can put नहीं chat. No one is allowed to put links. वो Nightbot खुद ही हटा देगा. सिर्फ mods के पास power है links डालने का और मेरे पास.
Gets a little bit too curious, gets punished for it.
Akshar बोलता है yeah, put.
I want to see Bleed Esports change up the pace. I kind of want to see Bleed Esports push out, but then there are so many factors to consider. So that's another reason why, you know, it feels too risky to make something like that happen. You've got the operator invested in this round.
ये जीते ना उसके बाद वो कास्टर को लेके स्क्रीन पे जो गुड़वे इंडिया बोल रहा था.
In case there is such a push out. Not that there isn't, back towards A.
At this point, any Hail Mary that
बस सबने bleed ही बोला था.
Feels like they should do it right at this point. They've been so pushed far back that there's not really a lot of options they can use. Look at how all the defenders are here on A except for Ye, but then nobody is there playing on the site itself, right? And since GE haven't found that contact, they're like, something's amiss here. We have our teammate Blaze King pushing up on.
बहुत गंदे आदमी देखना अक्षर इतना जोश में आके बोलता है यार.
Cut the noise. Wait a little bit for this wall to go down. Or
full confidence में बेचारा रोहिणी को ऐसे कर रहा है. रोहिणी. मतलब क्या होता है वैसे इसका?
But you know what? A has worked out so well. They're just gonna keep going in for it. I kind of like the positioning from Bleed this time, playing so far back. Let them in. Let's see if we can kill the spike planter. Play around with the timings of the retakes. Make sure that Global Esports can't really feel too comfortable, even if they have won this site so many times before.
They're running down this clock very, very much. Nano Swarms could provide some indication of denial. Egoist, pretty damn good on that one.
He has to plant it now.
Late lurk from Blaze King. Dart, presence known outside of screens. If you can get a couple of picks, that should be lethal for him. While his teammates on the
Oh, he
side
got one. Oh, that's all he got.
Somehow manages to pick up Crazy Guy. Durion does get
3v3.
that is time wasted for the favor of Global Esports coming in back onto the site.
Hook the lightning fast.
Viper's pit makes it very difficult for them to push out.
You
They found lightning fast. That pit's going down. Time is ticking. Benkai still alive. Did he press any late nano swarms?
Yeah.
And Russ
Now they know Russ is here. इसकी position दिख गई.
They're buying as much time as they can. Russ pushes up, gets denied. Spike.
Diffused. Yeah, wow, what a creator. And it's done.
Barely just
Chalo,
defused
see
there
you.
by Bleed.
चालू हो रहा है?
95.
फोटोज भी भेजो, अभी यूज करोगे?
हाँ ट्राई करके देखता हूँ।
अभी
हाँ
फोटो भेजो ना, ऐसा रखा हुआ और फिर ऐसा हाथ में,
ठीक है
और जो भी सब सामान है उसका अंदर ही रखो, हाँ अच्छे से, डोंट लूज एनीथिंग, अंडरस्टूड? फोटोज
You know, just a year ago or two, especially on a map like Bind, the post-plant lineups, you got the nano swarms, you got the fragment, and it just burns down so much. But that said, even with a Viper's Pit up, Bleed at the very least, because they play so far back, they were able to play around with the timings like I mentioned, and then get some frags in, right? That's what they really need. Softening up those defenses as soon as the spike goes down. Now, Global wants to change up the plan. Ye is positioned for this. Surely he delivers.
Blaze King can use his...
Oh, no! No! He didn't shoot!
Man got the opportunity to do so, but he whiffed the shot. And now he might be forced back here, and... I don't know, man.
What's going on?
That was a big mishap.
There are no words. It is what it is. We keep
The element of imagination. तो imagine करो कि तुमने chat में link डाल दिया channel की. Jot.
They're able to react so quickly to take it down. And guess what? Crazy Guy comes back in with the Guardian play. Spike not down yet, but surely soon enough.
अरे भाई मेरा जैसा level of humor मिलना मुश्किल है भाई life में.
Tide activated here from Durian, forcing them into the embracing hands of Crazy Guy. He's been good on the Guardian for 2, but he can't convert it into the third. Reckoning denies just a lot of this one. Durian is so close to the rest of them, but they haven't planted anything just yet. The miss of the bullets, but Russ is there to back up his teammate, and Egoist is left into a 3 versus 1. He can get close. He might be able to find Russ and Member here, but he cannot convert. And Global Esports once again.
Like करो भाई, stream like करो.
This time on A, but on B.
And it's just, it's really, I really want to like keep believing in this Ye hype train, but at some point, you know, I'm gonna let the devs talk about it. Meanwhile, let's talk about what's good, right? Because Global Esports, with the way that they're pushing in like this, yes, Crazy Guy got some couple of good shots in.
आ गया शेर बाहर.
Really knew how to recover off of it. Blaze King coming back in, always good for the trades, always good. The
बोलू आजा मेरे पास. Evening snack दिया?
You're absolutely right.
अच्छा गया भी नहीं अब तक. 10 मिनट सोए आप सिर्फ.
Global Esports is in a position where they're so quick to realize whether it's a good play to follow up on or not.
So funny, my humor is so next level. हाँ यार देखो तुम लोग जितने भी लोग देख रहे हो, अगर तुमने सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया है तो सब्सक्राइब कर दो यार. मेरा सिर्फ 4000 बाकी है 400k को.
First one was, of course, the whiff that we saw on Polvi, and the second one was just not giving up the tailwind to reposition quickly enough to get back into, you know, better cover. Sure, you're gonna lose your map control, but at least you still have your life to try to retake the site with the rest of Bleed. So, again, Global realizing this and challenging that is working for the South Asian team.
It's working out so well, Asarai. Global Esports, what a day. I mean, first of all, winning both pistols from the previous map, now coming up huge in such a fashion. They started off this first half, maybe losing the pistol.
Guys, Shagnik ने mouse लिया, उसके mouse का ऐसा figure है, wow. मेरा भी नहीं है.
They've managed to find this momentum.
नावी करोगे तुम? Thank you guys. Road to 400k. मैं चला जिम. सिद्धार्थ जिम में मैच देखना ना भूलना. अरे ये 1 सेकंड. Oh crazy guy. Get out में खत्म कर दिया उसने. Ult waste हुई है ना बॉलवी की?
That was a huge one. They realized that Crazy Guy is consistent as ever, even through all of these mishaps that Bleed have put themselves into, and they utilize that. Reducing the numbers of Global Esports is a huge benefit here for Bleed. The rest of Bleed, or excuse me, Global, now rotating elsewhere on the map.
सक्षम इसलिए all नहीं करते.
These movements are felt. Egoist is definitely in position, you know, now deciding to really kind of reinforce the mid ground, although it's not really been a lane that Global has explored before. I don't know how much this Stinger can do though. Spots the shoulder, goes in for the spray.
Okay, got one.
It's a quick trade. Now B site might be open unless Scary can turn things around.
Is Blaze King already gave away his position on yellow? Well,
Not
regardless, Scary's pretty much aware of what could happen here right in front of him. And makes quick work of Blaze King. Bleed, come back to strike. 4-7.
In the half.
For one round, off of plays from, Egoist Darian. Crazy guy.
What do you think, guys? 7-5, 4-8.
Yay, still on that off.
क्या होने वाला है? Chat में prediction डालो अपनी 7-5 के 4-8.
I love the bait and switch, man. Crazy guy is always that person to make that happen. You know?
I got two.
Haha, I got 2. Yes.
That he did.
8-4, 7-5.
More than that, he's a crazy good Valorant player. Alright, let's see what happens here. Null Command's been activated already. There's the utilization.
Traded, he's traded. They can pick him up. Goal उठाओ.
As he only gets the shutdown on the one. Lightning fast in the rest of Global
Benkai. Got Egoist. Darian back of side. Okay, down. And there we go. That was a fast round. 8-4. कौन थे 7-5 वाले? Oh, 7-5, you're wrong.
I mean, same thing from Global Esports. Earlier on, it kind of got halted because of Crazy Guy and, maybe a bit of luck, maybe a bit of skill and knowing how to fake them out. But this time, as Global Esports push in a lot tighter, shoulder to shoulder, back to back, everyone chips in. And then the Null Command to really just feels bad for Ye, but counters him outright. Gets the one, but that is it. And then everything else flowing through. The rest of the squad from Bleed, just weren't really quite in position to gun them down. They tried to go in for some of these fights, but then just ultimately lost out in full. Global Esports, this execute. Russ, Null Command on the KO. Everyone else picking up on these frags as well. Just the next level.
किसी ने मुझे अपनी शादी की फोटो में टैग किया. Thank you.
Swink a little bit of the camera, dude's having fun. But yeah, you're absolutely right. It just feels like Bleed, they put themselves in a position where it could work if they didn't have such a cold hand in this second map, right? There are positions or situations where you saw that Ye could have gotten so much impact, but just fell short of. And it feels like some of these crucial rounds is just that. It's just that one falling short of. And unfortunately for Bleed here, that means that Global picks up a 4-round advantage over them.
Precisely that. And now, feeling this 4-round advantage, Global could potentially end this 2-0 moving forward in kickoffs. Whereas Bleed, dude, this is not how you want to start. Elimination matches right here. Who wants it more?
Well, Povey seems to say I do with that first pick
नहीं.
on Crazy Guy. Trade for trade though, but Ye is down to 45.
कुछ खाने के बारे में बात करना है?
Still trapped
तो नहीं है.
for Global.
किस टॉपिक पे?
Long between Russ and Lightning Fast.
नहीं, कोमल को दे दो, उसको फिट आ जाएगा.
Only cut a little bit of that noise, looking for that rotation out. But they still want to push this up. Global Esports holding their position. Russ, I don't know.
कर दो आशी, let's go, try it.
Gonna check the corner and it is.
I don't know about Valo Esports. कोई नहीं रवि, देखो matches enjoy करो, समझ जाओगे, देखते देखते समझ जाओगे. You don't have to be some sort of an expert on it. Okay, 2v3 हो गया है, guys. They still need to get the plant down, and he's getting the plant down, and he tried, but NT.
Everybody's just too quick. Blaze King does get the quick trade. Does he know about the late lurk here from Egoist on mid that Rico
Yeah, he does.
expose? So his suspicions are correct.
Ooh.
Big tags, one more, and he will be able to get that. Bleed gets it.
5-8.
Very, very loud nice from one of the players of Bleed.
Wanting to keep spirits up, right? You win the pistol again. Not sure if Global's gonna force this time, or probably not. Considering the fact also they're starting out on defense, there's not too much that you know. So this round really just came down to some of these trades. A little bit awkward at times, but as we take first contact, Egoist with the Sheriff, you're getting more kills towards the map, and then back towards B. Everyone's got each other's back, even if there are some tiny mistakes here and there.
That's all you want, right? Being able to have those quick trades if need be. And the quicker the better.
Oh.
Ooh, indeed. I mean, there's still an alarm bot on mid, so even if they overpush this, it should give away their position. So the only undetected rotation that Global can do right now is either push out of tube, go underneath orange, but even then, right, that will be cleared up by Bleed once they start pushing in on B here.
This is such an interesting strat, though. 3 down tube. Then you've got Benkai up around Boiler, making a bit of noise. Now they peek out, and they don't see anything. So Bleed just completely bypasses all of it. Free plant.
Egoist.
Ooh, too many in numbers.
How much damage did he tag the rest of the flankers?
Not
fair
much.
amount, so
I mean, yeah,
will be
Poly is
able to
really
clear
low.
up a weapon. And they go the other direction. I love this from Global.
Huh?
They're just like,
Mid
yeah, they
se aa
didn't
rahe hain.
expect us on B main. Let's just push on orange. We'll use
He did give a lot of damage. I
body
mean, they can.
system. You know, it's not us as buddies. It's us using you as a body shield as they push up into the side as a 4-man. Look at this. They're just going to waterfall to the side. I love the idea. But of course, Bleed, all they got to do is set their crosshairs to eliminate. And boy, will they. Russ down
ठीक ही नहीं लेना है, मर जाएंगे सब स्पाइक के साथ मर गए. चलो सब मर गए स्पाइक से.
This could be a good thrifty round for Global as the rest of Bleed are just running for dear life. Who will die? Yay, so I feel like that's still a win here for Global in a way.
Yeah, good eco. Yay.
I mean, like
to play, it's so good.
That's a nice way to put it. You know, throw bodies at the solution. It's a pistol round anyway. You know you're not going to be able to get away with too much, especially when the Bleed players are that sharp. So do what you can. Even crazy guys laughing at it.
Yeah, he realizes what happened too.
But as reality sets back in, next round, you've lost 3 guns. You can't really do all too much in this one. Polvi now on the operator. No armor whatsoever though, so full on glass cannon. This could either be a really good pickup for Bleed if Polvi dies, or, you know, Global gets to hold on to it and make some damage happen.
They are rotating all the way to A.
Durian is sitting on a reckoning, by the way.
They have suggested that they move, and I say no to this suggestion.
Are they going to push through this, though? I mean, yeah, they can't get those stuns working for them, but how well can they trade? Pretty damn well, actually, here for Bleed. Russ is by himself, the back of the side, holding on, and he will be able to shut down Ye. 2 versus 3 here. Cove gives some entryway here for Durian, who was able to pick up a rifle, picks down Russ, and is making it a very good case right now that Bleed's bonus is pretty damn successful. The swing out, the trade in. Durian's been spotted on Heaven, and Benkai in a 1 versus 1. Can the former Paper X player do it? Unfortunately not, as Durian clutches for the 4K, and Bleed are inching their lead.
7-8 अभी एक टाइम आउट लेंगे इन लोग इवन हो गया तो.
Definitely felt like it was Benkai's kill to have, but Darian, in such a dire situation, still able to put himself up on top. I mean, think about how they just approached in. Yeah, you mentioned it. Darian has been giving some bits of good decision-making all throughout. You know, whether it's the Cove from before or the Reckoning in this round, and then the kill towards the end. Just good sense as to where Benkai would be.
And you also, you know, go back on the point where you have Polvi with that glass cannon. Expensive rounds, so that's really going to merit the
5 classics, nothing they did. They like no ghosts, no nothing.
Flashes, couple of those shock darts, but other than that, it's all classics all the time. Yay puts himself up on the boost spot on generator.
मर जाएगा ये.
To Russ here.
वो वॉल से निकल के मार नहीं रहा. I thought lightning fast मार देगा इसलिए मैं बोली मर जाएगा ये.
It's not going to take him down very quickly. Benkai, yikes, actually goes almost a takedown. But Bleed's been pretty clean these past couple of rounds, and it's all down to Polvi now, who is very far from the situation.
I just gotta play his Game Boy. You know?
He's looking to die from the spike only.
System. It's his,
oh, okay.
It's his Radiant Boy.
Radiant Boy. There we go.
Yeah.
Totally forgot.
Copyright infringement.
RES. I mean, at the very least, still want to go for that round loss bonus. But on the other hand, now Ye starting to open things up. Starting to look a little bit better for tie things up with the score.
मतलब अल्ट पॉइंट मिलेगा ना जो उसको मारेगा वो नहीं
Ever since, you know, the second half happened, it's a 4 straight round here for Bleed. And now we're equalized up. And I do like this for Ye. Again, as I mentioned, he's been on the cold hand for the most part in these two games. And it's only here in the second half that he's started to get his groove back. And that is so important.
I told ya. Timeout incoming. I told you.
Knowing what he could do. And if he's able to do it, well, you're seeing Bleed reap the benefits of that.
Yeah, starting to feel it a little bit more. But again, 8-8. And now the timeout being called by Global Esports. Coach Spin, I wonder what he's had to say. The defenses on this site, I mean, or in this map at the very least, is starting to feel a little bit more static, a little bit more difficult.
Sorry guys, there will be a timeout incoming.
Positions, right? You got Pipes, you got 410, and Ye definitely knows how to make use of some of these spots. The rest of Bleed Esports following in on it. So Global Esports, I mean, so far we've seen, you know, some interesting ideas, especially on the pistol. Maybe they'll start to explore other parts of the map. Maybe set up some flanks around mid and whatnot.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Polvi hasn't been in that initial contact against Bleed in the second half for the most part, right? The time that he bought that operator, he was on B. I mean, there was a point where he was on A, but that was just a hard save for Global, so I think that doesn't count. But anything else, when they had rifles, it's always just been Global Esports without Polvi up against Bleed in that first contact. And that might actually be a big factor as to how the firepower for Global has maybe significantly gone down. Because again, he's not on the site with them.
Just gotta really take things slow at least. Again, not wanting to make any mistakes so far. The lead is something that they want to keep for the side of Global Esports.
Is that going to do enough damage to stop him from planting? It does
No,
not.
he
Crazy
gives him
guy,
20 damage.
Successful with it. This is going to be a full-blown retake. Lightning fast. Oh, he's already committed the wall. And Durion's always have his reckoning up and running already here. And that's always to the benefit right now for Bleed. Shut that on to Ye. Gonna make it a little bit better for the onslaught of Global Esports, but here comes Lightning fast and crazy.
Nice shots, guys. Line up, line up, line up.
Be something bad for him. It's already halved, so unless Scary can really do something other than just these post-plant throws, I don't think it's going to be enough. Maybe Egoist can get him. Yes. Oh my god, that's actually.
और दूसरा lineup भी आ गया. Can you defuse? Nope, no time.
Scary to clutch it.
Unbelievable.
What a clutch.
And the efforts of Egoist, man.
What a clutch.
So many lineups. It's awesome in the sense that it wins Bleed the round, but it's always a little bit annoying to watch because it's just a snake fight that wins them the round. I mean, sound plan, sound strats from Bleed Esports. First of all, like you mentioned, Asarai, that reckoning, always up and at the ready, it just buys a bit more time away from Bleed. I mean, from Global Esports. So both teams are kind of doing the same thing back to each other. We saw that Nanostorm plus Russ's Fragment from before. Now it's going to be Scary's Snake Fight. As we move on into the next, it's going to be Ye. It's trying to open things up. Dashes in, doesn't see anything. And just instantly going for yet another plant.
Time of the spike just a little bit off center there, so the pop shots from Blaziken can't really get through it, through that high tide. Big flank coming in from Polvi here. No utilities activated just yet. Here comes the flank. There's the use on the Hunter's Fury from the other side to break down that Killjoy ultimate. Once this wall drops down, all hell will break loose. And who will come out on top? It's actually going to be Global with the defuse through all of the confusion from the rest of the players, sacrificing their lives for the greater cause. And that's going to be Global evening things out their first round here in the second half.
War is chaotic, man.
स्टेडियम में जा रहा है कहाँ पे सिद्धार्थ? जिम होके नहा के रेडी भी हो गया वो स्टेडियम जा रहा है किधर जा रहा है? एक्सक्यूज मी यशदीप फाटू के ऐसा कुछ नहीं देखना मुझे क्या बात कर रहे हो? एक्सक्यूज मी फाटू का क्या?
Replay so we can see who actually just defused it because I was also just looking at the fight first.
यशदीप एक बार पढ़ो जरा क्या लिखा है फिर मेरा जोक समझोगे ठीक है? Excuse me?
Not sure if we mentioned this, but coming into this round, Global Esports, they almost got the whole enchilada. By that, I mean 4 ultimates in their pockets. very strong to think about it, because if Egoist
Tweet बोलना था.
his lockdown, Hunter's Fury from Blaze King is there to respond, just to break it down. It's always going to be a good thing, because you don't want any
Imagine.
extra space giving abilities to be used by
I don't want to imagine.
At the very least, I mean, back thinking about it, compositionally speaking, I want to see Garrett doing more. Lockdown, Hunter's Fury, just as you said.
Ooh.
But at what cost, man? Look at the kills that they've gotten already. Sure, they can try to break this lockdown.
They didn't. They realized they've gone here.
They've gone the other direction. Hello, B-side we go.
Trying to use that lockdown to distract them and bait the rotations over, the Hunter's Fury as well. And as the Sova stays stuck in that animation, yeah, the rest of Bleed, this tiny little squad approaches B.
Polvy's coming in. He's using that Sova drone as a drone to give him a little bit of that insight.
1v3. Blaze King saving, going for the save.
Alongside with Blaze King, if it could have been done, it's not. So Bleed get another round here. This is the Bleed that we were looking for, man. Quick, concise, very sure of the plays that they do. 10-9. They break through onto those double digits.
So that means the game is not yet over. Some of these ultimates were spent thanks to Egoist's one lockdown.
What a game this has been, Quack.
So, I mean, back into it, it's just going to be Bleed continuing forth, playing around the map. They've got some of these hits on towards the A side, and if they do get the spike down, there are those post-plant lineups. Same thing can be said for B site. So Global Esports, we had the one timeout from Coach Spin before. You know, what are you thinking about next? Like, how do you put a thorn in the sides of Bleed?
Very close start for A main, just making sure that they can spot out pipe here, get that control. How far will Pulvy actually push on B long with this operator? He does have Benkai right beside him. The risk here is exorbitant. They're doubled up, aren't they? Yikes! Benkai hasn't been spotted yet, so he can maybe wrap around. But no, the turret can actually spot him if he comes around the corner here. If he pushes the same angle that Pulvy did, there's still two players of Bleed coming in, and I don't even know how Bleed just second guesses someone's going to push them up, and they get that trade for free. There's more trades happening here on A main, and Ye's just like, thank you very much. Give me those 2 kills. Leaving Benkai and Blaze King by themselves for the moment.
Because both teams are, you know, it's kind of like the wave and the moon really pushing and pulling with gravity. Blaze King trying to play off of some of these timings on the peaks, but it's not quite going to be enough. Always trying to get a good read for some of these rotations, but without, you know, really confirming the information. As soon as they peek out,
He's saving the op. Now they all know he's saving the op. देखो कैसे भाग रहे हैं वहाँ पर से इसको op चुराने के लिए. इसको op गिराना है सबको. देखो हर तरफ से आ रहे हैं.
if I do, Ye is there, and it just goes back and forth.
They got money. They're chasing Benkai down. They don't want this operator getting value. They spot the alarm bot being brought down. Now
जैसे वो कैसे ने बोला op है सब साइड छोड़ के भागे वहाँ से देखा.
That's going to take away the operator's hands from Benkai and ultimately away
GE fighting. करो यार खत्म करो ये मैप. Second map close out करो GE. काफी comeback किया है.
Excuse me. And then we get something like this.
Yeah, starting to put Bleed back up on top. One round away from match, or at least map point.
Always. I knew it. I fucking knew it.
I knew it. He pushed always.
Some of these things, you
That's
know.
the calls, man. The IGL figuring things out.
I talked about the rotations. They
क्या
sit
बोल तू?
still, and then just kind of sometimes it happens. Earlier on, it was Bleed with some of these execution
Hello?
sites, and then they managed to break apart Global. Afterwards, you know, it's just kind of take things a little bit slow, and then Global starts to think, I need to push. If they do, they get punished for it, and now, you know,
तो
just
इतना खुला
going to
रखो मेरा
timeout
दरवाजा.
potentially save them from something. Because if you are to push, you're gonna need a lot more team effort. You're gonna need some of that execution, and perhaps Coach Spin might have spotted something out.
Well, he needs to spot something out. I mean, you know, win or lose, they still will get that map 3. But, I mean, this has been a grueling grind for both teams. called into just the upgraded pistols for Global as well. Wolvie does have those blades.
This is going to be an odd round to say the least.
Fair enough.
Take flight.
Zelensky की spelling थोड़ी casual है.
Pick up that map points. Although it is not too many rounds that Global needs to push this into an overtime.
Yeah, but they do need rounds to push this into overtime. They need to win.
Awakening, excuse me, for Bleed as well, right?
Rounds.
Yeah, how did he deal with a Bleed that possibly could go into map point? Big flash at the back of the site. Yay just backs away. Big little flash. Crazy guy chasing the kill here on Snowman. And Polvi somehow manages to pick up a couple of kills. See if he can reset the blades, that's going to be huge. Spike has been denied the plan. Drops right down into the site, doubles up with his teammates. They're a little bit too much constricted here, but Polvi finds it once again. The Finnish superstar brings it all the way back. Never mind.
Bye, Tino मार दिया.
83K, and we go to map point. I gotta see it from Ye's POV. Was it a spray transfer? Was it taps? Whatever it was, he got all those 3 kills.
Tino मार दिया उसने उधर.
While Global Esports with their
Yes,
setup,
replay देखेंगे.
these knives almost turning things around for Global Esports.
Oh, दो तो ऐसे आए थे.
Lined up for him.
Look at that smile. El Diablo. Imported. Man. Showing us why the import is here. Why Bleed have committed to this tier 1 superstar from NA. Polvi's now back on the operator. Once this wall drops down, there's a chance for contact. A couple of players of Bleed already right in front for the picking. Fortunately, he whiffs that first shot. He's gonna go for a second chance.
No, they know, they're waiting.
You've heard Crazy Guy a while ago. He's like, they keep peeking, they keep pushing. Yes!
देख लिया उसने.
Because of that dart as well, Polvi might be forced to back away now.
Yeah, nothing doing for the time being. It got Bleed a little bit of presence made. A little bit
Again with the Habaral, dude.
Positioning. Now the Reckoning able to push off any Global Esports players who might
Five
be
fairy
outside.
take.
High Tide blocks up a lot as well, but Blaze King, good spray this time.
40 HP Darian.
His opponent just popped a couple of shots through the smoke. Blaze King, a master tracer. Bringing up back the pain to the source of, to the point of origin. It's a huge fragment though. Here comes Russ activating the null command already.
What? How many hours did they invest?
A couple of impact kills here, or else it's just going to be all for naught. Ego is going to be doing his darndest again. He did it a while ago with Scary, but not going to happen this time. And Global Esports.
They invested a KO art, Viper art in the retake.
And like you mentioned, man, they are close to pushing this into overtime, and they still have that one map advantage.
Yeah, just rushing in.
OT कर लो यार.
Spike defused. Very interesting. And I mean, the null command was expended for that retake as well. So you gotta think, although it is a few more rounds left, and the Reckoning was used, you've got Yang has the Blade Storm available. You've got a couple more bits of utility on the side of Bleed Esports. Global Esports has to, walk around a tight rope right now. Egoist with that lockdown. Okay, there it is, picked up.
Ye's alone on A main.
Yeah, just to hold the position if anyone pushes over.
Hello, Gopal.
Close enough
Gopal?
around pipes to set that lockdown in. And then we'll have the A set. Then it's going to be a retake / numbers game. Unless Lightning Fast or Russ can really fend them off.
They're making a lot of noise.
Okay, there's 0 point.
Lockdown's been activated already. They're still holding the angle here on Maze. That lockdown does clear up most of the site itself, and I think Bleed was able to spot that nobody tucked themselves into the corner of the back, but they haven't really pushed up into the site itself. Are they going to do it now or go in the opposite direction? Seems like it's going to be a commitment. This is very hairy here for Bleed. Global Esports, they've tucked themselves into corners. Scary's got the first pick, but Polvi's right here holding on. Cannot for Blaze King. And it has gone topsy-turvy.
क्या क्या हो रहा है भाई?
Lightning Fast. Anchoring, hoping, praying that he can maybe get something before, or rather as
Benka round निकाल. Benka. Oh! 1v1, 10 HP versus 150 HP, dude.
He's gonna have to pick up the spike, but look at this. Bad guy's down to 10. Scary. All he needs is one bullet, a hair, a whiff, and that might be it. No doubt.
Oh, let's go third map. Split the split.
But it is denied, and Bleed push us into map number 3.
Then we'll be truly in for a bit of a surprise. I mean, leaving this next map open, it's gonna be split. We showed us a little bit against T1, but at the very least, still up against Global Esports. What a performance! Both sides being able to make it this close. Towards the end, though, the adjustments came back up.
Passing it on to our panel.
Which one you want?
This monstrous game number 2.
Going into a map 3, ladies and gentlemen. Bleed straight back, and now it is a 1-1 in this series.
Hi, baby.
We were
No,
actually
no,
ready
no,
to just,
no,
you know, write Bleed off already, but it looks like we made a comeback, and El Diablo finally waking up here.
Yeah, waking up a bit. It was still
One mic?
straights here.
Want to press buttons?
He's awake. He's awake.
The alarm has rung. He hit snooze a couple
Wait,
times.
wait,
But now he's committed to waking up. It's just a matter of when he gets out of the bed. I go through this.
Headphone?
So I understand. Yes, we finally started seeing Ye really having some solid impact.
Wow, headphone. No, no, no. PC button. No pressing. It will go off. Take this.
Because even through the first half, I mean, the way they were playing, not just the scoreline, it wasn't 8-4, but just the way they were
Wow, see?
allowing GE to just creep up and then get ready for GE wants. Bleed's just hoping that they're going to hold angles and they're going to get the picks. Funnily enough, when they're on the attack, it works in reverse, right? It's icebox. At some point, you have to push out to make sure you secure a part of the area. GE starts creeping up, Bleed gets a pick, and then they're able to kind of push the attack just a bit further.
I mean, you look at the post.
Wow, roses. Who gave roses? That one?
Are two crucial ones that they cannot have. You know, they can't afford to have.
Oh, yes. Giving rose to Rabbit.
Causing chaos and pandemonium in the streets of Icebox and just stealing away the diffuses. So they need to make sure that they're listening in closely, making sure they can hear when that spike tap does come in and prevent those little ninja
What
from
do
happening.
And I think moments like that, that's really a testament to, you know, the brains behind Global Esports, right? All of these little calls that they're making in between all of this chaos to either ninja diffuse the spike or to just push through everything. You know, it really just boils down to all of these brains that are happening there. But on the side of Bleed Esports, I kind of feel like, yes, you know, they did win this map, but there was still a little bit of, I don't know, it's a little bit disjointed for me.
It wasn't convincing, right? Let's just put it that way. It wasn't convincing. They had to kind of crawl out of it and claw their way to a victory. Now the question is of course, is that enough to keep their spirits up? Because you know, when we saw it in the replays, Crazy Guy trying to keep the spirits up, trying to keep the energy going, even if it's some funny things happening. Like Ye died to the spike, Crazy Guy's like, let's laugh it off, let's move on. We won the round. That's what's important. You saw the vibe, so I think that's the important takeaway here. The way they played this.
Wow,
there's a
Rose.
lot of work still to be done, but okay, they're waking up in terms of their mechanics. They're
Give Rose to Common.
He seems to have found that confidence.
Give to Coco. Roses for Coco.
Carry that into the third map.
But again, what is going to be playing on that third map? It is split, and we've seen, you know, across all the all-season tournaments and everything, a lot of different iterations as far as what you can run on that map. Does this end up going with some? Do they end up going with something like Darian on the Raze and then Ye just sticking to that Jet, run the double duelist comp going into this one? Does he bring out the chamber, or is there going to be something?
No one in there.
See what they have cooked.
Come here, Adam.
I do want to give a quick shout out to Russ because this was an immense improvement in his performance.
Yeah, very good shooting as well, but really crappy.
No.
We saw that fragment lined up to bounce twice to take out that lockdown.
Give Rose to Coco.
As well, but also just good calls.
Spirit there, Rose.
Making sure that he can set up his
Give
team,
Rose to
especially Polvi,
Coco.
to go in first. As soon as Polvi gets contact, Russ is there to trade, and usually he's trading for 2 or 3 people in a couple of these rounds. So that's great to see a fragging IGL taking the reins here for Global Esports.
I like how you brought that setup that I have for Polvi, right? Because on the other side, yes, I know that
कुछ
Bleed
नहीं हुआ
won this map, but I didn't see that much setup for
नहीं
Ye.
देखो भूल भी
He
गया
was just off on himself, but you wouldn't see that much support, I guess, from the other 4 on their side.
Yeah, a lot of the times he is kind of off on his own, and we were seeing him getting punished more often than not. The time where Ye really actually started coming alive, where they were providing that covering fire for him on the attack. We saw him dash.
नहीं इसके 1-1 right now. थर्ड मैप अभी आएगा, चालू होएगा. स्प्लिट देखना है अपने को.
that's really good to see that they have that, just make sure that they're watching the crossfires, they keep him in that, and then from there he was able to go ahead and pick up a 3K.
Yeah, and Ego is someone we haven't really talked about much.
1K likes done, guys. Stream ला करो यार, क्या कर रहे हो भाई?
Kills for himself as well, including Darion. While his numbers weren't that high, he had 1 or 2 very important rounds that helped flip things in the second half. So once again, I think this was more a story of the individuals of Bleed waking up to the potential and experience that we're used to. Now can they put it together for the third map?
I also feel like there's several missed opportunities on the side of Bleed to really just break out of how they were playing at Ascension, right?
Yes.
To really just stop going into that rhythm and take it to the next step, because that's what they're here for. That's why they're here in Pacific, to be able to take that next step. Unfortunately, we're not seeing it yet. Yes, we are seeing a little bit of improvement, but we need that next level.
And you see this a lot with teams that are kind of used to being the top dog in their own area, and then they face off against tougher competition. Whether it's part of the regional VCTs and then going to the Masters and Champions, whether it's coming up from challengers, you see them being used to, well, we can always play off contact because we'll win. But once you start losing those duels, it gets a little iffy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like you said, we've seen teams have that happen all the time. Thinking about DRX.
Yeah,
and,
I was thinking the same thing.
But the gears are churning right now for both of these squads because we're seeing improvements in the previous matches, and that's kind of culminating into this series. Yes, there are plenty of mistakes that are still occurring within the lobby. There are plenty of sloppy plays, some slow reactions. But they're battling it out. This is such an important matchup for these guys, so you have to imagine the nerves are going to be through the roof right now.
Definitely, and as you mentioned, Will, it's nice that Crazy guys still trying to keep up the mood, especially since we know that it can be such a downer, especially when it's such a high pressure match. It is the first elimination of the year, and now as we
क्या बोली chat मेरी मम्मी? बताओ.
It is do or die for Bleed and for Global, and for Global, it is a very important matchup for them as well. This is basically a validation for this roster that they are building right here.
Yeah, I mean, again, it all comes down to this third map, and of course we'll be going into that shortly, but it's going to be a big question for both Global Esports. Can they bounce back after a map loss? And then for Bleed, I mean, can they continue the momentum?
Yeah, I mean, historically, Global had some very strong performances on Split last year, but they had Maniette, they had Bazzi.
Yeah, Texture.
They had a lot of different people actually on that one, so I'm not sure how they're going to look, but obviously Split is a mainstay map. This has been in the game for the longest time. You cannot play Valorant at a competitive level without having a strong understanding of how to pilot this one, so this might end up being the most even out of all the maps that we see tonight.
That's right, but going into Global Esports style right now, you see a lot of interesting compositions, interesting ideas here. I think can be optimistic going into Split. Perhaps it's the kind of map that you can't really just go in without a set play, without set plans over here. Sure. But on the side of Bleed Esports, I feel like they probably can be easily read, especially since again you have Blaze King with a lot of experience against the players on their side here, and it doesn't seem like Bleed are really picking up the pace. I'm not sure if they'll be able to pick it up right on map number 3 here.
Yeah, I mean, going into this one, I forget which side they're actually starting on.
We'll have to look back on that.
We'll see it here in a moment, but depending on what side they're starting on, especially, they will need to have that hot start, kind of like we were saying for Global at the beginning of this day, just, come out swinging. So, especially if they're going to be kicking things off on that attacking side, you need to be able to rack up as many rounds as you possibly can.
Yeah, and my big question also is, in terms of the compositions for Bleed, I mean, Crazy Guy, what role does he pick up as well, right? So there's a lot of questions to be had in terms of this map.
Yeah, going back into the previous map, though, we do know
it
was a bit of a 50-50, and the comeback that we saw from Bleed was also a testament to who exactly is that playmaker for dire times, right? Who exactly pushes that momentum or pushes that motivation to be able to go over and push Bleed to where they need to be.
And for the longest time, it was Egoist. He was the one that was very much, trying to keep them in these rounds for the longest time before we kind of had Ye and everybody else starting to really wake up alongside him. It was a really strong performance on the KJ, but conversely, for the side of Global, Polvi at the beginning, when he had that Outlaw in his hands especially, he was finding an immense amount of value for the team.
Yeah, I think that, also here on for Bleed again, you have those playmakers that for each
Zylo अभी 1-1 चल रहा है.
picking up a triple.
1-1 चल रहा है, अभी decided map is split.
Being successful on a major flank here, that actually managed to really get that morale up for Bleed, that was able to push them forward. And I think that for the side of Global Esports, we can tell that morale is high, definitely. But again, it's still it feels like for Global Esports, it's not enough.
Well, I mean, I think they're at a point where they're not going to be happy unless they walk away with this win. And I mean, I think that's realistic for both of these teams. But now we can go ahead and take a look and see at what we got. And it's going to be a second crack at the Viper here for Ye.
Yeah, and then
very interesting.
Blaze King bringing
Very
out
different.
the Gecko here as well. I mean, it is alongside the Breach, so really looking to just set up and push through once they're on the attacking side.
Double controller, double initiator.
But Bleed, I mean, Ye back on the Viper. He's got to redeem himself after that first map.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't look like, again, that he was comfortable on that role, right? We're going to see, again, as you mentioned, Will, a second chance for Ye here, especially now that he's woken up and hit that...
डॉग स्ट्रीम हो सकता है मैं की थी तो मेरे को याद है मैंने वोल्टू का डॉग कैम लगाया था जब वोल्टू एकदम छोटा था और सिर्फ मेरे पास आके बैठता था हाँ तुम लोग कहते जब वोल्टू इतना सा था और मैंने एक छोटा सा कैमरा लगाया था साइड में वोल्ट कैम जब वो पूरा जब भी मैं स्ट्रीम करती थी वो मेरे पास ही आके बैठा रहता था तो मैंने वोल्ट कैम लगाया था याद है
I mean, that's what's talking about Ye having woken up. Has he truly?
You guys remember my sweet child when he was so small?
You know what's gonna happen next? There are players trying to keep the spirits up, but at the
फिर
same time,
अभी वो आता नहीं है मेरे बुलाने पे तो अब मैं वो डॉग कैम नहीं लगा सकती क्योंकि डॉग इज मिसिंग
of the elimination match coming through, Polvi, Global Esports, they want to break open the site.
He breaks open with this fight against Durian that completely misses him. Both the contact on Polvi as well as that boombot, interestingly enough. Rest of Global now pushing up into ropes. Oh my god, where did that come from Russ? He just Goomba stomped the head of Durian there. Global Esports opening Pandora's box, but Egoist has been such a crucial factor right now. The trades and Blaze King using the wingman to plant all the way from heaven.
I like Gecko yaar I like Gecko as an agent
If he lost that fight, if the wingman could have planted it, Lightning Fast was still coming in from mid, so there was layers upon layers that Scary had to try to deal.
Yeah, switching up in terms of the pace, right? Global Esports just go right in and starting things off with Polvi, Benkai, with a little bit of support. I mean, it really is the same thing of playing in terms of rhythm. Bleed, oftentimes just trying to take things slow, trying to be methodical about it, but then not quite expecting such movements from Russ, for example.
Global Esports is that team that I feel like embodies ripping off the Band-Aid, right? Like, oh, you want to take this nice and slow? No! Go in! Just hammer it down onto the side, which they will definitely do. And Benkai and Russ commands authority here on that A site, leaving the rest of Bleed to just scratch their heads.
कैसे लोग देखो गेको कैसे पीछे जाके मेन होल्ड कर रहे हैं मैंने अब तो सारी यूटिल उठाई थी पहले और फिर जाती पीछे He's like no I got a whole backstab this is my place yeah I got another nice Blaze King meanwhile मेड नहीं guys मेरे को कवर करो मेरे को अपने बच्चे उठाने
A bit of a sleeper. I mean, sleeper agent to speak. You know, in the first game, playing on that fade, we didn't really talk about him too much because those were just a lot of kills where he cleaned up a lot. Maybe a bit of utility coming through. But then now, today, just back onto the third map, he shows up again. I thought that maybe...
Hello. वापस होके good morning. Hello, Art.
Favors him instead, and he gets the sprays.
Looking to prioritize the contact once again. Very aggressive use on the fault line too. Already gonna push through this. Ah, there's the contact.
Oh!
Ooh boy! Shooting gallery at its
One trap.
Alone. Spike dropped at A main, so two avenues. A main.
One trap.
Choose your poison.
Either way,
choose your ladder. Yeah.
Either way, it's not something that's gonna be easy to stomach. And I guess it really just
let's go BG का भी buy round है. Let's go.
That's the nature of split, right? You've got B Garage, you've got A main, and anyone who tries to push through. If Darian kind of does the same thing and getting those sprays out, the toxic screen up from Scary, excuse me, it really just crumbles the entire push.
ये कौन सा नया कॉपी पास्ता लाए हो हेलो वर्ल्ड
I mean, at least right now.
आप टीम आयरन हो या टीम
speed run of that bonus round of theirs.
Do I like Iron Man more or Captain America? I feel like I like Iron Man more.
Thrash available, exactly that. So he's just using the wingman first, you know, soften things up, get a bit of that contact on Mail. now start doing things. Yay, he is so close from this contact. He realizes this, but that
Stun bhi kiya
Polvi is
isko.
perfectly placed to catch him off. Thankfully enough, teammate Egoist does him a solid. I got you, Yay. You're perfectly fine with me.
Pings out the Thrasher orb as well. And the rest of the squad is fully aware of what might happen next, but
Nice
unfortunately
trade.
the response not quite as good. Bleed Egoist only able to pick up one.
Where did that TP come from? Or where did that TP go? Lightning fast on top of the box, gets the trade, 2 versus 3. Russ gonna be planting down the spike. Benkai holding hell here for the moment as Crazy Guy creeps in ever so slowly. Did he see Benkai actually go around the corner? That's gonna be a big one too if you think about it. As Durian not really given any form of contact here for now. There it is. 1 to 2, dashing right in, but Durian is quick. Not quick enough to deal with the
Okay. वर्कआउट कर या मैच देखूं? मैच नहीं देख सकता क्या वर्कआउट करते हुए? जिम में तुम लोग क्या देख सकते हो ना? जिम में टीवी होगा उधर लगा दे.
Get a confirmation, then Thrasher, everyone else slowly starts to follow through. You had the Dizzy to start things off, and then as they start to swing out, Polvi's there to assist. Yay, unfortunately, just couldn't quite hold it back. And they managed to get the side.
कौन सा news आकाश? I don't know.
And here's the problem too, right? The only defense that they had on B Heaven was pure contact. All of the traps from Egoist here was set for any kind of B main contact, but it all got bypassed because of their shot at step from Lightning Fast. So every kind of trap that they placed was very well ignored, thank you, by Global Esports.
Straight up. Now, same thing. We get mid control, we get some more options. Ye trying to deny it with a Recon Phantom, trying to spray through, but nothing doing. Crazy Guy, though. Did he hear?
He probably did. But, like, who gets who first? That's the question on that rope contact, if ever there was any rope contact. Polvi straight up marching his way here on B Heaven. He's got a chance to peek this, but he's not going to do that just yet. He just charges through the smoke, and Polvi's...
He thought he was blind.
That...
I know exactly.
Yeah, okay. Neural Theft to combat that. 1-for-1 trade, though. Crazy Guy does find another. But with all of these Neural Theft activations...
Hi, welcome back, King.
And Russ just backs away as they realize where they are. That's Global Esports.
भागो भाई जल्दी भागो प्लांट बिल निकालो भागो 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 भागो
Rotation's over. Darian with the rocket.
Oh, Polvi! Nice one. That was a good pick.
He gets those moments, and when you thought the big connection of ability is there to shut you down, he just raw talent, raw firepower. Now he's the one with the showstopper. That's going to deny some pushes for a good chunk of seconds, which allows the rest of Global Esports to go the other way. They're going to try to clear Heaven. If they're not on Heaven, they're just going to drop down, help out Polvi here.
So there's always that extra assistance. All Polvi's got to do is to get that information for the team.
Flex it out too. And all Russ has to do is hold, wait, and play. Spots out Scary, who was going to go for the full defuse. Global Esports have total control of their attacking side.
It's always such a goddamn good feeling, man. Like if you have that aim, your hand, your arm becomes, your mouse becomes an extension of your arm. That's what I want to
It's peeing time, Ganesh. मैं सोच रहा क्या रहेगा तुम लोग मैच देखो मेरे को बताना मैं क्या मिस कर रही हूँ please chat में लिखो please.
Just fully anticipating it, and then although Darren was trying to get the momentum off of the blast packs, Polvi's still getting the shot early on, and then everyone else knowing exactly how to play off the spike plant now. Definitely needing to stem the bleeding. It's going to be Legia with a timeout now. This is way too early on to be losing such a momentous lead in the half. 4-1.
And I mean, with those highlight plays from Polvi, that's going to rattle a couple of players here on Bleed, especially Durian, right? That's matching up Polvi against Polvi here. Man is on a mission. Absolutely right. That 1-4 is a definite concern right now for Bleed because there's no more cushion here, Quack. We're here on map number 3, and Global's already running away with the lead, and you never want that to happen. Sure, I mean, you could look at Icebox and see that they can slowly grind up their way to something, but Bleed doesn't want to be in that position once again. They want to have that solid advantage.
Always says so much. I mean, we've seen Bleed for the past 2 maps now start things off without a strong lead. They're always slow to catch up. Might even be able to say the same for their match against T1. It just doesn't look too great. You know, always talking about this team. You got Ye picked up, you got strong players, you got Darian. They ascended from Ascension. And Crazy Guy says in the interview, like, we belong in Pacific. We want to prove that. Now in the elimination match, Global Esports says different.
Of course, there still is opportunity and chances. It's not like we're already at like 12 to 10 or something, but it is somewhat concerning again as how Global has really garnered in these rounds.
Yeah, just talking about the lead, but Polvi has been impressive. Now back into it again, looking for an execute onto the site, but look at how Bleed has to set up. Yes, it's that eco, so I don't know how much it can really do. But playing around the toxic screens, they got some of these stingers and frenzies.
It's a 5-stack on A, dude.
Yeah. But then also, like, look at
भाई stack पे पूरा A.
Not gonna push past main.
B पूरा खा लिए guys.
Ramps. I don't know if they'll go through screens.
Oh, I think they realize it too. I mean, even if they don't realize it, they have options to go elsewhere. And since they did leave Blaze King here on mid, they can always have an opportunity to pinch coming into that mid side. And now they're like, something's up.
Precisely. Nothing seen so far. Paranoid just for extra security. Now the site is completely clear.
What a read.
Stick the plant, why not? How can Bleed do damage on the retake?
Spike planted.
I mean, there's still 5 people, so if they catch someone holding an off-angle position,
देखना सब बेस में रुके सब स्पाइक से मरने जा रहे हैं
or, you know,
सब बोले स्पाइक से मरेंगे
you can just wait till the very last second, try to get some exit frags and die to the spike. So assuming they're gonna go for the latter.
Oh man, then it's like both sides saving fully because Global Esports can run out mid, they can run out garage. Bleed just dies to the spike.
Probably that, right?
What an eventful round.
I mean, fair. You don't want to give any extra kills to
Yeah.
global players that have been heating up, especially Blaze King, right?
You don't want to give him another Thrasher.
Exactly.
Russ sitting on the Rolling Thunder too. What's your dying sound? Voice actor Aster Echo.
I don't want to do that.
Wilhelm scream.
Yeah, the Wilhelm scream. Actually. Yes. If you know, you know. Any BL player.
What the round was this? This was a save from Bleed.
Anyways, back into
This was a save round from Bleed.
He's got himself the operator. It's been pretty solid in that Sunset map, but is it going to solid enough here on Split where he doesn't really have that much line of sight? Polvi, the double satchel catches Crazy Guy. This makes it significantly harder for Dorian to really get that contact, but it doesn't matter. He still shuts down Polvi. Thank you very much.
Bleed के भी Bleed ने टाइम आउट नहीं लिया ना अब तक. Bleed तो जल्दी टाइम आउट नहीं लेते. अगर वो 1-6 भी हो जाते ना तो तब तक टाइम आउट नहीं लेते.
So that's why the rotations are coming over from Bleed. They're getting a good read on things. And as long as Scary gets the right amount of contact, as long as Benkai doesn't
मेरे पास नहीं है 300 ड्यूल करने के लिए.
Bleed should be able to pick up this round.
नहीं होएगा अपना. Sorry Summer, I don't have.
Of course, it's still
I only have 20 points.
Scary backs off. Darren back in his place. Global Esports might be able to, you know, go out along with.
Oh, I have 30 points. Lol.
You have the Rolling Thunder, right? So
I don't know. Like it makes sense, but
yeah, you don't want to use it willy-nilly, right? Yeah. So you're gonna look for contact elsewhere. Benkai has always been that person that likes to do this, but timing is good actually.
Whoa.
Is that going? The question is that gonna gravitate the rotation from Bleed and allow Global to actually start pushing into the ace to the B site?
Oh, it does.
It does indeed.
Right. Even though it's not maximum effect, it does do enough to push Darian away. But Scary from the top of heaven comes back in.
That nade is very far off from Russ. Durian might not even know that Lightning Fast is around the corner. Okay, as the dust settles, it's 3 versus 2. Durian is only aware of the positioning of Russ here, not Lightning Fast, who is inside this smoke. It's going to be the double contact. There it is. It's all going to be up and down to how quickly he can actually get that transfer, which is not really too hot. That paranoia does nothing against Russ. It's a 1v1. Scary's been a clutch master, but Russ can do something.
Oh bhai, nice shot, nice clutch, nice.
Is it time to start singing different songs now? Global esports, Russ.
इस महीने के
Scary, you would have thought that he's the guy to clutch things out, but it's such
Yeah.
a one-on-one, a little bit off-put, a little bit off-timed.
हाँ 10 मैंने सारे गिफ्ट कर दिए इस महीने के डन महीने के स्टार्ट में गिफ्ट कर देती हूँ मैं ताकि वो पूरा महीना एंजॉय कर पाए ना पर्क्स मतलब अगर मैं मिड मंथ दूंगी तो भी वो नेक्स्ट मंथ के मिड मंथ तक एंजॉय कर पाएंगे बट स्टिल स्टार्ट ऑफ द मंथ
It's the calls, man. It's the smart use of utility too, because there would be a world where he didn't get the A push and they could still do that B play straight up, but yeah, the woe is very much granted as Russ is down. The hero of that last round down to 15 here.
Always playing around the rhythm and timing of things, right? In previous rounds, we had Polvi just diving right straight on A ramps. This time around, they're going along with the team, and Bleed kind of playing along with that, trying to get a feel for this dance, and this time getting a better grasp of it. Benkai still, though, however, lurking all around. The rest of that global
Benkai is lurking, Russ is down to 50 मैं सिर्फ सुन रही हूँ trap destroy किया हुआ है Cypher का
As long as they can block off heaven.
Gecko got someone Sky flashed them Omen TP'd somewhere Raze hit someone Gecko plant कर रहा है side पे I think it's a B side. What do you guys think? If I open my eyes, it's gonna be a B side.
Recon dart where he just keeps TPing in positions for his teammates to feed off of, but Benkai also solid on these lurks, and Bleed left to really just scratch.
Yeah, I was right.
Yay, down to 1.
No.
El Diablo is down to El Uno.
No way you like clutch this at 1 HP.
No, of course.
iCool नहीं है मेरा
That's crazy.
दूसरा आई ड्रॉप से मेरे को ड्राई आईज है ना इसलिए
I see what you did there.
Yeah.
But absolutely right. I mean,
stab. Ah. Yeah, was looking.
Secure the round win, why not?
Yeah.
But you know, you gotta definitely think about it. This is happening so often. Good calls from Russ. You talk about the execution with lightning fast being used as a bit of a human recon.
Okay, I'll keep my eyes closed this round and I'll just guess what's happening, okay?
But at the same time,
Based on the agent audio cues.
Russ can frag. Benkai, this is classic split plays. You got that lurk, you cut people off in the rotations, you control the whole map. Global esports are having a great time.
And I don't know what the
I'm gonna keep my eyes closed.
retaliation would be for Bleed here. They're creating plays, sure enough, but Global's just, yeah, we'll just play our own game, keep pushing forward. We still have Polvi.
Breach ने B main flash किया.
Contact plays, and there it is once again. Durian.
Cypher ने kill करके ult छोड़ी है.
Neural theft slows it down.
B पे spike down हुआ है.
Blaze King now calling the rotation. Hold on, lightning fast. He's got himself that from the shadow, so he can pick it up.
He can ult. Yeah, he can take the spike.
Where they might break him and not. Now he picks it up. It's
And he plants it on the A side.
Heaven. They must plan it for heaven. Plan it for.
Yes, A side heaven plant.
Still do have Egoist up around screens though, trying to make their way through. But what it comes down to is how well they can really break apart this heaven hold. Darian out through. Ooh, punches him.
Yeah, Egos was waiting for a better angle there if he can. Benkai through the smoke as well. Lightning fast coming here too. Paranoia coming out, but does not dissuade Scary, and Egoist is not in a good spot, but he doesn't need to be.
Half भी नहीं हुआ था क्या कर रहे थे दोनों? Nice. बैठा था वो दोनों को सर पे. Nice. I didn't watch it, so I don't really know what happened. But I was right till the plant. I was right till then I guessed it. No, कि उसने A side plant के अंदर उससे बोला heaven का plant किया हुआ है. So I was right. I wasn't wrong. Must shot. ये अच्छा मारा इसने. Second shot भी. Egoist. Nice clutch, buddy.
But then when it comes down to it, the heroics of Egoist. 2-7 lead. I mean, again, you know, they start things out slow, but they never quite back down that easy.
Bro painted a picture on that A window, man. And it was a great picture. It was a picture of them winning that round.
Picture of two bodies on the ground.
Oh yeah.
What a poem.
Darion so close to
Blaze King ने barrel इसने Darion ने barrel देख लिया Blaze King का.
He's been spotted and that's gonna be him down and dusted. Yay, holding the angle here.
What? Russ killed him as well.
But gets caught
Yeah.
in the
fire.
Things, even hiding inside the smoke. Seeker's been activated here by the defenders, but it's so early that the Seekers won't really threaten the control and rotation capabilities of Global Esports. Egoist now coming in through B Heaven. He's been such a stalwart of Vanguard. But these tags, man, he's been put in a position where he has to do so much, and he might not be able to do anything at all.
Yeah, great ways to check too from the likes of Russ.
Okay, traded, okay.
Still good reactions nonetheless, but yeah, you're absolutely right. Global Esports having the numbers now, they get to push in. They got the site.
Long का plant छोड़ दिया. अरे इधर का plant, okay.
The rest of the lead members aren't even really moving.
No, they're saving it.
So, seems like it's gonna be a
नहीं.
Yeah.
Spectre ही save करेगा, Phantom save करेगा. Spectre वो upgrade करने जाएगा. Mid पे guns है. He's going for one of the better guns.
On the other hand, again,
Spectre save करके क्या मिलेगा? See in the vents, the Viper had a gun, I think.
so great.
He's gonna go check it. Yeah, he had a gun, right? No. Yeah, he got a Phantom. I told you. He is saving. But he went to get a better gun. Save.
On a non-duelist, it just feels like he's just a step behind. Like I was wondering why Darion was holding for such a long time on to Mail.
दोनों side उसने having to swing लिया at least.
That Ye's there. So it's
And the man was just checking. क्या checking?
Was Darion supposed to get any form of support utility or support spray down from Ye as to why he held Mail for such a long time, even through the triple push of Global? And you start to wonder.
Definitely wondering. I honestly am not too sure. I can't say for certain, but whatever it is, it's just not working out for Bleed. That much we know. So, timeout again. And you're just left wondering, like, how can Bleed really catch up with this? The entire desk. A lot of people all thought that Bleed would definitely...
Hi, me man, मुझे नहीं पता उसके कितने views आ रहे हैं. मैं क्या बताऊँ?
Against T1, for example. I mean,
क्या आपको राइट ये तो मैंने नोटिस ही नहीं किया था. Hello.
They were still able to push T1 in overtime. But here, up against Global Esports, you know, rosters that everyone was kind of questioning. We got all of these imports and players from all over the place. But Russ and the leadership, man, it just feels so different in this matchup. A welcome one for sure.
Bleed's already used all of their talking right now.
Next round Bleed जीतेगी. Okay, Durgesh's next round Bleed जीतेगी.
Just called the timeout to take a breather or even
हाँ बे ये 0-8 he's crushed James Bond.
His team here. And flip side is, you know, if Bleed can survive with a few more rounds.
अरे उसको तो smoke के through मार रहे बे ये को मिड पे. You can't blame him.
Sites can definitely change the.
What do you do? एक through fake ने उसको smoke के through मार दिया भाई रस ने.
Map like split, you know, pass, bit more defender sided. Now if you know, as long as you crack the code, you got the right execute.
Okay, he's in a good posy, good weapon के साथ. Judge is good for this place.
Definitely doesn't feel good, you know, when your coach is just not even like happy with you.
Oh yeah.
So you would want to have like more faith.
मैंने पूछा ना आकाश मैंने बोला मेरे को पर्सनली मतलब आयरन मैन पसंद है लेकिन तुम किस रीजन से पूछ रहे तुम बोले ना न्यूज़ की वजह से मैं पूछी क्या न्यूज़ आकाश
when Scary gets that whiff of anyone.
Hello Ankkit, half my name. Ui.
Might even use the showstopper, but it's not even needed as he gets that double spray down beautifully executed. They're gonna
Paul, what was that? Jumping
the opposition. Scary holds on, gets the 3K, pushes back Blaze King. No more flashes for him. Does have a wingman. Can use it to push forward.
Good evening, Ashish. Good evening, guys.
With the double up, and Ye's right here in the corner, helping out Scary with this Judge 2 in hand. Wow, oh, that was a risk. That was a risk. He didn't even second guess if he should break the wingman. He just tanked it everything and hoped that his Judge would be good enough in those corners. And this this might all be just all for naught. The tag as well, and Crazy Guy, he disabled for a couple of seconds, and they've allowed Global to plant the spike in a very safe manner. And we're not even just yet. Sorry, excuse me. Crazy Guy's pushing up. And what just happened, Quack?
I don't know what just happened. I thought that Bleed was taking this round, honestly.
I mean, of course, Egoist with nothing but a classic. We're expecting him to clutch
Oh,
back
he's
up
got the
and
gun, he's got the ult, he saw the enemy, he's got the bullet. He did. Oh, he got the gun! He had no bullets in his gun!
A classic to start things in a 2 versus 1. Gets the kill. Has to use the North F, sure.
If he was down to his last 4 bullets, literally there are no bullets in that gun.
To persevere. Egoist,
Bro.
true to his name, has truly been the star player here, the clutch player of Bleed when they need him to do it the most.
Just the thing that amazes me the most is that he did it in the class.
Zero bullets बचा था ये fight के बाद. देखा तुम लोग ने? No reload left, nothing. Just the gun was out of bullets.
So, Egoist definitely showing up huge on this map, but we need one more round, if anything, just to feel.
Yeah, but round देख के भी पता चलता है ना जिस हिसाब से start हुआ था. मेरे को लगा कि ले गई Bleed ये round. फिर मुझे लगा कि वाव जी round निकाल दी. फिर ये बंदा आके round निकाल दिया. मेरे को समझ ही नहीं आ रहा है. वो बच गया. Full HP बच गया. मार क्या है वो? ऐसे कैसे मेरे हेड से बचेगा? Crazy Guy is down to 10 HP.
I say, like, fair enough. You know, the round just started. He just got right in, and the spike's already planted.
Scout destroyed.
Bleed have got their work cut out for them. The peek out
Smoke
does
him,
allow Durian to get the trade quickly against Lightning Fast. And Durian just running it down. They're hoping that they can get these contacts.
What scenes, guys?
Maybe he can rip out an ultimate for himself. One around the corner is going to be Blaze King. But do they know, coming up from heaven is Benkai. Defuse on the spike.
Yeah, they do get it. It's not 9-3, it's 8-4, guys.
Somehow manages to squeeze one more round in before we end half.
There we have it. It's 4-8 instead of a 9-3. And it comes down to, I do feel like, again, at least on this map, it's Egoist. On the previous ones, you know, we might have had different performances from like Darian, for example. But this time, although we had such a strong and consistent lead coming out from Global Esports, Polvi just creating such crazy openings. Towards the end of it, Darian even trying to fly things up. It's gonna be Egoist along with Crazy Guy to support each other, to come in to follow through and clean up for the team. Egoist, with his mechanical skill, kind of brings the game back just by a bit for Bleed Esports. Is it gonna be enough though for the second half? That is the question on our minds right now.
I was about to say that, the polar opposite of that is these little things can actually lead up to it being enough. So completely two different sides of the coin for the same for that sentiment, right? Anyways,
I know already match result, huh?
At this point for Bleed, without him, some of these rounds wouldn't even be possible. 50% of the rounds that Bleed has gotten, Egoist has clutched. What a percentage, right? That has been for Bleed. Man is doing work, and he's the only.
बताओ already match result फिर दुर्गेश. चलो अपने prediction डालो guys start में क्या होगा इस match का result. अभी तो तीसरा भी बाकी है भाई.
In this situation, you have to get it.
You got a point. Yeah. He is the kill leader right now. But off to the next half, that's the thing. You know, you got this Gecko pick that could help you really well in retakes. And I have a feeling that that's what Global Esports wants to do. And at the same time, bear in mind, you got Polvi, you got Russ. These guys, they got calls to push out on the defense. Bleed, they have to be ready. Look at mid.
What a stack here, as you mentioned, on mid too.
Top 5 handsome man in Acetyl. All of Acetyl's creators are very good looking. Male, female, both. We have all good looking creators.
Nate is available, throws it out in the corner, and that is a great separation of utility here
Ooh,
for
Russ.
You see Global trying to push through, and they get separated again because of the snake bite, again because of that paint shells, but trades come in aplenty. We've equalized the numbers. There's going to be the plant on the spike here for Bleed, but Global have Heaven and screen control. But Durian is putting the effort, is putting this game into his own hands. He's already gotten 3K. If he can do more, maybe even an ace.
Is he gonna take the ghost? Darian with the ghost. Ooh, DK.
Says everything.
He has another nade.
Darius in a prime position to pick this up. Gets further info, just sees one, right? So he knows where the other is.
I mean, they're taking a very long time to get close into things. Blaze King can get the trade on Egoist, but it's only as good as that. Bleed get their first round. Man, Global was going for a hard read, dude. They were like, let's push mid. We'll see where it takes us.
Trying to early set up for the retakes. I think that's why Ben
Five
was positioned so
dots.
far back to behind screens. However, yeah, you can see in that replay, Darian was not blinded by the paranoia whatsoever. And sometimes that's just one of those things where, you know, the air of effect of that flash just doesn't quite cover what you need it to sometimes, or the timing of it as your opponents move out. It's a little bit unfortunate.
Ooh.
Does get the trade on Yay. This is just again a pistol here for Global too. If they push up, Russ has a stun, so maybe that's gonna be something to utilize right now, which it actually is working out fairly well for Global Esports. They've got the numbers advantage already.
They got the numbers, but they both have the remaining two also have bulldogs.
Blaze King can pick up a weapon, which he already has.
And he saw
They're
him.
not even looking at this. Bleed are so lost.
Now he's got the gun.
This
No,
really is
what?
So solid for the South Asian team.
He's tight. Why does?
All left again in the hands of Egoist, and he doesn't even have the spike in his inventory.
He thinks he's flanking. They don't know he's side. They Blaze King main पे jumpy ले रहा.
You got two classics, can't lose any advantage that you have.
भाग रहा है.
Round's not over.
Oh, मुझे लगा घूम के मारेगा. Hi, Benkai.
At the end too. A little bit
Fuck.
unfortunate for
For a second I was like, Henji. मेरा फेवरेट स्ट्रीमर कौन है? मैं. मुझे मेरी स्ट्रीम देखनी बहुत पसंद है. मैं मेरी सारी स्ट्रीम लाइक करती हूँ. मैंने अपने को हर जगह फॉलो किया हुआ है. मैं अपने सारे वीडियो देखती हूँ. मैं अपने सारे वीडियो लाइक करती हूँ.
You know, and Russ has some great timings with this breach too. Yeah, man. I just love the laid-back nature of the Global players. Blaze King chillin', you know. Where's that nade coming from?
B main.
Cheerful guy, but right now Nade just going in for a bit of that garage control. Picks up the orb. Pulvi denying these ultimates away from Darian.
आज का शॉट अच्छा था भाई.
Just want to like go back around ramp to pick that one up. Probably, maybe not so much.
Yeah, you can
Thank you, Ashish.
From Global here. If they actually go through A main and they just pop shots directly where the spike or the orb is.
उदय भाई.
Global Esports is hard reading this. Smoke plays.
बैटल पास गिव अवे कब होगा? कर तो दिया था भाई स्टार्ट में. जब नया बैटल पास आता है तभी होता है ना.
The last round.
दिखे.
Now economy is a bit of an issue for Bleed. So the executes have to be very, very careful.
Very, very careful.
Because Global Esports are recognizing this, they're being careful themselves. They want to secure this round.
They might just try to go straight for that B site. The wall's been dropped down already. Lightning Fast has put up his smoke 3 times on B main. And Bleed's is counting. Maybe this is a blessing for them. Right through now.
देख ऐसे ये को सारे लोग स्मोक पे से मार रहे भाई.
He can shoot through the smoke. He has a teammate right beside him that can help him out. And
जो उसके आगे खड़ा था वो बच गया. लेकिन ये को मारा उधर से.
Egoist does get the rush down. 12 seconds. Can he plant the spike? Scary put in such an unfavorable spot.
All right.
Yes, just go in and plant it. And he can't.
Nope, he can't.
I can't believe this.
Nope, he can't plant.
Boy, we're
डबल डिजिट पे आ गए अपने जी. अभी क्या वो मैप क्लोज आउट कर देंगे जल्दी जल्दी. आशीष अच्छी बात है. 1 हफ्ते बाद आना. She started streaming after I started watching. हाँ, राहुल ने मेरा चैनल पहले देखा था.
You see the reactions from Lightning Fast. You know, the hope from South Asia. As soon as the dark cover comes out, as soon as he sees, you know, a bit of a snake bite being tossed through, he knows, all right, I gotta spam. Even catches onto a single player. And That's enough.
अरे ये दोबारा वाइपर लेके दिखा था सर अगले गेम.
Used up all of their timeouts, so there's no more breathing space.
It comes down to crazy.
Hey, hell of memories or what?
Your opponents well enough without your coach, and can you call the entire team?
नहीं भाई मेरे को तो बहुत
well enough to this?
मैं तो टिल्ट हो जाती भाई मेरे को इतना स्मोक से हर राउंड मारते तो. Nice shot.
But this round, not the one that you really want to commit unless you pick up more. Egoist. Benkai being careful.
देख ली.
Doesn't want to overstep his bounds as he's the only one holding that A side for him by himself for the moment. Durian is just quickly charging in, finds Benkai, uses the nade to delay things a bit further.
गन लेने की कोशिश. मिल गई गन.
He
does. He got it.
And gets out without being traded too, which is perfect. Like you mentioned, passes it on over. That was a huge.
Save कर रहे जा रहे. नहीं? Okay.
Alert coming in.
What is that nade? Where did that even come from?
Paranoia has been thrown out. Here's the bombardment from the rest of Global. Lightning Fast gets one. Blazing comes into the corner here. There's too much for him to handle, but he is perfectly juggling the aggression.
Nice thrifty guys.
Ye gets him.
है ना सक्षम थप्पड़ है ना खाएगा.
And a great thrifty round at the very least for Bleed to pick up. I mean, yes, Ye got the final one, but you got to remember, it starts off with Egoist just walking up ramp. This shot with the Sheriff. Russ wasn't expecting that, because who just walks up?
आज मोरॉन नहीं दिख रहा था ना. मोरॉन तो इधर साइलेंट व्यूअर और व्हाट.
A little bit more breathing room, a little more space. Picks up the Vandal. A great way to bring Bleed.
भाई जैसे बोला ये भाई.
It's not over yet.
Oh wow, there is a world where Durian can get a pick on Colby, and that world is now. That world is here. We're living in that.
This is that world.
Durian does not commit to the fight here. Just Lightning Fast is into the corner, but a quick flick and a quick shot.
Would he have gone back from there?
Blazing now just frantically shooting through B main here, as Bleed have gotten themselves that
Numbers advantage.
Don't really need to overpush right now.
Is this guy copying me?
Holding the lurk once again on A main. He can start calling in his teammates all the way around here.
वाह वाह United वाह. शर्म कर.
Ping there, but once they start clearing,
बंदा बैन खाया इस तेरे जैसे.
feeling a lot more confident to start pushing.
Thank you संदीप. Is he playing? इसमें थोड़ी है वो. उसका मैच बाद में.
Gives them the A side. However, take a look at what Global Esports has in their
I like these one-way smokes, so I'm gonna steal them. Use them in compy.
Not to mention Russ's full kit might be useful for a retake. So as soon as they confirm that the site hit goes towards A, now just setting up for it. Russ needing to kind of stay alive or at least pick up a frag, but unfortunately does not go his way. 2-on-4 now.
They're gonna go for a save. Nope. They said nope. Sorry, I'm out.
At the creds for Global Esports.
7-10 done, guys.
Don't really have anything to buy back into that.
आपने बैन दिया. मेरी गलती. मैं टाइमर दी थी 60 सेकंड्स टाइमर. उसने 2 बार स्पैम किया था. मैं 6 सेकंड टाइमर दी थी. अगर तू टाइम आउट खा लिया तो बच जाएगा, वरना मैं बैन कर रही.
Two things. Egoist staying alive to threaten the lurk, and Durian just having to get good and beat out Polvi.
How much do you like going on to try new cuisines? I mean, I do love.
True. He did do that in this round.
Yeah, exactly right. Polvi's been such a thorn.
Like if I have some people with me, I don't mind trying any different type of cuisine.
So what it seems to be Bleed's answer is
Good company, good food.
Go kill.
I would enjoy
If
it.
it works, we can work off of that.
Yeah, get good.
और मैं ज़्यादा बाहर नहीं जाती तो इतना कुछ.
It's absolutely true. This time catching the timing onto some of these players. And then, of course, you know, while you might have fallen to lightning fast, it's that response from the rest of the team. So quick, so good onto it. Of course, though, that said, now that Bleed are slowly starting to climb back into the game, Coach Spin pauses the game.
Calm down.
Yeah, calm down. Let's see what we can fix. But you got to keep in mind, although it is the timeout that he called, Lagia gets to talk to his team, too.
That's very true. The more that you can force Global to do that, the more that Bleed can start building things up once again. And Lagia's face, completely different from that last timeout that they've got. He's listening in intently as well, nodding in agreement. I mean, obviously we can't hear what they're saying, but
less German tough love, less like disappointed father vibes.
Yeah, true. He's probably just listening to Crazy Guy and how he's formulating things, you know? That Vietnamese mind of his.
definitely is a really
ये लाइट सेटअप चाहिए बे इन लोग ने जो लाइटिंग सेटअप
without
डाला है
these calls and expecting plays, finding the trades for his team. A lovely welcome addition to Pacific.
In Mumbai,
Again,
Akash?
3 rounds for Bleed to equalize.
Big punish play that we can see from Global here. First things first, Polby's got his showstopper. Look at where he's
Ansu देख Ansu is कहाँ पे मतलब कहाँ होगा वो
Bleed overreach. Polby is waiting for the Kumbayas.
Got Util out.
He pushes right up, but Durion gets 2. There's going to be the aftershock right now from Russ. And even though this is a weaker buy for Global Esports, the trades are even.
3v3 कर दिए
Still are very much aware of the big ultimate looming at the A site if again, Polvy's still holding in that position.
It's got to be Polvy though, right? Yeah, and then at the very least, I guess maybe Bleed just wanting to bypass all of that. Transitions over to the B site. It does give
गन ले सकते हैं अभी लाइटनिंग फास्ट और पुल भी ए पे 2 गन गिराए ना इन लोग अगर ये लोग भी जा रहे तो
have a different round. Oh, this is
that smoke telegraphs something though. It's a B heaven that covers a lot of things.
Oh.
I wonder what the call for Bleed is. Honestly, pushing all the way through spawn stairs wouldn't be too bad right about now because
no but they're going B. They can take the gun now. Take the gun. They will take it.
They wouldn't have to deal with
साउंड दे दी उसने साइफर ने कॉल दे दी होगी अब तक इन लोग आ गए यहाँ पे
Yeah, but they probably won't. Crazy Guy's one off from his.
देखो दोनों जा रहे गन लेने got guns now they're headed for retake 3v3 retake they have result they have an omen blind they also have an omen blind they don't have a sky blind left anymore though that's nice because that would be stressful.
How far everyone from Bleed is placed at. Scary's just done.
Oh, great camera from Benkai.
That's hard.
That's
by
tough
himself
bro
at this point.
उसको छोड़ना नहीं था वहाँ पे
Actually out in the open, this works in their favor. Now Polvy's been spotted. If he can just jiggle a little
nope
bit more.
this round is done 8-10
Bit of information. It's not even diffused at all. Yeah. So he has to back away. Gets the quick little punish. And Bleed Esports.
Benkai got he went for the omen but Benkai was right there and Benkai killed the omen but he
That would be really funny if that was like the idea. Scary's just like
उसका HP इतना नहीं था I guess ना
Yeah, I mean you kind of see that with how far but somewhat tradable they were playing with each other, right? Because you saw Scary on Hell, Egoist was playing on Male, and then obviously the one just gonna be holding the spike is Crazy Guy. Yeah.
Still, yeah, a series of unfortunate events for Global Esports. I mean, they've got the four ultimates still, able to keep themselves in the lead. Polby. Back to the sudden rhythm game where we push out.
Ooh, what was this?
Too much rhythm. If we're looking at how he just re-peaked that.
Yeah.
Trade though, both of the raises down and dusted.
Both the races down.
This gives a chance right here for Bleed to rotate.
See, they need 3 more rounds. Okay, G needs 3 more rounds to finish this map.
You know, the operator that is available here for Polby. I do hear the Thrash being used, so that's probably to get a lot more information here on A. See if Heaven's being.
देख लिया उसने वाइपर लॉक कर रहा है यहाँ पे and breach उधर ये साइड पे. They're gonna go.
Definitely here's the Trailblazer at the very least, trying to make use of his one way. He's got a second. Oh no.
Ooh, they just
doesn't have a second chance to actually use it.
Just thinking about it.
They're a 3v4 retake now with ये locking.
Of course the Cypher would be on the other side.
Heaven नहीं आया अब तक. ऐसा कॉल है. But going again.
Second time to do another thing with the Thrash. Look at how far back Ye is actually playing. He's been pushed back hard by this Thrash.
But वो फिर भी कर रहा है उसको अभी भी लग रहा है Blaze King को कि वाइपर पीछे से आने वाला है इसलिए उसने विंगमैन भी छोड़ा.
Has got himself the perfect timing on this lurk. He's been spotted already, but him gravitating this attention
Saving it.
definitely secures
9-10. They're gonna take a timeout I think now. Finish close out करना पड़ेगा ये मैप 3 राउंड और.
I will become what you want me to be, or what you need me to be.
That's what a flex player does.
Yeah. He's like the Batman of Bleed right now. I never thanked you, and you know that. You'll never have to.
It's not the hero.
Gonna take risk again. I wish you luck. In Belapur भाई बहुत दूर है आकाश.
Bleed deserves.
Yep, they need this time out.
Well, hey man, he's doing his job.
Any effort is welcome, right? And it just gives Bleed the wins that they're looking for as they slowly claw their way back up the game. I mean, we started out this half, you know, it was 4-8 in favor of Global Esports. Now look at what's happened.
We've climbed all the way back. It's deja vu all over again, Quack. Ooh. What feels like the change of pace here for Bleed? I mean, again, I pointed out a while ago that they've been using Durian to catch out Polvi here. But is it Polvi just overheating? He's got the first picks every single time. Again, I'll probably just check the stats later on. But the first bloods feel very much,
What?
you know, flowing.
What a risk, Kashi. Go for it again.
Off from re-peaking once again.
LOL, Akshat, LOL.
Already a win condition done for Global.
It kind of is, but then, you know...
Hi, Suhas. KR. What is KR?
What about first
Is it Kumar?
Right, I mean, definitely not to discredit Polvi for whatever reason. He's definitely doing a lot, but Bleed are also doing
Okay, Alien X. करवा के आओ थोड़ा सा.
first pick. They know that there is another opportunity for them to come back in for that trade. And off of the trade, you know, softening up the defenses on a map like Split, without the numbers, it's that much easier for Bleed to break through. So Russ now, fault line connects, but doesn't really do all too much. It's a bit of information at best.
Durian's one ult charge away from getting his ultimate. Russ, does he want to challenge this? Does he want to punish this? He will. And no picks will be garnered. Durian's just charging it in. That's gonna get punished. Lightning Fast comes back into cover.
Oh,
somehow should be at least bombarded and wiped out, but they're holding on. Benkai gets the 3K though. And the man himself is creating opportunities.
Benkai Waters.
For Global Esports,
Wow.
for himself, 9-11, and Global strike back.
Great response coming in from Global.
Let's go, 2 more rounds.
I guess that's what the timeout was for. You know, Bleed trying to adapt to the rhythm of it, trying to get a sensing for how this is played. They knew that Russ had the Rolling Thunder. Of course, it was sent out. But at the same time, I think Darian just kind of thought that like he would be able to punish Russ that quickly, that easily. Thought wrong. Lightning
Nice.
arriving on the scene on
अरे तो आशी basically you're back to where you were. नहीं, you're still at 10,000 more.
I just love how that's the reaction for Global here, right? One mistake, one slip up is all it takes for you to really get punished by it. Crazy Guy is nursing an operator right now on attack. Durian spots it.
Did he not get him? 72. Oh no. Something's going wrong. No.
Gets denied and himself in the process as well.
No.
Kills, but he can't do what he did in that last round, leaving Polvi in a 1 versus 4 with an operator in hand. You know it's not going to happen, so he just backs away smartly. Take the 10-11 already. Global still has a lot more plays to do, and just use this time to talk about it once more.
Yeah, why not? But as it comes down to
10-11.
this match, down to a knife's edge, Bleed slowly clawing their way back in. This still could become Bleed's game. This still could be an elimination match for either of these teams. Bleed showing that they definitely still have what it takes. Darren with the showstopper, able to be the catalyst for the team as he dives through.
I love how you mentioned that, because these two, they know how important Kickoff is. Right? Masters Madrid, and I mean, anyone who wins Kickoff gets what, +3 points, champion points? That's a huge thing to bring in to a team, if we're talking about Bleed at least, that just came from Ascension Pacific not even a year ago. Last year, but not even close to a year ago, just a couple of months ago, which is crazy to think at the least.
Yeah, Bleed is a team that really knows how to grow and adapt together. You know, we were talking about it, both timeouts were spent, right? And it forces they force Coach Spin to call some timeouts back. So Crazy Guy is actually doing so much right now. Of course, back into it. Darian and Egoist. You can feel their impact in the server as they pick up more frags. Off to the next round, though, without the ultimates, can't go in just as fast. Taking a bit of a breather. Yeah, I think they're just trying to find some kind of a path, some kind of a route into the site.
And the route could be A. They're leaving Egoist to play on that A main. But I mean, there's still so many pathings, right? As long as you can get that mid, you can obviously transition to B main, mail into A heaven. But they gotta make something happen now. I think they're using up a couple more extra seconds just to see if there's any over pushing.
Yeah, check
from
B.
from Global Esports.
If there's something around this area
there's a jump
of
spot.
heaven, yeah, then they might be able to play around. So both lurks actually very important that they stay alive, whether it's Egoist or Ye.
Okay, the biggest person that needs to stay alive in the lead here has got to be Scary. Because first things first, they've dropped the spike, and they need to pick it up somewhat. Okay, there's still B-main control right now. Durion's coming into the corner here. Blaze King is right in front of him. Trigger Discipline could provide some dividends, which it does. And Blaze King is holding on. This is going really, really bad for Bleed as they get
A की तरफ जा रहे हैं बड़े यहाँ पे तो
and again, Spike's gonna have to be brought into that A site. But everybody's taking corners, checking angles, and it's all down once again to Egoist. This time, he's by himself. Right in front of him is Polvi.
ओह प्लांट भी नहीं होने दिया ओहो 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 map point, one more round, finish this, close out this map, dude.
Such high stakes, and all it
Dude!
took was Blaze King to hide around a corner. Oh, that feels like justice.
30 seconds
Oh, that feels like he's winning this match for his ex-teammates on Boom Esports. 3 kills back-to-back in such a fashion. Polvi picking the next one up. And it's just Bleed starting to feel like that pressure is mounting up on their
भाई
shoulders again.
क्या हुआ शिकनपुरी नेट गया
So much, but then towards the end, just one guy was the difference.
It's just that one misstep, that one not checking of a corner, and everything just goes down the drain, right? I mean, you're talking about it. We're looking at it. Durion, is he just gonna push this? This could actually just be them losing their lives, but he somehow manages to find Benkai. They destroy
ओह ब्लेस के एक मारा बट वो भी ट्रेड आउट हो गया
Bleed strike back.
3v4 just one round G one
So
round
Bleed has still got to grind the 2 rounds into overtime for them to even have a chance.
They've taken out Blaze King. Up next is going to be Polvi, looking to dive straight onto site, perhaps from heaven, but denied by Darian.
There's one more. That's going to be Russ.
1v3
IGL, captain, my captain. Can you lead me into the promised land? Let's drop down on Hell here. They know where he is. The reposition, but he's good for the first. Could be good for the second. Crazy guy. If he
कोई
overheats
CT से नहीं देख रहा था वो
to get into the site.
भाई they need to win this round OT चला जाएगा यार
Wins heated moments. 11 to 12. This is where it goes down. Quack. One more round.
क्या हुआ उल्टू कोई बेल मारा था क्या
I don't know.
We'll just have to wait and see, but at the very least,
Benkai got caught out there the open dude
Bleed's playing this, going for that full site, full force.
वहाँ से वो साइड जा रहा था साइड में पहले आय का ब्रांड खा लिया
Right, first paranoia, then crazy guys guiding light. Just kind of throws Benkai off, and it gives them so much more space on the site. Can they do the same thing again? This time, not really smoking things off. It's just Ben with the cyber cage up. Blaze King trying to go back in.
Tripwire not found. That could be Durion's life already done.
Ooh.
Somehow, miraculously.
No, he's safe. What? Oh!
Gets immediately traded in the back of the side. Benkai's still here. Pushes up.
Oh!
He converts, and Benkai is the hero, leaving it all down to Scary 3 versus 1.
Ult कर दी उनको पता है अभी यहाँ पे Scary he doesn't have ult to leave this place
And Scary, he's done miraculous things during Ascension
Nope.
Pacific. Can he do it now? Global Esports close to eliminating their opponent. Scary's giving away his location here. He's got a shot at step.
It is Scary.
10 seconds for the smoke too. Paranoia.
oh G1 dude Jord big
To keep Global Esports alive, eliminating Bleed from Kickoff.
Every single one of us thought that Bleed Esports definitely had this one in the bag. Their performance against T1 was phenomenal. Being able to challenge such a top-tier team, but then now up against Global Esports, a full roster, a complete overhaul, and we're seeing
Wow, this is actually nice to watch. मजा आया ये match देखने.
off to a new team, and he's found his calling. He's found his fragging potential.
I'm so taken aback by this, Quack. Everything you said, absolutely true. They've restructured.
कौन आएगा इंटरव्यू के लिए साइन करके टेरिफिक ने
Ascension Pacific team that, even though there are a lot of high hopes, you can never really count it out. It's a whole
हाँ भाई
landscape. You're
और
playing
भाई
against whole different animals, and it goes to show as well here.
I mean, at the very least, though, I will say, the fact that they have, pushed this into 3 maps, into so many rounds, they are definitely, competitors in this league. That's it. Maybe it takes a little bit more time, but apart from that, Global Esports, also wanting to take a bit more time. Now coming into this, at least for this match, just surprising everyone. Definitely upsetting everyone's expectations. It's just lovely to see nonetheless, right? We talked about Benkai, we talked about Polvi. I think Blaze King deserves some time in the spotlight.
Everybody actually has, right? There was rounds where Russ got himself some amazing clutches, Blaze King with the trigger discipline, Benkai with amazing anchoring, and Polvi's explosiveness, all culminating together.
क्या बोला था वो goodbye India ना जहाँ ट्विटर देखो.
And you know what? We're gonna have to hear it from the team themselves. We've got the interview ready with Kyungmin up on the stage.
Survives for the elimination match for Kickoff. Congratulations, and with Polvi here. G2가 이제 킥업의 첫 승리를 가져가게 됐습니다. 폴비 선수와 함께합니다. 안녕하세요. Hello.
Hello.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Map 3 win. I mean, you proved how strong GE was.
I mean, our mentality was very strong. Even though we threw the map 2, like whatever, we went into map 3 like high energy, high vibes, and we just didn't give up.
Yeah, it was really nice. 네, 맵 2에서는 조금 어려운 모습을 보였지만 맵 3에서는 훨씬 더 발전된 모습으로 멋지게 마칠 수 있어서 정말 좋았습니다. I mean, but
जा ट्विटर देखो.
Polvi is the casters. I mean, they voted for Glee for the win. So, what can you tell them?
I mean, I hope now some people have some faith in us because we've been having a lot of faith after losing to ZETA. I hope some people will respect our names now.
Yes. I mean, 우리를 응원해주는 팬분들 그리고 믿어준 팬분들께 더욱 감사한 마음을 전할 뿐이라고 말했습니다. 왜냐면 캐스터들은 거의 다 글리드 팀을 승리로 예측을 했거든요. 그래도 좀 되게 자랑스러울 것 같은데 다음 질문으로 또 이어가 볼게요.
पूरा रिप्लाई करना ये भी वन रिप्लाई करना.
이끌게 됐는데 지금까지 두 경기를 치렀는데 어떤 마음으로 이어왔는지.
पूरा ये भी वन रिप्लाई करना मेरे ट्वीट पे जाना. आपने ट्वीट किया कुछ हाँ जाओ ना ट्विटर देखो ना जाओ ना.
I mean, obviously it was our first win, but it's like our first one and there's more to come. So we're super excited to go rematch either ZETA or we go against T1 and we're ready.
Oh yeah, that question I'm gonna ask you again. 네, 아직까지 첫 승리이긴 하지만 아직 많은 걸음이 남았다고 보고요. 또 다음 경기 T1도 만날 수도 있기 때문에
रिप्लाई करना.
I mean, you brought up T1. Next match you'll meet T1 or ZETA, whoever wins. But you're preferring T1 better than ZETA?
I mean, honestly, I want to go T1, but I don't mind a rematch against ZETA. It would be nice to get our revenge already this early, so.
사실 T1을 만나고 싶은 마음도 있지만 제타를 만나게 되면 이제 복수를 할 수 있는 기회가 있기 때문에 크게 상관은 없는 것 같습니다. Okay, Polvi, thank you for the interview. Best of luck for the next match.
Thank you.
And also, we have a little present for the fans. Do you know what it is?
No.
It's a doll. You have to write your signature. And it's a lucky doll because you won the match today, right? So you sign it wherever you want. And then you need to think where to throw it. But you have to go front to the audience, to the front. And then whoever shouts or raise your hands. Who's the lucky one? Yay! Someone's really happy.
So cute. सब लड़के लोग आ जाते हैं आगे मेरे को पकड़ना है तो
Okay, so congratulations, GE. And for the next match, we have T1 and ZETA coming up. Wait for that, everyone.
ए फुनारी रिप्लाई करना ये भी 1 मेरे ट्वीट पे जाना
Oh my gosh. I feel like we should hide here or something. I feel so called out.
I mean, listen, but it's exactly as Povey said. They demanded some respect to their name, and I'll give it to him, right? He's right. We all doubted him, and we were all proven wrong, and with good reason. I mean, they were, once again, they were firing back, all of them kind of taking turns, taking the reins. If someone was having a little trouble, someone else rose up to kind of counteract that, especially going into map 3 as well, trying to bounce back after that map 2 loss.
Yeah, and we already said, if we have our expectations subverted, that's good. We're happy to have that happen. I'm happy to see Global be able to get this win. I think that is going to be a big amount of weight lifted off their chests here, even if we didn't expect it to happen.
I thought you were going to say, well, if we have our expectations low, we can only be impressed. But, okay, you went the proper route of it.
You know, did I necessarily not mean that? I don't know. But, look, there's still
all of you
dig into with this series. Was this clean? Was this non-jail Valorant at times? You know, there was some moments in there, but there's plenty to work on, but that's something that Global now has a little bit more time to do as they get ready for that, a potential rematch or to face off against T1.
It definitely got more and more interesting, I think. Like, you know, it started off as quite chaotic at times, but then you started to actually see the sense behind all of the chaos, right? And I absolutely love what the casters pointed out as well. Each member here, they had their own moment, right? Earlier, we did see Blaze King give a stellar performance on the first map, and then we saw a little bit of Polvi coming in. We saw Russ as well. And
tweet like करना of course
we saw Benkai, and this was actually like the battle of the ciphers that we had on this map, Will.
Yeah, both ciphers trying to just keep some of those rounds alive. And, you know, there were times back in the day when Benkai was performing well on this map, and of course on that cipher as well. He's one of
अरे
those
नोबिता
who used to really
hi
playing that cipher when he was playing that Sentinel back on Paper Rex since the old days. So it's great to see him back in form. And like you mentioned,
आर्मी पे आपने स्पेलिंग की थोड़ी सी लेफ्ट राइट क्या एकदम से आउट ऑफ दिस वर्ल्ड ही कर दिया है भाई आपने स्पेलिंग
some of us have had to IGL in the past, but we can frag out, and they took turns proving that. But as Achilles said, now the question is, can you all perform at that level consistently in the upcoming matches?
नेक्स्ट लेवल स्पेलिंग हो गई भाई थोड़ी सी भैया
Great to see him back on stage and just absolutely thriving in this environment, but again, some of these rounds is completely avoidable for Bleed, so this is a really unfortunate way to go out of it. Blaze King being able to find that just triggered discipline play, sat there on that B site where Bleed had no eyes on it the entire time, so they need to be checking these corners. They need to watch out for stuff like this. Just some questionable deaths throughout the mix here as well. So there's a lot of things to tighten up on. I really hope that they're going to be utilizing this extended break that they have while they wait for Masters Madrid to come and go.
Yeah, and I mean, again, look at the scoreboard, right? Global Esports kills spread out a little bit more evenly as well, and I think we're seeing that mental come into play as well. They're able to at least hold it together just a bit longer than Bleed to eke out this win 2-1.
Unfortunately, gentlemen, this means that Bleed Esports is the first elimination. They are now out of Kickoff, but I'd say kudos to them. You know, there is still a lot of potential that was here. I mean, we did see Egoist, for example, really get his moment in that final map. We saw Darion as well have his moment. We know what Scary is capable of. And of course, we have Ye and Crazy Guy to round it up. This is still a scary roster.
Listen, we had expectations for them individually, but we have to remember, once again, this is a team that hasn't played in VCT Pacific before.
हाँ क्या comment section में
They haven't been able to play in this league, in this tournament before, so it's not too surprising that they are the first team eliminated. It's unfortunate, but again, they can only move up from here, and that's always been the expectation for Bleed.
I mean, maybe it's trite and overused, but it ultimately is a very true thing. It's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. Given the championship point system, does this mean that they miss out on the opportunity to generate some? Yes, absolutely. But as long as they can rally back, come into stage 1, and have a really strong performance there, they can rack those points up. So there still is obviously a very decent chance that if they can come in well-practiced and get everybody on the same page, make sure that they're not making some of these more fundamental mistakes, they could still make it to international competition because you have Shanghai, you've got champs on that horizon.
That's right. You know, again, Kickoff. This is a starting point for a lot of these teams, and Bleed Esports is one of them. Again, you know, this was a team that was, you know, a part of VCT Ascension before. So I would say this is a very interesting debut, and they managed to go up against some of the very best. But of course, we are going to have one more series left. Global Esports will continue their journey, but for now, we are going to see
क्या बोल रहे बता ना United
of everything as we head into our third series, T1 versus ZETA
लॉल
division.
dude
That is coming
क्या YT चैट ऐसी है
after this very, very quick.
YT चैट से कोई बच नहीं सकता है भाई वोल्ट एक सेकंड गाइस मैं वोल्ट को उसका इवनिंग स्नैक दे के आई हाय लक्ष्य हाउ आर यू हाय शैंक्स स्ट्रीम लाइक कर दो इसी बात पे
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
いろんなことが始まって大会だったりイベントだったり
最初は強そうなキャラクターかもしれないんですけど、もう途中からいなくなってるんじゃないですかね。
楽しいこともいっぱいあったしめちゃくちゃ辛いこともあった1年かな。
Hey, you ready? You look different. Yeah, just a little.
まあオフシーズンで多少ゆっくりはできたし、メンバーも変わって、
Wolf Wolf
フレッシュにスタートができて、
お
みんな楽しみだな感じですかね。
リアクター。
まあなんか自分より年下の人が今まで1回ぐらいしかなかったので、すごい新鮮な感覚で、まあ、新しい風を感じる、本当にそんな感じですね。
まあ、チームとしてすごい爆発するような成長を遂げる可能性ももちろんあるし、逆に多少リスクではあるのは間違いない。もちろん弱くなっちゃう可能性もあるし、ただ、これでチームがもっと上手くなってもっと強くなる可能性があるのならば、それはチャレンジしなきゃいけないことだと思ってます。
I think for me, we have some freshmen that is like bringing new energy, and I'm bringing like some new knowledge from across the board to the team. So we are getting like so much good.
कुछ तो स्क्रीनशॉट लेके आ यार भाई, मैं नहीं देख रही वहाँ पे, मेरे को कुछ तो स्क्रीनशॉट लाके दो, कुछ तो बताओ भाई क्या चल रहा है कहाँ पे, मेरे को भी बताओ, सेल्फिश ना बनो.
I think he's really clutch player.
プレイスタイルとしてもすごい賢いタイプ、待ってるのが強いタイプの、なかなか最近見ないタイプのプレイヤーで、ゲーム外では真面目ですね。
チーム練習以外でも練習ちゃんとしてるし、ユランと比べると大人っすね、めちゃくちゃ。
ユランはもう謎の自信がめっちゃあって、見てるだけでね、パワーをもらえます。
僕の名前はユランです。多分今後フレックス、バイパーとかイニシエーターを使う機会が多いと思うので。
He can do everything. Whatever we're gonna do, he's the one that, okay, I'm gonna do it, I'm here for it.
プレイスタイルもなんだろうな、恐怖を感じないプレイするんで、ちょっと見てておもろいのは。
前よりは多分プレイヤーも2人変わってるんで、めちゃくちゃ変わると思うんですけど、
新しい2人はね、本当に打ち合いが好きで、それにこう引っ張られるように、もともといた3人もかなり打ち合うようになって、
いろんなこと今試し中なので、前とは違ったゼータが見れるんじゃないかなと思います。
対戦したいのは T1 ですかね。伊豆さんが入ってから強いって聞いてるんで、T1 をとりあえずは戦って勝ちたいです。
基本的にどのチームも強くなってるとは思ってます。
ちょっと怖いですけど、ぶっ飛ばすしかないんで、ビビんないで自信持っていこうかなと思います。
My first goal is to us be a really consistent team this year, with no like ups and downs during the season, so we can fight all of the years for the Masters spots, also the champions.
めちゃくちゃ応援してくれる人がいるんで、それの応援には応えたいですね。
長期的な目標はそんなに持ってないのかなとは思ってますけど、チャンピオンズとかは出たいですね。そこは間違いなく。
最初の方はちょっとうまくいくかわかんないんですけど。
We're gonna need time because it's gonna be their first year in the franchise, but they are like working a lot. So.
パシフィックチームと戦うのが初めてなので、緊張しないように、弱気にならないように頑張ります。
最終的には本当に強いチームになれると信じてます。
There's gonna be a new ZETA. That's it. The new ZETA.
VCT Pacific Kickoff Day 3, we have one match to go on. VCT Pacific Kickoff 오늘 세 번째 경기, 마지막 경기를 앞두고 있는데요. 정말 수많은 팬들이 모여서 열기가 더 뜨거워지고 있습니다. It is getting hotter and hotter with so many fans rooting for their teams, rooting for the fans they want, rooting for the players they want. But I want to chat with someone who really wants to talk about their team. 또 이 수많은 관중 속에서 이 팀에 대해서 이야기하고 싶다라고 생각을 하고 있는 팬분을 한 명 만났는데요. 맞을까요? 자기소개 부탁드립니다.
네, 저는 광주에서 올라온 주성진.
मेरे को भी बताओ भाई स्क्रीनशॉट भेज United.
주성진, I came up all the way up.
Hi Batura. Batura, tell them about the games yesterday. Batura, tell them they're not believing me. Show them some clips, some clutch clips, or my evil sage killing gecko clips or something.
졸리지만 그래도 T1 응원하고 있으니까 졸리지 않습니다.
Batura, they don't believe me.
5 hours to come here, but I don't feel tired at all because I'm here for T1. 그러면 T1을 응원하러 오셨다 했는데 T1 중에서 또 어떤
Caster, आपको मैच कैसा लगा? मैं तो T1 के लिए आया था.
favorite?
저는 카르페 선수를 제일 좋아합니다.
Carpe is my best. 그럼 카르페 선수가 오늘 좀 활약을 많이 나타낼 거라고 확신하시나요? And you're nodding your head. I asked him if he's sure that Carpe will show up today. 몇 퍼센트 정도 확신하시나요?
1000%로 하겠습니다.
Okay, I asked him how many percent out of 100, and he said 1,000. Okay, thank you for the interview. 그리고 좀 작은 선물이 또 있어요. 짜잔. 선물 전달시. 네, we gave a little present to our fan. The camera.
Oh, what is that little cap he's wearing? I want.
감사드리고요. 저희는 이제 또 데스크로 넘어가 보도록 하겠습니다. Let's go back to the desk.
5-6 घंटे नहीं भाई 4 गेम खेले शायद 3 या 4 3 गेम
to be qualified into our playoffs. Is it going to be T1 or is it going to be ZETA Division? That's what we're here to find out. Just to reintroduce ourselves, my name is Mika Fabs and I am with Achilles and William here on the desk. Now gentlemen, final series of the day. It's been a long one indeed because our previous maps all went to 3. We had 2-1 scores all around and very long maps too.
Screw it, 9-mapper. Let's go the distance this evening.
Why not?
I mean, let's be honest. When we first looked at the bracket, this wasn't the day that we thought this could potentially happen. But now that we're looking at it, I mean, there's a possibility.
We're already here.
Well,
we
yes.
might as well.
Yeah, we are 2/3 of the way there.
Gameplay guys not sure. I don't think so.
Versus ZETA, obviously we'll get through the details, and people have had some strong predictions about this type of matchup. But ZETA is one of those teams that when they pull it together, they've always been strong, even in the previous roster. So there's a lot of questions to be had here.
Yeah, there really is. What is the map draft going to look like? What are these compositions going to look like? But the biggest question of them all is, do we get to see Xcurate versus Lazon Chamber? That's the #1 thing. We already know that we're being treated to an awesome matchup because we have depth there. We've got Saya player. That's a known quantity. That's old news. We saw that last year.
No, now
we've got Xcurate versus Laz.
I mean, we have debates
so
about
excited.
this. Like, you and I have debates about this. I've had it with Wyatt as well in the live chat. So it's a very big question all around the world.
Well, if you look at our previous matchups, right, we do see that T1 does have the upper hand here. But again, as we always say, in a kickoff, this was a previous roster, and now it's a whole new T1. It's a whole new ZETA as well, and that is thanks to the rookies too. They made such incredible performances, such great impact, as we saw in their previous matches. We had Izu, for example, for T1, and of course we had Euron and Heroron on the side of ZETA.
Yeah, I mean, all of the T1 players have been looking absolutely incredible. ZETA, their first series, a pretty rough one. They were going up against Global Esports. Both
हुआ नहीं है ना अब तक
stuff out throughout that series, so it was
होगा तब
a
देखेंगे
bit bleak for ZETA fans. But overall, the things that you could look to that were impressive was that Dep still very good at the video game. Laz as well, very good on lurking when he was playing that Cypher, playing that Killjoy. But Heroin and Euron were very much the brightest spots for ZETA on that day. And my big question is, do they continue doing that here now when they're in a much more important and much more tense matchup versus T1?
Yeah, and when's the last time we could say that about ZETA Division, right? When's the last time we could say it wasn't Dep or Laz that was really at the top leading the charge in terms of the scoreboard and the kills and the frags and things like that? So obviously a good sign, but as you can see in the highlights as well, you mentioned it, Mika, T1 clearly proving that their roster shuffle, their upgrades are definite upgrades for the new Korean squad as well.
Especially since Izu, as we saw, the Yoru did work for them on a Breeze previously. I think they heard, like, they're buying into the rumors that the age of Yoru is nigh, right? So, and I think that, like, as we mentioned earlier, we do also have an impending, I think, matchup between
Pacific के बाद अमेरिका चालू होने तक United
we had a Ye versus Polby on the Jet thing, then I think that, you know, for now, it's going to be the chamber duel for Laz and for Xcurrent.
Yeah, and it'd be a big one for Xcurrent because Laz is
Yeah, bhaiya.
has always been praised and contending for some of those top
Oh,
spots
what
as
are
a
shots?
chamber player all around the world.
I mean, you say Chamber and most people think Laz. A lot of people say like Laz is Chamber. They are just one and the same as far as just being fully assimilated with one another because he's so clean on it. So if Xcurrent could come in here and if they are going to be playing that Chamber matchup and he dips him, what a statement that would be for Xcurrent.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see it. Hopefully we do get it today. I mean, if we are here and we've been waiting for so long, why not give it to us in the same way that we had that previous matchup, right? Looking at these two rosters right now, again, my eyes are on the rookies because they've been doing so much.
Hello.
I think that, like, you know, T1 here, they're a bit more experimental right now than ZETA is, right? They're more likely to come up with creative agent compositions. They're more likely to think outside the box. ZETA here, I'm not sure how far they're willing to push it, but is that an advantage for them or a disadvantage, Will?
Well, I would say the way we can look at it is T1 clearly made a decision on what their color was going to be coming into 2024, right? They started their experimentation in the offseason, and they're carrying that through. It's still based around the utility to draw out the fights, the firefights, and set up for those trades. Meanwhile, ZETA, we don't quite know, I mean, what the colors, other than they are willing to push up the tempo a bit more than 2023, but in terms of the cleanliness, in terms of the compositions, I think there's still a lot more room to be at. Is that an advantage? I mean, I wouldn't quite say so, but it does make them perhaps a bit harder to read.
Yeah, just looking, you know, kind of across the extended roster, because we're talking about depth, we're talking about side player, all these ones that have.
पुराना कुछ नहीं करता है, खाता है, पीता है, स्ट्रीम करता है, सोता है, बस जब जागा है तब खाता है. अगर वो स्ट्रीम पे नहीं है मतलब वो सो रहा है वॉच पार्टी के टाइम पे. अगर वो वॉच पार्टी खत्म हो गया, मतलब जैसे अभी ये खत्म हुआ वॉच पार्टी, फिर वो सोएगा, फिर जब नेक्स्ट चालू होने वाला होगा तब वो रात को उठेगा.
Yeah, and look at this. I mean, it's as close as you can get to a perfect Pentagon here in terms of how much. I mean, honestly, this probably doesn't take into account the whole vibe factor. So if you add that for Rossi, it probably is a perfect Pentagon.
Is Rossi the problem? Look at these stats. He's dragging the team down.
But it's rare that we see this, right? And again, I mean, this is a culmination of all the different stats throughout their game so far. And to see that even star players like Saya Player or Xcurrent, you still have everyone else picking up the slack when it's needed or going for those trades, leading it basically to those conversion to round wins instead of just frags.
Yeah, and for anybody being confused as to what this graph means, just the closer it is to an actual pentagon in the middle, the better it is.
Yes, yeah, it's basically just how much has each player contributed to their wins on their round wins, and of course it takes into account all the different stats in the game.
It's basically who's sharing the pie, right?
Yes.
And as we're seeing here, T1 are sharing it quite evenly. On the side of ZETA, though, we can see, we can see that Euron here has quite a big slice.
Well, and then Huron as well. Obviously, Deb holding a big portion of it, but it's very impressive to see. And this has to be a huge confidence boost for someone like Huron. Huron at least had some time in Challengers Japan, briefly for sure, but he still played against some of the other players and teams that have been contending for at a pro level. But Huron's just been sitting at the ZETA Academy roster going.
Hello, Serif's imaginary girlfriend.
He gets upgraded and he says, "I'm here to help carry the team."
Yeah, it was such an impressive debut for him here in Pacific just a couple days ago, and you know, if he's going to continue on that trend, then he is very quickly going to be one of the most valuable players, not just on ZETA, but coming out of Japan, period, because he was just so damn clean. But, you know, we always zoom in on these two when these teams have clashed in the past, because it is also such a stellar matchup. Two guys who are just absolutely cracked when it comes down to whatever duels they're playing.
Absolutely. Whenever these guys, you know, bring out the off plays, whenever these guys, you know, pick Jet, you know what's coming. And I can't wait for this matchup to also begin here, because I feel like Saya Player right now, he had an amazing performance up against Bleed, right? You know, he's definitely online right now. And as for Depp as well, he's someone who can definitely deliver. So now that this is basically qualifying into playoffs, it's that much closer to Masters Madrid. How much are they going to push themselves in order to get that win for the team?
Yeah, and the most impressive thing about these two players, currently they're ranked 3rd and 4th in terms of duelists in VCT Pacific after just the one opening match from all of the teams. But the thing is both these players throughout their careers have always been so consistent at that level, right? Sure, we had impressive showings from the likes of Governor and some other players, but these two will always be in discussion for top 3 duelists in whatever league they're put into.
Yeah, I mean, at least playing out here regionally, especially, like, you can always rely on them to have a pop-up performance. Very rarely do you ever see a dip from either of these guys. They're always nailing their shots. Their decision-making is typically just very much on point. So this is going to be a spicy one. In the end, if everybody else is pretty evenly matched, it very well could come down to these two players to determine who's going to be walking away.
कैसे बढ़ा सकती हूँ मैं अपने टॉप आर्स? यूनाइटेड तो इतने टाइम से आया भी नहीं है स्ट्रीम पे बीच बीच में ब्रेक लेके, लेकिन मैं तो हमेशा से आई हूँ. अपने वॉच आवर्स कैसे बढ़ाऊँ मैं खुद की स्ट्रीम पे?
Miracle runs, just as they are known for, right? But T1 as well. They're this new powerhouse that popped up last year, and now they are ready to show what they've got.
Valiant Champions Tour Pacific, the kickoff, the last matchup today. Valorant Champions Tour Kickoff 오늘 마지막 매치를 남겨두고 있는데요. 지금 어떤 팀이 기다리고 있는지 모두가 아시죠?
अपग्रेड करेंगे हम अभी.
제타입니다. 양쪽에 코치님
अरे.
모시고 이야기 나눠보겠습니다.
पोल एंड पोल नया पोल चालू करेंगे.
Are you ready for the match? Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, I hear loud yesterday. I'll first ask Coach Auden. I mean, for you, it's been really a glad thing to win.
Who are you? अरे वो अरे you supporting हो गया.
Be in the winners match. 이제 블리드를 상대로 바로 꺾고 승리도에 이제 들었잖아요. 바로 올라간 기분이 또 얼마나 좋으실까요?
사실
टाइटल अपडेट करना है.
킷을 봤을 때
कॉपी पेस्ट कर रही हूँ मैं इधर से टाइटल.
이게 정규 경기가 정말 오랜만에 몇 달 만에 있던 경기여서 첫 경기만 이길 수만 있다면은 그 다음에는 되게 쉬울 거라 생각은 하고 있었거든요. 그래서 첫 경기를 이겨서 이 자리에 올 수 있었다 생각하고 그래서 정말 기분이 좋습니다.
Looking at the matchup list, I was like, oh, if we win the first match, it will be so easy to go through the remaining matches. And eventually we won against Bleed, and it was really lucky for us to go to the winnings bracket. Okay, and to the next question, I also had a really fun to especially see the match. And about you, oh, sorry, you got a little confused. I want to ask you about ZETA's performance. You look to their players, you see the new ZETA. So how do you feel about their team?
일단 제타 디비전이 이번에 리빌딩을 했는데 솔직히 원래 기존에 있던 선수들이 워낙 잘하는 선수들이기도 하고 그리고 여기 옆에 있는 감독을 제가 많이 리스펙트 하거든요. 그래서 좋은 감독도 모시고 오고 해서
वोट करो guys, वोट करो.
근데 아마 제타 디비전은 지금보다 이제 시간이 갈수록 더 잘해질 것 같은데 오히려 지금 빨리 만나게 돼서 더 다행이라 생각합니다.
Meeting the new coach and the new ZETA, they become more powerful, and I see they're really bringing up the energy. So I think they're gonna improve really much at the remaining matches. And for Coach Carlos, I mean, I have watching in the backstage and saw Itsu's first ace, and all the fans being excited for it. But for the rookies, it was their first international match. So weren't they really nervous for the first match?
I don't think they were really nervous because I think they are well prepared for those type of matches. So the kids are working so much and improving a lot that they are prepared for those type of situations.
오히려 루키 선수들은 전혀 긴장하지 않고 더 준비를 많이 했기 때문에 더 수월하게 경기에 임할 수 있다고 답했습니다. And also I want to ask you the same question I asked the coach. How did you feel when you went right through the winners bracket? 우승 팀으로 이제 올라가게 됐을 때 승리조에 들었을 때 기분이 어떤지 묻고 싶습니다.
Yeah, I think we made a good match yesterday, so we made a lot of mistakes, but as a general, we were a good team yesterday, so it was a good win for us, and I hope we make a really better match today.
어제 정말 박빙의 승부로
सबकार्ड नहीं डाला है मैंने guys.
내는데 집중할 거라는 답변을
बट करवा दो तुम लोग 400 के यार चलो.
For the last question, do you have any last words for the players or for the fans? 이제 팬분들 그리고 선수들에게 마지막 하고 싶은 말에 대해서 물어보겠습니다.
Just thank you so much, all those ZETA fans that are supporting us. It's amazing. I'm so glad that we have all this passion and love for the fans, and I hope we can match that expectation today.
너무 팬분들, 제타 팬분들께 정말 감사한 마음을 전하고요. 여러분들이 기대해 주신 것만큼 저희가 열심히 해서 보답하겠다는 말을 들었습니다. And for Coach Autumn, can you say any words to the fans or the players? 마지막 또 한마디 부탁드립니다.
이번 킥오프 퍼시픽 예선은 T1이 무조건 우승하도록 하겠습니다.
What he said, what he said.
He said we will win this match, so we won't let you down, fans. It was a really good time interviewing the both coaches. Thank you. 네, 지금까지 제타와 T1의 코치 감독들 만나봤습니다. 이제 데스크로 넘겨드릴게요. Back to you, desk. Bye-bye.
क्या insane है ना, दो लैंग्वेज में इन लोग होस्ट कर रहे हैं बे.
Massive respect from T1 saying that ZETA division has gotten stronger and even better. And I think it's interesting as well because, you know, you do have Carlisle coming from a different region, bringing a different flavor here into ZETA division, right? We saw a glimpse of that in the earlier match. But what are you thinking, Achilles? Is this indeed a better and stronger ZETA division?
I think it will be in time. I think it's just still a little bit early days. I think that there's still more.
ये महीने में 400K कितने दिन बचा? 10 दिन बचे महीने में 4000 सब्सक्राइबर. ऐसी स्पीड पे मेरी ग्रोथ है ना, 10 दिन में 4000 सब्सक्राइबर तो मैं मिलियन होती भाई. ऐसी ग्रोथ अगर मेरी होती तो. हाय प्रणव, हाउ आर यू? लॉन्ग टाइम. मैं तो बढ़िया हूँ यार, तुम बताओ. आप लैंग्वेज देख रहे हो? लैंग्वेज सुनते हैं भाई. अरे लैंग्वेज देख, लैंग्वेज सुनते हैं भाई. यूनाइटेड देख के आ कमांड्स में ये कमांड क्या होता है. मार्च डिलीटिंग देखा, अब यूनाइटेड बोला ट्राई करके देखता हूँ चैट में. हाँ
T1 may want to challenge ZETA now while they're at this stage, but Asura I think is already ahead and probably projecting into the ZETA that has already reached a final form, and all of us here are on the side of T1.
Well, Asura is just making sure we don't have the same embarrassment we did from match 2. At least somebody will see.
Somebody
देख कमांड चालू है कि ऑफ है, मतलब वो ऑन ऑफ भी करना होता है पीछे से. जैसे थप्पड़ ऑफ था, जो मेरे को पता नहीं था थप्पड़ ऑफ है.
You really like this desk.
Yeah, really, it's great. I think T1, they just look so very strong, unless ZETA has done some crazy evolution over the last day, basically. Then I think that T1 will have the upper hand here. I think that their happiness to be facing ZETA now is very warranted and probably will be rewarded. But long term, again, I think that the players that they picked up here for the side of ZETA, I think that this is going to be a very scary team come stage 1.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Guys, do you like my starting soon screen, or do you think it needs a revamp? Is this nice? I need Voto in everything. So do you guys like this screen, or do you think there needs to be something else in it?
Anything to say about it, but like T1 again, I respect that. I respect the experimentation. I respect the massive improvement as well coming from a
जीत गए शौर्या.
only formed after 1 year, which was basically their debut in 2023.
Yeah, that's a
तुम बताओ कब तक होगा?
You know, on top of the chemistry among the players, something that didn't allow them to really close out some of those matches or those runs at the international tournament. So they're trying to really remedy that with this new chemistry, you know, bringing up a lot more excitement, a lot more, you know, vocal
एक महीने में
onto the roster like Rossi and Xcured. I mean, you watch the player camps, Xcured's talking non-stop to the rest of his teammates.
Bro, you're using reverse the wall. Thank you, Pranav. Thank you. अरे मैं तो बोल रहा था क्या?
They're all in very good mood, and you talk to any of the players or the coaches are like, you know, we're looking good, we're very confident coming into this tournament. So
क्या matter, Shajal? Still have your doggo in it. So should I revamp it a little bit?
Very much is, and just for anybody who's out there.
अच्छा ही है. Yeah, the screen is good only, no? Like I'm not in it.
We walked into the studio, we made him throw salt over his shoulder. We did a bunch of different things, a bunch of preventative measures to ensure that this is going to go off without a hitch. So if there's any
unfortunate
issues,
protagonist of that story.
there is something crazy
We didn't
going
have to talk about it. We didn't have to talk about it at this point. I'm getting worried now. But you know, I do think that this will go off without a hitch and a lot more Valorant action, as we saw from our previous matches. You know, this could probably go to the map 3, and I would like want that to at least happen, right? But again, I love that you brought up Xcured earlier, just because, like you mentioned, you know, that hunger to compete on this stage, that hunger to prove that he belongs here and could potentially face off against maybe his brother in the future. That's there. That's evident every time the camera cuts to him, right? You can see him being so.
क्या नया लेके आना है United member emojis में?
I mean, obviously he's played professionally before in other games, but coming in after watching his younger brother perform so well, reach such heights in Valorant, and then saying, "I'm here to challenge that myself as the older brother." It's not an easy feat, but like you said, it looks like he's committed, right? He's not kind of taking it for granted.
क्या कमी है बता मुझे, लिस्ट भेज.
Play FPSs, I can just cruise through it. No,
तेरी मीटिंग करवाती हूँ मैं रॉकी के साथ.
for the team, picking up all these different agents in such a short time. Sure, they don't all look perfect, but that again shows the commitment that this is a team game. I have to play to win.
It's also just he's surrounded by a lot of like-minded individuals because Saya player and Carpe both have extremely similar.
बता मेरे को कौन से है. Keeping cutesy, thank you. ये मेरा फेवरेट है, ये कहीं नहीं जाएगा. ये भी मेरा फेवरेट है, ये कहीं नहीं जाएगा.
we have already seen the fruits of his
ए
labor
chat
in ABL as well as their opening series.
कॉम्बो डालते हैं ये डालो ये स्पैम करो चैट स्पैम दिस कोई और दूसरे मैसेजेस मत लिखना ये स्पैम करो डीएम करता हूँ डिस्प्ले ठीक है
You have fans that traveled from like what 6 hours? Is that what the fan mentioned, right? 6 hours to see this. I feel like they deserve that. But
स्पैम करो ये स्पैम इट स्पैम इट स्पैम इट स्पैम इट स्पैम इट अंकित क्या स्पैम करने बोला मैंने क्या इमोजी डाला है बीच में अंकित गलत चीज स्पैम मत करो यार तुम स्ट्रीक ब्रेक कर रहे हो रस्टिक गलत फ्लावर इमोजी डाला हेलो में अरे स्ट्रीक ब्रेक मत करो गाइस ट्राइबल प्लेस क्यों किया ऐसा सही इमोजी स्पैम करो चैट कहाँ पर है यार मेरा स्ट्रीमलैब्स बोलते हुए कितने इसका कॉम्बो बना है भुवन माइकी तोड़ दी कॉम्बो
Yeah, I mean, there's just some magic to it, right?
We are at least the 20 wala combo going on.
He also has his own color when he's able to carry some of these rounds over the finish line. So that would be exciting to watch. The other thing
अब सही है सृष्टि का भी सही डाल रहे हो
head matchup from them last year. They played against each other twice. Now both of them are 2-1 scores. So while T1 came out on top, ZETA was there fighting.
Yay, nice combo. I'm proud of you, chat.
In this new version.
So we are going to map 3 then.
I guess so.
Streamlabs किधर है?
I mean, history doesn't lie. I mean, we've already gone to 6. We might as well just go to 9, stay here for a little while longer, and have some good Valorant because we started things off.
कितना combo है भाई ये बता क्यों नहीं रहा Streamlabs कितना combo है? He's supposed to say 3x combo, 4x combo, 5x combo.
Not to mention the stakes are so high today, right? Yes. We did have the first series with Paper Rex qualifying into playoffs, and then we had our first elimination match. And for this as well, it's either T1 or ZETA qualifying to playoffs. And I think that's why also these teams are really pushing because now it feels like, oh, now it's real. Okay, now, you know, we've dusted off.
Hi, Mom City. Spam करने नहीं बोला था guys, emoji spam करने बोला था. खुद combo break कर रहे हो आप. आशु नहीं है.
Such an advantage, so much more tape to study to make sure that you come out on top, get your way to Masters Madrid, and compete for the potential 3 championship points kicking off this year of 2024. So this is a very high stakes thing. It's either wait for playoffs and just be able to chill, study the VODs, or you have to grind your way back up, having to play the decider match, and then having to play the round robin in the phase 2 of play-ins.
Yeah, I mean, it's why we always praise teams when they make deep runs through lower brackets because it is that much more difficult. You are showing that many more strategies, that many more set plays that you might have, the maps that you prefer, the agents that you want to run. And it just feeds so much more information to those opponents who are just sitting there waiting. Some people, you know, will say we like it because we like playing more. It keeps us really up to date. It keeps us fresh and warmed up. But you cannot ignore the innate negatives that you do have from that. So being able to just qualify in now, sit back, watch the games, that's definitely the fate that you want for your team.
There's definitely sacrifices on both sides, right? If you do have that lower bracket run, you are playing a lot more matches.
Very nice guys, I'm proud of you. लेकिन इस Streamlabs को देखना पड़ेगा इसकी तो क्या है मेरा combo रुको guys एक second guys match चालू होने से पहले मैं देख लूँ.
Something that perhaps like in a future tournament is another patch, right? Which does happen altogether. So I feel like right now it's going to be a really dicey for whoever loses this match. But I think that both teams, they are up to the challenge indeed. I mean, we did see that T1, they have incredible endurance based on day 1.
Sure, yeah, and I would say for both teams, actually, a lot rests on their shoulders, depending on their fan base as well, right? T1, what it would mean for them to be the first Korean team to move into the playoffs, of course, partly due to schedule, maybe. But, I mean, again, holding that pride up of that brand of T1. Meanwhile, ZETA Division, they've always had the backing of the entire Japanese Valorant community. They couldn't deliver in 2023. They always fell just short. And to say we're back with a new color, with new faces, and we're trying to rise back to the top, bring Japanese Valorant to the world map, that would mean a ton to not just the team, but all the fans.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, granted, yeah, I think there's still certainly issues to work through there for Global, but they're proving that they can improve very rapidly because that was a very different team compared to what we had just seen yesterday from them. A lot more concise plays, a lot more synergy between all of those players. You give them another couple days, if you fall to that lower bracket, who knows what Global's going to look like then. So being able to just avoid that matchup, completely and get seeded forward, that's what both teams definitely want.
I love that all of the teams right now, they do have kind of like a bird's eye view of how they want to play out this entire year, right? Because of the new format, because of the new scheduling. And for example, like T1, to continue the success that they had last year.
ऑफ करके ऑन किया मैंने एक बार कॉम्बो वाला खुद ही डालती हूँ कॉम्बो
But of course, they want to change that. I do remember, Autumn was saying how they actually love that his team
आया अभी
because again, that was them in their debut, right? They managed to make it into champions within 1 year.
Yeah, and I think something else they want to prove is that they built this roster.
Why is it not doing it? Why is it not showing me the combo thing? What is wrong with it?
The momentum to continue to innovate, to try to become a
Streamlabs, can you just please?
Not just someone who's always challenging the top level. So this is a brand new idea. I mean, there's always been a lot of questions, and I think the community and maybe some of the other coaching staff also.
कल चल रहा था ना कल था ना इधर ये सब
because it is a little new, especially.
मैंने ऑफ करके ऑन किया अभी भी नहीं दिखा रहा है वो कितना कॉम्बो है.
It's always about going textbook and then perfecting it. But T1 is here to say, no, we want to switch it up. We want to be the ones who have figured out Valorant itself.
And I mean, it's been a really strong start to that so far. I mean, it wasn't enough to get the trophy back at the AVL, certainly not. But they're in a very strong position right now where it feels like they have this big head start on top of so many other teams that are in this league. That they have firepower in every single role. And that they have a very strong chance of being able to lift that trophy, or at the very least, be in that grand final.
Yeah, I
This
think
isn't fair.
exactly that, being in the grand final. I actually do have
Try default emojis. Oh yeah, normal emojis, guys. Laughing emoji डालो, laughing. Normal laughing emoji डालो.
That too, and then they had a great match at the AVL as well, kind of bouncing back and forth. So that could be exciting. I mean,
Normal laughing emoji. Laugh, people. Laugh right now. अभी हंसो सब लोग.
Could look like so. This is building up to be a very exciting year here for me.
हंसो सब लोग.
Let's get it started. Let's throw it on over to the stage to check out our teams.
नहीं इतना नहीं हंसना है भाई की सीधा वाला हंसना है 8x कॉम्बो ये सीधा वाला हंसो गाइस सीधा वाला हंसो कॉम्बो बनाते सबसे लॉन्गेस्ट कॉम्बो बनाते हैं सीधा वाला हंसो सब लोग सीधा वाला हंसो मुझे देख के हंसी आ रही है सीधा वाला हंसो प्रियांशु टेढ़ा वाला नहीं हंसना है सीधा हंसो आईसी ये टेडी बेयर इमोजी नहीं डालना है सीधा हंसो चुपचाप सब हंसेंगे चैट में सब हंसो चुपचाप ये मिस्टर एक्सट्रीम देख रोने वाला डाल दिया यार सही बात नहीं है ये नाइन टाइम्स कॉम्बो बनाया हुआ है 9x कॉम्बो हंसो चुपचाप अरे मैं तो बस हंसा रही थी यार मेरे को वार्निंग है ज्यादा हंसा तो हाँ क्या चलो हो गया कॉम्बो गाइस हो गया कॉम्बो थैंक यू सो मच 8x कॉम्बो इज द मैक्स वी डिड नहीं 9x कॉम्बो इज द मैक्स वी डिड भी चीयर कर रहे हैं ना लोग क्राउड में अब भी चीयर कर रहे हैं चलो some energy let's go more passion more energy more energy more energy Oh, thank you, Aditya. अरे राहुल, आई थिंक टैग करना होता है एक्सक्लेमेशन वो कमांड लिख के फिर ना टैग करना होता है. ऐसा ट्राई करता है चल.
We'll conduct a coin toss to determine the higher.
All right, here we are entering into our map, Vitos. What are we thinking here, Achilles? Especially since, as we mentioned, a lot of the performances here are going to be enabled by what maps we're going to find our teams on.
I'm not sure what to think. I mean, right now we can see the coin toss taken there. Buying ZETA so they get the first map veto at the end of this all. Here's what they do want to take away. I mean, from T1, we saw that it was pretty rocky from the opening game on Breeze, but they
कुछ कर क्यों नहीं रहा ये कमांड? Oh, Breeze in Icebox ban provided. ये नहीं देखना पड़ेगा. Ascent देंगे first.
Icebox, and that means that Ascent is open and ZETA will take it.
All right, they want to go with the steady known factor. Now, I mean, we've seen some teams that have tried to rely on Ascent and it didn't work out so
Lotus.
I would have faith in ZETA's Ascent. They've always clawed back in.
Lotus.
The possibility
there. The chamber matchup, it can happen. It's very realistic. I can see it. I'm going to be so disappointed. I'm going to be flattened if
सबसे पहले Ascent देखने मिलेगा भाई अच्छा सा मैप.
on Lotus already, so I see no reason why it wouldn't come up. T1
Sunset. सब लोग Sunset खेले ना सब Sunset खेले.
They were able to showcase a good bind last year, and then it got read by some other teams right away, so that leaves Sunset for the last one.
Yeah, they're floating this once again. We did see ZETA leaving this one open. Wasn't one of their bans when they went up against Global. So
भाई कुछ हो क्यों नहीं रहा है?
enough to be able to play that map. Should it go the distance? Should it go to 3? But I mean, obviously, it's that map too. That is the really big one that we have our eyes on because that's where the chamber could come into play. But for now, we can very much focus on that heads up between Dep and Saya players. We get ready to go to it.
Congratulations, Jet का ace लेके आया. OP 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 OP.
Could very well be these nail biters all the way to the end because Ascent again. It's
Hello Shishant. Yes yes जीते. Oh क्या cute stickers है.
Teams that are able to kind of carry out the old ideas. This map has been around for so long, so it's much more about that communication and the mentality. Then there's Lotus, the potential chamber battle. Then there's Sunset. T1 shows some good ideas, but ZETA has been floating it.
Yeah.
Just want to jump in here. I love that we're seeing a lot of ZETA fans here.
Oh, they are everywhere.
Yes.
Even here, like, you know, in home court, I guess, of T1, right? But again, we are going into Ascent, we're going to Lotus, and we're going to Sunset. I like that we're already pointing out very interesting head-to-heads right off the bat, right? Ascent, we're seeing Saya player and Death.
उसमें मजा नहीं है. Flighted मेरे को देखना है न्यूक कमांड क्या करता है.
Sunset, potentially, well, we'll get to that when we cross that bridge. But
देखते हैं न्यूक कमांड क्या करता है. Guys, सब तक तुम लोग वोट करो. तुम लोगों को क्या लग रहा है कौन जीतेगा?
Go any which way, but I think Achilles, we are favoring Z1 here. Who do you think is going to have that moment, I guess, or are we getting like those excellent highlights here?
Who's going to be the X Factor?
Yeah, the X Factor here.
I mean,
X-Current. The X
I would say that for Lotus. I would say that for Lotus, though.
Yeah, but I think just given that it's Ascent, you always kind of think of the Jet players on this map. She's so prevalent. We very rarely see teams start to stray away from that. You know, Paper X was one of them, kind of bringing out the Reyna from time to time. Every now and then we would see, you know, maybe a Phoenix in the mix there, Raze, oddly enough, but Jet is so prevalent. I feel like this has to be that battle between Dep and Saya players, seeing who is going to be able to get these opening picks for their team.
Yeah, now there is a world where Dep is the one who goes back to play the Sova, though, on Ascent as well, right? And Sovas have also been very crucial on Ascent in the past, so yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly where that is because it does seem like they really want to let Euron and Huron, especially Euron, kind of go for his comfort picks on each map and then revolve around. That Dep's already started flexing around towards the later half of last year.
Given what we saw, sorry not to cut you off, from Huron, it feels like that Sova still would very much be in his hands because it does feel like you're very much just handicapping yourself not having Dep on that Jet.
I feel like also that this could be a potential to break the usual Ascent composition here, especially on the side of T1. Do you think we're seeing any surprises at all, or are we going with the standard, usual Ascent lineup?
This is the second
It searches for something to ban. Flighted इसमें नहीं है तो फिर
just stock standard between the teams. We didn't really get anything too surprising.
रुको guys.
Kind of feel like it's likely to happen again. But if somebody does want to kind of
I came after seeing your review as I need one for my college use. Asmit and Amshit Nair. Okay, did you get it then?
playstyle from
Did you get it then?
was pretty much the quintessential map.
Guys, मैं सबके messages delete करूँ क्या सब लोग एक बार?
Seconds show up on the clock before they started going for an execute. So I want to see some faster hits. I want to see a lot more determination and confidence in their play when they get ready to go for attacks or go for retakes.
It's a very good test for ZETA because Ascent is also that map where while you do want to find your own pacing, you cannot
क्या सब लोग एक बार
push out whether you're on the attack.
OP word लिख देंगे OP OP 2-3 जन OP लिखो ना मेरे को एक कमांड ट्राई करने का है
So I'm curious. Last time we saw them
OP लिखो ना OP
it was a little messy, but the
Please ना
was able to carry them through a couple of those rounds. Ascent is not going to play like that.
Could we potentially be getting the chamber matchup here on Ascent? Do you think?
I don't know.
क्यों नहीं कर रहा ये match delete messages?
Can still work well on Ascent. It's just that if you're
कब करेगा ये match delete messages? भाई मैं तो Google भी करके आई क्या करना है?
This is kind of similar to Breeze, where this used to be a map where you could very much see a lot of prevalence for that chamber. He can get an immense amount of value, but ever since the original run, they've moved nerf, moving it now to just the single.
क्या बकवास कमांड बनाया भाई काम भी नहीं करता है?
How much teleport range you have? A lot of those reliable setups that you used to have as a chamber are completely gone. Because you used to be able to
Activate किया activate क्या चालू ही है? वो देख के है ना command list में.
Now you can't do that. Taking a look.
Thank you chat इतने wonderful and participating होने के लिए यार. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys.
Play that Viper during the off season as well here on Ascent. So continuing with that double controller, it's Izu and Rossi on Omen and Viper. It's going to be executed on that Cypher. Meanwhile, Last sticking with the age-old Killjoy, going to have a little bit more flexibility and covering mid with utility, so that they can rotate a bit more freely around the map.
Thank you chat तुम लोग का support मेरे लिए सब कुछ mean करता है. For you to spam it when I ask. Thank you so much. एक्सपेरिमेंटल हाँ ना बंद कर दे अपनी कंट्रोल हाँ बंद कर सकते हो हमने 4-5 अलग वेरिएशन ट्राई किए वो कमांड काम नहीं कर रहा है बट फाइनली यार हमको असेंट देखने मिलेगा आई लाइक दिस मैप एंड आई वांटेड टू सी ये फर्स्ट ही मैप आ गया है तो मुझे अच्छा लग रहा है बहुत देखने के लिए चलो आई एम एक्साइटेड फॉर दिस मैच
T1, what an interesting composition. We might have seen a little bit of it in the off season, but up against a more classic one in the form of ZETA Division. But with 2 new players, how's it going to play out?
Well, we'll see here and now. Izu's been an absolute monster, whether he's on that Yoru or here on this Omen as well. ZETA Division not wasting any time.
You Cypher अच्छा नहीं है United?
Short. Quick contact between Carpe and teammate. Paranoia does push them back. Very huge use on that, on the scanning and everything. And Def chases down the kill. Izu does get the contact. Heron already here on Heaven does get a couple of frags, important frags, that gives access for ZETA on that A site. A quick plant for follow.
Bye, Heron ना जब
To get that retake.
बहुत अच्छा मारता
So
है.
quick into sight, and with that, I mean, how do you retake? You got the Cypher, you got the Viper. And it's not going to be the easiest task in the world, right? You might be able to clear some corners, but when it comes down to the gunplay, ZETA's neatly tucked away inside of Hell. They walk through and, well, sugar zero.
True. Man is a Diet Coke. You know, all the fun.
What?
None of the bad stuff. Sugar zero.
Oh, okay.
Bro. Come on, keep up the pace, man. I know we're in the 3rd series. Anyways, quick little recap on this replay. Again, ZETA Division, with that coach of theirs, man, their tempo really has amped up the pace, and it's not just them just going radically into a site. There's always thought behind the push.
Carlisle definitely has, shaped up this team a little bit more. So now they have these protocols and really aggressive takes where they just are able to push in and melt through. Even in this one, yes, it's an anti-eco, but Depp is that much more confident just to go in along with it.
Yeah, Hitteron's been hitting them flashes from here on out. Here on run. I'm losing my mind a little bit because it is the last series, but going back into things, quick little dash in from Depp, picks him up to 3K as Rossi falls down. All up to Excurant. Little peek on Heaven though. Peekaboo, I see you. Marshall in hand. Extra tag or anything, not gonna happen. Only Euron as a collateral here for ZETA, and 2 quick rounds for Japanese.
I still can't get over that owl silver.
It's early, but
why is it so
with
cute?
this speed and with T1, not quite adapting to it just yet. mean, again, still really early. But your predictions, Azurai?
You know what?
Is it time for me to shift to left-hand shooting?
We never really actually do, come on, let's be honest. But at the same time,
Oh, हाँ चलेगा. Shit, like you don't have to buy from.
interesting to see because like everyone else kind of thought the T1 would be.
Just get it from wherever you get a good amount or a good discount.
To be fair, Coach Alex,
I keep bringing discounts and all ka offers, so if there are any other, before you guys buy, just come check the channel if I'm telling you guys about something.
To see if that is the case. We know how strong depth is.
And you know, you save money.
A lot of it.
Money saved is money earned.
Yuron and Yuron have in store for us.
Absolutely.
क्या changes लाएंगे ना मोरन वो map में मेरे को भी जानना है.
Yeah, exactly. I've been watching a couple of the games of Heron, and I mean, there is potential. I wasn't like blown away, but there is potential on the man himself. About to say this, side player is pushed up all the way on Sabrosa.
Return spam डाला उसने.
We've seen two different weapons actually get that shots through the wall and everything. Excurrent still holding the angle here.
Guardian
Again,
dudes.
a very vocal player.
Hear the crowd. The crowd is like so energetic right now.
Gun round here for T1.
I got a little bit excited. I thought it would have been like one of those rounds. I mean, it was the rookie. I think, was it Hiroran?
Euron.
Oh, Euron. With the Guardian getting the shot through the wall bang. That was really lovely. Maybe through that, they might have been able to do and open up a little bit more. But we go back to classics. T1, they have the Odin. Of course, they had the read off of, you know, that spot from Sabrosa. And with that, just information, right? Rossi, well-timed snake bite. It completely halted ZETA into the tracks.
It's pretty real. We're seeing Carpe beyond that fade, right, over the Sova. It's just because you have so much more staying power with the C's over the shop darts. Any case, there's a quick little push in. Nobody willing to go and dash right in as that snake bite, and basically like 3 people of T1 is already here. Izu's finding contact on Hiroran. Couple of pop shots through the walls here, forcing TP away. Dep's got his blades. He's got to create some contact right now. Spots one in front of Rossi. Rossi's just too good. That generator has turned into his domain, his kingdom, leaving Laz in a very unsightly and unsavory position. And T1 quick to answer.
Crowd सुनो भाई.
Feel comfortable. You know you have to peek out. You're gonna have to try to find whatever you can get, but too many players on the other side, they're gonna play off each other's contact. At the same time, I mean, this round, just impressive anchoring from both controllers. Izu with a TP back into hell, and then playing off around that. Rossi just toying around with Deb, just keeping his tension away from the rest of his team as much as possible. This T1 adapting right back into the game.
And again, Carpe is probably one of the, the players that came from a different league, had to transition into Valorant, and now he is looking well at home.
It's been a year.
It has been.
He's adjusting. I like the idea of the fade. And it definitely works out on defense as well. The C's can give you so much. But off of an eco now, ZETA still trying to get an idea.
अभी वही सोच रहे मैप तो सही था तो इसमें भी क्या changes लाएंगे क्या upgrade करेंगे ऐसा उसमें.
Fish for a kill, but T1's just not giving them that satisfaction. I mean, if ZETA wants any form of contact, they have to go into the domain here of T1. Speaking of which, though, Ross and Izu, right then and there, quick, close on the contact. Dep was able to dash right in, but I don't know how much impact he can actually do. So he just leaves the site and starts to create some tempo here on Heaven. It's going to be very risky, but he has to do this by himself and leave his team to fend off on their own. And it does work out to some extent, but he is on an island right now, Quack. Gets the first one, but Saya player shuts him up very quickly.
Now with it up still looming over their heads, ZETA Division just trying to position themselves safely enough. Laz tucked away in A main. He's got to make use of that play just right up next to Sugar Zero, because if not, it's easy for T1 to find these 2-on-1s.
Turret is available for Laz here.
Whoa.
Ooh, barely misses into the reactionary position.
कितना low कर दिया उसने.
Is Sugar Zero on switch, swings right out. Carby's very quick on that trade. Laz risking his life to get that contact, has to swing out. Carby's gonna be able to maybe have the spike here. No, he does not. Just think about that. And Laz,
मैं भी ऐसे एकदम like bro.
Captain of ZETA Division secures one.
Very well played. I mean, it was a bit of like a half-ish bind.
What is happening?
Just off of pistols. But that little duo between Yudon and Sugar Zero, buying the attention away, Sugar Zero getting the tap of the Sheriff, really allows them to open up the site. I think Izu, had to spin so much back and forth that it allowed for the rest of the team to make their way in. And not to mention, depth right up around window. It kind of throws things off for a little.
Hi Puff, what a timing, dude. I felt like I was jump picking their IRL.
On the site to protect the site, or did he over push so that he gives more information and more map control for ZETA Division? Went for the latter, so he reaps the benefits of that. Only good for the first kill, but yeah.
Holds off that operator. That's the thing. So
yeah, true.
Buys up now. T1 on the half buy.
T1's very adamant about that.
Hello Yashbao, same to you.
Every time they
You know what? I was jump peeking like this, like in my body. I felt like I'm jump peeking.
Right. And those are the rounds that ZETA has gotten pretty successful on. Okay, null command. Army's been spotted actually coming around the corner here. He could be in a bad spot.
Oh, Dep.
Boy, does he. Dep now holding the angle. Fragment activated so that Dep can cross a little bit more peacefully into the site. Excurate. Very vocal player of T1. Gets a bit of powwow, but only good for the one. But I mean, that's Dep, so step in the right direction here as T1 forced to go for this retake. Looking quickly into the minimap, one holding B main. Side player is on the lurk. If he can get Laz, the pinch could be better here for T1.
Such an interesting retake toxic screen, exactly. Side player, of course, then he would have the Blade Storm up as well, but you gotta watch out for that alarm bot. He knows it's there. Timing is crucial. Going along with the team now.
Yo!
There it is.
There it is indeed, and here comes the offense right now for T1. Do they still have enough time though, or can they only just let ZETA Division hold the angle here? Euron popping shots through the smoke, and boy is he blind, but he is not going to miss a beat with that Odin.
I really like that. I mean, first of all, you gotta admire Dep. You gotta admire how he gets these entries. Apart from that, just Yudon. I mean, the decision making.
उससे अच्छा तुम वैलो खेलो. इससे अच्छा वैलो नहीं खेल सकती यार मैं. इन लोग से अच्छा वैलो नहीं खेल सकती मैं. Hello कुरकुरे.
Your tracers are visible. Your opponents can fire right back. So very well played by ZETA. And if I were to add, I mean, just another interesting note. Actually, last year for Masters Tokyo,
drop it for
T1 was that team.
मोरन ये भी नहीं कर पाया तू.
Was a team that denied Tokyo. So if ZETA can actually win this, that would be huge.
So it is some form of retribution.
Little bit.
All right, I like it. Storyline set up, revenge arc.
कोई नहीं वापस से ट्राई कर लेना. कुरकुरे रेडी हो जाओ.
Being said though,
the revenge arc.
That being said,
they're looking good. Yeah, Starquake.
For T1 and ZETA have been very good at utilizing these Odins, man. The Odins.
Hi, Pinky. It's so easy. I don't feel tired at all, bro. I'm so active right now. Honestly, I think I could go for a run.
It's perfectly normal, even rewarded at times.
Without a doubt, I mean.
But a shock dart.
Yikes!
Oh, that's a player. What a shock dart from Euron.
Who can shock dart से player को मारने?
That's
well placed, but apart from that, after a little bit of pressure onto B, the rest of the team already rotated closer towards A. Excurate and Izu better be ready.
Laz has been spotted already. That is a magical camera there.
Pinky says 1-1 करेगा मोरन.
Boy is playing with the hearts here. He cannot get denied. It's all down to Euron. Chases it right in.
पोस्ट जिम स्केड्यूल का पार्ट क्यों बन रहा है? मेरी मर्जी पफ, मुझे पार्ट बनना है. मुझे क्यों रोक क्यों रहे हो मुझे?
He was the one who starts it as well. I mean, that spy cam was everything. He saw so much, did not shoot out any tracers, just called for the team. Hey, they're right up here. Izu, be prepared for this. Hunter Street goes out. Izu's just dancing, dude, and he doesn't get tagged by it whatsoever. In fact, he actually picks up those 2 frags. And off of it now, of course, T1 picks up the win. It's back to that mind game of, is ZETA Division going to try to go for that, bits of mid control? B main has been a bit of an area for contention, right? Saya players always somewhere around the corner. If not B main, maybe closer towards mid. You never quite know where he's going to show up. Dep has to watch out for that.
Not just that, but again, we've seen this in the first series with Paper X, where you do see the duelist having a lot of support from the initiator, not just utility support, but firepower as well. And you see Carpe do the same thing with Saya player here, where if Saya misses a beat or gets followed up on by Zeta Division, if he gets the pick off and he's out in the open, Carpe's just gonna let that Odin rip and assist his boy out, and it works fine for T1 here.
रोहन देखा क्या देखा?
That's another thing to keep in mind too. T1
मुझे भूख लगी है guys.
support and Carpe as the IGL too. Being able to
तेरा नंबर किसी को नहीं चाहिए अक्षर. खैर जो पोजीशन स्केड्यूल में थी है वो तो नहीं. वाह 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 वाह. अब देख रही हूँ जिम का मोटिवेशन कहाँ से आ रहा है. पोस्ट जिम वाली चल गई बाहर से.
One of the fans just said that he's here not feeling any fatigue whatsoever, waiting for this specific match. I'm not sure if you picked up the.
हेलो एंडेवर, क्या सीन? कुछ नहीं, मैं तो मैच देख रही हूँ. व्हाट मैच? वो मजा आ रहा है. यार मुझे एक्चुअली भूख लगी है यार. इट्स माय इवनिंग स्नैक टाइम. वेयर आर माय इवनिंग स्नैक्स यो? क्या टाइम हो रहा है? ओ भाई 7 बज गए. कुछ सेंस ही नहीं रह रहा है मेरे पास टाइम का.
T1 has to definitely make their buy count. Saya off the blaze, if anything. And with the way that they're positioned right now, not seeing anything towards mid, not really giving out too much, just ready with that Odin.
Dep is
उसके बम.
really falling down onto him unless that Odin spam from Euro or for Carpe gets so much more value. Saya player get a little bit too heated on him, dash away. But this heavy contact from Zeta Division pays off. They'll be able to pick up all the weapons, get them upgrades, and even use that Killjoy lockdown from the extra sauce. But can they break it though? Doors opened up already here. It will get broken because of the trade, but Sugar Zero does get that pick off. 2 versus 3. Extra getting close onto the site. Gives away his position. Smoke gives him a little bit of cover, but also separates the rest of the team right now as Saya player
Missed it.
whiffs the blades, gives the chance. Zeta Division answer back.
My man. I mean, I got to see that replay on that execute from Zeta Division because they went in so quickly. Dep right on top of Generator. Even though Carpe had an Odin, didn't quite know how to respond so well. And with the way that they played around the smokes too, you can see in that replay, they were able to kind of fend off each section of the site.
Yeah.
Rossi though, man, what a team player, you know, sacking his own life just to deal with that lockdown. But the little bits of movement, dodging out the sprays, kept the rest of Zeta Division alive. So now 3 to 5. The buy's back on their side.
Also,
T1 just, yeah, not quite synchronized.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to add as well. It felt like the nano swarms that we saw Laz throw was in benefit for T1, but it actually works a little bit differently there, just to flush out, you know, certain corners and stuff. Plus, again, if it's your own teammate's nano swarm, you take somewhat reduced damage, so you can swim in it theoretically, you know. So you can use that as some form of aggressive push strat. Speaking of aggressive push strats, Saya player, he doesn't have a tailwind inside of the smoke. Is he gonna risk it? No, never mind. He just backs away.
Yeah, Zeta, knowing that there has been a lot of noise, a lot of presence that they made previously towards this mid area, T1 definitely coming in to investigate, so not wanting to challenge them all too long, not at least until, you know, a piece of utility like the turret gives it up. Now they know, all right, there are some players up towards A.
Ari ko do moron zara.
They are running out of time. You might just come
घर जाके stream जाके season okay Puff.
Carpe has the Nightfall too. Oh, this is not going to work out too well for Zeta.
Oh yeah, they could be swimming in this.
Oh, and he did the C's also. Oh, and he's doing a small walk up.
Immediately traded in. 14 seconds.
Ooh,
If Sugar Zero can
what shot?
which he absolutely does. There's a chance, there's a world where they can plant the spike in, but Saya player is wreaking too much havoc on that flank. Thankfully enough, Yura answers in kind. And Rossi plays in the back of the site. Euron, he's absorbing the snake bite to position himself for a better peek. But it doesn't work out. It's a 1 versus 1.
Oh, nice shot.
Once again, 1 tap, 1 kill.
क्या मॉडल डाला ना कहीं जा ही नहीं पाया वो.
All skill.
Oh, Captain, my Captain.
Wow.
That was awesome. I mean, Euron tanking that snake bite just to hold it off and make sure that Rossi would not be able to peek out that quickly. That was something. It takes nerves of steel to do that. But apart from that too, I mean, just with the way that the fight breaks out, you would have assumed that Carpe, everyone, the Nightfall, they should have gotten that fight, but then ZETA inside of the smoke, not to mention Sugar Zero picking out that multi-kill, really turns things around.
Where is this blade going? Clearing up the entirety of A main as well as wine, just in case somebody creeps up in there. Pop shot on short with the Marshall. Not sure if that was heard properly by ZETA. Regardless of which, it's going to be a mid push anyways.
Yeah, making use of that movement speed. Depp has cut through Market Pizza before, but now he's up against Saya.
He doesn't hit. He's chasing him down.
Oh,
maybe a little bit too much.
Bhai, kya?
Works out for Depp. Clean takes, great flash. Two players on the site.
दो जने साइड में, तीन जन आ गए साइड में. ओमन का भी रोटेशन आ गया यहाँ पे. इन्होंने सुना तो होगा ना रोटेशन आया यहाँ पे.
Is giving some cushion right now, Quack, for the rest of T1. ZETA Division, they are cool, calm, and collected. They got 40 seconds. They can let them cook. They can wait for the utilities and make something happen. And through all of this, Izu actually TPs at the back of the site. What a hero! But can his added presence on B actually assist the rest of T1? That is the biggest question here. Eskert has fallen down already. Izu's down to 12. 25
cross up
seconds.
placement exact help
And it's not
बताओ.
working out too well. There's Carpe through it all. It is all down to Ross.
पीछे भी अलार्म है, अलार्म लगा रखा है सो.
And ultimately still giving up the B side in the end.
Look, this is ZETA's map. It's one of their home maps, just as Will pointed out during the map selection phase. They're very comfortable with this. They know how to work around this classic agent composition on this map. Izu, might have been able to, teleport over to assist the team, but with nothing but a sheriff, it's just tough. And you got
और करो all और करो all.
How ZETA was disciplined enough to tap the brakes. Let's, take a breather for a second. We might have gotten into sight, but we know they are all around. Let's not overly commit. Let's not make assumptions and just rush in as they've done before in the past year.
Hello Harshal, how are you?
Wait for a second. If someone peeks out, we'll be able to shoot them down. At the same time, we've got this Odin, so let's make some noise, get these T1 players feeling uncomfortable, and then come in to destroy.
Is that the Carlisle Furia DNA, injected into ZETA here? Again, it is on a round where T1 are not on the full weapons, right? But you've been mentioning it, I've been mentioning it, the thought process is there at least here for ZETA Division.
It's a fusion, Asrat. It's a fusion.
Fusion? But yeah, truthfully it is.
Yeah, because you still got Junior there, assistant coach. So now T1 feeling the pressure. They've only got 3 rounds. If they can win the last 2, that would not be too bad. But then again, timeout's being spent.
दिखाओ निपुण दिखाओ. When Harshal, after all the watch parties, a week, maybe month end में.
And again, as I mentioned,
दिखाओ निपुण दिखा दो.
bounce back between him and Carpe in creating these openings.
Oh yeah.
That only happened for a couple.
All क्यों करते हो यार तुम लोग? छोटा नंबर कर लो ना. All काहे करते हो भाई सब?
It's not always just that.
That's true, and they haven't gotten that initial contact with side player. He's always peeked up on short. He's always been smoked off, and he can't get that again initial contact here for T1.
So now back on the operator, he's looking for that contact, but I don't know if it's going to happen that easily. Both of them looking to inch out towards B main, but look at how ZETA is reading this as well. All you got is Laz getting the info, the rest of them making markers, exploring all throughout the other parts of the map. If we know that Saya is here, we know that the other half of the map is slightly more open. Let's take down Izu.
Depp. Oh, what a smoke from Rossi here too. They're going the opposite direction, but it is falling as soon as it gets set up. ZETA Division though, is the play to go straight to A because Carpe's already here, but there seems to be like an overpush on T1 side, but I mean it's granted because they do have the numbers advantage. Laz now caught in a 2 versus 1. He's got to have to make something out of nothing. And that's not going to happen. It's not possible. And T1 on all fronts answer back.
Yeah, you can see the timeout's effect now. After call
Is this new? Because I didn't know that was on a channel. We used to have it, Ari, but then it was turned off for some reason. I don't know who turned it off. So I turned it on again yesterday. That was I just had to press a button.
We understand that,
पहले था ये.
pushing out B main, Execure and Rossi, just stay prepared. Izu, stay prepared. And all the utilities come at the right time. Execure landing the first shot. They blocked off every single avenue of entry.
The clapback is just beautiful here from T1.
क्या टाइमिंग था भाई.
Coming in from mid, Paranoia as they detain or delay the players on B main here. But
भाई क्या शॉट्स है ये, क्या होल्ड किए इन लोग मेन पे.
he's the one that started it all for this assignment.
अरे रे मार देता ना इसको ये.
Able to get the shutdown, but he's alone on an island 3 versus 1.
Unbelievable.
क्या इवन होल्ड था भाई.
To make such plays, but also knowing to position themselves in that spot.
Absolutely.
ZETA tries to go for a different approach, right? You got the mid to B, but then it got blocked off that way.
And here on is just very far from any kind of good information whatsoever. Forced to back away. The Paranoia is just so damn annoying to deal with. The snake bite, pinning him out in the open. That's going to be T1 with the 5-7 half.
5-7 half.
Tier 1 mechanics, tier 1 skill, and you see it all. First of all, you got Execute with the shots. Then in that last pinch against Hirodan, you got the Paranoia, the snake bite, and then the shot from Saya at the end. 7-5. That's a pretty good half for T1. Let's see how they can carry that over onto the next half. Again, this composition, very interesting. On the defense, you've seen how useful it can be with Poison Cloud, a bit of a one-way. Izu still, being such a menace. However, onto the next half, how do you make use of that Viper on the attack? How does this all pan out?
I'm already just imagining there's a...
Guys, gentle reminder कि मैंने पूरी स्ट्रीम में 2 बार पानी पिया है, तो gentle reminder कि तुम लोग ने तो मुझे रिमाइंड नहीं किया, लेकिन मैं रिमाइंड कर रही हूँ, पानी पियो. Drink some water.
Feels a little bit weird whenever they try to push into B. It's like smokes and walls, but then other teams are just like, we can just spray them down, kind of. I mean, I'm not entirely sure, and I can't be entirely correct, but it is this double controller that I'm very curious to see how they're going to apply it, especially now that they've gotten a little bit of experience with this roster from the AVL.
Okay. I'm looking at that from a perspective where side pushes, right? But I'm also going to say that it allows you for so much segmentation on the map, right? Because you have 2 of the controllers, you have twice the capability right now to, we want to push deeper onto mid. Sure, Omen, smoke enough for us, and then we'll have like a Viper wall outside of Market so that no one from the site can actually look onto Market and maybe trade up. So those kind of scenarios, much more accessible to T1, obviously because of the double controller, compared to ZETA that only has Sugar Zero on that Omen.
Yeah. I'm just like still feeling, you're attacking, the only flash you have is Izu. So it really comes down to how they apply this. It's not that it's not viable, but let us see.
That was Euron also using his drone very early on, only spotting out Execute. So if T1's plan is to rile up a bit of utility here from ZETA, mission successful already, and you can already see ZETA very much kind of scratching their heads where they are. That's why you're seeing so much rotation coming in from depth, from the players on short, and they're scrambling.
Wow, just feeling that pressure.
Let's go.
Still though,
Switching sides.
That's going to be a big stack. Without the flashes, how do you break through it? Saya, he's going to have to find that contact, and he's going to have to do it safely.
Guys, I think it's high time we turned off the backlights.
Euron's not even aware of this. He's just looking towards.
Boltu, don't you think it's high time we did this?
Found his access all the way through spawn.
Boltu,
Here comes the push out on short.
zero care, not even turning towards me.
Euron's actually looking on his own side of the spawn.
Zero care.
But the damage is being done already by T1.
Now it feels like it's evening. वरना मेरे को time का sense ही नहीं रहता. मुझे अभी लग रहा था 4-5 बज रहे हैं.
Perfect. Sure, it's gonna get traded out, but the damage be done. The site's
Let's go 3v4.
Every bit of advantage taken to put themselves in a better spot in post plan.
That actually worked. Okay. I can't believe it. Execute lurking through all the way like that with the toxic screen.
By the way, who are you guys supporting? Everyone's voting for T1 in my chat, okay? ठीक है. Americas भी करोगे? नहीं यार, इधर मेरे को मैं इतनी रात को जागती नहीं हूँ, मैं गुड गर्ल हूँ, मैं बहुत स्वीट बच्ची हूँ, टाइम पे सोती हूँ, टाइम पे सब करती हूँ, टाइम पे सब होता है। ओके 5-8 कर दिया गया है। मेरे को तो जेटा लग रहा है तेरे को जीतेगे यार। इनका
really did, right? Numbers weren't quite there. They just brute forced and jumped through heaven, but they got the frag. Sugar Zero started things off, and then with the way that they pinched on into hell, movement and working together as a squad like that, it still is, you know, the core members being that familiar, knowing exactly how to play off of each other so as to ensure that Izu would not be able to deny any spike defenses.
That was such a big round too. I mean, imagine losing that. T1 has all the right to bring back a deficit in that 5-7. Speaking of T1,
it's a force coming in from T1 left.
generator here and the damage.
Oh no.
Oh boy, the damage very much felt.
Oh no, ये सब क्या हो रहा है? देख बार मल्टीपल बुलडॉग्स ना तो बुलडॉग साइड के पीछे यहाँ पे आओ, ले लो भाई। सैपलर के नीचे एक और बुलडॉग है फ्रेंड्स।
This is going to have to be a call to a save for me.
Yeah. I mean, both Yoran and Depp are on rifles right now. Guardian and a Phantom. Do not want to give that up.
लियो बुलडॉग लियो। तीन गन तो मिलनी चाहिए इनको। एक्सपेक्ट हाँ ले लिया, रॉसी ने लिया, बुलडॉग आया था वो आई नहीं हो। That's all.
I mean, yeah, Xcura, you see this toxic screen, it's always placed up towards B. That's the power of the double controller.
कुरकुरे, this is loyalty points on the channel. गगन no views, उधर देखो ना कितने views आए। मेरे को क्या मालूम?
How do we position ourselves?
Thanks. You know what? I'll double up on that with how you mentioned, you know, X-Grid always lurking. If you're somebody from ZETA that also wants to peek out through B main, you can't see nothing through that smoke. Sure, you can maybe pop a couple of shots, but visual confirmation is down to a 0 as long as that wall's up. And there's a world where T1 just like 4 stacks it, drops the wall, and gets like a massive contact with, you know, sheer numbers. But again, one of those things. Just saying.
That's really cool, though, actually, yeah. I mean, that's what this toxic screen does. It actually controls so much. So, I mean, it's a very good composition, and you can see what it's used for. Of course, it takes a team like T1 to actually make it effective.
Fair.
Yeah, we can't do this in our premier games at home.
Are you saying the Banana Boys can't make it happen?
Banana Boys.
Actually, I can't remember the name of our team now.
6-8.
I'm so sorry to every teammate that hears this from our team, our premier team. Anyways, back into the nitty-gritty.
Personal watch hour. रेंदो ना क्या करने watch hour
Yeah,
में?
we lost the Guardian. Depp has the hero Phantom right now.
Yeah. This is not looking too hot here for ZETA Division. T1 taking their sweet time, you know, seeing if there's any nooks and crannies that there's any littered ZETA players. Would be great if they can get that quick 4 to 5. But even if it's not, I mean, just a full force on the B side or on any side, it's going to be much to handle, especially when Depp, the only, as you mentioned, lone Phantom player is stuck somewhere here on mid. But never mind, they actually are slowly going up onto short. He's alone by himself, though, but he's got the weapon.
It's a one and done.
30 seconds left.
Can't quite commit to the spray, so got the one. Rossi trades right back. Now A site is open. The rest of them might be able to sneak back in to maybe retrieve the weapon, but I don't know how much that is going to do.
Well, I mean, if they push up onto short, they're going to pick up at least 2. They want to open that door. They want to punish whatever they're trying to break through here. 2 from the flank coming in. So that will be Euron as well as Laz now picking it up.
Wow.
Nightfall activated for safety. T1 making things short here, man. And I mean,
4v4 retake.
2-round deficit, so the more that they can try to secure something in terms of rounds, the better it will be for them. Izu into the corner here. Beautiful stuff coming in from this Omen player of T1, and it's turning into a full-on blast battle.
I think he's got
Sugar
it.
Zero
Yeah.
is just
No.
stuck on generator. That's going to be that. T1, one more round
बचेगा
to
क्या?
equalize things in the first map.
Slowly going through over it.
इसने भी bulldog ले लिया.
Of
Nice.
course, Zeta, that was just a pistol.
7-8. 8-8 पे ज़ेटा का टाइम आउट आएगा. अगर हुआ तो, नहीं हुआ तो अच्छी बात है.
From Izu, with the way that he plays around some of these corners sometimes, in and out of smokes, very, very tricky. Meanwhile, on the other half of it, just back into the game, right? Yeah. T1.
Excuse me, अक्षत तू कौन सा मैच देख रहे?
We're talking about that toxic screen, but in this round, they just kind of waltzed into.
अक्षत कल की स्ट्रीम पे क्या?
So there are so many things that they can do. Again, buying the attention away because of that toxic screen, or just creating presence.
Hi Shorts, how are you?
Of course,
You
now
must
that
be short
Depp
only.
has kind of lost his life around short by himself, maybe Zeta senses to
कल का मैच
call
देख रहे हैं.
for further reinforcements. Is it going to be enough though?
Yeah, at least that recon, excuse me, that Sova drone does give away something.
भूख लग रही, भूल गया. कोई बात नहीं, लिखा है ऊपर. कोई बात नहीं, भूल गए. कोई बात नहीं guys.
Sure, he's got some safety with that tailwind, but like Elsa, this bro is going into the unknown. That gives him the control of A short. Mid only has a measly alarm bot activated here, so here comes the rest of T1 marching in, barging in. But wait, hold on. I haven't seen the rotation here from Zeta yet. They've actually brought in Depp at the back of the site. If this is a full commitment here from T1, they might not know what they can uncover at the back at this entire B site. Excuse me if I'm fumbling, because right now this is gonna go for a full blast fight, and Depp hasn't been spotted just yet. Now they know. There's so much to happen here.
ये है भाई Depp by side में.
Call the rotation. It's perfect.
Oh. Ooh. देख रहा था वो क्रॉस में. अब मुझे लगा मार देगा वो साइड को. Hi Vidit, I can read your mind. Okay, बताओ मेरे दिमाग में अभी क्या चल रहा है? Your tee is looking pretty. Thank you. It's a nice t-shirt. कल मेरे दिमाग में आया था कि मेरे पास ये टॉप है. तो कल रात को मैंने सोच रखा था आज तो मुझे यही पहनना है. I just felt like wearing this top. I haven't worn it in many years. Yeah, at least 2 years. Ooh, wow.
What? I heard like a black from. Is that like a voice line?
What?
From Jet?
Told you, it हुआ time आएगा and time आ गया. चलो फिर मुझे evening snacks भेजो guys. आज भी कल लेट नाइट पता नहीं डिपेंड करता है इनका मैच अभी कितने मैप तक जाएगा. कल का थोड़ा फिर भी खत्म हो गया था ना इतने बजे तक रिमेंबर. कल तो 2-0 हुए थे.
The non-refundable, non-rechargeable utilities of both the Sova and the Killjoy. Killjoy to a certain extent, because if you break her utility, especially that turret, it takes a very long time for it to very long time, right, when you break it. Anyways, if that happens, the more Zeta is forced to use their own players to guard certain locations.
Face checks.
Exactly, and because of that, T1 with the Rossi up and down smokes and segregation of the smokes from both of the double controllers is making it easier for them. Zeta is playing into their hands. The longer they lose their, the more they lose their utility, and the more that they get pushed into the side to hold it.
That's a great point, Asterai. T1, you know.
बता दूंगी.
That's the thing about the composition.
कल भी 11:30 से है ना. Right.
It gets a little bit tricky. It kind of turns into that battle of resources.
Yeah.
And well, players are a resource as well, and right now, apart from players, economy is also something that they're kind of running low on. So we're waiting for that reset, and in the meantime, maybe they can get as much information as to how T1 approaches as much as possible. I think that's why we're seeing this a bit of that B main presence. Toxic screen, nobody's really working their way around it, so maybe Hiroran just kind of goes in and positions himself up there. Meanwhile,
Bro has back pain. Who has back pain?
Sheriffs.
Why is you tired? I'm not tired. I want my evening snacks. I'm hungry. I'm hangry.
This comp from Zeta, that everybody uses on Ascent, is
What?
mainstay for such a long for such a
X geared again.
Yeah, gets Huron just hunkered down on B main. Euron's the only one left standing here.
देख लिया उसने.
Both try to push in, but Xgrid's timing his reads.
30 seconds left.
He is so ratty.
That's years of FPS experience for you. It's just translating into Valorant pretty well.
Nice shot,
Sure, he
Laz.
shut down by Laz, but
एक ही केजे यहाँ पे मार्क किया उसने, मेरी गन ले रहा है, साइड जा रहा होगा, स्टेयर्स पे होगा. ओके इसने तोड़ा, यहाँ पे साइड पहुंच गया है, पता है इनको अभी. ओ लुलू, नाइस ट्रेड रासी. Now we plant spike. Those are our Harry take fade. They must not.
It's not going to be enough. He needed to really do something massive.
Oh, let's see if Depp can visualize something. Oh.
नीचे देख भाई अपने.
Yep. He forgot Rossi. Couldn't get the
9-8. कोई नहीं, अभी इको इन लोग बाय करेंगे. अभी उनके पास एक गेम प्लान है जो मैं प्रेडिक्ट कर रही हूँ. ये राउंड जीतेंगे ZETA.
True. I mean, the tagging slows him down as well, makes him an easier target. But apart from it too, again, just keep in mind, it's a round where ZETA Division didn't have all too much, but with the way that they didn't show off any executes, it's just execute it. Sneaks up, maybe drops to last, but those 2 kills were big enough. Now execute is offing too. Oh, there, he's back.
No, he wants to showcase, you know, why he was the one to be feared before the other Bang Bang. Couple of tags here right now for T1. 3-man stack on B. Euron's waiting for any.
Okay, भाई 3 जन साइड में आओ. T1 कर दे स्पैम राइट में, कर दे स्पैम. यूरान मेरे पे भरोसा कर और ये इससे स्पैम कर दे. राइट कर, थोड़ा क्रॉसर राइट कर.
Back away if they want to. What's perfect about this is if they do, there's like 2 players that they can catch off on the spawn.
Oh, I feel so bad.
Really has to just do godly anchoring stuff here or else. Well, he does get 2, but I mean, ZETA's never in a spot where they can really be confident in retaking things. And on top of that, the Viper's pit, which is spewed right in front of them.
If ZETA had a player named Lal, it would be ZETA Lal.
Strong second half, double digits already.
Ever since that, second round force buy, they haven't dropped a single bit. And ZETA, you're starting to think this might be another one of those rounds where they have to kind of half buy it up or save it up. And pretty soon, maybe hopefully a timeout being called by Coach Carlisle. Because again, now showing off some of these executes, right? They get a bit of space, they sit pretty, maybe dropping a little bit to Sugar Zero. But the response from Depp and, the rest of the squad not quite following through.
It seems like they can't.
Yeah, they had no idea.
Yeah. So it's more of them just hoping that this stack that they're doing in the back of the site is gonna be enough. But we've seen it for these multiple rounds already.
और प्रियांशु, मौका मिला लाफिंग इमोजी डालने का. लॉयल्टी पॉइंट्स छोड़ के.
Of their IGL to alleviate this.
Got one.
Oh, Depp. Yikes! He's down to half.
लो हो गया बे Depp. और तेरा नीचे पे छोड़ा.
Still kicking. Not quite sure how to adjust around the defense though. T1 with the way that they're playing around this. Depp kind of being beckoned over again.
He readdresses, puts himself right at the start, right at
ये
the
कॉन्फिडेंस चाहिए लाइफ में, वापस इधर आके खड़ा हुआ है.
And that's not the call, that's not the play that we were.
नहीं चाहिए कॉन्फिडेंस लाइफ.
It's the kill on Saya player, and I mean, simultaneous enough. Excrit, hard working. Euron.
Oh my god.
I don't know how safe he can
Nice Cozy, nice.
some damage right now. Whips out the classic, but even if he can win that fight against Izu, there was 2 more deal.
11-8. T1 जीतने वाली है क्या ये मैच? सामने के लिए देख रही है.
Yeah, it's almost as if that's what this composition was picked for. They know exactly that every other team, or at least ZETA Division still, it might be a new roster, but the idea is that the game plan centered around this exact classic composition. It's always the same thing. Meanwhile, for T1, when you got players like Saya, you got players like Rossi, you got players like Excurate, they can throw you in for one heck of a loop. And it just keeps happening again. Saya picks up quick op kills on his own. Similar to how Excurate have done so on the B side before. Now, the whole team kind of holding default. Saya looking for an opening pick. The drone ignored.
What a risky position for ZETA to play in. It actually still works out in the end. Xcrit now should get spotted as well here, as he uses the smokes to get him out of harm's way. We haven't really seen any aggressive push-outs from ZETA at all. No? Like, no Korean flash and dash on mid. If ever we see any of that, it's always just been Depp just swinging out, but that's not going to be enough.
Yeah, I feel like no big reason to, because they're always kind of anticipating that T1 is playing that default, and that's what they're doing this round. Very, very tricky to work off against. So just kind of hanging back, getting the info, playing off of it. Heroed on now.
He's getting chased. Wow, he has to hold this. He's good enough for the one, though.
Yes, Prishab, yes. मुझे सुसु आई है जोर से और बोलो पानी पियो. I want to pee. I will be right back. Oh, nice way. Deb क्या मारा इधर.
Maybe it's my time to shine, you know? Just give myself some highlight reels. Stack up, start this 2024 round.
Finally one round for ZETA division.
He does get that one.
I will be right back, friends.
Think about how that B main was played out. Depp picking up the first kill, maybe around the toxic screen, or maybe not even. They didn't see all too much. So once that owl drone was sent through, he instantly knew, all right, I could do something against the Saya player. And as soon as that pressure is alleviated, you know, they don't have to worry too much anymore. The rest of them finding some frags, Heroed on getting the information for the team. Depp is able, or at least enabled, to find the remaining frags. Oh, but as it happens, just one win, just one round win. Autumn is like, nope, that's all you're gonna get.
Yeah, instantaneously uses that timeout. But you're absolutely right, you know, it was a bait and switch, was a little bit risky, and it was the first round after so much garnered already here from T1. Oh, every single game this entire day, man, has been so hard fought for both teams.
Welcome to VCT Pacific, Asura.
What a first day. My goodness, I am enjoying every bit of it, but I will not, you know, I will be remiss if I didn't say this has been an intense and very much painstakingly long day. My God, these teams will not let up, and I love it.
Yeah, well, we've got a lot of talent here in Pacific. Champions being Korea this year, I am expecting for someone to bring that trophy home. But apart from that too, exactly right. Still, this round, Saya's still on that off, very scary. Euron back on the Odin. Just gotta post it up.
What a risky spot for Depp too.
Xcrit's still lurking.
I mean, this time though, they've put a lot more bodies into trying to deal with Xcrit.
Here.
Now that they don't see anybody on B main, you can see the rotation from Blaz right now. If he can maybe stop Xcrit from breaking this alarm bot and shutting him down, that could be something if he pushes on A main here. Sugar Zero. Ooh boy. But again,
get out.
Depp's still on the corner.
It's very important that ZETA does not like move too much right now, because if they get punished by Xcrit, or if Xcrit goes in deep enough, then some rotations might come through. We got 45 seconds left.
Oh, this is the worst case scenario right now for ZETA. This push out on short, if Huron can't hold this, Depp's hold on this boost spot for the past minute or so is going to be nasty.
Poison Cloud. Oh, ooh.
He does get one. He dashes over, but gets immediately traded. Activates the Hunter's Fury, and Huron holding on.
Oh!
And he does blast Xcrit away. That's a spike drop down on short too. 12 seconds. So unless Saya player can take down 4 players in 2-second intervals each with 8 seconds left, quick maths for you, this should be another round for ZETA Division.
I was not able to calculate or catch any of that, but yeah.
I mean, 8 seconds, 4 players, 2 seconds each.
Too many. But yeah, I mean, it really is those 4 players. I think that's the main thing, because they were able to stay alive. Depp having the skill to react to players who are trying to approach from tree. Pump the brakes for T1. I think there was that timeout called from Autumn to maybe attempt at a new default to try to sneak their way in, but because they weren't able to catch or fish for anything, Execute couldn't find any other kills off of his lurk. It's that much easier for ZETA to go through. Now, here's a different aggressive play from ZETA. Depp.
Oh, enemy battle in the air! And that's going to be Depp winning it out against Saya player. Still, though, quick little trade as Carpe finds Hiroron. It's ZETA wanting to get the one-up onto T1 here. It is trade for trade. There is that quick TP at the back of the site. Is it going to be full committance? Depp.
No.
World have activated as well. Izu did commit his use on from the shadows in the back of sight, but the spike did not come with him on B. It's still hovering somewhere here on A main in the hands of Carpe.
Exactly, trying to sell a fake. But Depp kind of saw a glimpse of something towards top mid, so he has an idea. Rest of the team just split up, trying to get the information around the sites. Izu, though, could still be a
Missed your Jetka fight. I'm sorry, I'm missing everything.
Absolutely, especially
Just
with
wanted
two
to
players
do
already committed to hold this B position. But they're calling them back?
Oh.
They have 30 seconds. They can do this, but
Gonna have to be a really slow creep.
30 seconds.
they have to run for it, though. Again, it'll take like 10, 15 seconds, but they're coming back to B once again.
Laz has lockdown, Laz has turret. Back towards A.
They're just about to touch tips.
क्या कर रहे हैं हम लोग?
There you go. Dev's gotten the first one. Nightfall activated. They'll trace everyone at the back of A. But the Odin reigns supreme.
That's right, ZETA Division. Sheath your samurai sword. First of all, we had Depp in the anime duel up in the air. But then after that, just getting a good read for things, being stationed and staying frosty. Like, this kill was so much. And then as the dust settles, yeah, they're from the shadows, playing some mind games. But ZETA just stays calm and collected. You know, feeling the pressure that they had from last year, maybe this would have been different, but this year, this brand new Atarashi ZETA Division, they are so much more rejuvenated and ready.
Depp's got his operator out.
Close.
Truly close indeed. Saya player, though, chasing him to the ends of the earth. He wants that contact play in motion, but off-cap kills Euron and Depp. Rossi and Saya answers back. Laz at the back of the site. Gets some coverage on the smoke by his teammate. Has to hold. If he makes any big noise, that could give Rossi an opportunity here. As you do see Izu slowly creeping his way onto fast lane. The fragment's perfect. That does force back Rossi for the moment here. Rossi's just trapped. He bumped himself into the corner, and it's all down to Izu. 50 seconds, spike in hand. He's pushing himself forward. He knows he can't plant the spike without them punishing him, so he might as well just be proactive with this one. And Laz finds him with the beautiful 3.
Bye. Come back.
T1, they had a string of rounds, but ZETA also got their own.
Yeah, T1 just really trying to throw out, you know, all the remaining cards left in their deck, trying out this different execute. But with the recon, the traps, the cyber.
What do you guys think? OT के खत्म. बताओ guys.
ZETA had enough of a read to deal with that, and not to mention the last 3 kills. Laz was that controlled that he didn't push past the dark cover, even getting information on towards lane and then peeking out for the final 2. Oh, what is this now?
They're making a lot of noise here. What is happening for Execute? He's already been spotted! Euron coming in from the pinch all the way from downtown onto short. Snake Bite activated here on A main. Maybe to stop any pushers out from ZETA Division, but ultimately also stops T1 from pushing up into A main right now.
Yeah, man. Mega impact kill. Execute has been such an annoying lurk for the past several rounds. Now they're just like, you know, if he's
Wow, कितना खुश है बोल तू.
try the B push, they're not gonna try it again. Let's punish him.
That was also the first time we've
भाग रहे
seen
इधर
that
उधर.
play come out from ZETA, so
yeah,
that's the reason why I kind of freaked out a little bit.
OT?
I'm freaking out right there with you, dude. Now it's gonna be a 4-on-5 without Execute. That's a lot of pressure off of ZETA's shoulders.
True, but all things can always be turned up.
This is for that overtime or bust, man.
Yes, for sure.
Not to mention, you know, ZETA can still play it safe. Laz still has the lockdown for the retake.
They do have this smoke, though. With the Prowler combination, it pushes back so much. You can't see Laz has to hold on for his teammate, but it's the beautiful bait and switch. Now, there's going to be the plant on the spike.
Locked down. Locked down.
They do have it. Rossi's going to hold the angle here. No, two of them will actually do so. Crossfires abound. Euron's finally shut down here, but this could become deadly, which it does. Isu gets spotted out. Rossi's already done his damage. Carbe's going to have to be
Rossi left alone. They shot. Is he gonna finish it, brothers?
50 HP.
What are you gonna do?
Locked down. He has to cross or even get a kill. If he does, maybe
Nope, it's done.
he has his ultimate. I don't know. He's there. He's there with him, but again, the detain.
First map done. Next up, Lotus.
Almost looking to get tripped up on map 1. Come back with a 13-11 swift retribution.
Just the first map.
खत्म लग रहा है. खत्म हो गया. अभी second map time. Second map time.
That forced buy from T1 in the second half gave them
Let's go, guys.
6 rounds in a row. But then ZETA, off of the, just one adjustment, depth coming in, being alive once more. Somehow, even with T1's timeout, they weren't quite able to answer back.
Carlos is giving everybody from ZETA right now two-handed.
Lotus Magents आपके हिसाब से. Lotus Magents मेरे हिसाब से हो गए Omen, Viper, Raze,
So much. All right, and we're just gonna pass it on to our panel to discuss
Cypher,
this game.
Gecko या Breach.
And every single map, every single game that we've had today has been so close. There's no exception.
So close, but this was also just so damn good between both of these teams. I mean, the run back there from ZETA, I jokingly said the Korean casters as they're making their way to the desk. I'm like, this is going to overtime.
Relax.
Might not have been the case, but ZETA still swung it back, and they were able to take it to the end. I mean, this is everything that was lacking from that first series. They were still able to come away with their win, but this was the cleanliness in play that we were looking for. Way more synergized, still seeing pop-off performances from both of the rookies as well as all of the veterans here.
Yeah, and also not just upping the speed, but with reason, right? With logic, using that utility
Dude.
to then build off of that momentum. And then you saw it in that last round as well. They get their early push, they send the 0 point, then they back off. They don't.
KJ, yeah, like either KJ or Cypher. I feel like it's more of a Cypher. I just feel like it might be Cypher.
Like they were about to just shut the coffin and nail it down to the ground.
But
because they
KJ is
were trying
also.
to make that comeback happen first for themselves.
I was gonna say, I really like how this new is.
KJ or
feels,
Cypher,
right?
yeah.
You know how way
I'm not
back
expecting a
when Zeta would
chamber.
be like a lower bracket and maybe backs up against a wall. They need that extra push and they would pull something out.
Yes, Devanshu जीत गए उन लोग. जीत गए Devanshu.
But now it seems like they're doing that consistently, which I absolutely love.
Hi, Kaushik किसका नाम है? Oh, it's Kaushik. Sorry, I saw another letter in it. Hold on.
Yeah, certainly. And I mean, this is still a limited sample size, but this is trending in a fantastic direction for ZETA Division.
Wow, ये हुआ ना text by 125% zoom. ऐसे chat पढ़ती हूँ मैं. ऐसे chat पढ़ती हूँ मैं. Zoom करके chat पढ़ती हूँ.
But I mean, they did have this slip beneath their grasp because it seemed like T1 was going to be able to just close this easily. But great perseverance overall here from ZETA.
Yeah, like,
again, when you have these rookies coming in, getting that perseverance, being able to fight back when you are at such a detriment, when your opponents have just been beating down on you, that's something that typically takes a long time to develop for a team. So the fact that they were able to persevere here is a really good sign for ZETA.
Yeah, I just continue to be impressed by both Huron and Uran, right? Not just their
Huron,
skill, but like you said, to have that mentality.
Astra, no, I'm not expecting a Sky or an Astra.
Obviously, surely some coaching from the veterans
Omen,
to help keep that energy
Viper,
going, but then to focus
yeah,
on
Omen,
the targets as
Harbor,
well, and
okay.
really catch it. If there was one round where they made a mistake,
Gecko या Breach, Raze,
the very next time, and they're working
KJ. Okay, I'll go with KJ, not Cypher. Oops. This is what I think it's going to be.
This was a very, very good game of Valorant.
Those were so good, but I like what you brought up with your Euron and Hideron, right? Because I feel like they're driving a lot of the aggression of ZETA as well. When they see them pushing, when the others see them pushing, then suddenly it's like, okay, Dep is like unafraid to do all of this that we're seeing right now in these stats.
Wow, मम्मी कितना छोटा पिल्लो लेके भाग रहा है देखो.
9 first kills. I mean, Dep is just opening up this entire first set on his own.
इतना बड़ा पिल्लो वोल्ट अपने बॉडी के साइज का पिल्लो लेके भाग रहा है खुशी में.
From him in their opening series versus Global, we're like, okay, yeah, Dep's still a known quantity. He looks good overall. I mean, but this is the ascended Dep. This is the guy who set the land kill record. This is that kind of performance.
And not out of desperation, right? Last year, so many of
What is this बोल्टू? क्या कौन सा पिल्लो लेके भाग रहा है?
This was him just running free and saying, "Yeah, we're just playing our game that we prepared. This is the new Zeta division."
जा नानी को पिल्लो देगा.
So comfortable now as that primary duel.
He was chilling.
Yes, exactly.
He was smiling. He was,
बोल्टू, I'll take pillow.
around. He was very, very comfortable. So this isn't even a depth that we're seeing, really pushing it or really sweating. He didn't break a sweat at all.
Yeah, but on the other side as well, I mean, all the rounds that T1 did win, they won it in the fashion that we're starting to continue to see from the offseason. Really good comms that you can see shine through the movement and the plays are making, the way they're swapping positions, the way they're swapping weapons in some of those rounds as well. So, I mean, listen, the scoreline was close and the content within it was as well.
मेरे को नहीं पता अक्षय तुम लोग कहाँ है. मैसेज कर देते अगर साथ में करना होता.
I feel like you mentioned, Will, the style that we're seeing out of T1, I love it when they do work together in perfect synergy. You see it, right? There's so many rounds wherein you see the utilities. You see,
मम्मी देखो क्या
for example, Carter being able to usher in his entire team so that they be able to take a ton of side comfortably, but you saw it when it also fell apart.
Yeah, we had some disjointed points there. I mean, Saya player overextending, re-aggressing out on an angle when he has that.
देखो हॉल में देखो क्या लेके भाग रहे हैं.
At one point, he's peeking in over towards B. Goes in for a shot.
देखो चेक करो.
Right as the cyber gauge gets popped there by Execute. So he's saying, okay, I'm going to pop this cage and cover your retreat.
1,68,036 and then there's Samarth with 10.
Either way, that disjointedness does end up costing them some.
हेलो नयन, मुझे नहीं पता क्या हुआ. I don't know. कुछ हुआ?
I think that you're gonna get that a little.
बोल्टू नहीं करते ऐसे.
Because this is a team of just fully confident players individually back on their old rosters as well, or their old games as well. So it's a little rough to see. Hopefully they can iron it out. And my big hope is, that's something that they can just talk about and they say, okay, this is how we communicate that in the future.
मेरे खुद पे 20 है भाई. मेरे खुद पे 20 हो गए देखो.
Don't start questioning it because everything else.
You got me killed.
I mean, hey, we've seen that happen among pro teams as well because in the heat of the moment,
गरम है? Thank you.
एकदम गरम नहीं. Okay, our habits so far have
ये ऊपर केचप डाला है.
we just have to make sure we clean it up just a bit
वो
more.
है मतलब उसकी स्मेट
I like
लगती
that you brought that up because, again, this is like still as unbelievable as it is. This is still a roster that is pretty rough around the edges, right? There are still players that have old habits and old habits die hard. So we're seeing.
भाई कल तो फुल प्रॉफिट देता भाई जो भी लोग चैट में थे. रुको गाइस मैं हाथ धो के आती हूँ. I'll wash my hands because cleanliness is godliness. समर जितने पॉइंट सारे ले लेगा. वाह भाई ये भी.
And I'm wondering now, how much of that first series really was just maybe some jitters for the players, because even though they still looked really strong, the coordination was nowhere near what we just witnessed here from them on Ascent. So I'm wondering if that was just, okay, day one, a little bit rough around the edges, we still got the win, now we're in full form.
And mind you, now that you mention it, Mika, in terms of that chemistry, I'm reminded of the fact that not only are they rookies coming up to this roster, but both of them started on Zeta Academy. I mean, there's something to that, right? I would love to see that success story continue, that if you're building up new talent, giving them these other opportunities to go out into other leagues or other teams, and then you bring them back to really tie them into that chemistry, you're starting to build a very, very long-term plan for your overall brand.
Exactly. It's the culture of it that you're imparting to these young guns, right? And whereas you have T1 on the other side that has bits and pieces from different parts. So it's understandable actually that, you might have a little bit of miscommunication, a bit of the, disjointed plays here and there.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, kind of going back and touching on that, the academy system a little bit more. I mean, we have seen already quite a bit of success for the teams that actually do have that. I mean, a little bit different, but EG with Demon 1 having him on the reserve roster, kind of keeping him in there, discovering his talent, and then really
कल क्या था? कल only win day था.
main roster and making that incredible run last year, but also with Flashback, who has been on the DRX Academy team for quite some time. So I mean, you have these players, and if you are able to really just identify that they have that talent to begin with, and then really just train it, build it up internally, you can absolutely utilize it on the main stage, and we're seeing that full force here for Zeta.
Well, Smiles on the side.
Let's go, guys. Second map time.
That's good news, and of course, they're now going to their map pick. We do have to remember that was Zeta's pick, and that's a pick they've always felt comfortable.
Spinach.
They've always believed they could pull out that.
Vishal, thank you for the membership, your baby. Thank you so much. Spinach and corn खा रही हो, guys.
Execute is going to play it.
Yeah, I think that is almost certainly a guarantee. It's more about whether or not Laz just opts into it. And yeah, has played it on this map in the past, so we're just keeping our fingers and toes crossed that he's going to do it again, because we got that jet anime battle. I want the chamber anime battle now.
Oh yeah, I think we all want that. All of these fans out there in the audience want that as well. But now, going into Lotus, as you mentioned, Will, it is T1's map pick. It's also a map that they're very, very comfortable on. And it's a map that ZETA is exactly 100% comfortable on.
Yeah, and this is also a map that Carpe's had several opportunities to now call on, and
I'm about to get real mad now.
you have robbed us.
Disappointment is immeasurable. Night day.
वाइपर ओमेन रेस दोनों ने रेस ही ड्यूलिस्ट लिया मैंने बोला था बट दोनों ने फेड लिया हुआ है
Obviously, there's a reason it's one of the more picked.
I thought it would be Gecko or
Do you know that
Breach but there's KJ like I said I was not expecting a chamber but there is a chamber
No, this feels like a middle finger directly in front of my face. I was promised glory, and this is...
Laz is thinking like, I'm gonna pick Killjoy because Achilles wants me to pick Chamber.
It could be.
That's the reasoning behind it.
Hello Vijay long time no see का कितने time
We are heading into Lotus right now.
I'm good of course I remember you
Casters, Quack, and Aserai.
It was about to come full circle, man. It was about to be the battle of the snipers.
It's like you draw the circle, but then your hand's not like really steady, so it's all squiggly lines.
Yes, I have experienced
Speaking of squiggly lines, some squiggly lines in form of wires maybe not really working. We got a tech pause!
Yay! Hooray! But anyways,
I can hear and feel your excitement, Aserai.
No, of course I'm not excited for any attack pause, but I am excited to see what impact we'll be seeing right now when everybody was expecting T1 to really run away with, again, the performance that they've shown when they faced up against Bleed. Such a commanding lead, everything and all of that. But again, ZETA Division, they got their own things working out for them. They're not the same team before that was very hesitant, very timid.
Video live corporate live you know
aggressive. They're working.
I'm aware Vijay Thank you so much for the 100 and for taking out time to come to my stream. Weekend कैसा था लेकिन? Monday तो Monday हुआ होगा. Weekend कैसा था? अंकिता जी मैं वही हूँ तो जो स्क्वाड पर आपकी beautiful pics डालता है. Thank you Navi, I always appreciate you.
As he flexes right in front of us.
We got a lot of fans all throughout the stadium too. I mean, like you've got these T1 fans, you got ZETA fans. It's a good day for Valorant.
It's a good mix.
Good mix. Not too biased. Except for maybe Aserai, who's biased towards ZETA. Anyway.
Hey!
Not really, not really.
Wow, shade thrown just because I'm the only one that picked ZETA Division, you know?
Nah, I mean, it's just great Valorant. But apart from it, I think it's also like just micro adjustments from ZETA Division. I mean, the firepower that these two rookies bring on board is actually really
मतलब United?
See the impacts of it from the previous map.
And how, again, quickly it translates into ZETA capitalizing on such things. Before, I think, you know, during the dark days.
प्रशम उनका जो भी copywriter है वो लिखता होगा. Weekend was nice but went by so quick. Yeah. मेरे तो पूरा weekend इधर ही गया. मुझे पता नहीं चला कब चालू हुआ कब खत्म हुआ कब मंडे आ गया मंडे खत्म भी हो गया देखो. देखो.
But now, with the rookies, as you were mentioning with Euron and Hiroron, it's kind of come full circle here for ZETA Division in terms of that firepower. And obviously, when everybody has that star potential, you are able to at least bank a lot more on more players on your team to be.
Oh, Vijay ka yeah, you must really be
more times than not.
Following so well, no? मेरे भी post पे मेरे को हमेशा दिखता है.
Get that one frag to provide the value to your team, because if not, numbers advantage always dwindles down. And if I
This isn't fair.
That game match against T1 last year, the one that where they could have almost went over to Masters Tokyo, there are some of these instances or moments where T1 on the map Fracture just knew exactly how to, come in with some executes and a lot of combos where ZETA didn't quite respond in kind. And then, as numbers...
That's wrong, Vijay. No. No. There's always Vijay Menon.
And it's just difficult at that point.
Bro, what is this vlog, bro?
This year, of course, just a very, very different story. It's very lovely to see. But now, as we move on into this next map, it makes you think, right? The previous one was ZETA's choice, Ascent.
Yeah.
This is now T1's map pick. The previous map being such close of a scoreline, how will this one feel, you know? T1's definitely practiced this quite a bit.
Yeah, fair enough question. Right, I can only assume a big portion of this is going to be how strong the long-range presence of Execute is going to be felt, right? And we were kind of hoping that we would see Laz match that up, but he wants to be more of a utility player, you know, so he's going to get himself that killjoy. But you're absolutely right. Although, to be said, this is the map, at least from just, you know, remembering it from pure memory, Laz was the one that got so much impact play when he was on the chamber.
Yeah.
So you know that there is some familiarity with ZETA Division on Lotus.
There definitely was from that LCQ last year.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
But, you know, can that familiarity help you counterplay against, you know, someone who's that good, Execute, right? And they definitely have experience with each other before in other game titles as well. So now that the tech issues have been resolved, let's get back into the game.
Yay! I'm very excited, guys. I just don't want to overdo my voice because we still have some insane
with the potential
highlights.
for a third map.
Also potential for third map, exactly. We have been at this for a very long time.
Drink some Red Bull.
Yes, it will give you wings. Okay, hold on. There's a paranoia setup here from Izu all the way on B. Is this a quick throw right now, or will they wait for contact first? Seems like it's going to be...
Okay, Vijay, have a nice week.
Don't want to pull the trigger too quickly.
माँ वॉल्यूम या तुम मेरे रूम का दरवाजा बंद कर दो
It's only the alarm button.
वॉल्यूम बंद करो
If Euron makes a mistake, it's going to be his life all for naught. No trades whatsoever. Huge push out coming in from T1.
Waltz straight into Rossi. Got the door activated as well, but because the guns were at the ready, T1 is not going to dare to challenge just yet. However, on the other half of the map, still Execute definitely thinking about positioning
Finally, I want something, guys.
Rubble. He's near enough.
और लक्ष्य बस यही तो है
Yeah, he actually recalls the rendezvous. So if he can hold out for like 10 more seconds, he can use it right now and be even more aggressive to push out, nearing that ultimate orb. There it is. Oh, he wants to go for heaven. It actually marks up here pretty perfectly. And that's 3 headshots. Fortunately, not getting that contact. Depp on the other side, though.
That's 450 credits right there.
Trying to flush him out with the nade here.
There we go.
He does get control of that C-long.
Gotta watch Waterfall and the door, maybe.
हो गया
At the very least, they managed to take over the site. T1 corralling around to kind of set up for the retake. You've got definitely players headed up towards... Oh, actually, no. So many of them headed towards Mount.
And this might actually be bad, though, because if they wait a little bit longer, yeah, they have to break that turret very quickly right now. So ZETA Division knows that there is some Mount push. To what extent? Unknown. But here comes the push here and now. If Carpe can have his hunt up and available here as they want to explode through the smoke, this could be something. They're able to at least get these contact plays, but it's heavily in the favor of T1. Hold on. It's actually been turned on its head. 2 versus 2. There's one more. Izu on top.
निकाल दिया बे
Assists Sugar Zero. Hand in hand. Breaks them down. And pistol secured. It looked a little bit iffy here for ZETA Division, but they come back again with the rookies taking charge.
Exactly right. Hirodon, 3 kills back to back. I definitely felt very shaken by this push coming out from T1. You're thinking about it, might be a bit of a choke point, but because ZETA doesn't really know, they're kind of just stuck and pinned down in sight. They can't really use Waterfall to escape because they're always thinking somebody could be approaching from here. But as soon as Execute falls, and then the rest of them coming out from Mount, it was easily dealt with, and with Hirodon and Sugar Zero, that was just that much better. Now into the next round, just these pistols. We got a little bit of information, but then ZETA, of course, with the guns, just playing it safe, playing it careful. Got the firepower, just make use of it.
They don't want to over-challenge just yet. Numbers can prove to be an important factor here for both teams.
Very nice check.
Yeah, just going to retake the utility right
Don't
now.
challenge the toxic screen, please.
Oh man, if that drops, everything will break loose. All hell will be unleashed. Trades still actually looking favorable here from the defender's side as Laz is down to single digits at this point. Izu thankfully not spotted by that haunt as they call in X-Grid reinforcements. Smoke's about to go down. 40 seconds. And all still up in the air here.
Where is HP
especially
Laz?
now that, again, the chamber is available for contact.
Very close to it. It is definitely possible. Well, it depends on how sharp X-Grid can still be. That's it, you don't want to lose the guns. Laz on the Bulldog. But they have to make their way through. 20 seconds left.
He's using a randomly pop shots. Yeah, he is. 15 seconds though. They're all reloading. Oh my gosh, they actually go around the peaks. 10 more seconds.
Gotta hunt.
He's gotta have to plant the spike here. Izu's getting closer and closer. My heart cannot take this.
Bro!
It's good. What a round.
That's insane.
2 pistols up against 3 rifles. Yes, Laz was low, but wow. And you just think about how it all starts off, right? You got ZETA playing it safe, that was good. They made you use the toxic screen, just checking. But then as soon as they go up around, mid-link area, that toxic screen that Rossi had blocked off so much. And rightfully so, Izu popping off.
G must kill, yes, yes.
Dark cover, very good extension.
Very good use of cover as well, as you mentioned, to really put some hurt there on Sugar Zero. To push out from X-Grid. If he stays here, he can still get that value and get away with bloody murder using that rendezvous of his. T1 truly on a warpath right now. X-Grid's back into holding that B main. Door's been opened up, but attackers holding this position on B. Heron's about to just go into that embracing crosshair there of X-Grid. He goes down, Spike as well along with him. And Laz to follow. T1. X-Grid's just so good on this chamber.
Yeah, not much to say. I mean, just with the way that they're getting the eliminations on this round. But I dare say, this could be looking to be, this is looking to be one of T1's sharper maps. Just a couple of days ago, right? Playing against Bleed.
मैं पफ खा रही हूँ यार बेकरी से इवनिंग स्नैक के लिए शाम को एक स्नैक खाना चाहिए ना डिनर के पहले क्योंकि मेरा डिनर 11 बजे होता है ना 7 बजे मैं इवनिंग स्नैक खाती हूँ
That was way more decisive than anything that we have ever seen before. And Carpe was the one kind of
मैं
top fragging.
अभी नहीं रुको जरा कितना बड़ा है रुको जरा सब्र करो कितना बड़ा है
That's not looking too hot, especially now that, ZETA has the weapons per se.
Hi Daisy. अकेले खा रहे हो भाई राजीव तू तो है नहीं यहाँ अकेले खाना पड़ रहा है देखो
Maybe deal some damage here. They got to be careful that they don't get hit by these wild shots from Rossi too.
Oh fuck yeah, I made him pop.
Get a pick off very quickly, very cleanly. And Rossi, boy. Carpe's quick to go for the punish. And Laz all alone by himself, lurking. So he has to pick up the spike. And he just has to go all the way for this pilgrimage on this A side, and it's not going to be too pretty for him.
Yeah, he's got some stragglers tailing behind him too.
Oh yeah, you're right. And he does not have his turret, so they're just about to hit this lurk. And he's looking to what's in front of him. Yeah.
I mean, to me, like, this round, the way it starts off, of all things, a nade kill from Saya player. I'm not quite exactly sure of how that happened to some of the ZETA players, but it's not the way that you want the round to start, especially when you're starting things off with a full buy. It's just knocked right on over. Maybe was it a teleport? Yeah. Just tossed right into the spot, kind of anticipating ZETA's game plan. And then at that point, it's already a 3-on-5.
Yeah.
Just because of nades. Huh?
I mean, it sees and nade.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
So it's a double whammy. You cannot escape that once you get, tethered in. So womp womp for ZETA Division.
So back into it, round 5. It's the half buy. You got this Odin. You got Execute on the operator already. Saya player with the rockets.
By the way, this is a really strong angle for Rossi here because at his elevation, if you go right in front of him, that angle right there is well bangable, and you will get hit if you're not crouching down. And obviously, you will be walking, standing up straight. So if he's not flush out of his corner there, and he just like follows anybody through the walls,
yeah,
it's a high percentage chance kill for Rossi.
Very crucial for Rossi to stay in that spot, to watch that angle, not expose himself too much.
Yeah.
A single hit, ZETA could be able to take him off. But of course, ZETA trying to look for openings on the other sides. That's where Execute is.
I mean, there's so little options right now from ZETA that we're seeing here.
Oh, okay, Depth trying to bypass.
And they can't really plan on the platform,
30 seconds
right?
left.
Because Rossi's right here. This spam. So this is just going to be a little bit of money, and Execute's timing as well as his hold on these lurks haven't just, again, leading to easier rounds dealt here by T1.
And it takes for Depth to play off of his teammate's contact just to take that Odin away. Spike might be planted, and that's good enough for the economy, but Execute precise with that sniper. 4-1 for T1 now.
Take timeout at 5-1, ZETA.
With his tour de force also available for him. So this is, you know, hurt upon hurt.
Yeah, this is where T1 starts to really find the effective usage of this agent. You die with the operator, you lose a couple more rounds, all good. I can just pull out the sniper whenever I want. The tour de force. So of course, now that Depp has the showstopper, healed on with the Nightfall, maybe looking for a bit of an Execute. But it's going to take a lot more just to put T1 at the back foot.
And first things first, they have to flush out Execute. As long as they don't hear that snap of the fingers, they already know that he's still somewhere right in front of them. Now they do. They can choose to start pushing up. They got a couple of seconds, but the thing is, this is a false sense of security right now, Quack, as two players of T1 have kind of sandwiched themselves together. And the longer they wait, the more chances they allow once again for, you know, Execute to place himself on an off angle, TP out, and the cycle, the ruthless cycle continues.
Not just Execute, right? You got Izu on this, you know, a little bit of an off angle. Good thing that it's the Nightfall that, you know, puts out these tracker lines. Saya players back. But of course, ZETA has to play really, really careful about this. And with all that, it just burns down the timer a little bit more.
He shoots the nade into the doorway.
So it's going to be like alt for alt.
Yeah.
Now down to 40 seconds remaining. Sugar Zero trying to reposition with the From the Shadows.
He actually opens up the doorway as well.
30 seconds left.
It looks like to be a feint too. He's gravitating attention here. That nade is going to be good for Depp though. That's going to flush out Saya players' positioning here. And Depp converts. Again, these kind of fights are
ऐसे entry सीखनी है मुझे.
and they just have to make it happen, right? That's as good as it gets, to be honest.
Bro, what?
It's not just the
I thought they got this round.
It's everything. And it's all going to be down to Laz to plant that spike. Sugar Zero was way too far because he committed the feint already all the way on tree. And T1, these rounds are just pouring in.
Got
First time?
5 in a row. Wondering if timeout needs to be called for ZETA Division. So I don't know if I can find an answer to this. That's why I'm not a coach. But again, look at how T1 plays this. Although they did fight that feint for a bit, you know, from the shadows from Sugar Zero, as soon as the dark cover went out, Execute calls for rotations right back. And he knows how to position
It's a
himself.
timeout.
He knows how to play, you know, cut bait. Let's hang back. Maybe side player drops, but Execute goes in with the team. He finds his frags with the operator, with the headhunter, and he's still sharp. He's still sharp on that thing.
And again, there is no real counter against, I think, Execute here. You can throw as much utility to flush about one corner, but again, if T1 can delay long enough, the cycle can keep continuing. right? He can keep placing his rendezvous. The threat is back up
Even
again.
if you try to dive at him with a showstopper, he might be able to shoot you out of the air.
Exactly. So
Maybe.
there really is no answer to him. And the big problem is Zeta Division, all of the plays that they're trying to do is to alleviate, divert attention,
फिर वहाँ पे तो 11 बज जाएंगे क्यों
force a rotation out of T1, but it isn't working because T1 knows
9:30 तक खत्म कर गया सब
if they don't rotate, they still have such a solid hold with all of the pieces spread out across the map.
Just wanting to play away from him, right?
Yeah.
But it's just
मुझे
to always pull that off. So maybe just give
Hi
us a team with
Tyson,
this
what a
chamber,
cute
chamber,
photo यार, cuteness तुम्हारे फोटो में है। वो ऊपर देख रहा है छुप गए सब।
I mean, I feel like Xcreator will just say that'll be a cold day in hell, that he'll be able to do that.
Yeah, but then we need Laz to say the same thing. But it is that bit of a half-buy round for Zeta. You got Depp on the Vandal still. But as they kind of push their way past pillars, Carpe gets all the information he needs.
भाई वो दरवाजा ही खोलते रहेगा भाई।
I like how his teammate keeps opening the door so that Xcreator can just
checking, yeah.
Yeah. This is awesome.
Go again, Izu. Press it.
Now he has to hold for
Thank
so long
you.
now. They know something's up.
Dark cover outs.
Yeah, that smoke gives him a little bit of that coverage. His teammate's backing away. Xcreator with the bait and switch.
My God.
Yep, exactly that. Again, they just have to figure it out, and
30 seconds left.
it's going to result in Zeta Division having to just take the loss of a teammate, right, and go elsewhere. That's as good as it's going to get. If that is... It's falling apart, man. It is falling apart.
No way.
Wow. Ripping through round after round. Zeta Division just cannot find any leeway.
No way.
And T1 isn't.
No way.
Similar streaks happen.
एटा स्पॉट में सालों का मैराथन स्ट्रीमर अवार्ड खाए कुछ अभी जस्ट खाए इसलिए मैं लेडी लाइक तरीके से अपना मुंह टिश्यू से पोंछ रही थी क्योंकि मेरी मम्मी ने बोला कि नया टिश्यू यूज कर जो स्ट्रीम के स्टार्ट से टेबल पे रखा हुआ है टिश्यू वही उठा के नहीं यूज करे ठीक है लेडी लाइक बिहेवियर मैं पफ को खा गई अब तक इधर चैट कैसे कर रहा है पिंकी मुझे बताओ ज़रा बर्गर नो आई वाज ईटिंग अ पफ Pinky, how this is doing this? I'm getting very like this.
But of course, overwhelming firepower can also mean that the defense is not going to look too hot. But I mean, if you can get these kills quickly enough, it shouldn't matter. Saya player holds.
चेयर का ब्रांड बंद करो कुछ 50% ऑफ मिल जाएगा ना वोट गेमिंग चेयर हम करते हैं प्रबंध अब भी करवाती हूँ मैं चेयर का प्रोमो
Zeta Division.
इधर क्या है स्टील केस लिखा है वैसे टॉप राइट में 20% ऑफ है स्टील केस देख लो Ooh, he is in.
He saw a little bit.
Oh, he saw his little bump.
Or was he just thinking, this is a Omen-sized smoke? Or Omen-sized pocket of a smoke?
Possible, yeah.
Let's see if I shoot this and then someone comes out. Izu does.
But of course, I mean...
Saga is 4 years later to spam party. Dekhna. Hello Saga, how are you?
And Sugar Zero to really block things off with the toxic screen gives them a bit more space. Depp is then allowed to get into tree along with
कितने सालों से कंट्रोल सी कर दिखा था ये वाला
making their way onto site.
जो यहाँ के अभी कंट्रोल भी कर रहे हो
That's the thing with double op, right? Very difficult to retake with. Yeah. And especially if you got the smokes and if you choose the
पिंकी
right
4 साल से उसने कंट्रोल सी दबा रखा था आज जाके उसने कंट्रोल भी दबाया Oh, they know.
And you might be able to have a better day.
How close is that explosion going to take? Whoa, that is turning into a very risky endeavor. I mean, the play was there. Rossi was throwing out his smokes and everything to punish Zeta Division exit out onto rubble. Didn't work out fully in the end. And now T1's like,
पिंकी सब लोग 3-3 मैप तक लेके गए कल मस्त सबने 2-0 गया था जल्दी खत्म हुआ था शाम को वैलो खेलने मिला था मुझे समझ रहे हो आज नहीं मिलने वाला है क्योंकि आज इतना लेट तक सब 3 मैप तक लेके जा रहे हैं सब लोग 3 मैप तक लेके जा रहे हैं
We've got okay, lockdown, showstopper, Viper's Pit.
Xgrid pushing in.
Oh my God.
Are we so close too? They're not going to know about this.
That's the thing.
Now they know about this.
Excurate, what a mad lad. And he's not
Oh no, what is...
Wallbang headshot.
अरे दिखाओ उसको वापस दिखाओ उधर क्या हो रहा है
He keeps re-peeking, and they keep giving him the opportunity to stay in highlight reel mode. Enough.
Enough's enough, man.
नहीं थकी नहीं हुआ इजी है ना sorry my excurate is just he's like मेरे सारे shots लग रहे हैं आपके मैं जा रहा
maybe coming back in to reinvestigate.
I'm pushing cover me
You got the op. It fires off for 2 more shots. I mean, the second one was incredible.
We need a slow-mo on that one.
Bang! Oh my god. Micro flick so pinpoint accurate. I mean, that's why his name is Accurate.
Because, you know, X Factor accurate.
Fatu getting ball, T1 getting clean shave. What you guys are doing? We are doing watch party, Piyush. When Fatu shaves, we will do watch party. When T1 shaves, we will do his watch party also. I hope they do it on stream so we can watch.
Lockdown used. Doorway blotted out by the smoke. You can really see how much respect, I think, at this point, ZETA has. Question is, where's the plan on the spike? Because if it's placed on safe, they have to start pushing out. That is a misstep from them.
No.
ZETA are really getting into their own heads here. T1 got everything locked and loaded. Sure, there's going to be the plan on the spike. Viper Pit as well. But the pinch from T1 can still come in pretty swift.
Last second, guys, attack!
To prevent that from happening.
We trusted you to endure. It was
just a heck of a journey. Ooh,
that was pretty quick here. Redeems himself from the Rosa. Euron's backing away as well. Any form of lineups is going to be huge, and any form of delay is massive. And that it is. They got everybody from T1 cooking.
लेके गए हम चलो
too strong, and every single
हाँ यार अच्छा खेले उन लोग यार उन लोग दोनों मैप अच्छा क्लोज आउट कर दिया अच्छा लगा देख के भाई I तो enjoy watching चिपी चिपी चापा चापा इसको सागा जाओ शॉट्स देखो ऑडियो है मेरा उस पे I was shooting अभी सिर्फ 4 में थे स्ट्रीम 2 पे बिंग स्कैट
You had him checking out top of heaven.
मैं भी रात को खेलते हुए इधर उधर स्ट्रीम चालू रख के खेलती हूँ
Just lovely stuff all over. And then Depp, of course, landing the shot with the Sheriff that close. Renders those ops useless.
But here we go again.
Oh, no.
And they got the same setup all over. Players can TP.
Okay, good.
He pocketed his teammate Izu.
1 मिनट का टाइम आउट दिया था हाँ मतलब नॉर्मली लोग सुधर जाते इजू बच नो
Will be. Excurate's down to 5 too. I don't know how he actually took that damage in, but it's gonna be that. But of course, T1 not missing a beat, gonna start making some waves here.
What a shot, lads!
Forced himself to go into a fight, but of course,
इसको पता है रोड ने.
The captain we're talking about. He might not have forgotten all of the highlights in these past 2 games, but it's still a force to be reckoned with.
Excurate's really low, but it is an op though. As long as he stays tucked away.
Chat rate बढ़ा रहा है. Yes.
Let me actually ask it. It could be really still deadly.
क्योंकि हम लोग क्या करते हैं पता है अगर किसी पे गुस्सा आ रहा है चैट में तो हम कुछ नहीं करते हम एक्सक्लेमेशन गिव थप्पड़ एक्सक्लेमेशन गिव टैग करके जितना थप्पड़ देना है उतना ऐसे करते हैं एक्सक्लेमेशन
What's the angle? No! Excurate, how do you find these angles?
5 HP.
Trigger 0, 2 versus 1. With his team dropping down with Laz not having
Hopefully give होगा पता नहीं कभी-कभी मना कर देते हैं मेरे को उन लोग
needs to find some form of solace here and that smoke gives him a little bit of coverage. Excurate, my guy goes in for the no scope. Spike planted right beside him. Okay, he gets the first one. Smoke giving a little bit more cover. It dissipates, but Rossi coming in around.
I was just about to say this is. I don't think this is happening. Just about that, I don't think this is happening. Failed. Puff 2 try kar.
Of course. It's just such incredible stuff coming in from Excurate. I don't know what else to say.
I was about to say the same thing.
You were about to say the same thing.
Yeah, because there is no rhyme or reason. You cannot reason, you cannot understand
क्योंकि ये मैप पे ना ओडिन गार्डियन ये सब हम सीख जाए ना.
right? Whoa! The clap back. One more round before we end the first half, though. Yo, Sugar Zero indeed.
It's been a rough half for ZETA Division. Hopefully they'll have a better time in the second. But now as we close things out, T1 going on the offensive.
Eta Streamlabs.
I mean, ZETA Division.
देखना.
Should just let go of this A main, man. There's too much heat at this point. Especially with Carpe so close there. If they commit to this fight, he has a nightfall, and they are going to try to do so. Depth charging in, slowly creeping up. It's a risk he's willing to take, and it's a risk that's not going to pay off.
Just stubborn.
Not happening. This looks like a 9-3 to me, honestly.
They're afraid to turn back as well because someone else could have pushed up onto pillars.
Looks like a 9-3 to me, buddy. Gaya. 3-1. Oh, bye.
Headshot angles with an Odin.
Alt kar di. 9-3.
9-3, T1 commanding first half in the second match.
Captain Pigsat. मैं भी join करूँगी.
Rossi pop off again. 9-3 first half. Incredible map performance from T1, and you see it all. First of all, of course, Execute just dead.
2 मिनट लगेगा अभी पिंकी ट्रेजर हंट को. 2 मिनट तक वो ट्रेजर हंट पे जाएगा.
Rossi on the Odin.
फिर हमको रिजल्ट आएगा.
Of course.
Yeah, just name everybody from T1 at this point.
Yeah, one more player. Wait, I got his name. It's Carpe. There we go. The
सबने join किया है पिंकी का ट्रेजर हंट. ये चलो ट्रेजर हंट पे चलो. जब तक हाफ टाइम हो रहा ट्रेजर हंट करेंगे. यही हो. हाँ अभी 2 मिनट होएगा पिंकी. 120 seconds since you put the first command. Then we will get the result.
But yeah, it really just is.
यार ट्रांसफर का नहीं आया यार लक्ष्य.
Him up a lot, but it really is because he's finding a lot of these impactful frags. It's not just collecting numbers and numbers of frags.
Yeah.
But the way that he positions himself, sometimes even, randomizing it. Sometimes he's on C, sometimes he's back on A.
जल्दी 2 मिनट हो. 1 मिनट तो हो गया. चलो अभी 1 और मिनट ये राउंड खत्म होने तक हो जाएगा. जब एक्चुअली वेट करना होता है ना पिंकी तब मेरे को 1-1 मिनट बहुत लंबा लगता है. बट लाइक व्हेन एक्चुअली लुक एट इट इट्स नॉट दैट लॉन्ग. बट इट फील्स लाइक इट्स टेकिंग फॉरएवर.
A bit of utility to flush him out, and he can push up into the side. But because he has that support from Izu, because he gets that support from Carpe, so on and so forth, he shrouds himself in so many options that, again, it turns into a 100-question guessing game for ZETA as to where X-Crit really is, as to how to counter X-Crit.
यार एटलीस्ट 1.5 मिनट हो गया है. It's been 84 years. भाई बहुत लंबा लगता है मेरे को वेटिंग. Even if it's 120. Oh!
We haven't really seen anyone challenge him through this map.
Pinky we won!
Now they're on the attack, and this is where Carpe will be more effective.
Our points got doubled!
Okay, these trades are still.
लॉल आधे लोग ब्लॉकर में चले गए और हम आधे लोग ही जीते. हा 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 हा.
All the way through that A site. Classic in hand, Execute holding tight little angle here on stairs. And as the smoke comes into play, wow, this is like 3 people just looking straight into Laz if he pushes this. There shouldn't be any chance for him to even get a frag.
Yay!
Looking very lost as T1. I don't want to say commanding, I want to say dominating right now here on Lotus.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, like this is where I'm going to start to get a little bit
Yay!
for ZETA.
पिंकी हम लोग जीत गए आधे जन और आधे जन को लॉकर में डाल दिया. Ayo, what a shot, dude.
Yes, Lotus is their map, that's amazing. The next one is going to be Sunset. And we haven't really seen ZETA Sunset before. I don't know what, kind of tricks up their sleeves they could have. Yeah, but we definitely know what T1 is capable of, and they are doing so much right now. Round 2, Odin.
And again, man, if they try to just...
Oh, we लग जाता ना last को.
When it's Execute in front of them, he can always TP away. And this is just punish after punish. ZETA Division really losing.
Fast round.
I think any form of calls. They're just hoping that being aggressive, being a lot more forward is going to pay off. But ultimately, it really hasn't.
Easy अब Savannah must.
It's a tough one. It's a tough one to say the least. Yeah. I mean, side player in this round is kind of like, yo, let me in on some of the fun. You guys got all the
Put
kills.
user in timeout 24 hours. Kal aana Saga, kal.
There he goes.
Kal aana kal.
Next round,
Kal.
you know, 3-11.
Kal aana kal.
ZETA can really hunker down, pull off a Fnatic. Such a crazy comeback. If they do it, that'll be amazing. But if they don't, you know, match that point, that's it. Last starts things off with the defense.
Here on claps back as well for an extra. Also want to say again, Xcrit's already on an operator here.
Saga में नया अकाउंट बना लिया इसे. हाँ भाई.
You might not keep a hold of.
YouTube में तो लोग के 20 होता है अकाउंट. एक अकाउंट में बैन मिला क्या है? दूसरे से आ जाओ. Easy है.
Could save, but that'll take a really long time.
I mean, I don't think that ZETA's gonna chase them down.
My value sense is 0.35.
Where they're like stressed. How are we gonna do this?
अटक गया.
And Xcrit got separated with that by the door. All right.
The crowd was like gasping a little bit.
Not like this.
It's alright, he's gonna make it over. Hiroran has sightlines. Definitely hears that rendezvous being placed down. What?
Ayo.
30 seconds left.
And Xcrit hasn't actually TP'd away yet, so he can
Yeah, he
get
doesn't
a
need
more
to.
forward position here on Waterfall. And again, just wait
तीन
around the
नारे कर
rendezvous.
सकते.
He doesn't even get paranoid. It hits the shot on Sugar Zero.
Oh.
Deb, if Deb went down to an up in that fashion, I'm already calling it Xcrit's best operator player here on Asia Pacific. The Deb swing out to the paranoia.
He's doing
Favor of Deb here though, because Izu's gonna have to get closer and closer in. And
He's just taking it, bro. He's taking it.
the spike. What a
Ayo, pros don't fake, dude.
could even save the operator coming into that next round.
बस लाइक कर देना सब अकाउंट से. हाँ. सब लाइक. अरे वाह, सेम ही बनाया इसने. सेम नेम, सेम फोटो, लाइक कर दिया ना. बस.
Yeah, actually was deadly. But you gotta respect and admire what Deb did at the end. I mean, that's that's the experience. That's the, you know, knowing that your opponent is far enough.
Okay, puff, जाओ एक puff खाओ.
To really stick the defuse.
What? He still has money for it? His teammate had money for it. I mean, this is just a weapon in his hands. But it's already a weapon. You know what I mean, guys. Come on.
Yeah, it's a weapon.
Okay, fine. It is a paintbrush, and he's the artist.
Okay, there we go.
Right? And the map is the canvas, and shooting down his opponents is the art. I don't know. I'm not poetic at all, but...
Good try, good try.
Good try, good try. Xcrit still the man with the plan.
Yes, puff वापस बनने जा रहा है ताकि कल वापस उसको कोई खाए.
Difficult for him. But as soon as I think that, you know, I'm recalling that round where
Saga is just enjoying it at this point.
waltzes up and catches Hiroran.
Guys, अगर डालना ही है चैट में कुछ तो इमोजीज डालो यार. मैसेज नहीं. एटलीस्ट इमोजी का कॉम्बो बन सकता है. इमोजीज डालो. इमोजी का कॉम्बो बन सकता है. ये देखो.
Maybe with Huron and the judge and
कॉम्बो डालो इमोजी का यार.
plays, it might be able to throw him off. Hiroran.
विनोद क्या स्पैम कर रहे हो भाई. नॉर्मल इमोजी, वो मेंबर वाले का कॉम्बो नहीं बन सकता है. नाइटबॉट काउंट नहीं करता है.
T1 did wait for a lot of those nades to subside before
इमोजीज डालो भाई. कॉम्बो की पड़ी है. It is very important to use the combos.
Still get that plant regardless. Well, they will be forcing this retake from ZETA Division.
पूरी चैट एक इमोजी डिसाइड करो और सब वो डालो.
This is looking so dicey.
है सब अलग-अलग डाल रहे हैं. सब लोग डिसाइड करो चैट कौन सा इमोजी डालना है.
Which they don't. They're gonna have to go in, dry on the contacts, and T1 is just ripping them apart. There's that long flank coming in from Deb, but he's already so late. Laz, sure, he can pick up Xcrit here, but that spike is gonna explode regardless. There is the alley-oop here from Saya player, and Deb, I don't know if he's gonna get engulfed by the event horizon. He does not, but that puts us into map point and possibly even another map 3 in this day.
Okay, chat is still deciding कि कौन सा emoji डालना है guys. कोई नहीं decide करो.
Execute up on 20 kills.
Okay, Mikey with the angel halo. 3x combo बनाया Mikey ने 3 बार same emoji डाल के 3x combo बनाया guys.
But apart from that, I mean, you were talking about it. No flashes. You guys just gotta go in for dry contact. It's clear as day what that means. You know, you're going to
Rocket कब तक combo नहीं बनाया है 3 का भी. Let's see. Time out आ रहा है.
3-on-2. Saya player had the showstopper. So a last-minute timeout called by ZETA.
Ooh, I see a 5x combo.
But at the very least, you know, a bit of a breather, some more ideas for.
I see a 5x combo.
As well, because Sunset is another map where ops could be really, really strong. You always want to watch out for Execute with his lurks.
You know who's happy in this game, aside from T1?
सब दो अलग टाइप के रॉकेट क्यों डाल रहे हैं?
The VODs of T1 and how they're playing with this, and they're already formulating.
Guys, normal वाला जो YouTube के emojis है वो काउंट नहीं करते ये. YouTube वाले emojis नहीं, normal emoji जो फोन में रहते हैं. तो जो फोन वाला रॉकेट है ना वो डालो. कौन सा रॉकेट है देखो? ये वाला.
ZETA Division have never had a
YouTube वाले काउंट नहीं होते और members वाले काउंट नहीं होते, सिर्फ normal काउंट होते हैं. I see a 4x combo. Yes, there it goes. Normal वाले काउंट होते हैं.
But ultimately T1 still has the overwhelming control. Speaking of which,
रॉकेट वालों के बीच में 2 जन हैं अपने विशाल और लक्ष्य जो तोड़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, बट 6x combo बना दिया रॉकेट वालों ने. Let's see रॉकेट versus others. रॉकेट वर्सेस लक्ष्य हो रहा है चैट में. Oh, that is a big combo. 6x combo. Oh, ये तो बहुत ही बड़ा combo है.
T1's not foolish enough to leave it alone.
That's a long combo, dude. Bro.
I mean, I don't even know. One more.
Oh भाई 7x combo नहीं, Streamlabs पीछे रह गया. अभी तो बहुत बड़ा combo बन रहा है. मैं आ गया रॉकेट पे. अभी लक्ष्य ने कितने का कॉम्बो तोड़ा है बताओ जरा. बीच में टेक्स्ट डाल के कितने का तो कॉम्बो तोड़े. What? This has to be the longest combo.
That slows everybody down. Through the wall, one more in, and I mean, was there ever a doubt we were going to go to map number 3?
Lakshya has ruined the 30x combo. दिख रहा है इधर. लक्ष्य गर्ग हैज रूइंड द 30x कॉम्बो. 30 को कॉम्बो चल रहा था रॉकेट्स का. 30 टाइम्स इन अ रो. चलो गाइस सनसेट भी देखने मिलेगा. 30x कॉम्बो रूइन किया. नाम लेके बताता है स्ट्रीमलैब्स बड़ा कॉम्बो रूइन करने पे. कौन था ये बंदा? Lakshya once again back at it, breaking the combo. Lakshya शर्म कर, शर्म. इतने प्यार से लोग combo डाल रहे हैं. Zenitsu शर्म करो. 8x combo तोड़ा है Zenitsu ने. ओ ये भी बड़ा वाला बन रहा है एक.
I mean, might as well go to a map 3, right? We already said it. Let's do it.
अभी नकुल ने तोड़ा है कॉम्बो. नकुल का नाम लेके बताओ स्ट्रीमलैब्स के. नकुल ने कितने का? नकुल हैज रूइंड द 25x कॉम्बो. नकुल 25 का कॉम्बो चल रहा था. हाय ज़ेनित्सु मैं क्या मैं तो अभी आया. कुछ नहीं बस कॉम्बो चल रहा था थोड़ा. लोग बहुत मेहनत कर रहे थे कॉम्बो पे. Oh, this is the longest. I think this is more than 30 also.
They're really setting up Execute to kind of be free to take those aggressive fights because there's utility behind him.
Bro, it has to be way longer than 30. अब कोई ruin करो. अब मुझे देखना है कौन. Zenitsu back at it. Zenitsu has ruined the 53x combo. Zenitsu 53 का combo चल रहा था. 53.
I love that
413 भाई.
combination, right? Rossi and Xcurit. Xcurit has such aggressive
53 का combo तोड़ा है.
see him just like pushing through one side with an operator and him alone, right? Sometimes without even Rossi there because Rossi's on another side spraying through with the Odin. That sometimes Saya players
देख लो पिंकी कैसे कैसे लोग होते हैं.
Yeah, I mean, Xcurit, he just kind of dominates this map. This is why we were really wanting to see that chamber head-to-head to see whether or not Laz was
53 का combo चल रहा था.
on that agent and also get them a win on this map that has been so far very, very good for the side of T1, but fortunately they don't lead into it. And Xcurit is just
Guys, chat में कोई मैसेज नहीं डालेगा except for the rocket emoji and normal rocket, YouTube वाला rocket नहीं. तुम्हारे emojis में जो है वो.
He's got all this util backing him up, whereas Carpe's just throwing a C's over to see.
Shut up, Nightbot.
He's just off on an island. They're just trusting that everybody else.
सिर्फ normal emoji वाला rocket होना चाहिए और कोई messages नहीं. Okay, चालू करो. 100 का combo बनाएंगे हम लोग. मैं भी.
Focus around that chamber as well, so T1 really understanding what kind of pressure this firepower brings to their opponents. I also want to point out Izu, right? I mean, he's the one who clutches out that 1v2 in that second round to just flip the flow right off the bat, getting that eco win. And then
100 का combo बनाते guys.
So overall, just again,
प्रतीक क्यों ओके लिखा? प्लीज stop ruining it guys. आप 100 का बना रहे यार. Support करो. Shut up. Ruin the 26x combo यार. 26 का तोड़ दिया. मत करो यार chat please. मत करो guys please. अच्छा बनाओ ना 100 का. समर बैन कर दूंगी मैं. कॉम्बो बनाओ चुपचाप. 13x कॉम्बो. 13 क्या होता है भाई? लिखना बंद करोगे तुम लोग चैट में. सिर्फ इमोजीज डालो. स्टॉप राइटिंग एनीथिंग.
For somebody who should be playing.
I'm gonna start banning you guys if you don't stop chatting, okay?
Hopefully, a lot of insurance policies.
Syntheta ruined the 22x combo. यार कितने गंदे लोग हो यार तुम लोग.
And he's more than enough usually to hold a side on his own, right? But again, you also have Saya player Carpe and Izu that are just hovering.
Stop it! Stop ruining the combos, guys, please.
Yeah, and Rossi.
कितने गंदे हो यार. मैं नहीं बात कर रही.
It's such good support play, right? Whether it's the Odin, whether it's the Phantom. I mean,
क्योंकि देखना कैसे लोग हैं. इनको चाहिए ही नहीं कि हम सक्सेसफुल बने. 53x combo break किया. अभी इन लोग हम लोग को 100 का नहीं बनाने दे रहे. ए चुप हो जाओ चैट में. कोई बात नहीं करेगा.
Today, I mean, he's making sure that he's holding down a site or he's holding down the momentum so they can keep pushing forward when they're on the attack. Who's always just checking.
पहली बार होगा कि कोई चैट में हाई लिखने के लिए बैन कर. अंडी मंडी कर दो. अंडी मंडी गाइस. जो भी अभी कुछ भी और लिखा ना चैट में देख लो.
Kind of what happens when you have such a dominant victory coming through here.
We're on a mission. Stop ruining the mission, everyone else. Shut up, Streamlabs. Oh, he doesn't count anyway.
3-0 first kills first deaths.
Let's go. Andi Mandi, guys. I'm telling you. Siddharth, Andi Mandi to you. You are one Andi Mandi. ARP gamer also. Krish, tu to सबसे बड़ा Andi Mandi. 46 का combo तोड़ा है सिद्धार्थ. Bro.
Right in front of us right now, right? And going into Sunset,
I'm about to beat your ass.
If they can keep this up, are they going to go with that same combination again? Maybe another way, but more of like Xcurit and Rossi perhaps leading the fray, and then you have the others sort of like, there for the sweep. We don't know just yet, but I do want to focus a little bit on ZETA because you kind of saw where, I guess, the mental was broken, right? Yes. You kind of saw where they started hesitating. They started doubting themselves. Suddenly, they couldn't even break through.
शर्म करो, chat.
And here's the thing. We saw this back in the chamber meta.
53 का combo तोड़े तुम लोग. शर्म करो.
Either eventually win the fight against the chamber, or you just have to go to another part of the map.
Haters है भाई chat में. Haters है. Haters chat में. Haters.
Odin is there. So ZETA, I mean, quite frankly, I don't know if you can blame them. Xcurit's just firing on all cylinders, and if you can't win that fight, if you can't get your mental back in, make sure you take him out on that first kill, then it's a rough map.
Yeah, it really is. And I mean, this is again the
haters है. Haters chat में. Haters हो तुम लोग. Haters.
Not banning this map away, decided to go for the icebox.
एक छोटा सा सपना देखा मैंने. 100 का emoji combo.
Had a better chance here compared to icebox.
इतना छोटा सा एक सपना देखा मैंने. 100 का इमोजी कॉम्बो बनाए हम.
I'm so curious, right? We've seen
मेंबर्स ओनली कर दो. जब मेंबर ही खुद तोड़ रहा है स्ट्रीक. हाँ सिद्धांत, मेंबर ही स्ट्रीक तोड़ रहा है तो क्या मेंबर्स ओनली करूं मैं? किस बात का कॉम्बो चल रहा है? इमोजी कॉम्बो.
I mean, Fade's coming out as well. Some people still favoring the Sky as a single initiator. There's a lot of different interpretations. And then
कोई नहीं गाइस, हम कल ट्राई करेंगे. आज का हमारा रेकॉर्ड है 53x. ठीक है, याद रखना 53 लिख के रख अक्षत. आज हमने 53 का कॉम्बो बनाया इमोजीज का. 53 टाइम्स इन अ रो मेरे चैट में रॉकेट सेंड हुआ है. कल हम लोग 100 का कंटिन्यू करेंगे. ओनर होके स्पैम करते शर्म नहीं आती? नहीं, मेरी चैट मैं स्पैम कर सकती हूँ.
Highlights here from Lotus, because I mean, it's just get ready to watch more Xcurit, because that's what the highlights
Why
are
not?
going to be.
I would say give me more Xcurit, right? Because it was just such a phenomenal performance. And as we can see, of course, we know that T1 is very comfortable.
कोई बात नहीं गाइस, हम कल ट्राई कर लेंगे. आज के लिए 53 का कॉम्बो अच्छा था गाइस. I'm so proud of you guys. Special shout out to Pinky for making this happen.
So perhaps there was that.
For the support.
Maybe we can do it again? Question mark. But I mean, they probably didn't factor in.
Girls supporting girls.
I mean, it's pretty possible that could be the case. But yeah, after watching Xcurit on this map, I think you either have to fight on
Girls supporting girls.
show that you can outdo him on that role, or just maybe try to stray away from this pick in general, because it's just been so utterly dominant. And I mean, it even started off well. I mean, you have to remember, we saw it right there at the
Thank you chat try करने. Thank you. I'm so happy and proud of you guys.
It was really strong for them.
कल हम 100 का बनाएंगे. अभी तो नहीं होने वाला 100 का. कोई बात नहीं गाइस, बस कर दो. हाय खुशी, हाउ आर यू? हेलो रेज वोल्ट.
Zeta division. So clearly Zeta, they wanted to keep the momentum up, but at a certain point it just went quiet on that side of the stage, because I mean, surely as a player you feel it, right? It's like, okay, well, we've hit a wall and the wall is just shooting us back and there's nothing we can do about it. And so you maybe just do a mental reset, right? You've got that coaching staff to support you, and okay, a breach interpretation.
Yeah, a lot of changes here. So breach interpretation for Zeta Division, but also Xcurit not going to be going for the Astra, shifts over onto that Cypher. Carpe bringing out the Sova as well. So these are big changes for T1.
Yeah, Izu onto what seems to become his comfort pick now on that Omen as well. So yeah, they had some fun plays with the Euro, but it did get read through right away by PaperX at AVL. So they're switching back to something they feel is a little bit more flexible.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see.
मेरे मैसेज में देखिए ब्रेक आ गया. हाँ, तुम लोग को आया होगा अभी ब्रेक लेने के लिए. Thank you for participating chat. लेकिन I love you guys. You are the best. Are we starting? Yes, sunset to end the day. 9 बज गए. Yes, let's go. Starting.
Which is going to be massive. You know, again, when Kickoff has so many of the champion points, we'll see how this goes. Zeta Division versus T1. T1's Xcurit has been nigh phenomenal. Man is possessed.
So far, yeah, T1 definitely showing
Guys,
us
we
a
must
lot
get ready for this watch party, no? How we'll get ready like
But then,
this?
as the desk mentioned, agent composition changes up. Shows a T1 that, you know, maybe wants to tamper with something and change things up. Definitely a lot more serious, a lot more effective. But then again, Zeta going in for the double initiator instead.
Xcurit still on B main. This might not get flushed out by Euron at all, and there it is. Saya player finds Step as well.
One tap, 2 tap. Oh no, I thought he was gonna.
Because Xcurit's right there, his buddy.
Xcurit, what are these shots, dude?
And he even goes above and beyond with the 4K quickly here in the pistol.
First round, 4 pistols.
I wish हम लोग भी बोल पाते you are the best.
Prowler that kind of gives it off, or it's just not quite really
ऐसे करोगे मेरे साथ.
utility to combat some of these positions, but Zeta walks straight into a trap.
Yeah. You can already see that Zeta's rattled, right? They're starting to lose contact, or not just the contact, but just lose the due diligence to, you know, maybe we have an opponent that travels on that B main position.
Username green कैसे करते हैं? Show him membership लेके.
Flash to assist his teammates on the side when, again, they haven't fully cleared out B main at all.
So now with the guns, I mean, they can move around a lot more. T1. Zeta Division on the other hand.
Hi, Bazuk, how are you?
How they are set up. Exploring mid this time.
That's just Zeta Division. Knocked up here by Rossi and Xcurit. Xkit should have his ultimate almost up. And imagining that coming into the bonus, that's going to be quite a huge advantage for him. As T1 slowly but surely.
Look at the energy in the audience. वहाँ पे सुनाई दे रहा है तुम लोग को. तुम लोग भी चिल्लाओ chat में चिल्लाओ. Let's go. Where is the cheering in chat? Huh? You guys are supporting T1. तुम लोग जब इतना मारे 72% of you should be cheering in chat. Where is the excitement in chat?
Pretty early on in the
Huh?
map. But
Guys?
yeah, I mean that said, you really gotta
Yes, Arthur, that's the spirit. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
this full buy round now because it says a lot as to how this map will start. And again, wanting to
Let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Berserk, who are you supporting? I'm here for a good match.
This camera is giving some
Woo!
really nice information here for Xkit.
Yay! Where's the excitement, chat? Woo! Oh no.
Find him in the battle through the cipher cage.
Woo! Let's go! Let's go!
That's some information gathered. That's
Cheer for your team. Woo!
big player
Let's go!
downed.
Yeah!
T1 side player and like two other players here from T1 going in for this big flag. You already see Laz holding patiently with the rest of his team.
खुशी चैट में चिल्लाओ चैट में घर में IRL चिल्लाओगे तो फिर मतलब घर में
This nade, will it flush him out? Absolutely it will, as Huron falls down. As I mentioned, 3 players of T1 going in for the flank. Has to break that
घर में चिल्लाओगे तो लोग तुम पे चिल्लाएंगे ना पागल हो गया क्या ऐसे क्या चिल्ला रहा है ऐसे बोलेगे तुम समझ रहे हो
is gonna get punished. They're just gonna go with this for this 3-man push. They do upgrade some of their weapons, so there is better firepower right now from T1.
Very realistic Suryaditya.
Pays off.
खुशी से 10 पॉइंट लिया समर.
But that's never been a hindrance here for T1. They do line up for depth in that high vantage point, and Izu left by himself. Probably just going to be playing that exit frag.
Yeah, way too many targets right in front of him, but the way that this round plays out, just a more decisive take from ZETA. Going in for that elbow push, T1 not really, despite having the camera for information, not really able to work off against it. So now it's just gonna be a ZETA that slowly, comes back into the game. Still really early on, but right now, great movements from ZETA to put themselves back on the board. As we go to the next round, though,
वापस आ गए सागा स्पैम ना करो बैन खाओगे.
But more interestingly enough, it's gonna be Saya player on the operator this time. Still a very lethal force in this game, but we gotta watch out for him. Xkit, on the other hand, playing a more ratty role as compared to what we saw in Lotus. A little bit more similar to what we saw him do on Ascent.
And with him having that neural theft, right now, it's going to be a huge boom if he can actually utilize that. Saya player's operator somewhere here on elbow. The flash out. If he can re-peek this, they don't even know he's there. As you can see, his teammate is giving most of the information. Carpe's breaking all the utility. But I feel like ZETA knows something's up at this point. They're waiting for maybe a push out here for T1. But it's the first one that peaks, that loses, I feel like, in all of these things. And they're coaxing it with the Sova drone.
ओ दिख गए 3 दिखे 3 हिलने नहीं वाला अब तो ये यहाँ पर से. Oh hi सूरज क्या हुआ सूरज पूरे चैट को टाइम आउट दे रहे हो.
ZETA is definitely thinking about the paranoia to get themselves out of this sticky situation. Or to at least get a pinch onto Saya.
Wow.
Popsicle इतना fancy word use किया है मेरे लिए यामिन. Fancy word. संतरा बिंद्रा बुला रहे थे मेरे को अब तक. Popsicle.
Laz finds an opening. Rossi does get a trade, but ultimately Huron finds him. That means that Xkit left on an island on that B site. What?
सूरज बट should have seen हमने 53 combo emojis का combo बनाया था chat में 53 times the same emoji 100 का लेकिन कोई करने नहीं दिया तोड़ दिए लोग.
Because of that aftershock.
Yeah, patience and reads, right? First of all,
100 करने नहीं दिए लोग.
You have the paranoia that comes out as well. And if you think about how a team operates, they're either throwing it out just to check in case, or you know they're also anticipating such movements from T1, and either way, just speaks volumes as to how ZETA are reading this game, and that's something that they could definitely need more of as they push through.
सागा भी लाइक उसमें मेरे को टाइम आउट दे रहे, तो भारत वाले की जगह स्पैम करोगे तो मेरे को टाइम आउट नहीं देंगे.
I mean, Depp just reacting off of such an opening kill as well, instantly diving on the side.
देखो इसके ट्रिक्स देखो भाई.
So far, they haven't really seen Xkira though, so that could be.
हेलो बोलने पे हेलो स्पैम करने पे टाइम आउट मिल रहा है. तो अगर मैं भारत वाला की जेली को तो टाइम आउट देंगे.
This is from T1, no? We'll see. It has to be. Yeah, it is. So they realize something is up.
Let's do again. आज नहीं होगा यार, कल ही होगा. कल नया करेंगे.
To the brink in that last game. You know, there's
Just checking for general knowledge purpose. No, Yash, I don't have anything to say.
like, you know, these kind of teams that
आज तक देखा है कभी मुझे कुछ बोलते हुए? मैं तो शांत स्वभाव की हूँ.
if it is, right? It's a huge understanding of how ZETA can always be a big threat against them.
It always is this question of like, what are
अंकी मेरी पिटाई कर दो, रुको.
in our defenses, and Autumn is trying to right that ship. What we've seen so far is always this elbow, and although the attempt was to stick Saya player with an operator down this spot,
नहीं कर पाई यार मैं, sorry. What combos in chatting going on? कर रहे थे हम लोग चैट इमोजी. अगर पूरी चैट एक ही इमोजी टाइप करे और बीच में कुछ और नहीं आ जाए तो वो इमोजीज का कॉम्बो बन जाएगा. तो हमने 53 टाइम्स कॉम्बो बना दिया. फिर सिद्धार्थ ने बीच में हे या कुछ तो टाइप कर दिया था.
Mishap there from Depp. Either a misclick or a bit too early on the use with the satchel. That's all you really need to do.
That's a wonderful response. I completely agree. Thank you, Yash. My goldfish memory से मैं भूल भी गई कि मैंने क्या दिया था. क्या बोला था? क्या मैंने ऐसे कुछ बोला नहीं मैं तो. हाँ मैंने कुछ नहीं बोला ना.
Hoping that he could maybe break that camera too. Everybody here from T1 playing in.
चलो फिर से शुरू करते हैं. नहीं वहाँ कल करेंगे. आज लोग तोड़ रहे हैं. आज हमने स्टार्टिंग में ही बोला था ना 53 का बन गया था जब हमने बोला नहीं था कि कॉम्बो करना है. अभी मैंने बोल दिया ना कॉम्बो करना है, इसलिए लोग तोड़ रहे हैं कॉम्बो जानबूझ के. तो अभी हम कल बिना बताए चालू कर देंगे कॉम्बो और 100 तक कर देंगे. इनसेन आइडिया. व्हाट एन इनसेन आइडिया. श्रीचरण सब्सक्राइब किए हो, थैंक यू.
So they're just going to be holding on to that for the moment right now. Depp's going to be pushing in, but it might be
again
a bit of a risk. The separation on these smokes could be fatal.
330 की 630 क्या मतलब अंशुमन?
Anyways, triple stack at the back of Boba here. Big paranoia already.
मजा आता है आरएम के. गोलीज मजा आता है.
Trades are looking favorable for ZETA. Izu's 1-2 remain. Not spotted by the C, spotted by the Hunt though. Stunned as well. TP's away. Repositions. But Depp hounds him
गोल
down.
ये है कि हमें मजा आ रहा है.
Shuts him up.
Real quick, I mean,
आप तो बहुत ही thank you. Now I am very intelligent.
Lost in the start of the buy phase. As they push in, I mean, it's
Thanks gaming. मैंने देख लिया था तुम भी आके एक कॉम्बो तोड़े थे तब तो मैंने मैसेज पढ़ लिया था.
pieces of utility to keep T1 away.
कल लाइव 3:30 पे कि 6:30 पे 11:30 पे भाई. मैं तो 11:30 को लाइव आती हूँ.
Coming through, everyone just walks through the smokes. Easy shots for Hirodon to land. So moving forward, this next round is the one that we've got to watch. Because Coach Autumn called the timeout for a reason. But look at Depp soaring through the air.
Well, you know, sometimes when you're up in the air, you can get grounded. And boy, did he. Sugar Zero is going to use the paranoia. They're committing to get this quick take on the B site because they aren't afraid of how much retake power T1 has. So the more that they can play for this post plant, the better it should be for ZETA Division here. But again, as I mentioned, Zaya player, he's got the Boombaya. Nightfall going to be used for a bit of that coverage. And oh my god, this is just going to be them, ZETA Division.
बम में घुस के आया वो. देखो पीछे से घूम के आया उसका वो प्राउलर.
Which they absolutely are. And they
What a retake.
as that retake from T1 is
उसका अल्ट में उसके सारे प्राउलर पीछे सीटी से मार्केट से सीटी तक घूम के आए इन सबको पीछे.
Nightfall was a good idea, and you can see ZETA trying to be a little bit more
Yeah.
decisive with how they push out.
But it
And
didn't
although
work out. What an
invested juice that
insane
most
retake.
of the T1 players will be approaching from Boba, they weren't quite able to respond to that showstopper, and that was the main
Thank
thing
you,
that broke
Jared.
them
Thank
apart.
you.
So, again, T1 just kind of adapting to some of these changes, right? We've seen this be executed several times now. Just set up for the retake instead. It's going to work a treat.
Yeah, and that was kind of annoying too for Depp, if you imagine that. Euron actually had an aftershock to assist him on market, but because Saya player was just boosted on market, everything that he kind of did was null and void, so unless he was just such a good shot, it would have been something, right? Depp
What?
unleashed himself that showstopper of his, but
This should
Easy
didn't do
was able
anything.
to get away with a
Yeah.
apparently
Nothing.
time just run out actually, or maybe that was Carpe. Anyways, A site not secured at all by ZETA here. Saya player into the corner and he explodes. You're not sure he got himself that trade off, but Excurate doubling up and it's trade for trade.
2v3. He knows where they all are. Okay, he can.
That Neural Theft is gonna give that information. The double swing at
Oh, last one shots, dude.
and an opportunity, a chance, a hope, a dream. He's down to 30. Did he hear the noise from Rossi?
No, he didn't. He's
Because
too
that's gonna
far.
be important. Because, ladies and gentlemen,
He didn't hear it. He's too far. कहा ये spawn में कहा वो उधर.
30 HP.
Yeah, at the very least, maybe he gets a spike plant, but then
नहीं, one shot is all it takes. Last ने अगर headshot दे दिया ना तो कुछ नहीं.
and Last always has to wonder where he's going to show up from. For all you know, Rossi might actually, pull off such a crazy flank to push through tiles or something. Of course, it's going to be Link that's the easier option, or Ali. Either way, Laz.
Who
has
cares?
a lot
Corner
to
में गया.
consider.
No,
Wow,
he heard him
might
now.
actually give
He
up
heard
a
him
little
now.
bit.
Spotted him.
No, he's
10
gonna spit on you.
seconds. Now he's got
Nope,
information.
not
Just
happening.
a
Rossi
snap
लेके
shot.
गया हूँ.
He has a snake bite too. Rossi can play this perfectly. Rossi, he gets tagged. He knows exactly where he is. What a risky proposition from both sides. But Rossi,
I thought Rossi would spit there.
even though he was exposed, he had everything working for him. He's cornered his opponent. He has the HP advantage, and he's Rossi. All those three things working in his favor.
क्या हुआ प्रवीण? क्या कर रहे हो?
Rossi having to land that one shot. I mean, a lot more calm, a lot more effective. But also, as you think about how this round plays out, just going in for that tiles play, I don't know if it's a bit of exhaustion, but not really checking the corner and anticipating some of these other plays. Saya player was able to punish. Laz, though, able to fight back with those two frags to trade back. But of course, at the end, it's just not enough in terms of numbers.
Yeah.
Right here.
Operator on Saya player.
So it's take two, right? Both teams using a good chunk of smoke as well as info utility here on A main. Immediately, ZETA Division backs away up onto mid, realizing that last round, we got pushed here on tile, so we re-clear this. But as they do, they actually double up onto A main. They're kind of hoping that maybe with the use of this Prowler, they expose
एक left
some
और
bit
एक
of
right
position.
दोनों है brother.
Carpe's still holding an angle here. He could get some massive damage, which he will not be able to
तीर
do
आ
so
गए
only
भाई,
for
यहाँ पे
one in
control
terms of
देने.
trades. There's so many players of T1. They're challenging. Izu's lighting it up.
Oh, Laz.
Laz, if he can find this, a Neural Theft will come quickly right soon after. Saya players just holding an operator here through tiles. These are just massive reads over and over again from T1, and ZETA Division is playing into the trap of their opponents.
Not over yet, though. Laz still very much so in the game. First of all, has to make his way onto his site, but as he moves across, hops
jumped
over the tripwire, I believe
He heard him. He heard him. He heard him. He's marked on the map.
There's a lot of pings.
Now he knows he's on right.
Boba is the only position that was not given up.
10 seconds left.
Where does he plant the spike? Does he even check the camera?
Nope,
He
not
will
happening.
Not because there's no time left.
Auntie.
Accurate, pretty much right on his tail. T1.
You know बादशाह? No, I don't know him personally.
Defensive posture.
आप यही हो अभी भी? हाँ यार यही हो यार रोहित, मैं
I
अभी
think
भी
this is one of these rounds where, like,
यही पड़ी हूँ मैं सुबह से रोहित.
they're controlling the map really well, and ZETA might have to call in a timeout just to figure out a different option right now. You look at how they're really approaching this part of the map, especially up towards A lobby. It's just a clear crossfire site. And as soon as they pick up one, you got T1.
Okay, time for a timeout.
And like you mentioned,
From ZETA.
it's just a bait setup because as soon as they get enough kills, they taper back. ZETA wants to rotate, and Saya players already in position to catch them as they try to, fall back, fall away from A. Not to mention X-Curate as well, is just lurking right around the corner. So it's a very good setup from T1, and ZETA has to find a way to adjust around this.
Question is, can they though? ZETA's
वो लोग टाइम आउट ले रहे हैं, अपन भी एक टाइम आउट लेते हैं गाइस. सब लोग अपनी आइज 10 सेकंड के लिए बंद करेंगे. Everybody close your eyes for 10 seconds.
Their counterplay,
and just chill.
because they were able to set I think the rules of engagement, right? But when T1 is on even footing, it feels like they're always on that advantage. And it's such a difficult thing to fight against when you're ZETA Division. And now we're seeing the fruits of that. ZETA Division, though, they don't have any counter traps whatsoever. They're just going to be brute forcing this A site once again.
तो मत जाना, सो थोड़ी जाओगे भाई. 10 सेकंड के लिए एडमिन के तो सो ही जाओगा. मैं इतनी नींद में हूँ गुड वाइब्स.
Given how T1 is positioned straight up, they are looking for that retakes play. Doesn't even matter. Saya, it's the same angle and it has been punished before. ZETA doesn't look very comfortable on this map.
प्रवीण रैंडम चीजें लिख रहा चैट पर. रैंडम. इट्स ओके, आई डोंट माइंड रैंडम. एंजॉय चैट, एंजॉय करो. मुझे क्या एंजॉय करो चैट में. 9 hours एक्चुअली 10 घंटे 9.5 घंटे हो गए.
As well as Sugar Zero. Are they going to force themselves to actually go for a swing right now? They try to give themselves a bit more.
वो मान नहीं रही यार, क्या करूं, दूसरी ढूंढो.
Play around with the smoke place at the back of A, but it's a 5 versus 2 quack. Numbers overwhelming here. They gotta dig deep. It's not deep enough. It's a 6 foot hole in the ground as 2 players of ZETA Division buried alive on A site.
मैं मनाता हूँ.
Peek out, but yeah, it's just way too many numbers. So clean win for T1.
रोहित इससे बस समर से बात करवा दो.
Even after the timeout from ZETA, I mean, you can really see that like maybe they're not too.
समर टैग गिर तो इंसान को क्या है लेकिन.
Because some of these angles that they just walk into, they're not like very uncommon ones, and it just shows that T1 really knows what they're doing. They've practiced this before. They've got a little bit more experience on this, and yeah, Saya.
वो अब नहीं, रात की वॉच पार्टीज मैं नहीं कर रही. मैं सिर्फ सुबह 11:30 से जब तक खत्म नहीं हो जाता तब तक वाली वॉच पार्टीज.
Very clean stuff. ZETA really needs more because the A hit. We tried that. It's been done. The Prowler can only do so much. Trip out those trap wires. Maybe go up against X-Curate once more.
Okay, 2 for the price of 1 boom bot. Get some big damage on Saya player. Destroy the tripwire on B main itself. That's some value, but you know what? You're absolutely right. It feels like ZETA Division, they're roughhousing a push on attack. It feels like there's no finesse here. And they're kind of hoping that this shock and awe play is gonna rattle T1, but it's rallying them more than their opponents are, to be honest.
Binks is heavy. Excuse me, ऐसे नहीं बोलते किसी के बारे में. Heavy क्या बुला रहे हो उसको? Oh, what a shot! Nice trade.
Izu does get the trade very quickly. TP across from Sugar Zero here, but he's alone for the moment. They don't realize that he's
Hi. जॉर्ज गेमप्ले के लिए नहीं, मेरी वॉच पार्टी चल रही है.
Gives himself some leeway, some breathing room, some playing space. And it's a rough house again of the 2 teams.
Oh.
Sugar Zero, hard to go for this TP out.
Wow.
Saya player, he's so close. Gonna get back into
Nice. फर्स्ट सैचल करके पहुंचा यहाँ पर वो. टीपी करके जा रहा है. चलो.
Hit the shot and Saya player. He's celebrating. He's got like 40 seconds to wait around. Yeah. Do it again. I didn't see it. Do it again. Yeah, there you go. Again.
Making Asarai happy.
Yeah.
Dude, 7-3 scoreline. It all happens because of his blast.
माँ बीच का दरवाजा बंद कर दो.
That is skill.
माँ
Thursday. And of course,
बीच का दरवाजा बंद कर दो.
hijinks towards that A site, but then as soon as it starts to fall apart, you know, it's very clear how
बीच का दरवाजा बंद कर दो. इतना वॉल्यूम रख रहे हो तो.
to whatever ZETA throws.
समझ नहीं आता वॉल्यूम क्यों रखती मम्मी सारी.
It just feels like if ZETA pushes like this,
फिर आके मेरे रूम का
there's
दरवाजा.
no sure thing, right? As I mentioned, it's a rough house. They're brute forcing their way here.
Why do all mothers have to keep everything on such a high volume?
But it doesn't, though. I mean, look at this. Side player shuts him down.
Is it a mom thing?
Picks up one as well.
All moms have to keep everything on such high volume.
Cry me a river on this one, man.
Do your moms keep everything like TV on very high volume, guys? Batao chat.
Like 4 HP. What? Did side player just hit him through a flash?
Is it green or no? It's not sure.
Anyways, here on. From here on out.
Yeah.
He's by himself. He's got a Nightfall. He's got the whole kit
Yeah.
available as that fades.
Yeah, do all your moms keep everything on a very high volume, chat?
In terms of scouting, right?
There.
But the problem is, it's a 3 versus 1.
Parents thing. Yes, a parents thing.
Yeah, you've got some utility, but as a fade, it's just not
Parents
really
thing.
that
Okay.
useful. You might be able to throw out a Haunt or a Siege.
हम भी
He has Nightfall.
यही करने वाले हैं. We must
Nightfall in a 1-on-3, right?
continue the legacy. You know?
Even better.
He can throw it inside the smoke. He can throw it inside the smoke. Can he? He even sees Side player. Just throw everything, man. Just do it right now.
Blind him.
He's not even defusing. Come on.
I need
You
that
already know
word.
what's happening.
And because Saya can't hear it, yeah.
Wow.
My mom herself remains on high volume.
Play with T1's protocols.
कोई नहीं. हमको भी मैं भी अभी तो बहुत कम वॉल्यूम पे सुनती सब कुछ. मुझे ज़्यादा वॉल्यूम पसंद नहीं है. बट मैं भी एक दिन पूरे घर को टीवी सुनाऊंगी. जो देख रही हूँ मैं टीवी पे पूरा घर सुनना चाहिए. मैं क्या देख रही हूँ.
The smoke separated the sight lines very clearly.
जब आदवन पढ़ रहा होगा या कुछ गेम खेल रहा होगा तो मैं टीवी को वॉल्यूम फुल. ये देख.
One more round. X-Grid stunned in. Is Dev going to be able to get him?
What a satellite, but missed it.
He still has his tripwires, and this is just going through the meat grinder. ZETA Division, you know what? They have turned into a team full on contact. I'm all for it. It is messy. It turns into a 3 versus 2, but it is fun as hell to watch. Hiroron's not going to be expecting this big flank coming in from Carpe. And Sugar Zero, no TPs to get you out of this one. It's you on an island, 3 versus 1. Can you handle the pressure? Shock darts, pop shots, swing outs, everything thrown onto Sugar Zero, and man just can't handle.
Nobody really can. Just buying
8-4
attention
side
of
switch.
Boba and
Let's
two
go.
teammates swinging from behind. You hear those footsteps. Does not feel comfortable.
अपन ने सब ट्रिक है क्योंकि इतना आज करेगा तो तू उठ ही जाएगा ना. समझ रहे हो. Can you share full outfit of the day? सिर्फ टॉप अच्छा. नीचे मैंने जॉगर्स पहने स्काई ब्लू कलर के. सिर्फ टॉप अच्छा. यही तक देखो outfit of the day. Wow, what an outfit. Ankkita looks so cute. नीचे ना पूछा करो. नीचे मैं जॉगर्स पहन के आती हूँ. ठीक है.
Because it's you're landing off of jumping and accuracy somehow doesn't quite connect.
प्रवीण बात किससे कर रहे हो? Your fault. But for what your fault? वहाँ चला जा. कहाँ चला जा?
To prevent or at least to deny such a spike plant from a site capture from happening. So very well.
आज बता दो किस में देख रहे हो यार? Twitch पे देख रही हूँ मैं. मैनिक.
And again, it's just that double controller that gives them so much more to work.
देख रहा हूँ मतलब Twitch पे Twitch से देख रही हूँ मैं stream.
There's no safe space here for ZETA Division.
शोएब is green. मेंबरशिप कब लिया शोएब ने?
Shaking. Which one?
दिखाया कि हम लोग को यहाँ पे.
Praying that ZETA would win.
See real me. Yes, Praveen, I am seeing your real you.
When they really wanted to go to Masters Tokyo.
Dang. I mean, I'm all for that though.
आज सुबह जल्दी उठ गया. Very nice. एकदम ही हल्का सा मैंने खेल लिया था एकदम कितना ना गलती से खेल लिया ना पूरा 4 घंटा फ्राइडेड
convincing on all of their games here, to be honest. Everything's been pretty cutthroat between the two.
एक दिन आप भी जाओगी डिफेंस फोर्स जाओगी जिस हिसाब से मेरा गेम प्ले सुधर रहा है मैं भी जाऊंगी
You get into a qualified spot already. That is absolutely huge. I think it was Achilles that mentioned that, you know, the more chances for you to get higher, the more you just sit back, watch the VODs, practice, and not go through the gauntlet of the lower bracket.
That's the bigger part. You know, you just chill out. And you get to study VODs.
I love studying VODs.
Dep right now going on the offensive. ZETA wanting to pick up this pistol.
Laz dragging Carpe's HP to the floor down to
हाँ क्राई मत रो प्रवीण मत रो
You've seen too much aggression.
थोड़ा सा एक घंटा खेला you had it in the yeah had matter now
themselves a little bit thin here, even though it's a 3 versus 4 with the numbers favoring Zeta division. They have to get some control of the sites back as well as mid, and that is no easy feat when you've lost Laz already.
पिज़्ज़ा चाहिए मैं ज़रा तुमको ऑर्डर करो फिर वैसे जब वॉच पार्टी चल रही है उनके बाजू में एक पिज़्ज़ा प्लेस है मैंने सुना वॉच पार्टी का ये जहाँ इवेंट चल रहा है उधर ही पिज़्ज़ा प्लेस है Uncle, thank you for the membership, yeah, baby.
If they don't overplay their cards, they should be able to, as you mentioned. But T1's so tricky that you never know what's gonna happen. So I'm just here all for it. What a flash!
Okay, ZETA pistol round.
0
5-8.
I gotta complete that.
On the scoreboard, let's see.
Good pistol round by ZETA division nonetheless. I mean, the way that they're
एक
deciding
ghost
to really
और classics सामने वाले की तरफ से.
That's maybe slightly off the book, something that T1 won't expect, and it gives them, you know, that extension.
ZETA winning. You think ZETA's gonna win this map? What do you guys think? Chat, vote karo. Who do you think is gonna win this map?
We kind of expect and require that from him.
ये map कौन लेके जाएगा guys? Sunset.
Dude's doing a lot, right? He's been put on a position, on a task where there may be no point of return.
ZETA easy?
Shoot, go kill.
Wow.
Double satchel. We may or might not.
Lot of ZETA supporters in my chat, लेकिन poll में सब T1 किए हुए हाँ. Chat में सब ZETA लिखना है, लेकिन poll में T1. तो सच्चाई क्या है? Stop signing membership, yeah, baby.
Next one, getting more information as to how T1 is approaching. Dep is back in. T1's no choice to push forward.
Oh yeah. But the smoke's the only thing stopping them from dying through the smokes, and looks like it could be a clean round here for Zeta
Nice.
division.
एक भी gun lose नहीं इन लोग की तरफ से. Flawless.
And somehow it looks a lot more manageable.
Keeps them in the game. They carry all these weapons forward. I think it's been a while since we actually saw a flawless, you know, second round. And with that, you know, they might actually be able to pick up on a bonus depending on how they play it. I mean, this one, you know, they just allowing for T1 to walk into them. But off to the next, T1 definitely has some ideas.
Standing ahead.
True enough.
Oh.
Everything's been running rampant here.
Aggression दिखाने आ रहे थे Dep, but he got shot
Big catch
down.
too. He wanted to get that that aggressive control on mid, but just fumbles in front of him. X-Crit slowly creeping up onto
Yes, Praveen is back. Let Praveen enjoy chat.
team. Trying to use that camera to
मुझे बड़ी स्क्रीन में आना. हाँ, तुम्हारा दिखाया नहीं. Shoaib Khan has become a member.
favorably for them. Sugar Zero does get the trade. He repositions around the corner. Do they know about this? Full control.
Wow.
Sugar Zero, what a mad lad, actually making that happen here on. Now coming in for the big flanks. Only has a Guardian in hand.
Spike planted.
Slowly creeping up. Rossi down. Carpe could be exposed. Gives away his position. He knows he's coming in for a market here. Sees the reposition right now and could even start to defuse that spike. But Carpe.
Nice round.
And decisive is what T1 needs. And
Nice drone, nice round, nice spam.
Just enough of a tag.
Wallbang, I mean.
Cannot have enough movement to hide behind the pillar. Still though, really close round for ZETA. I mean, you gotta.
Yeah, Akshat. Yeah.
From Sugar Zero. That was a masterful play. being able to toss out the paranoia just as soon as he feels that contact. Shrouded steps over to the other side. They did not expect it, but then again,
2 बाय United को लोन में 240
from T1, knowing how to play around this B push, the trades coming through, just bringing those numbers back in.
Kind of sucks for here on there that
गिव होता है सूरज गिव और तुम्हारे पास इतना what mods can add also सर मेरे को क्यों नहीं दे रहे तुम लोग गंदे लोग United fake mod add कर सकते हो एक दूसरे को points mod
Did he spot Saya get through this? They're not even checking it out. What a catch right now for Saya player! No! The timing!
मेरे पास कहाँ है 10 पॉइंट है बे खुद के ही स्ट्रीम में मेरे पास 4 पॉइंट्स नहीं है गाइस
Somewhere on mid drops the spike down. That's trade for 2. Depp is gone. Carpe and Saya down on the T1 side.
Starting off with these.
Hello Aryan, how are you?
Timings. Now it's going to be the Neuro theft though. T1 has an idea as to how ZETA are positioned. The main thing is they might be able to get the spike down. They have to play positions well enough to work out against ZETA's numbers. I think that's why Extra was thinking about going through market, but it's a little bit risky as you never know what's lurking around mid.
30 seconds left.
Wow, actually extending all the way through.
Whoa, they don't even respect this! Excurate!
How?
Thank you. अब मेरे को ऐड करना बंद करो और सब इज्जत से अपने में खेलो जितने पॉइंट्स है ठीक है ये मॉड चीटिंग ना करे प्लीज चीटिंग ना करे गाइस प्लीज
but damage be done and everybody on ZETA be damned as T1 is just swimming in it. There could be the half here
देख ना पफ बस था बस
more time to play around things with.
साइन इन दूं मैं अपने अकाउंट में वही से देख रही हूं मैं
I mean, Rossi's not going to let that happen. He's got easy with him. They got the numbers. And they got the advantage here and now. Double digits.
मेरे से पॉइंट्स दो मत करना अब मैं नहीं देता किसी को अमीर इंसान देखते ही आ जाते हैं सब वाह 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 रिमूव भी कर दिया पूरा एडिट तेरे से लॉल मैंने तो लोन में लिया था ना हाँ वापस कर देगा वो फिर
He actually plays with the off timing and then pushes deeper into Boba along with his teammate. So sharp, getting all of those frags.
जैक्सन भाई मैंने आज तक उसकी एक भी स्ट्रीम पोस्ट रील कुछ नहीं देखा है भाई मेरे को भी दो ना ये करेंसी कोई नहीं करो यार थोड़ा तुम लोग हाइस्ट वाइस्ट पे जाओ भाई करो खुद से यार इंडिपेंडेंट बनो चैट क्या मॉड को बोल रहे हो ट्रांसफर कर दे हेलो दीद Thank you for streams. Oh, I'm happy you are here. Thank you for watching. Hello Arya, thank you. कैसे कमाते देखो ना शैंक्स देखो क्या क्या कमांड्स है फुल एडिट सारे कमांड बता जब मैं फुल एडिट से ले सकता हूँ तो ट्राई क्यों करूँ फुल एडिट नहीं देगा हैशटैग नहीं देगा फुल एडिट कौन से क्या होता है टाइम पास
It's like these tiny things. Okay. Doesn't really see all too much.
It's a slight whiff on the recon dart. Fair enough.
हाँ बाओ किसको करना था ड्यूल बेशरम
Check up on mid. No tiles, no.
ऐसे ही वरुण चिल करना था मेरे को पूरे दिन बैठ के 10 घंटे कहीं पे मैंने सोचा ये कर लेती हूँ
Want to at least not lose anybody before the push happens, as they want to again, you know, strengthen the numbers, all that good stuff.
3 जन है यहाँ पे 2 मार्केट की तरफ एक बैक ऑफ साइड खेल रहे हैं बी साइड में फेक कर रहे हैं सोवा क्या यहाँ पे लोग शिफ्ट अप करके ए जाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं साइफर इज ट्राइंग टू होल्ड मिड
only really good for one on that
साइफर आ गया है फर्स्ट लेन एल्बो से जाने में एल्बो पे ट्रैप लगा हुआ है बोले तुम मारता हूँ क्योंकि वो ट्रैप के बेसिक को खेल लेने नहीं है अटके तो Oh, what a shot यार कार्पेट ये चलिए जस्ट करके मारा अब बैक ऑफ साइड साइफर ओके blinded
soon as they find Laz.
Oh, he was looking at the nade right above him. Maybe see if he's exposed?
Let's go.
I don't know. Dep. Yeah. That's not going to turn too well for him. Euron took a while to take down Izu, so he couldn't really transfer out the Saya player in time. And T1, these rounds are looking a little bit slower, but a lot surer. And 2 more, and they qualify, Quack.
Good little shot from Euron, though, onto the Y-axis. But that's it. I mean, this round now, you're absolutely right. It's a little bit pivotal for both teams. Got some ultimates to work with. Definitely still a bit of an uphill climb for ZETA Division. And T1 just really in the driver's seat. You know, there's so much that they can do right now. Saya player with the showstopper. Always, you know, with the off timings on some of these lurks too. ZETA might be thinking about playing something like a retakes game.
Why is Volt crying
But,
so much outside my
I don't know
room?
how effective that can really be. You might be able to allow some of these T1 players to burn out their ultimates, but that's the most you can get.
Oh no, Huron. Yeah, I mean, he was very afraid of that showstopper just being blasted in front of him, so he tried to
Nice
get
shot.
that value with the peek out.
Guys, I think लेके जा रहा है T1
That's
ये
exposed too. Now they know he's somewhere on top A here.
map.
Believe that is a
And
fresh
उसी के
smoke,
साथ
so
आज का
they have
game.
to wait for a good chunk of time or just YOLO push through it. Yeah, there it is. They're gonna have to try to do something, but there's a lot of crossfires. Dep does get some damage, but again, with this elevated positioning from Izu, that is very difficult to try to go up against. And Saya player shuts it down.
T1 लेके जा रहा है आज का game, guys.
6 is T1 gonna get this?
12 में कितनी परसेंटेज आई थी? I don't know, must be 50 something. मैंने पढ़ा नहीं था 12th में. मैंने बुक्स भी नहीं खरीदी 12th में. मेरे 11th और 12th में पढ़ने से उड़ गया था मन. बट फिर उसके बाद मैंने पढ़ा अच्छे से. डिग्री के लिए. डिग्री लेके
More
आए.
training, more VODs to study. Meanwhile, ZETA
I was a smart student. I passed without studying. I actually passed without studying. I don't think I even looked at any book till a couple of hours before the exam or the day before the exam. परसों पेपर है हमारा. तुम लोग पढ़ो भाई. अच्छा पढ़ो, अच्छा कमाओ, अच्छा काम करो. लाखों करोड़ों में कमाओ भाई.
Hunter's Fury used very early here. Huron again in the same spot that he was. If he gets spotted here, that could be just a straight up nade. And he can't go for the cross. Dude is holding elbow for the second time in the same spot. Sure, there's no showstopper to get them gutted, but it's the same thing. Dep's gonna be able to find an execute here. Can he press the advantage? He's playing the safer game and just backing away. He's already gotten that contact. It's all good for him.
Interesting.
And a quick TP on spawn just to check if there's any big or long flankers. With 40 seconds on the clock, that's going to be very pivotal because at least that
बिना साउंड के मुझे गेस करने प्रॉब्लम हो रही है कि क्या हो रहा है.
maybe go back or at least, you know, more options to make them confident in pushing up into A main and not.
मैंने headphones डाल दिए for those of you who don't know.
Well, there is.
इसलिए मैंने इतना नोटिस. मैं पूरा मैप देख के देख रही हूँ गेम.
Ooh, that's a stun. Sees the cross coming
मिला
into
फंसा हुआ है साइड में. Oh, but nice बैकअप आया उसका टाइम पे. बैकअप आया भाई. बैकअप आया.
Euron falls. One more alive. That's going to be Side player. 10 seconds. Shouldn't be a win here. Can make it expensive though, which he does as he finds Laz. ZETA Division somehow manages to live the fight for another
12-7. 5 more rounds for a comeback, ZETA.
Very well played with how much Dep is controlling. Although T1 tries at a different strategy.
आप लोग लाखों करोड़ में कमाओ और अंकिता को मेंबरशिप देते जाओ. यस, इतना कमाओ कि यहाँ मेंबरशिप देना और 1000 गिफ्टेड देना is like not even pocket money for you.
Keep T1, feeling
इतना
a bit
कमाओ.
of pressure. ZETA's not out of this game yet.
समझ रहे हो? समझ रहे हो? समझ रहे हो?
That said, though,
या कि हर महीने 10,000 से चैट करो तो भी it's like oh 10,000 ये तो कुछ भी नहीं है. ऐसा ऐसा कमाओ. 1000 थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो गया. इधर में 10,000 ज़्यादा हो गया.
Dude just straight up walked into stairs. Not sure what that was about. My camera is. Anyways.
Okay, wait, bada ho gaya. Yes, yes.
Spots a
Racket.
couple of shot
Yes.
darts. Laz swings out. Does have a teammate right beside him, but is this going to be a quick little chase here from T1?
Oh, interesting.
Laz is in a really bad spot.
Oh, what was that shot, bro? What are these shots, dude?
Death Laz! Sugar Zero on the blink of an eye. Down, down, and down. Nightfall activated here. They got to try to make something happen, right? Because of the Viper's Pit. From Rossi looking a little bit too dangerous. The Hawk comes in.
Oh,
The
okay,
pistol.
okay.
1 versus 1. Rossi still hidden inside his own ultimate. The lockup, but it's a bit too
13-7. Let's go. Congratulations. भाई क्या मारा है ना कारपे ने? What shots, yeah, insane. Insane shots, dude.
ZETA looked darn near good. But then
अभी इनका फोटो लेंगे स्टेज पे, उसके बाद फिर इनका इंटरव्यू लेंगे, इंटरव्यू के बाद वो टेडी साइन करेंगे, टेडी साइन करने के बाद ऑडियंस में वू करके फेंकेंगे. ओह
and at the same time just still fragging out of their minds. Saya player, and now finally Carpe actually pop it off. He got some of those kills through smokes into elbow.
I'm taken aback, man. I have lost all of my voice from that one play that he just did.
अबे प्रवीण लाइव खेल रहे हैं लोग.
An insane last round for T1. It looked like it was a good hold, to be honest. I mean, they got Saya player already, step in the right direction. Laz was holding, step in the right direction, and then you mentioned it, we saw it. Carpe just blasting through obstacles, opening opportunities up here for T1. Man is possessed. Everybody from T1 has been possessed by the gods of FPS. And these guys, what a restructure. Again, first qualified team, I believe.
Come closer.
To kick off.
Yeah, they're the very first ones to make it through. Although at the same time, you know, we can study quite a bit from their Sunset, we can study quite a bit from their Lotus. At the very same time, because they've made it through, they now get to sit upon that winner's seat, that podium. And then to, you know, take a little break and
थोड़े
study
points
for the
तो
next couple of
Shanks.
days. You know what? It's an
Ice join
incredible
करो.
day. It's an incredible
Top points. What on earth are these points that I have? What on earth, bro?
Youngman on the stage.
मैं तो रोज 11:30 बजे ही आती हूँ यार. Aww.
VCT Pacific Kickoff, today's last win.
Hats off to these hosts तो यार, इन लोग 2 लैंग्वेज में होस्ट करे. पहले पूरा कोरियन में बोलते हैं, पूरा इंग्लिश में बोलते हैं, फिर वो जो बोलते हैं वो भी कोरियन में ट्रांसलेट करते हैं.
오늘의 마지막 승리를 팀원
या फिर अगर उन लोग ने दूसरे लैंग्वेज में बोला तो फिर इंग्लिश में ट्रांसलेट करके देते हैं.
인터뷰 들어보시죠.
Hi.
Congratulations for today's win.
Thank you so much.
I mean, 3 maps. It was really breathtaking moves. All fans shouting for you.
It's not easy, you know.
About today's win.
I think today's
मुझे भी
win
सुनना है
is
कैसे
still
sound है.
very important for us because this is our because I'm also a first time playing competitive Valorant, and then with my new team, with the new roster, we managed to go to the Pacific playoff. So it's really a good motivation for us to going for the next round.
Yeah, sure is. 이번 경기가
या पूरा ट्रांसलेट करेगी उसने जो बोला.
특히나 이제 플레이오프로 바로 넘어가고 이번 이제 2승으로 인해서 모든 팀한테 동기부여가 됐기 때문에 정말 중요하게 이겨서 정말 기쁘다는 말을 전했습니다. 다음 질문을 이어서 해보겠습니다. 이제 맵 2에서 완전 분위기를
Hey, Shanks को point दो कोई.
3에서도 아주 멋진 무브들을 많이 보여줬는데 맵 2 이후에 팀원들과 어떤 이야기를 나눴는지
अभी पहले क्वेश्चन कोरियन में पूछ रही है, फिर उसको इंग्लिश में पूछेगी.
Starting from map 2, dominant moves on map 3. So I'm curious, like, what did your teammates talk about after map 2, winning map 2?
Honestly, for first map, we have a good comeback before, but it's about a bad call and a bit hesitation. That's why we kind of like give up that map. And then for map 2 and map 3, we just play our best and then just do it what we practicing and then we do it in the match. And then also Lotus is our strongest map, and also Sunset. Yeah, I think we just do it like what we do it in practice. And also I think ZETA playing really good. So it was a really good match.
I mean, I heard your team screaming after map 2, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's like, I don't know, they just like do that maybe to boost their motivation, but yeah, just like.
Okay. 네, 맵 1에서는 조금 이렇게 어려운 측면이 있었지만 맵 2에서는 이걸 완전히 극복이 가능했는데 아마도 연습한 게 맵 2에서 기량이 많이 드러났고 또 긴장도 많이 풀려서 그런 거 아닐까 저도 개인적으로 생각이 드는데요. 근데 또 맵 1에서 제타가 또 잘해줬기 때문에 맵 2에서는 그 집중된 전략을 많이 보일 수 있었다고 그리고 또 팀원들과 함께 막 소리 지르면서 기뻐했는데 이 소리를 지르면서 분위기도 전환시키고 더 맵 3에서 더 잘할 수 있었던 것 같습니다. For the last question, you know, Coach Autumn like totally believed for today's win for T1. So how happy would he be? 또 코치 안참이 오늘 T1
What is that name?
100%
ये कैसा नाम होता है भाई?
이거에 대해서 얼마나 행복해하실지 물어보겠습니다.
अमन thank you for the membership यार छोटा बच्चा.
I don't know how to say this, but
ये क्या नाम है भाई?
yeah, just that this win I think is really meaningful for every one of us, and also I promise to my coach that we're gonna win this specific kickoff.
Oh, that's amazing. Okay. 팀 우리 코치뿐만 아니라 팀 전체에게 굉장히 의미 있는 순간이고 제가 꼭 이기겠다는 약속을 전했기 때문에 오늘 정말 의미 있는 경기였다고 말을 이어갔습니다. So thank you for the interview. Now you know what you have to do, right?
I don't know.
You have to sign a signature
okay.
and all, and give to the fans.
तो शर्मा जाते हैं इन पे कैमरा तो क्यूट है.
Good luck. So anywhere you wanna throw, you have to go in front of the fans. Yeah, just go in front of the fans. Toss it to them. Who's gonna get the lucky penguin? Winning for T1. Yay! Someone caught it. Okay. Thank you so much.
भाई जैसे ही टॉय का टाइम आता है सब लड़कियां खड़ी हो जाती है डूड लाइक तभी उन लोग कैमरा देख के शाय नहीं होते. जब टॉय फेंकने का टाइम आता है ना तब इन लोग रेडी फुल सबसे आगे आके इधर फेंक यहाँ हमारे तरफ फेंकना. हम फर्स्ट हमारे तरफ फेंकना.
T1 and how could they not, especially for Xrd after that win.
Bro टॉय के टाइम पे सब शाय हुआ है कल पीछे के साइड पे भी जो है ना उन लोग भी खड़े हुए चिल्ला रहे थे यहाँ उनके लैंग्वेज में ऑफ कोर्स. इनसेन मजा आया लेकिन Hello guys, I hope you all enjoyed the stream. I will see you in the next one. This is it for now. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I am so happy. मैं सुबह उठी टाइम पे नहाई बाल धोई और फिर आई और मेरे बाल सूख भी गए स्ट्रीम पे. अच्छा लगता है जब मैं नहा के आती हूँ काम करने. Feels good. I will play an outro song for you guys. Hold on. कल वापस से हमको आना है सुबह 10 बजे. या अगर आधे घंटे में मुझे ठीक लगा तो हम 2 घंटा और गेमिंग कर लेंगे वालों. बट पहले एक आउटरो सॉन्ग प्ले कर देती हूँ तुम लोग के लिए. Some song. What song do I play for you guys? What song do I play? I'm gonna play this. I'll play this for you guys. Thank you so much for watching, guys. अगर तुम लोगों ने अब तक लाइक और सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया है तो प्लीज कर दो. We're so close to 400k. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed. I will see you guys in the next stream and the next watch party. And today was the 50th day of the year. 50 streams in a row हम लोग ने कर लिए हैं. And thank you so much everybody for always supporting. Obviously, thank you so much for watching. Good night. Take care. Sweet dreams. Thank you, Praveen. See you guys. See you, Chintu. See you, Moron. Thank you so much for tuning in, guys. Good night, Moron. Good night, Aditya. Good night, Divya. Good night, Puff. Good night, Funated. Good night, Rohan, Surya, Aditya, Akshat, Aditya, Shanks, Ion. Good night. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Make sure you like and subscribe if you haven't yet. And I'll see you guys in the next one. See ya.
Oh shit, man.
Oh my god. Let me show you what I got. This beat is so hot. Oh my god.
Is that bullshit?
I think not. Let me show you